Chapter 251, Surveillance Bureau. When it saw Li Huowang bringing out the torture tools once more, Han Fu's nascent soul was beyond terrified. Wait! Stop, 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 stop! The little head did its best to tilt back from fear while trying to distract Li Huowang. I really don't know much about the sitting Oblivion Dao. If you want to fight against them, then go and find the Surveillance Bureau. They know a lot about them. Surveillance Bureau? Li Huowang lowered the tools and thought about it. Weren't they employed by the Emperor to deal with evil beings? They know a lot about the sitting Oblivion Dao. The nascent soul nodded its head. Yeah, they are sworn enemies. The Surveillance Bureau captures and kills any members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. This is even more so the case since 200 years ago when the Emperor of Dongxia was switched with someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. After that, he then led the entire nation to its ruin. Since then, the Surveillance Bureau has placed the sitting Oblivion Dao very high on their list. Also, when it comes to the sitting Oblivion Dao, they would be happy to share any and all information without holding back. Qingqiu, Liang Kingdom, the Kingdom of Xiqi, and Hoshu are all in cahoots with the Surveillance Bureau. They surely know something about the sitting Oblivion Dao. Oh, is that so? Li Huowang sat on the stool and pondered about it. Since Beifeng is one of the four joys of the sitting Oblivion Dao and both parties are sworn enemies that have been fighting for years, the Surveillance Bureau must have information on Beifeng. Maybe I really could find details about Beifeng through the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang was not desperate enough to directly search for Beifeng and try to force him to spill out the secrets about getting rid of the confusion and sense of doubt of a strayed one. Instead, he first needed to confirm whether or not Beifeng really was a strayed one that had gotten rid of the sense of confusion and doubt that strayed ones normally suffer from. Even though he wanted it to be the truth, he would never forget that it was another member of the sitting Oblivion Dao who had told him about that. Thus, before acting, he had to first confirm the truth, or this time, he might end up being tricked by a dead member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Only after confirming that Beifeng was indeed a strayed one and had gotten rid of the confusion and sense of doubt that strayed ones suffer from would he decide his next course of action. Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang mumbled before once again focusing on the nascent soul in front of him. Tell me everything about the Surveillance Bureau. The more you tell me, the less pain you will have to feel. Through Han Fu's nascent soul, Li Huowang understood that the Surveillance Bureau was a department that handled matters that the regular soldiers couldn't. This included things like getting rid of evil beings that had slipped into the city and other supernatural issues. And one of their highest priority targets was the sitting Oblivion Dao. Do they only care about the sitting Oblivion Dao? What about the other sects like Ao Jing's sect or the Righteous Monastery? Li Huowang was puzzled. The nascent soul's single remaining eye was filled with confusion. Why would they care about them? They are proper sections. Bullshit. What do you mean proper sects? Li Huowang stopped and thought about it. After thinking it through, he realized that there was indeed no reason for the Surveillance Bureau to deal with them. One of them was just a group of people who loved torturing themselves, while the other was a group of monks that, at most, broke the taboo of sex. No matter how many sins they committed, most of them were committed within their sectors and didn't affect the daily lives of other people, nor did it affect the Emperor. It was clear that they were allowed as long as they didn't do anything majorly disrupting. The Righteous Monastery was even capable of being built within the heart of a city, clear evidence that it was allowed. Li Huowang knew that the Emperor must know about what the Righteous Monastery was doing, but since he did not interfere with their actions, it meant that the Emperor had allowed them to do so. Originally, Li Huowang had thought that both of those sects were evil sects, but after experiencing the world, he now knew that both of those sects were much better than the bandits or the robbers. In fact, the nuns from the benevolent nunnery were considered literal bodhisattvas during these chaotic times. The nuns were just greedy, dirty, and gluttonous while not hurting anyone. Aren't you a disciple of Luoism? Would the Surveillance Bureau not come and apprehend you after killing so many people? Asked Li Huowang as he revealed the 19 lifespan pills in front of the nascent soul. Cultivators would kill people from time to time for the sake of their cultivation. As long as you don't kill people with wealth and power, the Surveillance Bureau would normally just ignore you, said the small head. So much for the Surveillance Bureau being responsible. Li Huowang smiled bitterly. The nascent soul understood the sarcasm and explained, the Surveillance Bureau doesn't have a black and white relationship with all of us. Sometimes the Surveillance Bureau would request other sects to do their business, and we would just do it. With this, Li Huowang now knew that the Surveillance Bureau had a rigid internal structure but was more lax toward outsiders. Most of the issues like Han Fu cultivating on his own would be ignored by the Surveillance Bureau. To the Surveillance Bureau, all they needed to do was to keep tabs on and employ some of the lone cultivators as freelancers. Then, as long as they got their job done, they would get their payment even without needing to meet up. The Surveillance Bureau's major enemies are sects like the sitting Oblivion Dao or extremely dangerous evil beings. But their most important mission involves dealing with the natural disasters, continued the nascent soul. Wait, did you just say natural disasters? Li Huowang perked up. He knew that at least 2 natural disasters had occurred before. One was the disappearance of decay, while the other was the disappearance of lies that Han Fu told him about. The one in charge of handling the natural disasters was the Surveillance Bureau. Li Huowang slapped his head for being so slow. The characters for the word Surveillance Bureau were already hinting that they dealt with natural disasters. 1. To think he couldn't unravel the connection between the two, even though it was so simple. Since the Surveillance Bureau deals with natural disasters, how do they resolve them? Li Huowang asked the nascent soul. He was quite curious about this crazy world. I don't know. I'm not from the Surveillance Bureau. I'm not lying. In the first place, Li Huowang hadn't expected it to know and was already satisfied that it had known so much. Daoistly, is Han Fu's 7-star sword with you? Asked the nascent soul. This attracted Li Huowang's attention. 7-star sword? You mean the bronze coin sword? Yes. Let me tell you how good it is. The 7-star sword was forged by our master using 184 pieces of bronze coin during the Wu hour of the 5th day of the 5th month of the Shin year. That coincides with not only the 8 solar terms, but also with one of the 3 festivals. It could easily get rid of the evil energy from Erhe and Wu Huang. This makes it very effective at dealing with evil beings. 1. The name of the Surveillance Bureau in Chinese is Yin, with Tian meaning to watch, inspect, or supervise, Tian meaning skies or heavens. Its meaning department, bureau. Chapter 252, Clue. If you want to learn how to use the sword, then you must first learn the Luoism's special seal, the Xiandu Sish seal. I know how to use it, and I can teach you, continued the nascent soul. Li Huowang was not surprised by its words and even chuckled at the nascent soul. It will take a long time to learn it. Am I right? In order for me to learn it, I need to let you live, and you can just keep dragging it on, allowing yourself to survive, right? When it saw that its plot had been uncovered, the nascent soul shrunk back in fear. It revealed its rotten teeth and smiled in order to pacify Li Huowang. No one wants to die. Since Han Fu is dead, you can just pluck me off his body and place me on yourself instead. That way, I can become your nascent soul. Daoistly, you might not know this, but the nascent souls of the disciples of Luoism are very beneficial. If you have 2 of them, then you can cultivate thrice as fast. We can even help you condense energy. Who says you have the right to suggest conditions to me? Li Huowang cut it off and pulled out a metal spoon before pointing it at the nascent soul's single remaining eye. Now, tell me everything about the Xiandu Sish seal. I have a lot of time to play with you, so you can go ahead and try any and all tricks you can think of. Li Huowang finally walked out of the tent on the evening of the 2nd day. His clothes were littered with pieces of flesh and drenched in blood, but he was also holding a lambskin parchment in his hand. It contained the cultivation method of the Xiandu Sish seal written on it. Li Huowang had even asked the nascent soul whether it knew how to use Han Fu's talismans, but confirmed that it didn't know anything about it. By then, the nascent soul had been mutilated to the point that its face was barely recognizable. In the end, the only thing it knew about was the method to use the 7-star sword. Li Huowang sighed. If he had been able to learn how to use the talismans of the disciples of Luoism, then he wouldn't have to rely on the profound records every time he fought. After all, the profound records would severely harm his body whenever he used it. Still, it was not very important to him at this point. He would have just considered it to be an additional reward even if he had managed to learn it. Instead, he was more concerned about the information related to the Surveillance Bureau. The Surveillance Bureau had a direct impact on whether or not he would be able to get rid of the sense of doubt and confusion. He dragged his tired body back into his tent, took the towel that Bai Ling Miao gave him, and wiped his face. He didn't even take off his shoes before laying on the bed. Bai Ling Miao carefully took off his shoes and socks before covering him with a blanket and left. However, even though Li Huowang was tired after staying up all night, he could not fall asleep. He kept thinking about what the nascent soul had told him. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became, to the point that he had to sit up and go through all the information one more time. Supposedly, Beifeng is a strayed one who has managed to get rid of the sense of doubt and confusion that strayed ones suffer from. If I want to verify this information, I will have to go and find the surveillance bureau. However, that would be if I don't get any more clues. But how should I go about obtaining information from the surveillance bureau? After all, I'm a strayed one myself. Li Huowang knew what it would mean if such a massive organization found out about him. Li Huowang sat on the bed for a very long time. When Bai Lingmiao called him for dinner, he still didn't have any ideas. When Bai Lingmiao learned about his troubles, she hesitantly gave a suggestion. Senior Li, aren't both you and the surveillance bureau standing in the same camp and fighting against the sitting Oblivion Dao? Can't you just get the information from them directly? What do you think the surveillance bureau would do when a stranger suddenly comes knocking on their door, asking for information about the sitting Oblivion Dao? The best-case scenario would be them beating me up before throwing me out. Li Huowang sighed as he took the bowl from Bai Lingmiao and began eating. But aren't the both of you standing on the same side? Can't you just explain it? Questioned Bai Lingmiao. Do you think this is a game where two children become friends? It's not that easy. Miao Miao, they are strong enough to be able to use the disciples of Luoism as pawns. The surveillance bureau is not as upright as you think, explained Li Huowang. However, at that moment, he suddenly had an idea that caused his eyes to light up. Wait a minute. Our identities could be switched. We could just change our identity. As long as I hide the fact that I'm a strayed one and make sure that people aren't able to see through me, then I can just join the surveillance bureau. Li Huowang got excited and hugged Bai Lingmiao before twirling her around in circles. He felt that this idea was quite good. Even if Beifeng is not a strayed one who has managed to get rid of the sense of doubt and confusion that strayed ones suffer from, I could still use the surveillance bureau and their resources to figure out another method. As long as I hide the signs of me being a strayed one, then I can have a massive organization as my backing. Then, I could also use the surveillance bureau to hide my identity so people wouldn't check and probe my background easily. The surveillance bureau is also quite lax when it comes to people from the outside, and since they might not even require me to meet up, I can hide my status even better. Bai Lingmiao smiled when she saw how happy he was. As long as he was happy, she was happy as well. Li Huowang looked at her beautiful face and kissed her. After a while, amidst the panting and moaning, a black fingernail gently pinched off the fire on the candles, sending the tent into darkness. After a long time, Bai Lingmiao was lying on Li Huowang's chest, her slender body rising and falling with Li Huowang's breathing. Senior Li, please go to sleep soon. You haven't slept in 2 days. Bai Lingmiao was concerned about him. However, Li Huowang hugged her waist and shook his head. The beginning is the most difficult part of the process. After getting some clues, he finally had an idea of what to do rather than just going around cluelessly. Worst case scenario, he could just try to avoid Beifeng for now. As one of the 4 joys of the sitting Oblivion Dao, Beifeng's strength must be extraordinary. Li Huowang would most likely die if they met each other right now. I must become stronger than Beifeng if I want to learn the method of getting rid of the sense of doubt and confusion that strayed ones suffer from. But, without a master to teach me, increasing my strength is going to be quite difficult. I don't even know how to cultivate. Plus, the sects of this world are all ridiculous. Each of them has their own method of cultivation. I might not be able to handle the brutality of it all. Li Huowang frowned. Seeing this, Bai Lingmiao gently persuaded him with her soft fingers. Senior Li, please go to sleep. There's never a shortage of things to think about. We can sleep first. Under her gentle persuasion, Li Huowang finally slept after staying awake for 2 whole days. Chapter 253 Baolu. By the time Li Huowang woke up, it was the afternoon of the 2nd day. He felt refreshed after having had enough sleep. After washing up and wearing his clothes, he exited his tent. Senior Li, where are you going? Asked Bai Lingmiao. Li Huowang looked back into the tent and saw that Bai Lingmiao was sewing some clothes. I'm off to bid Sun Baolu goodbye. Since we are done with everything here, we should take our leave now. They had found the black Taisui, and he had finished dealing with the nascent soul. There was no reason for him to stay in Qingqiu anymore. Li Huowang circled around amongst the tents before finding Sun Baolu on the grassy plains. Currently, he was riding a horse while his sister was flying a kite behind him. Both of them were having fun riding on the horse. Li Huowang could even hear their laughter from afar. When he saw Li Huowang approaching them, Sun Baolu quickly asked the girl to keep the kite away while he leaped down from the horse. Senior Li, are you looking for me? Asked Sun Baolu, panting. Li Huowang stared at Sun Baolu. Yes, we have stayed here long enough. We will be leaving tomorrow. So soon. Sun Baolu was reluctant to part with them. He had traveled with them for so long that he had come to see them as part of his family. After all, Huowang and the rest had traveled so far away just to send him home, and they didn't even ostracize him for how he looked. Senior Li, why don't you stay for a few more days? Everyone is happy here, suggested Sun Baolu. We can't. It's better if we leave soon. I would rather not have all of them get used to being here. Plus, your family keeps slaughtering lambs and cows for us. We can't have you go broke because of us. Huowang chose to decline politely. Don't worry. The lambs of Qingqiu are very cheap and much easier to take care of than the other places. If we finish eating our lambs, we just need to go to Women's Mountain again to buy some kids, wanting calves. Soon, we will have another large herd. Huowang smiled. It's fine. Let's talk about business for now. First of all, you must not tell anyone about what happened in the cave that night, especially the lion dances. You must treat them just as you have treated them before. Never reveal to them that you are aware of the kind of monstrosities they are. Since the lion dances had become a part of the life of those within Qingqiu, Baolu had no choice but to keep quiet about it lest something unfortunate happen to him. After all, there was a possibility that those monsters living underneath the cave system were a proper sect here within Qingqiu. It would not be wise to offend them. Looking at how seriously Huowang was, Sun Baolu nodded. All right, Senior Li, I understand. After giving further instructions, Huowang looked at the youth in front of him. Does your woman know about your body? Sun Baolu's smile froze, and he nodded his head bitterly. She knows, but she doesn't abhor me for it. All right, come with me, said Huowang as he entered the tent without another word. Sun Baolu didn't know what Huowang was planning, but then he suddenly recalled the white tassels and became excited. Where's Puppy? Bring him here. Huowang shouted within the empty tent. An hour later, Huowang used one of the white tassels and helped Sun Baolu rearrange his organs back to their original places once again. At that moment, the entrance to the tent suddenly opened up. Sun Baolu's mother had brought a bunch of strong men with her as they barged into the tent. All of them gasped and shouted when they saw Sun Baolu's twisted body. Huowang glared at them but continued to slowly move his hands to push Sun Baolu's anus from the front toward the back. Puppy was also helping Huowang. He gently pushed Sun Baolu's penis from the armpit region down toward the crotch. Soon, the tent became quiet as everyone stared at what was happening. Some of the men even looked at Huowang with respect. Sun Baolu was not Huowang. They could not carve his body to pull the organs back accurately, and so there were some minor mistakes in the positions of his organs. But even then, Sun Baolu was so happy that he was practically jumping with joy. Even if they were slightly skewed, his organs were finally back in their original places. He was not a monster anymore. His body had returned to what it once was 10 years ago. Sun Baolu was just about to kneel onto the ground, but was stopped by Huowang. I'm cured. I'm cured. I'm not a monster anymore. I'm a human, shouted Sun Baolu as he pranced around the tent naked. That night, another feast was set up. Everyone ate lamb and drank wine to celebrate Sun Baolu being cured. Sun Baolu's parents raised a toast, revering Huowang. The people from Qingqiu were all treating Huowang with respect. They had originally thought before that the man with the 2 swords on his back was different from others. When they saw him cure Sun Baolu, it confirmed their suspicions and rumors about Huowang spread amongst them. Senior Li, this is a nice place. Why don't we settle down over here? The Liang Kingdom might not be great, said Puppy while munching on an entire roasted lamb leg. You should focus on eating your meat in peace. You can't even be quiet with a mouthful of meat. If you want, you can just stay here. I won't force you to follow me, said Huowang as he bit into a smoking piece of lamb. Hearing this, Puppy started contemplating what he should do. At that moment, a massive hand suddenly patted his shoulder. It was Gao Zhijian. Puppy turned around and saw how serious Gao Zhijian looked. Don't stay? Something is wrong here. Something is wrong? Sun Baolu grew up here. What's wrong with this place? Questioned Puppy. Gao Zhijian looked at everyone who was happily eating the roasted lamb as they munched on and swallowed the lamb meat laden with spices. I don't know, but something is wrong. You can't even talk properly, and you want to advise others. How about you fix your stuttering first before trying to persuade us? Said Puppy. Gao Zhijian saw Huowang staring at him, causing him to scratch the back of his head before sitting back down. Then, he drank his cup of ant honey in one gulp. Since this was their last night here, the feast lasted deep into the night. By the time Huowang and everyone woke up and placed everything onto their ox cart, it was already noon. The wriggling black Taisui was being tied down by strong ropes made from dried-up cow tendons. Senior Li, I hope we will meet again. Son Baolu hugged Li Huowang, his eyes red with tears. It's better if we don't meet again. I feel like everyone who meets me gets bad luck. Li Huowang patted his back and left with everyone else. 1. Baby Goats. Chapter 254, Lamb Meat. The ox cart that had been left sitting for a long time started to move once more. This time, they were traveling to the Liang Kingdom from the border of Qingqiu. All along the way, Puppy covered his forehead with his hand while fanning his sweaty face. Singularly, it's such a hot day today. Should we just travel tomorrow? And what if it's hot tomorrow and the day after that as well? We might as well start traveling only once autumn is here. Since Qingqiu is so great, why are you following us? You can just follow son Baolu and herd the lambs over here, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Puppy looked at the remaining women traveling with them and chuckled sheepishly. He was not stupid. He had almost gotten a wife for himself, so how could he stay in Qingqiu? Having meat to eat might be great, but having a wife was his lifelong wish. Plus, he was not afraid of not having any meat to eat if he continued to follow Li Huowang. As if sensing Puppy's gaze, one of the women tried to shift his attention by staring at Li Huowang before giving up and rolling her eyes at Puppy. She was blushing while doing so. Meanwhile, Li Huowang carefully unfurled the lambskin parchment and stared at the method of cultivating the Xindu Sish seal written on it. Other than the black Taisui, it was one of the other things he managed to obtain from adventuring down within the depths of Qingqiu. Seniorly, what is this? Xiao turned around and asked while controlling the ox. This is a cultivation method of a new technique, replied Li Huowang. His words attracted everyone's attention. Seniorly, did you manage to learn it? Not yet. I don't want to learn it just yet, in case there's something wrong with it. After all, I did get it from an enemy, explained Li Huowang. Li Huowang was very well aware of the possibility that the nascent soul might have tampered with the cultivation method. Li Huowang himself had done this before to escape from the Zephyr Temple, and he did not want to end up like Dan Yangzi. Li Huowang took the bronze coin sword off his back and tried flipping it around before placing it down. I need someone to test the cultivation method first. Seniorly me? Let me try. Hearing those words, Li Huowang turned around and saw that it was the last of the remaining assistants, young Xiucai. Do your work and don't butt into adults' affairs, said Li Huowang, rejecting him. There was a chance that the method could kill someone, and so Li Huowang would never let someone close to him learn it. He needed to find someone who could technically die without affecting them. Senior Li, look. At that moment, Chen Xiaoman lifted off one of the tarps and showed them all a golden box with precious stones embedded onto it. The gold ingots contained within it were quite familiar. Li Huowang was stunned. It was the dowry provided by the host family that gave away son Baolu's mother. She must have secretly hidden it in their cart last night. As he looked at it, Li Huowang knew what she was trying to express. There was no doubt that she was extremely grateful to Li Huowang for curing son Baolu's body and gave it to them as a thanks. Li Huowang looked back, but saw that the tents were long gone. All that was left were the grassy green plains. It's all right. Since she gave it to us out of gratitude, we should just accept it. We can use it for our travel expenses. At least we can buy food to eat in the Liang Kingdom. They continued their journey. It was probably because Qingqiu was sparsely populated, or maybe because their luck was turning for the better, but their journey was relatively peaceful. Nothing happened at all while they were on their journey this time around. They traveled for more than a month. The days were getting hotter even though the summer equinox had passed. The sound of a bird call came from above. It was very harsh. Hearing it, Li Huowang, who was staring at the map in his hands, looked up at the bird in the sky. After a moment, he placed the map in front of Bai Ling Miao and asked, "Can you understand this? Do you remember where the Cowheart mountain is?" Even though the maps of Liang Kingdom that they obtained in Qingqiu weren't very accurate, the major landmarks were accurate enough. They were approaching the border of the Liang Kingdom, and so they needed to determine the accurate location of Bai Ling Miao's home soon. This isn't right, and this isn't either. Bai Ling Miao muttered as she traced the map with her fingers along various different routes, but she was hesitant. It was a difficult task to determine where her home was based on just the crude lines. However, it wasn't something that could be blamed on her. When Li Huowang saw the map for the first time, he too had been confused. It was just too crude. After a while, Li Huowang kept the map away. It seems that I will need to buy another map in the Liang Kingdom if we want to know where Cowheart Mountain is. Wait, I just remembered that you are not from the Liang Kingdom. Where are you from? Asked Li Huowang as he turned and looked at Puppy. No worries. I don't have to go back. I grew up as an orphan and had to rely on the villagers for food. If I don't go back, then I can help them save some food. Puppy chuckled. He had no desire to go home and was staring directly at one of the girls beside the ox cart. Li Huowang noticed it too and then stared at the sun high in the sky. It's almost time to eat lunch. Since we are almost out of Qingqiu, we can kill one of the lambs. Hearing that, everyone grew excited. Even though they ate a lot of meat during their time in Qingqiu, they still weren't satisfied. Every one of them had grown up poor, and so eating meat was a luxury for them. Li Huowang, however, was just being rational. Since the Liang kingdom didn't have as much grass as Qingqiu, the lambs would end up becoming skinny if they stayed in the Liang kingdom for too long. Puppy pulled away one of the older lambs by its horn, bringing it over to a nearby river. Everyone had had lambs so many times during their time in Qingqiu that they were very adept at slaughtering one. Soon, they drained the blood, skinned, and gutted it. Then, they spread the salt and spices onto the lamb's carcass before stabbing it with Peng Longting's halberd. They propped it up between the two carts and lit a fire below the lamb. If Peng Longting saw how badly they were treating her weapon, then she might just come back to life from anger. Staring at the crackling fire lit by dried lamb feces and the smoking roasted whole lamb above it, Puppy licked his lips and chuckled. Hee, it's a good thing to use the entire lamb completely. Chen Xiaoman smacked the back of his head, causing Puppy to yelp and get up before approaching the women who were collecting some wild vegetables nearby. Once the lamb was done, the wild vegetable soup was done as well. The oily roasted lamb meat complemented the mild soup perfectly. Everyone sat on the grass and enjoyed the delicious feast. Puppy happily cracked open the head of the lamb and took out the roasted lamb tongue before placing it into one of the women's bowls and saying, "Honger, come. I left the best part for you, the lamb's tongue." The woman's name was Honger. She blushed and accepted it with gratitude before eating the small pieces of meat one by one. After a moment, Puppy approached her and sat beside her, but she didn't move away. As for young Xiaohai, the plump woman was asking him for the lamb's tail, but he refused angrily. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu sat on the ox cart, feeling envious of what he saw. He looked down at his powerless body and sighed. He turned and concentrated on his lamb offal and wild vegetable soup. Chapter 255, Employer. Li Huowang was also enjoying the meal along with everyone else as he bit into a juicy lamb leg. However, he sat slightly further away from the others to think about his own matters and to get some peace and quiet. Even though the nascent soul told me that it's easy to join the surveillance bureau, I still need to find a way to enter. How should I contact them? I can't just ask for them on the streets. I can't even guarantee that the bronze coin veil can perfectly hide my status as a strayed one. It might be able to fool someone like Han Fu, but it might not work on more powerful people. I also don't have any information on the Liang Kingdom. There's no point in me thinking about this now. I should just adapt to the situation later on. The beginning is always the hardest part. As long as I take the first step, the rest will soon follow. While Li Huowang was thinking about his next course of action, his sharp hearing managed to pick up the sound of a pair of shoes stepping onto the grass. He raised his head and saw Lu Zhuangyuan's wrinkled face as well as his flattering smile. "Young Taoist, are you free? I would like to discuss something with you," asked Lu Zhuangyuan. "Oh, go ahead." Li Huowang placed down the bone in his hand and looked at Troop Leader Lu. With having to deal with the matter of the Black Taisui, he had almost forgotten that the Lu family was traveling with them. "Young Taoist, as you know, we had to abandon all our costumes and instruments in Hoshu to escape the soldiers, but we are still performers. We cannot just eat your food without doing anything. So I was wondering, could I borrow some money from you to get our equipment back and start performing again?" Li Huowang was fine with this. Son Baolu's mother gave them a lot of money, so he wasn't too concerned about it. "Sure, go ahead and get the money from Bai Ling Miao." "Haha, young Taoist, I'm not done yet. You can keep this first." Lu Zhuangyuan took out a wrinkled piece of paper with a handprint on it. Li Huowang took the wrinkled piece of paper and saw the squiggles written on it. The words were difficult to read. "What is this? A talisman?" asked Li Huowang. Lu Zhuangyuan blushed from shame as he replied, "This is a loan paper. Please excuse me for being illiterate, but it's still official because it has my handprint on it for authenticity. Young Taoist, we are eternally grateful to you, and we don't want you to loan us the money just like that. We even ate and drank from your coffers all this time. So I came up with this. As long as we have yet to pay back the money we owe you, you will become our employer. Every time we perform, we will split the earnings in half. Half of it will be paid back to you, while we will keep the other half. You are paying half of it to me? I'm afraid that you might not even be able to pay all of it back in your lifetime. You don't need to worry about all this and should just take it," said Li Huowang. wanting to return the piece of paper to Lu Zhuangyuan. AI. Lu Zhuangyuan stopped him. We can no longer accept your generosity for nothing. If you insist, then we dare not borrow any money from you. Seeing how adamant Lu Zhuangyuan was about this, Li Huowang didn't insist anymore and decided to keep the wrinkled piece of paper. Lu Zhuangyuan was overjoyed when he saw that. He quickly called for his family, and all of them stood in front of Li Huowang as they greeted him. Good day to our employer. Li Huowang was too tired to care about Lu Zhuangyuan's intentions. Staring at them, he suddenly had a funny thought. It was like he had just gotten himself a hen. Even though the hen was skinny and would lay eggs inconsistently, at the very least he would have a supply of eggs for himself in the future. Sure, go back and have your meal. Once we are done having our meal, we can continue our journey. We need to leave Qingqiu as soon as possible, instructed Li Huowang. Understood, employer, replied Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang shook his head when he saw how happy he looked as they walked away. Then, he picked up his warm bowl of soup and drank it. So many of the people we met used to talk about how glamorous the Liang Kingdom supposedly is. To think that I would get a chance to explore it in my lifetime, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he happily led everyone back to the camp. While he was happy, the rest of them were not. Lu Jiren looked quite gloomy as he talked to his father. Dad, you just sold us off. Why are you so happy? Sigh, you brat. Lu Zhuangyuan sighed at his own son before taking out his smoke pipe. He lit it up with the campfire and started smoking. What are you thinking about? Asked Lu Zhuangyuan. I want to go back. I don't want to go to the Liang Kingdom. I don't want to perform anymore, said Lu Jiren as he stared at the pregnant Luo Wanhua. Lu Zhuangyuan wanted to hit his son with the smoke pipe, but seeing how Lu Jiren did not hide from it, Lu Zhuangyuan slowly lowered his hand. You are making it sound so easy. If you don't want to perform, then what do you plan to do? We don't have a field at home for you to go and farm on. Do you want to be a gigolo? And even if you want to go back, the soldiers are still at war with each other. If you go back now, you will just die. Lu Jiren stood up, his eyes filled with longing. Dad, what if they have stopped fighting? After all, we didn't see any skirmishes after traveling for so long. You sure are idealistic. They don't stop fighting once they start. That's how soldiers are, said Lu Zhuangyuan, leaving Lu Jiren feeling conflicted. Looking at how conflicted Lu Jiren was, he sighed. Son, please believe me. I'm not just some clueless old man. I've lived long enough and experienced a lot of things. Do you think everything would be over once the soldiers stop fighting? No. It's one thing after another. After the soldiers stop fighting, there won't be enough people to bury all the dead. What's most likely going to happen in that situation is a plague. Once the plague is over, there won't be enough living people to tend to the fields. By then, the food prices would soar sky high, and people would be forced to sell their own children just to survive. By then, who would pay to see a performance? What would we eat if we don't even earn any money? We can't just eat dirt. Lu Zhuangyuan lowered his voice as he continued to console his son. Son, don't be ashamed of being a performer. If I didn't do this, then I would have starved to death. I wouldn't even have had children like you. We cannot forget what fed us. Lu Jiren knew his father was right, but he still felt the decision his father made was a bit extreme. But Dad, no matter what, you can't just sell us off to the young Taoist. Now, we are just his slaves. Lu Zhuangyuan glared at his eldest son and looked at Li Huowang having his meal. Then, he pulled Lu Jiren slightly further away. After he thought that they were far enough, Lu Zhuangyuan whispered to his son in a harsh voice. Slave? What kind of slave has meat to eat every day? Chapter 256, Birth. Lu Zhuangyuan explained to his eldest son, the young Taoist is someone who does big things. He won't be driving us too hard. In fact, he might even be so busy that he won't focus on us. That's why we must discern someone's behavior and temperament before we do anything. Plus, this could be a good chance for us. Didn't you hear when Xiucai told us that the Taoist taught one of the boys with vitiligo a supernatural power? We should all be physically stronger than the boy, and yet, he was the one who was given the power. That's why we need to think things through thoroughly. Go ahead and think about this when you are alone later, and see if you still think I'm being irrational. Hearing this, Lu Jiren looked at his father in surprise. So in the end it was about the supernatural powers. Talk less and work more. No need to think about the useless things, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he pulled his son back to the ox cart. The Lu family soon started practicing their singing and performance once again. Since they would be restarting their performances soon, they were rehearsing the basics so that they could perform well. After everyone finished their lunch, they resumed their journey toward the Liang Kingdom. Though they didn't know the exact location of the Liang Kingdom, They knew that they were close when the grassy plains around them became sparser and were replaced by shrubs. The sun gradually set on the western horizon, and a sudden scream broke the peaceful atmosphere. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Luo Wanhua screaming while sitting on top of the ox cart. At this moment, she was hugging her abdomen in a panic while looking at her wet skirt. Her water had broken. Quickly bring her into the horse carriage. Wanhua is giving birth. Lu Zhuangyuan's shout caused everyone to spring into action. Their ox cart stopped too. Then, the women went and helped with the birth while the men stayed farther away. Why are you going there? It's not like you can help with anything, Li Huowang asked Bai Lingyao when he saw the latter was rushing toward the horse carriage. Bai Lingyao blushed. I wanted to see what it's like to give birth. It might be useful for me next time. Seeing her go away, Li Huowang leaped up and landed on top of another horse carriage. He lay down at the top and stared at the beautiful red clouds depicting the sunset. Li Huowang closed his eyes and took a deep breath while hearing the people scurrying around at the back. Without the hallucinations, he finally felt peace. He no longer needed to get caught up between reality and the hallucination again. Taoist, it seems that your hallucinations are no more. Li Huowang turned around and saw Monk's illusion standing in the air. Beside him were Peng Longting and Jin Shanjiao's illusions. Even though his hallucination was gone, he still had to deal with the illusions. Yeah, the black Taisui is working. I will no longer get stuck in the hallucination. Hee. Did you know that I tried pissing Wang Wei off one last time because I had a sliver of hope that the other side was real? It's a shame that it was nothing but a hallucination, said Li Huowang. As he spoke, he looked up and saw a cloud that resembled Yang Na. His voice was filled with longing and disappointment as he continued. I really wanted the other side to be real. Taoist, what are you saying? I don't understand you, asked Monk. Hee. If you don't understand me, then don't talk to me again or the others might think that I'm having one of my episodes again. Li Huowang turned around and stared at the few remaining grassy hills. After some time, Li Huowang looked toward the back of the other horse carriage. It had been a while, but the baby had yet to be born. He didn't know if it was normal for it to take that long because he had never been in a situation where he had to see someone give birth. I hope the process is smooth, since I can't help with anything at all. No, wait. I learned how to refine some pills while I was in Zephyr Temple. Too bad there's no furnaces here and I can't refine some blood-nourishing pills, muttered Li Huowang. Sisai. At that moment, a faint sound caught his attention and caused him to sit up. He tried to listen where the sound came from, but it had already disappeared. Li Huowang slowly laid back down in confusion. Did I misheard it? Where did that sound come from? He thought about it and slid his fingers into his ear to pick out the earwax. He found that there was indeed something in there. He slowly picked it out and saw that it was an extremely large scab. The moment he pulled out the scab, his hearing sensitivity skyrocketed. He could even hear the sound of the grass growing underneath him. This is too loud. I can't stay sane like this. Li Huowang took out a pair of scissors with jagged edges and leaped down. He sheared off some of the fur off a lamb's body and stuffed it into his ear. Phew, much better. Li Huowang kept the scissors back into his sachet of torture tools. What is that? Li Huowang saw a black standing atop one of the distant mountains, but it was too far away even for him to see what it was. Wah wah wah. The sound of a baby's cry suddenly rang out. Hearing the sound, Li Huowang turned around with everyone else and went toward the horse carriage. When they approached it, everyone saw that Lu Jiren was already standing at the entrance of the horse carriage. He was smiling happily. Hee, I have a son, now I have a son. On the other hand, Li Huowang was confused as he saw the baby crying in by Ling Yao's arms. Is the baby sick? Why is it so ugly? It's like a monkey without fur. Chun Xiaoman saw Li Huowang's complicated look and instinctively knew what he was thinking and explained it to him. Seniorly, that's how babies are like when they are just born. Oh, is that so? After a careful explanation from Xiaoman, Li Huowang learned for the first time that he had been having a misconception about babies. He had always thought that all babies looked similar to a 3-month-old baby. However, today he learned that it was normal for a baby to look ugly when it was just born. Li Huowang went and congratulated Lu Zhuangyuan when he came out from the horse carriage. Thank you, thank you. Lu Zhuangyuan's wrinkled face was as happy as a blooming flower. Then, Lu Zhuangyuan addressed everyone and accepted their congratulations. Everyone, I'm sorry that we don't have any eggs, right now. Once we reach a town, we will give everyone some red eggs. Everyone was happy and celebrating the birth of the baby. While everyone was reveling in celebration, Li Huowang suddenly felt his heart tighten. He instinctively raised his head and looked into the distance. A small black had appeared on the red grass caused by the sunset. The black that was slowly approaching them from the distant mountain. Something's wrong. Li Huowang growled at what he saw. Herd the lambs. We are leaving now. Li Huowang's shout immediately broke the happy atmosphere. Even though they were confused, they knew that something was wrong when they saw how serious he looked. Amidst Bun's barking, the white lambs, ox carts, and the horse carriages soon started moving again. Time slowly passed, and the sky became dark. Li Huowang used the last remaining sunlight and saw that the black that was closing in on them. 1. He wants to make red eggs as a sign of celebration. Chapter 257 Lama. Once the sky became dark, they took out the glowing green stones to illuminate their surroundings. Everyone continued to walk nervously, especially since Li Huowang never told them to stop. The moon gradually rose up, showering the ground with its silver light. Li Huowang was atop the roof of the ox cart as he looked back. He saw that the blob of darkness had disappeared. It's gone? What was that? Was that thing attracted to me or the baby? Li Huowang muttered, trying to guess what it was. Just then, the ox cart stopped moving, prompting Li Huowang to shout, "Don't stop. Keep moving." But the ox cart did not move. It was the only time they did not heed his warning. When Li Huowang turned around, he understood why they stopped. The black dot was now directly in front of them. At that moment, Li Huowang finally saw what the black dot was. It was a group of black lambs. The lambs just stood still on the spot and didn't move, almost as if they were puppets. There was a llama standing amidst the black lambs. He was wearing a coat made from black lamb fur and had a drum hung on his waist. He was wearing a necklace and bracelets made from little bones. Sitting atop his head was a llama hat. His eyes were completely black as he looked at Li Huowang. The llama's face was quite weird, with patches of yellow and black. When Li Huowang examined them, he saw that those were age spots. Li Huowang knew the llama was hostile to them. At that moment, the llama suddenly raised his skinny right arm. An old vulture flew down from the sky and landed on his arm. The vulture was almost featherless and had saggy skin. For some reason, Li Huowang recalled the man-eating vultures he had seen back at the Women's Mountain during the process of sky burial. Senior Li, the llama. Chen Xiaoman took out her bronze bell but didn't know what to do. Don't worry. You guys can go first. Ignore him, instructed Li Huowang. Under Li Huowang's orders, everyone lowered their heads and circled around the black lambs. On the other hand, Li Huowang continued to stand atop the ox cart and never let the llama out of his sight. When they got closer, Li Huowang saw that the black lambs were all lacking teeth. All of them were old lambs. There was also a very hostile aura coming off the llama and the black lambs. Li Huowang didn't know how to describe it. Suddenly, Li Huowang saw something else. The black lambs in front of him were not lambs, but a group of old men wearing the fur of black lambs. He only saw a glimpse of it before everything returned back to normal. The black lambs were still standing there motionlessly. Li Huowang didn't know if he had seen through the illusion spell or if he was just seeing things. The black lambs beside the llama all started bleeding at the same time. In response, Li Huowang's white lambs answered back. Soon, the lambs on both sides started bleeding one after another, annoying Li Huowang in the process. Enough! Li Huowang roared, making the lambs all shut up. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I can't ignore this any longer. Li Huowang looked at the black llama and broke the silence first. Good day, senior. I am a disciple of the Ao Jing sect, Ergio. I'm coincidentally passing by your territory. I seek your forgiveness if I have accidentally offended you. Li Huowang decided to use a fake identity to see if it was useful or not. He was hoping that the llama didn't know that he was a strayed one. At the same time, this was also a threat. By announcing himself to be a part of the Ao Jing sect, he was threatening the llama to not attack them. The Ao Jing sect was an established sect after all, but the llama did nothing in the face of Li Huowang's statement. Seeing this, Li Huowang told the others to continue marching. Let's go. He didn't know what the llama was trying to do, but Li Huowang did not want to engage the llama, especially since he didn't know how strong the latter was. At his command, the wheels started moving and they moved away from the black llama. Everyone was focused on their path ahead and remained silent. As they passed him by, Li Huowang felt his back prickling, his brain thinking about numerous possibilities. At that moment, he suddenly felt the presence once again. It had appeared directly behind him. Li Huowang decided to stand his ground and turned around. He saw that the llama was just 2 meters away from him. Li Huowang finally got the chance to see the llama's face up close. This was the first time he had seen someone's face being completely covered in age spots. The Lama didn't have any teeth and his lips were curled inwards, looking like he was more than 100 years old. The Lama was very old. Looking at him up close, Huowang almost cut down the Lama, shocked by how scary the latter looked. It took a lot of his strength to suppress his instincts to attack the Lama. Huowang lowered his head and saw the Lama's legs. They were gone, replaced with bone prosthetics. He only realized that just now because the Lama had been hiding his legs among the black lambs. As he observed the Lama, a bizarre feeling washed over Huowang, attempting to make him relax and close his eyes forever. But Huowang would never surrender to it. He gripped his sword and snarled, "Senior, I don't remember offending you. If you continue to do this, then do not blame me for what's going to happen next." Huowang pulled his sword out a little, and an intense killing intent instantly engulfed the surroundings. Seeing this, the Black Lama squinted his eyes and stared at Huowang's sword. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was so tense that none of the others could breathe. Xiucai had even pissed himself. Just as Huowang was about to completely unsheath his sword and fight against the Lama, something happened. Dong! The Lama hit the drum on his waist. Dong! At the same time, a similar sound came from behind Huowang. It was Yinling Yao. She was hitting the drum that she used to summon the immortals. Dong 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 dong. Both drums sounded together. It was as if they were conversing with each other. After a few minutes, the sound of the drums stopped, and the heavy atmosphere disappeared. Then, the vulture on the Lama's arm flew up and the black lambs advanced like a black cloud, covering the Lama's horrible lower body before lifting him up as they slowly retreated away. Even as he saw the Lama leave, Huowang dared not let his guard down. He immediately told everyone to start walking again. They walked the entire night. When the sun was out and Huowang finally told them to stop, everyone fell onto the ground and started panting, partly due to tiredness and partly due to shock. What happened last night had been far too scary. They weren't even sure if the Lama had been alive or dead. Huowang looked around him and saw that the Lama was nowhere in sight. He asked Yinling Yao, "Did the Lama say something to you with the drum?" Yinling Yao nodded. "Yes. He said that he was from the Surveillance Bureau. He will let you go this time around, but there won't be a second chance." Translator's thoughts. You would never want to be his opponent. This is the Black Lama fan art. Credits to Gudzid of Lanchi Badzao on Douyin. Chapter 258, Large Village. Huowang walked alongside the horse carriage while thinking about what the Lama had said. What did he mean by there won't be a second chance? Huowang thought about the Lion Dance Palace and the dead Han Fu. Those were the only things he recalled doing in Qingqiu. Yinling Yao shook her head. "I don't know either. He just said that there will be no second chance next time and didn't say anything else." Huowang didn't know why the Lama had just left like that. Still, he was very interested in the Lama's identity. He's from the Surveillance Bureau of Qingqiu, so that's what someone from the Surveillance Bureau looks like. Huowang had just learned what the Surveillance Bureau would look like on the inside. He was sure that the organization would be crawling with weird people like the Lama, but he didn't know if that was good news or bad news. Huowang looked at the sun above their heads and told all of them, "Everyone, we can stop and rest for now. I will guard first." Hearing his words, everyone brought out their sleeping mats and blankets from the ox cart and immediately fell asleep on the ground. Some of them were even snoring loudly. After walking for so long and being scared by the Lama, their body had long since been at the breaking point. Huowang was also tired, but he had no choice but to stay awake. Even though the Lama said that he would let them go this time, Huowang still didn't trust him. Every time Huowang was about to fall asleep, he would bring out the torture tools and keep himself awake through the pain. He was already very good at this after traveling for so long. Everyone slept until late into the evening. When they woke up to prepare dinner, Huowang finally laid down on the ox cart and closed his eyes. Even though he fell asleep due to how tired he was, he didn't really sleep all that well. Different scenes appeared in his dream. Huowang suddenly woke up when one of the dreams made him realize something. The Lama's presence. I have felt that presence before at the Bayou capital. It was coming from the white Bodhisattva. That's the presence of death. Having said that, Huowang fell back limply and once again fell asleep under everyone's gaze. The wheels of the ox cart continued to move. They passed by some trees and fields, an indication that they had left Qingqiu and entered the Liang Kingdom's border. With this, everyone became much more cheerful. At the very least, they would be safer within the Liang Kingdom. Yinling Yao was naturally the happiest. She was finally back in her home country. She circled around Huowang and continued talking about her home, her parents, her siblings, and even the goose who loved to lie down on the village head's lap. But Li Huowang was distracted throughout. He was still thinking about the black-robed Lama. I'm definitely right. He was exuding the presence of death. That means that he was someone from the sect that worshipped death, using that massive cauldron within the caves. Even though he didn't know the name of the sect, he knew that they had to be powerful. After all, they used the power of death. He was glad that he hadn't fought against the Lama, or he might have had to pay a heavy price. Senior Li, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about? Bai Lingmiao grumbled at Li Huowang, who was ignoring her. HM, did you say something? Li Huowang stared at her sheepishly. I said that with this much silver, we can build our own house, replied Bai Lingmiao, pouting. Oh, that's great. Li Huowang was about to just gloss over her when he saw that she wasn't wearing her blindfolds and immediately took the strip of silk from her wrist. He used it to cover her eyes and held her hands. I told you to wear it when the sunlight is strong. If you keep hurting your eyes like that, then you will go blind. After saying that, Li Huowang turned around and looked at the people around them. As they approached the Liang Kingdom, he saw more and more people walking on the path. They were skinny and tanned and held bags of grains above their heads. It was clear that the passers-by were afraid of Li Huowang and everyone else. No one would dare stand beside a group of people covered in black veils. If it wasn't for the Lu family troop walking with them, the passers-by would have all run off. Li Huowang thought about something and walked up to where Lu Zhuangyuan was playing with his grandson before whispering something to him. All right, I will do just that. Don't worry, young Taoist, replied Lu Zhuangyuan, finally feeling that he was being useful. Then, he took his smoke pipe and happily walked up to one of the passers-by. Meanwhile, Li Huowang pulled out the lamb fur from his ears so that he could hear their conversations. Hello, may I know where everyone is going? Asked Lu Zhuangyuan. We are heading to harvest the wheat, replied the passerby. Oh, yeah, it's almost harvest season. We are harvesters that help people harvest their wheat, explained the passerby. From their conversation, Li Huowang learned that the harvesters didn't have a lot of fields of their own. To earn money, they would go and ask people with a lot of fields to allow them to help with harvesting the wheat. Here, Lu Zhuangyuan's years of experience shined greatly, easily allowing him to obtain information from the honest men with just a few questions. Young Taoist, they told me that there's a large village just further up. After passing the village, there should be a town. They told me that the town is quite large and many people from Qingqiu would go there to sell their lambs, reported Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang nodded in approval when he looked at Lu Zhuangyuan's smiling face. Do they know where Cowheart Mountain is? Li Huowang had not forgotten the reason they had traveled so far. They needed to send Bai Lingmiao home. They didn't know where it was. They said that the area bordering Qingqiu mainly consists of flatlands. The deeper we enter the Liang Kingdom, the more mountains there will be, explained Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang was not disappointed when he heard that. It was as if he had already anticipated it. Since they are locals, we can just follow them so as to not get lost. Once we reach the town, we can purchase a map of the Liang Kingdom and determine where to go after that, declared Li Huowang. All right, Lu Zhuangyuan felt useful and happily walked away with his smoke pipe. They walked along the dirt path and passed through a bamboo forest. When they finally got out of the forest, they saw the scenery unfold in front of their very eyes. Fields of rice and millet swayed with the wind, rippling like a sea of gold. At the same time, numerous black dots the size of ants were swinging their sickles to harvest the grains. The soil of the Liang Kingdom is so rich. Back in our old home, we didn't get a harvest like this every year. Lu Zhuangyuan was quite envious of the scene in front of him. But no matter what they said, the passers-by only saw the field as money. They walked down to discuss their prices with the owner. It's good if they have a good harvest. That way, we at least know that the food and ration prices will be cheap here in the Liang Kingdom, said Li Huowang as the ox cart slowly moved into the village. Chapter 259 Show. We don't have wheat flour, but we do have millet flour and corn flour. Do you want them? An old man was sitting on a flat piece of stone with a clay bowl. He was selling flours of different kinds and explaining to Lu Zhuangyuan, who had been looking to buy some food ingredients. Why don't you have wheat flour? There's wheat everywhere within the field. We are willing to pay for it, Lu Zhuangyuan huffed. While the other kinds of flour were edible, they were coarser and not as refined as wheat flour. Also, since he was not spending his own money, there was no reason to be stingy about it. He wanted to eat something better. The old man shook his head. I'm afraid I can't sell it. I have to give the wheat flour to the officials as taxes. If I don't, my son would be taken by them to be a slave. Young Taoist, what should we do? Lu Zhuangyuan turned around and looked at Li Huowang, feeling puzzled. The latter was petting Bun at the back. After getting his approval, Lu Zhuangyuan turned back to the old man. All right, we will take it. We will take the coarser flour. Since we are buying in bulk, give us a good price. As the bags of food were placed onto the horse carriage, the entire carriage sank slightly deeper into the ground. There were benefits to buying in bulk. The old man agreed to their request of letting them stay at his place. He had 2 empty granaries that they could stay the night in. Even though the flour they bought was coarse, young Xiaohai was able to make some delicious meals out of them. He first made some dough before placing it onto the edge of the black pot. The heat cooked the dough into delicious flat cornbreads. He was also using some lamb bones to cook soup in a pot. Their dinner tonight consisted of flat cornbread with hearty lamb soup. It was a simple yet delicious meal. Young Taoist, there's a lot of people in this area. We need to have some people watch over the lambs during the night, or I'm afraid that someone might come and steal them, reminded Lu Zhuangyuan while drinking the soup. Don't worry. Let Bun sleep amongst the lambs. If someone tries to steal them, Bun will bark loudly, said Li Huowang as he threw a piece of the lamb bone downward. Seeing the piece of lamb bone, Bun immediately snatched it up and started happily munching on it. It might not be adequate if we only have a dog keeping watch. How about this? I can guard the lambs along with my youngest son. I've heard that these lambs become extremely valuable once they're out of Qingqiu, suggested Lu Zhuangyuan. When Li Huowang did not deny his request, Lu Zhuangyuan smiled. Hee, the Lu family is having another chance to show its worth. Is your daughter-in-law fine? She gave birth out in the wilderness after all. Should we find someone to see if she's okay? Asked Li Huowang. No need. She had already given birth once, and so it should come naturally to her, just like pooping. Oh, I suppose this is not appropriate to say during a meal. Sorry, young Taoist, said Lu Zhuangyuan. While they were happily eating within the granary, they heard some commotion outside. Puppy turned around and gave Li Huowang a knowing look. Then, he grabbed a piece of flat cornbread and curiously walked outside with his bowl of soup. The granary fell silent, except for the slurping and chewing noises. The flat cornbread was quite chewy after adding in the millet flour, so they had to eat it slowly. Soon, Puppy came back with a happy face, his bowl already empty. You guys, do you know what I just saw? Everyone took one glance at him before continuing with their meal. What did you see? Lu Xiucai asked to dispel the awkwardness surrounding his best friend. Puppy put down his bowl and clapped his hands. I just saw someone performing there. There were both men and women. They set up their stage just outside the village. Li Huowang and the others did not react to this, but the Lu family was immediately interested. The competition between those in the same field of work was intense. Lu Zhuangyuan placed his bowl onto the ground and wiped his mouth with his sleeves. He stood straight and walked out like a proud rooster. Come, let's go and see what kind of performance is being shown in the Liang Kingdom. Li Huowang stared at them leaving the place as he continued munching on his flat cornbread. He noticed that Lu Zhuangyuan was indifferent toward many things, but he became oddly competitive when he encountered another performance troupe. While Li Huowang was not interested in it, the others were somewhat attracted to it. After all, they had been traveling for so long and hadn't had the chance to relax. Thus, when they heard that there was a performance, the others wanted to watch it as well. They ate quickly and kept away their empty bowls without even washing them. Seniorly, let's go. Yeah, let's go and watch, Taoist. I love performances too. No, refused Li Huowang. Seniorly, please don't be like that. The performances here are incredible. I used to watch them while getting hugged by my grandmother. Bai Ling Miao gently pulled on his wrist while trying to persuade him. Yeah, let's go. Taoist, I beg you. Monk's illusion was also doing his best to persuade Li Huowang. Li Huowang almost cursed at the illusion, but had to swallow his words so as to not scare Bai Ling Miao. Li Huowang placed down his bowl and walked outside. As he did, he heard both Bai Ling Miao and Monk cheering from behind him at the same time. When he walked out of the granary, he saw that the spacious entrance of the village was very crowded. There were even people sitting on the walls and the trees. It seemed that everyone within the village was gathered here, including the Lu family. Li Huowang carried Bai Ling Miao and jumped up onto a roof. There, they sat down on the solid roof tiles and watched the brightly lit stage. The troupe had lit numerous lanterns along the stage in order to let the audience have a good view of them. Jiang, 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 jiang. One of the performers made their entrance along with the rhythm. The performer had a red face, 6 flags on their back, and wore a crown with 2 long pheasant tails. The performer danced briefly while holding a mace in each of his hands. Then, The performer smacked both maces together, and the music stopped. Before anyone knew what was going on, the performer started singing in a strong and powerful voice. Hear the sound of the golden drum, summon your courageous spirit, recall your warhorse, and your heroic figure. We must uphold our responsibility. We must not lose even an inch of our land to them. Yeah. Bai Ling Miao and Monk's illusion clapped at the same time. Li Huowang looked at Bai Ling Miao having fun before looking back toward the stage. Li Huowang didn't know what kind of story it was, who the character in front of him was, nor who they were fighting against. All he could deduce from the lyrics was that the performer was a general from the Liang Kingdom, and that he was boosting the morale of his men before the war. But he didn't really read too deep into it. Since he was persuaded by Bai Ling Miao to be here, he just sat there with her to make her happy. At first, Li Huowang thought that the performance was the same as the Liu family troops, where they just sang on the stage. But he soon saw what made the performance in the Liang Kingdom incredible. Chapter 260, Woman. As if to emulate how intense a war could be, the red-faced general who was surrounded by several soldiers leaped onto a table with only 3 legs and spun it on its edges. Jiang, 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 jiang. The performer spun the table for minutes, even though the table only had 3 legs. It was quite impressive. Even Li Huowang was shocked to see the performance. Are the requirements to become performers in the Liang Kingdom this high? Jiang, jiang, tai. The general did a backflip and finally landed on the stage safely. At the same time, the soldiers around the performer all fell to the ground. Then, the general posed, and the crowd cheered. Even Li Huowang was clapping his hands. He was wrong. He had thought that performances were all more or less the same. But this one was amazing. Even someone like Li Huowang, who was not into performances, could enjoy it. When Li Huowang was engrossed in the performance, the general's body suddenly froze. The 2 pheasant tail feathers in his crown stood upright and shook violently. "HM, who's there?" Just as the general said those words, the lights on the stage were blown out completely. Everything became pitch black. When Li Huowang was confused by what was happening, the lanterns suddenly lit up once more, but this time the lanterns were an eerie green color. The general was still on the stage, but there was someone else besides him. It was a woman. She had her back against the crowd while her long sleeves were shaking continuously, making them look like a waterfall. The music had stopped. The only sound on the stage was a panting sound that grew heavier and heavier. Hee. An eerie chuckle suddenly rang out from near Li Huowang, causing the hair all over his body to stand on end. "Motherfucker. Can't we catch a break?" Li Huowang snarled and grabbed his sword. He almost launched himself toward the stage. Bai Ling Miao suddenly held him back with all her strength and quickly explained, "Senior Li, it's fake. It's a show. Fake." Li Huowang started at the stage warily. He saw that the general was cautiously circling the woman. At that moment, the woman suddenly turned around. At the same time, 2 bronze mirrors were raised from the sides of the stage. They reflected the light from the lanterns and shone onto the woman's face, or rather the lack thereof. Everyone was frightened by it. Even the children were crying from fear. But Li Huowang sighed. It was indeed all a show. He could see that the faceless head was just a prop while the woman's real head was hidden inside the dress. After confirming this, Li Huowang released his grip on the sword and sat down once more. Are the performances in the Liang Kingdom always so unique? Do you guys even add horror elements into the performances? Senior Li, what's a horror element? This is how the show has always been performed since 100 years ago. Legends say that when General Yu was on the battlefield, he met such a being, said Bai Ling Miao. Staring at the eerie stage, Li Huowang thought to himself that if this legend was true, then it would probably be even scarier than this. As the performance continued, the general on the stage swung his mace and easily knocked off the woman's head, causing her to fall flat onto the ground. But the woman had just fallen when a man appeared on the side of the stage. He had a black face, and 2 copper coins made of paper were stuck to his cheeks as he swaggered onto the stage. Wahaha! Sharp fangs appeared and disappeared from his mouth. He was doing teeth play. While the drums continued to play, the fangs rubbed against each other and made fiery sparks that were easily visible in the dark. Hee. Bai Ling Miao heard Li Huowang's chuckle and turned to him, feeling confused. Senior Li, why are you laughing? Is the show not interesting? It is interesting, but I'm not laughing at the performers. I'm laughing at Troop Leader Liu. Looks like he's out of his depth this time. I don't think he will be able to earn even a single coin here in the Liang Kingdom with his techniques, explained Li Huowang as he looked at Lu Zhuanyuan's increasingly frustrated face. That said, the Liang Kingdom is indeed different from the other places. Everyone here has access to better materials and entertainment. This is indeed a very strong nation. That night, everyone was satisfied with the performance, including Li Huowang. The performers also earned a lot of money. They chose to perform during the harvest season because the landlords had a lot of money on their hands and were very generous. On the other hand, Lu Zhuangyuan came back defeated. He was no longer as arrogant as before. His pride as a performer has been crushed. Compared to the others who were discussing the show, Lu Zhuangyuan brought his 2 sons into the granary before quietly heading to a corner. Father, they could even make sparks from their mouths. How can we compete with them? Lu Xiucai was the first to break the silence. Why can't we compete with them? The performer at the end didn't sing as well as I could, said Lu Zhuangyuan, trying his best to defend himself. But it was futile. He soon deflated like a balloon. It was not enough to close the gap between them and the performers here. After a while, Lu Zhuangyuan took a puff of the smoke pipe and walked over to Bai Lingmiao. Young lady Bai, can I ask you a question? Is the performance of every troupe in the Liang Kingdom as entertaining as the one tonight? Yeah, and it's not just this particular story. They can perform numerous kinds of stories. This is not even the best one, replied Bai Lingmiao. When he slowly walked back to his sons, Lu Zhuangyuan's back was even more hunched than before. That night, Lu Zhuangyuan couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking about how to improve his performances. If we can't perform and earn money here, then I will just become someone who's nothing more than a parasite. However, he was not the only one awake that night. When the rooster's call was heard in the morning, Lu Xiucai saw Puppy embracing Hunger while walking out from a small forest. Both of them were happily chatting and flirting with each other. When Puppy saw Lu Xiucai carrying some water from the well, he left Hunger and happily walked over to him. Hey, did you know what I was doing last night? He asked Puppy, chuckling lewdly. Lu Xiucai remained silent and carried the pail of water into the granary, but Puppy was too excited to stop talking. That feeling it feels good he. Puppy's face was beyond obscene. Chapter 261, Object. Lu Xiucai listened to Puppy as the latter continued showing off and finally could not bear it any longer. He smashed the bucket onto the ground and glared at him fiercely. What's the big deal? Aren't you just relying on your senior? Or do you think that woman would even look at you? You really said it right. I really am relying on my senior, but you don't have one. Puppy was very proud. What's the big deal about that? I don't care. When my dad buys a theater, Lu Xiucai discontentedly picked up the bucket again and pouted as he walked back to the house. Meanwhile, after finally leaving Qingqiu, Li Huowang could also sense everyone's exhaustion after such a long journey. He decided to let them rest here for a few more days first. Coincidentally, there was a theater troupe right beside, which could provide entertainment for them. During these few days, troupe leader Lu attended every day. He was always right at the front of the stage. From how he looked at them, one would be forgiven for thinking that he wanted to swallow them whole. At night, in the spacious granary, Li Huowang sat on his blanket and focused on studying Han Fu's copper coin sword. From the nascent soul, he had learnt that this sword had a remarkable origin and had the ability to slay evil spirits as well. Through the process of confronting Han Fu, Li Huowang had seen that the copper coins of this sword could disperse. If he could master the use of this sword, then at least he would not need to chop off his fingertips each time for long-range attacks. Speaking of which, even now, whenever he was faced with danger, profound records was the thing he used most frequently. Li Huowang still wanted to replace this self-mutilating style of fighting as it was not very healthy for himself. It was only that he had not yet found someone that could be experimented on, and so he still couldn't use the coin sword just yet. At that moment, he turned to look at his belongings beside him. The set of torture tools made by a blacksmith, the sword he had carried ever since his time from the Zephyr Temple, the black tassel sword he had obtained from the abyss, and the gourd that was filled with 19 lifespan pills. Lastly, there was also the sacred text, something that had been useless from start to end. Li Huowang slowly scanned all these things and finally settled on the sacred text that once belonged to Dan Yangzi. He examined it inch by inch, occasionally pressing it with his hand. In the end, he once again confirmed that it was just a stone tablet with inscriptions encouraging virtue and nothing else. Li Huowang sighed and threw the heavy sacred text onto the ground. He felt like he had some illness that made him carry this useless piece of stone over 1,000 miles for no reason. Should I just toss it? Li Huowang pondered, then picked up the piece of stone once again. No, this object might be useless, but it still has good hardness. It might somehow come in handy. Li Huowang looked around and focused his gaze on Gao Zhijian, who was playing with Bun. Zhijian, come here. I'll give you a protective mirror, called out Li Huowang. Soon, the stone slab, tied with a chain, was hung around Gao Zhijian's chest. The chain was the one that was used to tie Li Huowang down before. Gao Zhijian felt very nervous with Senior Li hanging something so valuable on him. He couldn't help but want to take it off. Don't take it off. From now on, this object will be with you. Anyway, it's useless for me, but it still has some value with you, said Li Huowang. As he spoke, Li Huowang pulled out the black tassel sword and stabbed it at Gao Zhijian's chest. It only left behind a small white spot, but looking at Gao Zhijian, he felt that it was rather awkward. This stone slab hung on the latter's chest and looked like a child's belly band. The area it blocked was too small. Peng Longting's armor should be on the ox cart, right? Put it on, Li Huowang told him after a moment. The armor pieces that crazy woman had been wearing were good things. They could even withstand the murderous aura from his black tassel sword. However, Gao Zhijian shook his head and stuttered, Too heavy. Who told you to wear all of it? Pick a few lighter pieces to protect the crucial areas like your shoulders and neck, said Li Huowang impatiently. Hearing this, Gao Zhijian scratched the back of his head and walked toward the ox cart outside. Soon, the heavy, silver armor appeared on Gao Zhijian's body. With the face mask pressed onto his face and the heavy wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, he instantly turned into a terrifying beast in front of Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Go, test it out. Soon, the crisp sounds of metal colliding came from the courtyard. To his surprise, Li Huowang found that the current Gao Zhijian wouldn't lose to him if he didn't use his profound records. Panting heavily, Li Huowang stabilized himself and looked at Gao Zhijian before him and said, All right, when we encounter trouble, remember to put this on. It'll come in handy. The visor opened to reveal Gao Zhijian's honest face. He nodded and tried to scratch the back of his head, but his hand only managed to touch the smooth surface of the helmet. By the way, everyone is going to watch the play. Why aren't you going? Asked Li Huowang as he sheathed his sword. No, not interesting. Gao Zhijian, soaked in his own sweat, took off the heavy armor on his body. Then, he walked to Bun and squatted beside it, easily flipped it over as he used his strong fingers to scratch Bun's white belly. Bun was very happy to have someone playing with it. It stuck out its tongue while wriggling its body and kicking its four limbs. Looking at the scene of the person and dog playing, Li Huowang shook his head, then carried his sword and walked back into the house. He arranged the things on the ground, but hesitated when faced with 3 swords. One was the black tassel sword he had gotten from the abyss. One was the copper coin sword he obtained from Han Fu, and the third was Senior Chongming's sharp sword from back at the Zephyr Temple. He was no blacksmith, and carrying 3 swords was too heavy. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Lu Xiucai, who had 1 green leaf stuck on his hair, rushed in. When the latter saw Li Huowang alone, he passionately knelt before him and kowtowed 3 times. Taoist, I bow to you to become your apprentice. Teach me your supernatural powers. Li Huowang was puzzled, not knowing what this guy was up to. Has he been enchanted by the play? Stop kneeling, I can't teach you. Li Huowang was stating the truth. He could not teach the ability to displace his body, nor could he teach the use of profound records. The only thing he could impart were his half-baked pill-refining abilities or his skilled torture techniques. But it didn't seem like this guy would be interested in either of those. Taoist, please teach me. If not, I won't get up. Xiucai kowtowed once again. Then keep kowtowing, said Li Huowang as he turned around and continued to examine his 3 swords. At this point, the one-armed Chun Xiaoman stepped in from outside. Li Huowang paused as he looked at the girl covered in black hair. Then, he picked up the sharp sword that had accompanied him for the longest time and tossed it over to her. Chapter 262, Xiucai. You can use this one. It was wielded by Senior Chongming back then. This sword is decent and cuts through iron like mud, but I never had the chance to use it, Li Huowang said to Chun Xiaoman, who was holding his sword. Chun Xiaoman looked at the long sword in her hand, surprised. Although it was a bit heavy for her, it was still much better than her previous weapons. Thank you, Senior Li. Practice your sword skills regularly. Although I gave you that bell, don't rely on the wandering gods for everything. After all, inviting them once costs 3 months of life. How many 3 months does a person have in one lifetime? Said Li Huowang. Chun Xiaoman nodded. Then, she turned around and faced young Xiaohai, who had just come in. Excited, she took off her own sword from her waist and stuffed it into his arms. This sword is yours from now on. Let's go? Let's have some practice outside, said Xiaoman. The next few days passed peacefully, without the need to rush on the road while braving against the wind and the rain. Apart from eating and drinking, they spent all their time watching plays. Aside from the members of the Lu family, the exhaustion on everyone's faces had reduced significantly. However, after 4 days, they had to continue on their way. Li Huowang had originally wanted to stay a few more days, but he noticed that the sheep from the Qingqiu were starting to lose weight because they hadn't eaten enough. If they lost any more weight, they would likely die. The sleeping blankets and iron pots were put back on the ox cart, and they began to walk toward the town mentioned by the harvester. "What happened to your face?" Li Huowang asked Lu Zhuangyuan upon noticing the bruise around his right eye. Nothing at all. I accidentally fell when I went to the toilet at night," Lu Zhuangyuan said with an awkward smile on his face. "Hey, this is not from a fall. He secretly went to the backstage of someone else's house to steal some skills, and he was caught by the leader of that troop and got beaten up." Puppy's words instantly made troop leader Lu hang his head in shame, but he still tried to justify himself. I wasn't stealing. I just want to take a look." Obviously, even he himself didn't believe his own words. To change the subject, Lu Zhuangyuan immediately sold out his own son. "Taoist, I already know about Xiucai's matter. I have scolded him severely. Be the bigger person and don't lower yourself to his level." What happened? After a brief moment of confusion, Li Huowang immediately understood what the other party was talking about. "Oh, you mean the matter of apprenticeship? Don't worry, it's nothing. I really can't teach my abilities to others. If I could, I would have taught my juniors long ago. Then, I would have more helpers around me." That's good. Lu Zhuangyuan was hunched over, as he smiled and nodded continuously by Li Huowang's side. "Troop leader Lu, how long did those harvesters say it would take to get to the town?" "They said that it would take about 4 days of journey to reach there," replied Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang nodded, slightly accelerating his pace. "I hope that the town is big enough, and that I can buy a map with Cowheart Mountain marked on it." Li Huowang wanted to get to his destination immediately, but the journey had to be taken step by step. Though the ox cart had strong carrying capacity, it couldn't even compare to a donkey cart in terms of speed, let alone a horse-drawn carriage. As the sun set, the ox cart and the sheep formed a wall with the inside having dinner. Today, they had knife-cut noodles for dinner. Yang Xiaohai skillfully kneaded the dough into a ball, and then held a knife in his left hand and the dough in his right. A cold light danced, and strips of noodles were shaved into the pot. During this time, while he hadn't made much progress in his swordsmanship, his knife skills had certainly improved. When some freshly picked bamboo shoots were thrown in, a bowl of bamboo shoot and lamb oil knife-cut noodles was quickly ready. "Junior Yang, your skills are getting better. In the future, you can become a chef," Puppy commented. Then, him and Honger each scooped a bowl and walked toward the ox cart. The two of them exchanged bites as they ate heartily. With a large bruise on his head obtained from his dad's tobacco pipe, Lu Xiucai came to the pot with his bowl and picked up some of the noodles while seething. "What's so special about this?" "Wait till my dad buys a theater." "Brother Xiucai, what did you say?" Lu Xiucai looked up at Yang Xiaohai. There was a round-faced woman behind Xiaohai, holding a bowl, and walking back with a cold expression. There was no other activity after dinner, and everyone went to sleep early. Tonight, Lu Xiucai and his brother took turns to stand guard. Li Huowang slept well in the first half of the night, but just before the third section of the night, he was awakened by a strong killing intent. He opened the blanket and pushed Bai Ling Miao out from his arms, then flipped around to locate his weapons on the ox cart. He could only find the copper coin sword. The black tassel sword from the abyss was missing. "You brat! What are you doing? Put the sword down quickly." Lu Zhuangyuan's cries woke everyone up. Li Huowang immediately turned and rushed toward the direction of the campfire. Finally, he spotted his weapon within the Lu family's encirclement. At this moment, the black tassel sword was being held by Lu Xiucai. Clearly unable to bear the killing intent released by the sword, his body was involuntarily bent backward, his expression grim as he gasped for breath. Panicked, Lu Zhuangyuan rushed to Li Huowang's side and fearfully asked, "Taoist, what's going on? Why did that brat become like this?" "Ha! I have divine powers now. I can kill anyone I want." Lu Xiucai laughed maniacally. When he saw Li Huowang coming toward him, Lu Xiucai instinctively pointed the sword at him. However, Li Huowang just grabbed the blade with one hand, and then raised his right foot before kicking the young man's soft stomach. "Ooh!" Lu Xiucai knelt on the ground and held his tummy. He vomited out all the bamboo shoot knife-cut noodles he had eaten tonight. Meanwhile, Li Huowang resheathed the sword and looked at his bleeding palm. He casually shook off the blood, and then turned to Xiucai. I'll say it again. I don't have any supernatural abilities, and I cannot teach them to you. This is the first and the last time. If there's a next time, then you guys can leave. Why won't you teach me? Why can Puppy learn, but not me? I want to be a lord too. I don't want to be an ordinary person, shouted Xiucai. When you really have it, you won't think like this. If I could choose, I would rather be a normal person like you, said Huowang. Then, he turned toward the others and continued. Don't stand around. Go back to sleep. We still have to continue our journey tomorrow. After handling this trivial episode, Huowang grabbed the black tassel sword and turned to leave. Seeing that everything had been settled, the depressed Ganyuan and his eldest son hurriedly approached Xiucai. What kind of foolish thing have you done? Why are you still lying on the ground? Get up quickly, shouted Ganyuan. However, just as he reached out to pull Xiucai up from the ground, the latter slapped him in the face, stunning him. Old man, get away from me. My affairs have nothing to do with you, shouted Xiucai. This series of events didn't end that night. The next morning, Huowang woke up to see Xiucai being hung upside down on a tree while Ganyuan whipped him using a Rot Tin King. Even though his face was covered in blood from being whipped, Xiucai still refused to admit defeat, cursing loudly at his father. Ah, just you wait. You dare to hit me. Kill me if you dare, or I'm going to kill all of you. Ah. Chapter 263, Changes. Ganyuan was enraged to hear his son say such defiant remarks even after he had been punished for so long. You this. Ganyuan was about to raise the Rot-Tan stick to once again swing across Xiucai's face when Huowang, who happened to be passing by, grabbed onto it. Having known Xiucai for a while now, Huowang had gotten to understand him to some extent. To the best of his knowledge, this young man had always been rather timid, and he would never utter such words. There had to be something wrong here. Huowang approached to study Xiucai's upturned figure in front of him. His round, blazing eyes were full of hatred and malicious intent, like a wounded wild beast. After having gone through so much, Huowang had seen it all. He could tell that the fierce stare in front of him was not something an average young guy could just make up. For some reason, Huowang felt an odd feeling of familiarity when he looked into those eyes. Upon closer inspection, Huowang suddenly turned his head and gazed at the tall, headless female corpse behind him. At that moment, it suddenly struck him. The current Xiucai resembled Peng Longting quite a bit. Surprised, Huowang re-evaluated the black tassel sword in front of him. It was after Xiucai had played with the sword that he reached his current state. Although this was a good sword, Huowang underestimated its side effects. Him being a strayed one was the reason why he hadn't felt anything. Abbas once mentioned that military objects often carried a malevolent aura, but this aura couldn't dispel the bewilderment and sense of doubt of a strayed one. However, she never told me the consequences an ordinary person would face upon coming into contact with this weapon. Now, Xiucai had cleared up the doubts that had been bothering Huowang. Namely, what would happen when an ordinary person came into contact with this weapon, and what type of consequences would they face? Huowang shifted his gaze back to Xiucai, re-evaluating those resentful eyes. Could it be that Peng Longting wasn't always like that? That she was similar to Xiucai, and that she too was affected by something that brought about this change? Huowang strained his mind, trying to recall Peng Longting's physical features from before. If he removed the flamboyant green tattoo on her face, she would appear to be nothing more than a demure maiden ready for marriage. But it was also this very woman who had slaughtered thousands of people without batting an eye. Huowang gained a better grasp of military families thanks to Xiucai's change. Individuals like Peng Longting were just ordinary people in the past. To gain greater power, whether through cultivation or other means, their bodies were pushed to acquire certain things. It was these things that produced such severe alterations in their dispositions. Huowang recalled the deeds of the monks back at the righteous monastery and their bodhisattva, as well as the foul-smelling establishment of the benevolent nunnery. It seems that no matter how they cultivate, they will eventually absorb something, and it will affect their character and behavior. The abbess and nuns decay, the monks lust, so what about the military? Ruthlessness, bloodlust, or slaughter? Seeing Huowang standing there with a furrowed brow pondering the issue, troop leader Lu sensed that something was amiss. He set aside his anger as a trace of concern appeared on his weathered face. It seemed that his son was not just being rebellious. The trouble appeared to be something a lot more significant. Regardless of how Lu Xiucai hit or scolded him, he was still his son. Taoist, what happened to my son? Is he possessed? Can you think of a way to cure him? Asked Lu Zhuangyuan. Pulled back to reality by the questions, Li Huowang reassessed Lu Xiucai before turning back to Lu Zhuangyuan to let him know the truth. I don't know much about Lu Xiucai's current state, but based on the overall situation, if his temperament gradually becomes milder, then there should still be hope for recovery. If not, Troop Leader Lu, I advise you to be prepared, said Li Huowang. The meaning behind Li Huowang's words was unspoken yet clear. Upon hearing this news that was like a bolt out of the blue, Troop Leader Lu's body staggered, almost causing him to lose his balance. Before anyone could react, Lu Zhuangyuan knelt before Li Huowang. Li Huowang quickly turned around to avoid the bow from Lu Zhuangyuan as he frowned. Troop Leader Lu, are you trying to shorten my life? No, no, no. Lu Zhuangyuan quickly got up, repeatedly waving his hands. He said nervously, Taoist, it was my fault. If I hadn't started it, he wouldn't have been led astray and tried to steal your sword. The atmosphere became heavy as the onlookers approached silently, listening to what Lu Zhuangyuan was saying. Casting another glance at the inverted Lu Xiucai, Li Huowang sighed and turned toward Bai Ling Miao. Why don't you give it a try? Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic drumbeat rang out, followed by a chant. The sun set on the western mountain, and the skies went dark. Every house closed its doors while the magpies and crows flew back to their trees. The sparrows flew to the rafters, and the entrances to the houses were closed. 10 houses with 9 locked, only 1 remains unlocked. The chanting to invite the Bei family began. The fragrant incense with dark red embers wafted gently into Lu Xiucai's throat, yet there was no response. Seniorly, the immortal families said that Lu Xiucai is fine, relayed by Ling Yao. Li Huowang sneered. These immortal families were just like that, full of tricks when it came to their people. But when faced with real challenges, they were nothing more than a facade. On the other hand, the aggrieved Lu Zhuangyuan turned around and gave Lu Xiucai a slap across his face. He deserves it. This has nothing to do with you. It's his fault. He is already at this age, and still engaging in such improper behavior. This is just his karma. In response, Lu Xiucai's scolding became even louder. Despite the small incident in the evening, they still had to continue with their journey. During the day, Lu Xiucai was still tied up. However, instead of hanging him from a tree, he was now tied to the ox cart. A shadow of gloom covered the faces of everyone in the Lu family troop. But to Li Huowang, who had experienced numerous battles, it was not all that significant whether Lu Xiucai lived or died. Li Huowang himself had enough troubles, and he didn't have the leisure to worry about others. The journey continued, and people gradually adapted to Lu Xiucai's new changes. Eventually, Lu Xiucai was released. After all, he was not Li Huowang. If a person was not strong enough, then his hatred would simply seem laughable. The change in temperament hadn't really increased his strength. Ultimately, he was still a frail young man. Under Lu Zhuangyuan's tobacco pipe and his elder brother's fists, he obediently followed as they continued their journey. At the same time, Troop Leader Lu noticed that although his younger son had become more irritable, there wasn't much change in other aspects of his behavior. For example, he still exchanged vulgar jokes with Puppy and occasionally teased his niece, Chui'er. It was just his voice that had become much louder. Even so, the boy still harbored deep resentment toward his father for hanging him up and beating him. He continued to glare at his father's back with a cold expression. Yet, he dared not look at Li Huowang, who had also beaten him up. Chapter 264 Master. Old bones. Just you wait. There'll come a time when you can't move either, Lu Xiucai muttered under his breath with a fierce look on his face. Puppy leaned over and used his elbow to bump him. Ah, you've got guts stealing Senior Li's sword. Lu Xiucai glanced at him with disdain. Such a joke. What's the big deal, just holding a sword? Don't you dare. Of course not. That sword has such a strong bloody smell. I feel uncomfortable even getting close to it, replied Puppy. Hearing this, Lu Xiucai appeared even more pleased with himself. Why would I be afraid of that? Let me tell you, I pulled it out precisely because I sensed the strong smell. As long as I want to, I still dare to do it even now. Wow, very impressive. While the two chatted, they dropped the firewood by the iron pot, then turned back to fetch water. Xiucai, come over here for a moment. Li Huowang, who was sitting on a tree stump with Lu Zhuangyuan, gestured toward the slender youth in the distance. As Puppy looked on gleefully at his misfortune, Lu Xiucai lowered his head and walked over. As Lu Xiucai looked up at the one-eyed young man, he felt a sudden jolt of panic. He once again lowered his head and focused on the straw sandals on his feet. "Don't look down. Look up at me," said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Lu Xiucai eventually raised his head. "How have you been feeling recently? Is your temperament still the same?" Li Huowang asked calmly. Lu Xiucai shook his head. "Much better. It's almost like it was before I picked up the sword." At that moment, Puppy had a mischievous grin on his face as he approached Li Huowang. He repeated the conversation he just had with Lu Xiucai to them. Upon hearing that his son had said such words, Lu Ganyuan sighed deeply, then lowered the tobacco pipe in his hand. "You damned brat. You." Lu Xiucai was about to scold Puppy fiercely, but a slap had already landed on his face. It was Li Huowang who struck him. When he saw Lu Xiucai stare back at him fiercely, he turned toward Lu Ganyuan and said, "Troop leader Lu, all these days have passed, and yet there has been no change in him. It seems like this influence will stick with him for the rest of his life. Young Taoist, is there no other way?" Lu Ganyuan asked unwillingly. Although he had always despised his younger son for being foolish and timid, the previous version was much better than the one before him. "If you are afraid that Lu Xiucai's tyrannical character will cause big trouble in the future, then you can just cut off the root of the problem now," said Li Huowang. Those words not only scared Lu Xiucai, they also surprised Lu Ganyuan. Both of them showed fear in their eyes. That's not necessary. Really not necessary," said Lu Ganyuan as he forced a smile and pulled his younger son away from Li Huowang. On the other hand, though Lu Xiucai had a look of disgust as his dad approached him, he dared not push him away when he saw the tobacco pipe his dad held in his other hand. Just as they were about to leave, a shout rang out from behind to stop them. "Hold on, I just thought of a way. Perhaps it might turn Lu Xiucai back." "It depends on whether you guys are willing to take the risk," said Li Huowang. Lu Xiucai and Lu Ganyuan both turned around simultaneously, only to see Li Huowang holding a parchment filled with words. What Li Huowang held now was none other than the technique he had forced out of Han Fu's nascent soul, the Xindu Sish seal that allowed one to control the copper coin sword. If his guess was correct, the ability of any sect was the application of some object. Since Lu Xiucai now had the influence of malicious energy on him, it was a good opportunity to use the cultivation technique of the disciples of Luoism to try and purify it. Regardless of what the disciples of Luoism practiced or absorbed, it would suffice as long as it could replace the current malicious energy on him. Moreover, Lu Xiucai could also help him test out whether or not there were any tricks in the technique, thus killing two birds with one stone. While Lu Ganyuan was still hesitating, the excited Lu Xiucai knelt directly in front of Li Huowang and pounded his forehead on the soil, giving 3 loud knocks. As he raised his forehead with red mud caked on it, his eyes were filled with a strong thirst for power. "Master, accept me as your disciple. I am willing to learn your supernatural abilities," said Lu Xiucai. On the other hand, Li Huowang looked at Lu Ganyuan, choosing to wait for his response. After a difficult moment of hesitation, Lu Ganyuan finally nodded. He decided to take the risk in hopes of seeing his son return to normal. The young Taoist had also mentioned that the risk was not that high, and if they succeeded, then his useless son would really end up having a meteoric rise. "All right, let's give it a try. Perhaps it will work," said Li Huowang as he handed the parchment to Lu Xiucai, who was staring at him passionately. As soon as Lu Xiucai took it, he eagerly began to read it. However, immediately after giving the parchment to Lu Xiucai, Li Huowang sighed deeply and used his fingers to massage his throbbing forehead in a helpless manner. "Xiucai, didn't you notice that you took it upside down?" "Master, I can't read." Lu Xiucai dumbfoundedly looked at Li Huowang. "Ah, you really don't live up to your name, one." Li Huowang took the parchment back and relayed its contents word by word. It was a tiring task, especially when dealing with an illiterate person who couldn't even write his own name. Fortunately, Li Huowang had some time on his hands, and Lu Xiucai's determination to learn the supernatural arts kept him going, despite the exhaustion. By the time they reached the town, Lu Xiucai had just learnt the beginning part of the technique. Li Huowang's group was big, but there were also many other farmers from other villages that were traveling toward the town to sell their wares. Thus, the road had grown much busier. Watching Lu Xiucai, who was tirelessly reciting his cultivation mantra beside him, Li Huowang asked, "Don't you want to kill me?" "Master, what are you talking about? Why would I want to kill you?" Lu Xiucai responded calmly. Li Huowang could tell that he was not lying. With his nature, he would have easily exposed himself if he tried to lie. "I've beaten you up before, and I even plan to persuade your father to kill you. I'm really surprised that you aren't holding a grudge with your current personality, said Li Huowang. I've just become a bit more temperamental. I haven't turned into a lunatic. Besides, you taught me the supernatural abilities which have already offset that, Lu Xiucai said matter-of-factly. Li Huowang nodded in understanding and patted the ox pulling the cart. Moo. The ox mooed and continued pulling the cart toward the town gate. Upon entering the town, the guards insisted on inspecting the ox cart with the black Taisui in it. After some effort, and with a few pieces of silver, the seasoned Yuan finally managed to get them across safely. They stepped back onto the cobblestone streets and observed the lively market, where everyone seemed to have come back to life. Following their usual routine, they found an inn and enjoyed a good meal. After settling in, each person started to carry out their own agendas. As a local, Bai Lingyao brought Chen Xiaoman to find a map and pinpoint the position of Cowheart Mountain. Meanwhile, Puppy, Zhao Wu and Gao Zhijian went to sell off the sheep and buy more food. As for Li Huowang, he ventured into the town to investigate any traces of the surveillance bureau. 1. Xiucai in Chinese also refers to scholars. Chapter 265, Town. Usually, it was the other's responsibility to obtain information. But this time was different. His direction of inquiry was related to the surveillance bureau. It was simply far too dangerous for others to inquire about these mysterious and unpredictable entities. However, Li Huowang didn't have to be concerned about that. His newly acquired powers gave him a distinct advantage in his investigation. As long as he kept his illusion underground, his physical body could stay outside while staying hidden. And in any case, if he was targeted, then he had nothing to worry about. His sharp senses would allow him to anticipate those threats earlier. All the people were scattered throughout the town like white sesame seeds on a pancake. Everybody was busy with their things until nightfall, when they finally all gathered again at the inn. Seniorly, I've sold all of the sheep. People were in a frenzy to get these sheep as soon as they knew that they came from Xiao. I also bought some refined grains. I couldn't even poop normally after eating whole grains every day the past few days, said Puppy as he walked side by side with Zhao Wu and playfully handed the heavy silver coins to Li Huowang. Give it to Zhao Wu to manage. He normally handles the accounts, instructed Li Huowang. Feeling a bit low-spirited, Li Huowang turned and walked into his room. As he lay on the bed, he felt the piercing pain in his feet due to walking all day. If there was anything worse than catching the attention of the surveillance bureau, that would be not being able to find any information about them at all. He knew that finding the surveillance bureau in just one day was improbable, but he couldn't help feeling discouraged. This way of searching won't work. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I must come up with a different strategy to connect with the surveillance bureau as soon as possible. Li Huowang rubbed his forehead, contemplating his next steps in the dark room. At that moment, a pair of hands with long, sharp black nails reached out from under the bed as they removed Li Huowang's shoes and socks before gently soaking his weary feet in warm water. At the same time, the pitch-black room fell into silence, devoid of any sound. The tranquility lasted for an entire hour before Li Huowang broke the silence himself. Li Huowang suddenly sat up and excitedly said to Monk's illusion standing in front of him, "Wait a minute. Think about the time when that old Lama appeared." "Yes, that's it. Since the Surveillance Bureau deals with things that regular authorities can't handle, I just need to get involved in as many troublesome matters as possible. That way, I'll have a better chance at getting in touch with the Surveillance Bureau quickly." "You're right." Monk nodded approvingly while standing beside the headless Peng Longting. Li Huowang realized that he had been looking in the wrong direction before. Instead of inquiring about the Surveillance Bureau itself, he should be investigating any bizarre and supernatural incidents in the area. As long as there were such occurrences, the Surveillance Bureau was sure to make an appearance. With this realization, Li Huowang could no longer contain his excitement. He lifted his feet from the basin, hastily put on his shoes and socks even as his feet were still too wet, and rushed out. But as soon as he pushed the door open, the excited Li Huowang came face to face with Lu Zhuangyuan. "He Taoist, have you eaten?" Lu Zhuangyuan asked with a smile. "Do you need something?" Li Huowang asked coldly while bracing himself against the doorframe. "Oh, how is Xiucai doing? If he is not behaving, then just give him a good beating. From my experience, a bit of toughness is necessary when learning a craft. Also, please, you don't need to be too polite with me," said Lu Zhuangyuan. "He is very diligent. However, he is learning at a slower pace because he cannot read," said Li Huowang truthfully. "Oh, Taoist, why is my life so tough? I finally got a grandson, and now this happens, said Lu Zhuangyuan. If there's something, then just say it. Otherwise, I have urgent matters to attend to, said Li Huowang, sensing that there was more to the conversation. This old man wouldn't come here just to complain. That was not like him. Yes, Taoist, did you forget? It is regarding borrowing money to reopen the theater. I've been searching all day, and there are plenty of things in this place. Costumes, mirrors, musical instruments. So, are you still not giving up? Asked Li Huowang. To be honest, he felt that when compared with the troupe from Liang Kingdom, the Lu family troupe's modest performances gave them no competitive edge. Well, I want to give it a try. I've thought of a way. Maybe I can make a living by picking up some leftover business from these troops. Lu Zhuangyuan chuckled. All right, go get the money from Xiao Wu. He should have enough cash available now, said Li Huowang, pushing him aside and quickly heading toward the inn staircase. Compared to the matter of the surveillance bureau, Lu Zhuangyuan's aspirations to revive his troupe were immediately pushed to the back of Li Huowang's mind. In the following period, Li Huowang went to great lengths in order to locate the surveillance bureau in Liang Kingdom. He went out early and returned late, gathering information from the town residents. Li Huowang decided to overlook those who died or were cursed because he knew that such insignificant instances would only draw the attention of shamans or local mediums, and not the surveillance bureau. Having been in this world for quite some time, Li Huowang also understood what kind of existence the surveillance bureau was and what they cared about. The surveillance bureau only ever focused on significant events, such as large-scale disasters that could lead to the death of tens of thousands. For example, the town that was massacred by the sitting Oblivion Dao, or events that defied the laws set by the imperial court. However, such matters that could attract the attention of the surveillance bureau were not all that common. After searching for a while, Li Huowang didn't find any paranormal or evil occurrences. However, he did hear a lot of gossip and rumors about various trivial matters. Of course, Li Huowang knew that if he took off the copper coin mask on his face and revealed that he was the strayed one, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the surveillance bureau immediately. However, that was not what he wanted. Late into the night, Bai Ling Miao gently opened her eyes as she lay on the bed while looking at Li Huowang, who was fast asleep next to her with his head covered. A trace of concern crept into her heart. Every day, Senior Li wakes up before dawn and only returns after I've gone to sleep. I'm also not sure what he's in search of. Bang, bang, bang. Someone violently banged on the door as an eager voice sounded from outside the room. Master, I've done it. I now have supernatural powers. The moment this voice sounded, Li Huowang abruptly opened his eyes, fixing his bloodshot gaze on the door. It was Lu Xiucai's voice. He sat up right away, lifted the covers, and walked toward the door. Li Huowang had just put on his shoes when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Bai Ling Miao on the bed and asked, How is it going? Have you found your home? In response, Bai Ling Miao nodded with a hint of a smile in her eyes. She reached under the pillow and took out a map, handing it over. Senior Li, I have found it, but you've been going out a lot lately, and I haven't had a chance to tell you. Li Huowang quickly unfolded the map and saw various winding lines, among which a red line stood out, leading to the Cowheart Mountain. The merchant who sold the map said that if we are using an ox cart, it would probably take us about a month. It would be faster on horseback, but unfortunately, none of us know how to ride horses. Chapter 266, Pink Show. Li Huowang nodded when he heard Bai Ling Miao. It's okay, we can go slow. How many more urns do we still have? Don't worry about them. Chen Xiaoman went to the escort office and entrusted them with the last of the urns that were to be sent back to their respective homes, said Bai Ling Miao. Hearing this, Li Huowang felt his heart become lighter. Bam, bam, bam. At that moment, an urgent knocking sound came from outside the room and interrupted both of them. Master, open the door. I did it. Li Huowang placed the map down and walked to the door. Creak. The door opened to reveal Lu Xiucai, standing outside as he shouted excitedly with heavy eye bags under his eyes. He held a single coin in his palm. It was the coin that Li Huowang had taken off from the bronze coin sword for Lu Xiucai to practice with. Master, I did it. The bronze coin just moved. Lu Xiucai ran into the room without waiting for Li Huowang to say anything and placed the coin on the table. Then, he started chanting to it while stomping his foot. Am de mu bao tuan nan er. He kept repeating the chant, and his voice slowly got louder and louder. His veins slowly started bulging, and he looked like he was about to eat the coin. He repeated the chant numerous times before the coin finally vibrated. Covered in sweat, Lu Xiucai excitedly looked toward Li Huowang. Master, look. I did it. Li Huowang walked over, inspected Lu Xiucai, and then looked at the bronze coin on the table. You did it? Did you feel anything wrong with your body? No, I feel great. This is the happiest day of my life. I'm finally half an immortal. Ha ha ha. Lost in his own thoughts, Li Huowang looked at Lu Xiucai. From the looks of it, Hanfu's nascent soul did not lie to me. However, this is only the start. The side effects might manifest at the end. I only have one life, and so it's better to be cautious. Continue training and don't stop. Go back now. I will teach the other half to you tomorrow, said Li Huowang. Lu Xiucai nodded and left. Once the boy left, Li Huowang turned around and smiled at Bai Lingyao. He closed the door and lay down on the bed once again. Xiucai looks a lot better now, Bai Lingyao whispered to him. Ho, is that so? I don't think so. He's completely different compared to before. I hope he can return to normal after learning it. Li Huowang closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. Senior Li, what have you been up to all these days? Li Huowang closed his eyes. Nothing much. Don't worry, in just a few days, we will resume our journey once more. I won't keep you from going home. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly felt a pair of soft hands holding him. Senior Li, I'm not worried about my home. I am worried about you. Me? What's there to worry about? With the black Taisui, I won't start hallucinating again. My left eye is slowly growing back, and I can already see some light with it. It should regain vision in a few more days. Plus, no one is chasing after us this time. This is one of the best times of our lives, said Li Huowang. Li Huowang felt Bai Lingyao soft body cuddling against him. He hugged her waist and pulled her closer. Bai Lingyao didn't believe him one bit. She knew him like the back of her hands. Sensing her distrust, Li Huowang sighed. He opened his one eye and saw the three illusions standing beside him. After a moment, Li Huowang patted Bai Lingyao's back gently and comforted her. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. We will solve it. Days passed, and slowly, Li Huowang had explored most of the town. Even though he had some leads, he still hadn't managed to obtain any results from them. At this moment, Li Huowang carefully placed his illusion beneath the ground and sat on a wall while observing the people walking past him. Horse carriages and ox carts passed by nonstop. The oxes shat wherever they wanted, but some children with baskets took the feces away not long after. After the children collected the feces, they would stand beside a stall that sold pancakes. They were entranced by the delicious frying smell. Staring at the people in front of him, Li Huowang silently pondered. Maybe this place is too small. Even though a lot of people pass by here and there is a lot of gossip, I still don't have a proper lead. Maybe I need to go somewhere larger? I can't stay here for too long. If I can't find them today, then I will have to go somewhere else. I'm sure I will meet them one day. After pondering for a while, Li Huowang leaped down from the wall and walked over to a tea shop. It was a place where one could find the most up-to-date information. All of the information about the town would go through here first. Just as Li Huowang walked into the tea shop, a group of men ran out excitedly. Let's go? I heard that there's a troupe performing a pink show over there. The show they are performing is much more exciting than the storyteller of the tea shop. Troupe? Li Huowang was confused. The only troupe left in the town should be the Lu family troupe. After thinking about it for a moment, he entered the tea shop. However, except for the storyteller and the waiter who were talking to each other, there was no one else. Well, I don't think I will be able to glean any information here. Li Huowang walked out and followed the group of men, running after them. Li Huowang wanted to see what kind of show Lu Zhuangyuan was able to put up to have everyone within the tea shop be attracted by it. The stage was not too far away, located at the western side of the town. Beneath the stage was a thronging crowd. Some of them were chewing on beans while others were talking. When Li Huowang got close, he saw Lu Jiren pointing toward his wife while performing. I don't want the best, nor the worst. I want you and your heart. The crowd cheered underneath the stage. This is not the script I remember. Li Huowang was puzzled when he saw Lu Jiren's performance. Just as his thoughts reached this point, Lu Xiucai started singing to the beat of the music. I touch her nose, fragrance flows out from the room. I touch her mouth, her eyes smile bewitchingly. I touch her chin, and she places it on her chest. I touch her ears, and they flutter to my touch. The lyrics were normal in the beginning, but they slowly became more and more obscene until everyone started whistling beneath the stage. Li Huowang now knew why it was called the Pink Show. He had been wondering why there were only men in the audience and no women. Even faced with the incredible performance of the Liang Kingdom's troupe, Lu Zhuangyuan had actually found a way to perform here. He is indeed an experienced performer. After satisfying his curiosity, Li Huowang decided to leave the performance early. But just as he turned around, something piqued his interest. This is much more interesting than the pink show from Pai County. I thought that a plague was sweeping through there. You still dare to go there? Chapter 267. Resume the Journey. Plague? Li Huowang was immediately attracted to what they said. His instincts told him that this was what he had been looking for. Li Huowang stood near the two men while ignoring the stage completely. He was waiting for them to continue speaking. But what made him anxious was that they had been talking excitedly when he accidentally overheard them, but now they had gone completely silent. After a moment, Li Huowang walked up to the fat one among the two and gently patted his shoulder. My dear friend, may I ask what is happening within Pai County? Why is there a plague? I hadn't heard anything about it before. The fatty, who had been concentrating on the pink show, was displeased when he got interrupted by Li Huowang. What is it to you? Who are you? But when Li Huowang passed him 2 fragmented pieces of silver, the fatty immediately perked up and became much more polite. I hope this is enough. My relatives are staying in Pai County, and I'm worried that something might have happened to them if there is a plague. I'm sorry for my brashness. I'm just worried about them, said Li Huowang, making up a story. The fatty couldn't care less if Li Huowang was saying some bullshit. After all, the money was real. With this, he was more than happy to help Li Huowang. You could have just said so. It's nothing much, don't worry about me, said the fat man as he took the 2 fragmented pieces of silver. Don't worry, your relatives should still be alive. While the Pai County doesn't actually have a plague, it would still be better to bring them out of there. The feng shui over there is quite bad. After speaking to this point, the fatty then whispered, as if afraid of someone overhearing them. But let me tell you this. When I was there on business with them last time, I saw that the people over there were very nervous and their faces didn't look healthy. I don't know what happened to them, but I could see why the people would say that there was a plague in Pai County. Those people looked worse than sick people. The entire county's people looked very nervous and unhealthy, muttered Li Huowang. After a moment of thought, he asked another question. Is there anything else weird about Pai County? Even though this world was quite bizarre, it was still too early to know what was happening to the people of Pai County based on just these 2 clues. I don't know. I just went there and quickly came back. If you are worried, you can go there and see them yourself. It's just a 10-day journey, so it should be fine. See, I came back safely, didn't I? Said the fat man. 10 days, muttered Li Huowang as he turned around and went back to the inn. Back at the inn, Li Huowang unfurled the map with Bai Ling Miao and soon found where the Pai County was. It was in the same direction as Cowheart Mountain. In the end, Li Huowang decided to check it out. It was not a minor case if an entire county went crazy. Li Huowang felt that he had a high chance of encountering the people from the surveillance bureau over there. This was his only choice. Just then, Xiucai ran into the room excitedly. Just as he was about to say something, Li Huowang looked at him and said, Go tell your father to stop performing once you end with the current one. We will resume our journey tomorrow. Hearing this, Xiucai nodded and ran off. By now, everyone was already used to Li Huowang suddenly telling them to move out. Soon, they loaded all their stuff into the ox cart and the newly bought horse carriage. As for where they were heading and what they were doing, they were either too lazy or too scared to ask. All they had to do was follow Li Huowang's orders. The only thing different this time around was that the Lu family was now much happier after their performance. All of their faces were ruddy and refreshed. Young Taoist, this is what we agreed upon last time. Half of it is yours while the other half is mine. Lu Zhuangyuan showed several fragmented silver and bronze coins to Li Huowang. Li Huowang stared at the grinning Lu Zhuangyuan. What? You managed to earn this much? Li Huowang knew that the Lu family's past performances had never been this lucrative. Ho ho ho, the Liang kingdom is indeed wealthy. Everyone here is so rich, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he smiled happily and placed the money onto the ox cart. When Xiao Wu saw that Li Huowang did not turn down the money, he took a piece of string and tied up the bronze coins. Li Huowang naturally did not turn it down. Even though the amount wasn't huge, they would still be able to deal with their daily expenses using it. At the very least, their meals would be more luxurious every day. Bring out the cured meat. Let's make baked rice with cured meat, instructed Li Huowang. When Li Huowang said that, he suddenly heard someone gulp. He felt that they should have eaten enough meat back in Qingqiu, and so there was no reason for them to be so hungry for meat. Who did that? Did you not eat anything today? Questioned Li Huowang. When he turned around, Li Huowang saw that it was not someone from his group, but a skinny man with white hair. Behind him was a youth. Both of them were harvesters and were on the same path as Li Huowang. When they noticed that Li Huowang was staring at them, the old harvesters started staring toward a harvested field on the other side. Growl. The old harvester's stomach was still grumbling. After a moment, he placed his shoulder pole down before tying the hemp rope on his waist tighter. Li Huowang stared at the harvester's tattered clothes and then continued on with his journey. Throughout their journey, no one spoke besides Puppy. When the sun was about to set, the ox cart finally came to a stop, and everyone immediately started with their respective chores. Senior Li, look. There's a wild vegetable here that we can eat to offset the oil from the cured meat. Due to being focused on the map, Li Huowang didn't know who said that. He was focused on the map because they couldn't afford to make a single mistake. One wrong turn, and they would have to waste days just to travel back. Soon, dinner was served. Their menu tonight was baked rice with cured meat, as well as some wild vegetable soup. Looking at the oily rice with bits of cured meat within, Li Huowang looked at the two harvesters sitting farther away from their group. At this moment, the two harvesters were scooping up some cold water from a stream to drink while eating multi-grain rice balls from their pouch. The younger harvester was staring at Li Huowang's bowl of hot rice, only to be stopped by the older harvester pressing his head down. After a moment of thought, Li Huowang said, "Take 2 bowls of rice and give it to them." "All right." Bai Lingmiao nodded before turning to the pot. Chapter 268, Pai County. When Bai Lingmiao gave the 2 bowls of rice to the harvesters, they accepted them with trembling hands before thanking her. Compared to Li Huowang and the others who needed wild vegetable soup to offset the oiliness of the rice, the harvesters had no such qualms and gulped down the rice with gratitude. But they only ate the rice and picked out the cured meat before placing it within their pouch. They wanted to save it for later. After eating, the harvesters washed the bowls by the creek and happily returned them to Li Huowang. Even though they were missing a few teeth, they were grinning happily. The old harvester wanted to say something, but he wasn't sure how. In the end, Li Huowang broke the silence first. "Old man, the harvest season was so good this year. Why are you still working even though you are so old? The fields all belong to the landlord. The bountiful harvest had nothing to do with us. We can't even eat any of it." The old harvester smiled and explained before continuing. "Thank you for the delicious meal, Taoist. That meal was enough to keep us full for an entire day. No worries. It's just a bowl of rice." "Old man, are you working near the fields here? Have you been to Pai County before?" asked Li Huowang, finally revealing his intention. "Of course, I have been there many times. After all, I've been harvesting the fields at Pai County all these years," replied the old man. He was quite excited to be able to share his experiences and became confident. He used his calloused hands to gesture in the air. "Let me tell you this. Harvesting wheat is all about technique. Those youngsters don't have the technique and can't do as well as me. For example, you can't hold your sickle too high or too low. You need to be just right." Li Huowang interrupted his explanation. "Old man, have you gone to Pai County recently?" "Yes, I went there before. I came back here this time to bring my nephew, or I might have already finished harvesting all of the wheat in Pai County by now. It takes technique." "You went there before? Have you seen anything wrong with the people there?" While Li Huowang was not worried that nothing had happened there, he was worried that the problem wasn't large enough. If the problem wasn't serious, then the Surveillance Bureau would not send anyone there, and he would just be wasting time by going there. Seeing Li Huowang become serious, the old harvester got nervous. He scratched the back of his head and stuttered, "I don't think there's anything wrong with them. They always pay and feed me, but for some reason, they prefer to stay in their houses and never come out. They would just place the food and money outside and tell us to take it for ourselves. Panicky, looks terrible, and they love to stay in their own houses." Li Huowang carefully pondered the 3 things and the relationship between them. Regardless, it doesn't seem like the Surveillance Bureau has solved the situation yet. Li Huowang was cautious as he asked once again, "Is there anything else wrong with them? Did their faces or physical appearances change?" "What do you mean? They look the same to me. 1 nose, 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, 2 ears." Li Huowang knew that they might look human on the surface, but the people in Pai County might be something else entirely. No matter what happened there, I hope it was serious enough. Li Huowang prayed for the best. Seeing how the Taoist did not talk to him anymore, the old harvester walked back to his nephew. But just as he was halfway there, he turned back toward Li Huowang once again. "Oh, I nearly forgot. The people of Pai County apparently like to hit their children. I remember collecting the payment and walking past a window. Back then, I heard their children crying profusely. If I was in their place, I wouldn't hit my child that badly." Li Huowang started analyzing what he had heard. Are they hitting their children, or are they using their children for something else? Li Huowang recalled how the water bandits sacrificed the babies to summon a monster. After surviving in this bizarre world for so long, Li Huowang would now always think about the worst-case scenario. This was also why he grew slightly more troubled when he heard what the harvester just said. He wanted the issue to be large enough that it would attract the surveillance bureau, but not large enough that they would be in danger. By the time Li Huowang snapped back, he saw that the harvesters were gone and the sky was already dark. Li Huowang shook his head and washed up by the creek. It's getting more and more confusing. Whatever. I will just see what the situation looks like later and decide what to do. The two harvesters bid farewell to them on the second day. Since the wheat in Pai County had already been harvested, they were going somewhere else to find work. Days passed, and they met other people along the way. Li Huowang always tried to gain information about Pai County through them. Unfortunately, all they knew was that Pai County seemed to be suffering from a plague and advised Li Huowang to not go there. There was no new information. The only good thing they found out was that there were no bandits around here. Perhaps the Liang Kingdom is very good at dealing with them. Soon, they reached Pai County. Is this Pai County? Li Huowang stood atop a hill and observed the town surrounded by walls. His other eye had grown back completely. The day was gloomy with dark clouds hanging low. The entire town looked desolate and creepy. Staring at how the town was built, Li Huowang finally knew why they called it Pai County. It was because the town was built in the shape of the character Pi. This place seems ominous. Everyone, be careful, Li Huowang warned them before walking into the town. When they entered the town, Li Huowang was visibly uncomfortable. There were too few people in the town. The streets were empty and devoid of life, with only some passers-by quickly passing by them from time to time. At the same time, Li Huowang felt a lot of people were staring at them. The gazes were coming from behind the windows. He could feel a lot of the townsfolk staring at them through the windows. Just then, a woman carrying a baby walked toward them with a haggard face. When she got close, she was visibly surprised by the appearance of Li Huowang and everyone else. She bit her lips, hugged her crying baby closer, and quickly ran past them. When the woman passed by them, Li Huowang closed his eyes and smelled the air. Whoa! Bun sat down and nudged Li Huowang with its paws. In response, Li Huowang patted Bun's head. You smelled it too? That's right. There's the scent of blood and rust on that woman. Chapter 269 in. Bun shook its tail. It could indeed smell the two scents, but as a dog it didn't know what Li Huowang was saying. Just then, Monk's illusion spoke to him. Taoist, if she has the scent of blood and rust on her, is she a good person or a bad person? Li Huowang just shook his head and looked up at the sky. Just then, a single raindrop fell into his eye. Let's go, it's going to rain soon. Let's find an inn to stay at first, instructed Li Huowang. The rain was initially light, but gradually grew stronger. By the time Li Huowang and the others finally managed to enter an inn, it was pouring in full force. Shaking the rain off his body, Li Huowang shouted toward the inside of the inn. Waiter! Owner! He shouted for quite a bit before the waiter finally appeared with a white cloth over his shoulder. When the waiter saw so many outsiders, he was shocked and panicked momentarily as he instinctively tried to retreat. However, Puppy jumped out and grabbed the waiter's wrist to stop him from retreating. Where are you going? Can't you see that we are here as paying customers? Quickly ask the cook to prepare a meal for us. My wife and Senior Li are both hungry. All right, please wait, replied the waiter, very close to losing it. When the waiter ran back into the kitchen, Li Huowang frowned. He was worried about what was happening here. Xiao, go and follow him. Make sure that they don't try to poison us, instructed Li Huowang. Xiao nodded and went into the kitchen with her sword. Bai Ling Miao followed her soon after. Young Taoist, why don't we leave here once the rain stops, suggested Lu Zhuangyun. He didn't know that Li Huowang had actually come here with a purpose, but as an experienced traveler, he could feel that something was wrong. Don't worry. They are afraid of us instead of the other way around. The town is big and everyone is tired. It's best if we rest here first, replied Li Huowang. Hearing this, Lu Zhuangyun dared not to argue with Li Huowang anymore. The young Taoist is very strong. It would be for the best if I don't make him angry. Even if this place is weird, I'm sure he will be able to deal with it. Soon, the fragrant dishes were brought out one by one. Every time the waiter brought out a plate of the meal, Li Huowang took a small piece of it and threw it under the table, allowing Bun to happily eat it. It was only after seeing that Bun was doing fine that the others started eating. Munching on the crispy lotus root, Li Huowang silently ate his meal. Even so, he could feel the two gazes coming from within the kitchen. The waiter and the cook were staring at them with fear. Li Huowang recalled the woman they had passed by just now and remembered how she was staring at them with fear too. Li Huowang knew that he didn't look as horrible as he did last time. Everything had grown back. And after adjusting his organs little by little, his face should also be quite normal now. Then what are they afraid of? This is a large town, so there's no reason to be afraid of just a few outsiders. Did they encounter something? Li Huowang continued to think of a reason while having his meal. The rain did not stop even late into the night. It continued to pound the streets with water. Lu Jiren's son, being afraid of the rain, continued to cry. Lu Jiren tried comforting his son, but nothing was working. That's not the way to do it. Here, let me, said Luo Wanhua as she took her son, opened her clothes, and started breastfeeding the baby. What are you doing? Xiucai is still here. Lu Jiren quickly stood between his wife and his younger brother, using his body as a shield. What are you afraid of? Look at him. Do you think he's even interested in me? Asked Luo Wanhua. Hearing this, Lu Jiren turned around and looked at his brother. He saw that Lu Xiucai had removed his shoes and was sitting on the bed. His eyes were closed and he continued to chant something. He didn't even notice that his brother and sister-in-law were discussing him. Lu Jiren was actually against his younger brother, learning supernatural powers from a young Taoist. He knew his younger brother would not make it. Plus, he became like this from just a single touch of the young Taoist's sword. Lu Jiren was worried that his younger brother would be lost forever. But alas, Lu Jiren was not the patriarch. Lu Zhuanyuan was still alive, and he had all the power at the moment. Wait, where's father? Asked Lu Jiren. Hearing his question, Luo Wanhua rolled her eyes. How would I know where your father went? Then, Luo Wanhua lowered her head toward her son. My son, you cannot be as dense as your father. You will grow to be an official. At that moment, the door slammed open and Lu Zhuanyuan walked in with a serious face. Father, where have you been? Lu Jiren approached him. Get lost. Why do you care what I am doing? Go to the kitchen and find me the cook, growled Lu Zhuanyuan. Knowing that he did not have any authority here, Lu Jiren walked out of the room. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuanyuan saw Luo Wanhua breastfeeding his grandson. He grinned for a moment, before becoming angry. Scoundrel, quickly bring a cloth and cover her. Soon the cook was brought over. The cook had a mole on his chin and his face was as poor looking as the waiter. His entire face was oily. Dear customer, did you call for me? Do you want to eat anything for supper? Asked the cook as he rubbed his hands nervously. Ho ho ho, Lu Zhuanyuan chuckled and passed some fragmented silver to the cook. Young man, as you can see, my daughter-in-law just gave birth, but she can't produce any breast milk. Could you please help me cook some braised pork knuckles and carp soup? It's for her to produce breast milk. Hearing this, Luo Wanhua rolled her eyes and pouted. She did not need it. She had so much breast milk that her son couldn't even finish it. She could even feed Xiucai if she wanted. But she chose to not say anything. After all, only an idiot would say no to a free meal of pork knuckles and carp soup. All right, I will go and prepare it. I remember that we still have half a pork knuckle in the kitchen, said the cook as he turned around. However, he was once again stopped by Lu Zhuanyuan. AI, don't go so fast. I'm not done yet. As he spoke, Lu Zhuanyuan retrieved a silver ingot the size of his thumb and stealthily placed it in the cook's hands. Let me ask you something. Did something happen to the people around here? Hearing this question, the cook, who had already been very cautious, suddenly panicked and threw the silver ingot away as if it were a venomous snake. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. The cook ran out of the room in a panic. Seeing this, Lu Zhuanyuan sighed and collected the silver ingot from the floor. He then turned to his seemingly empty left side and said, Young Taoist, looks like the cook doesn't want the silver. Chapter 270, Fear. Amidst Lu Jiren and Luo Zhuanhua's fearful gazes, Li Huowang's body slowly floated up from within the ground. Then, he stared at the silver in Lu Zhuanyuan's palms and said, It seems like he has been threatened by someone else. All right then, there's nothing much you can do now. With that, Li Huowang turned toward the door. As Li Huowang opened the door, he once again sank his illusion into the ground. Once he became invisible again, he entered the kitchen. The cook remained the same as before as he covered his body in a blanket and stared outside the window while trembling as if he was afraid of something. Compared to the woman from earlier, the cook didn't have the smell of blood or rust on him. While Li Huowang was stealthily observing him, the cook suddenly placed both of his hands into his pants. At the same time, his face became very snarly. Seeing this, Li Huowang frowned and left. Li Huowang went outside and saw the waiter wiping the tables while looking in the direction everyone was staying. That fatty was right. The people of Pai County are indeed panicky, and their faces really do look terrible. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to find any information at the inn, Li Huowang walked out into the rain. Just as he stepped out, he saw an old man who was wearing a raincoat and a veiled hat while coming from the opposite direction. He was wearing wooden clogs. When the old man looked toward where Li Huowang was standing, he was horrified by what he saw. He cried out loud before directly fainting in the rain. What the? Did he see me? How did he see me? Li Huowang looked down but saw nothing wrong with his technique. He was still invisible. However, after a moment, Li Huowang then realized what was happening. Even though his illusion was inside the ground, his real body could still interact with the physical world. Now that it was raining and he was standing in the rain, others could see a human-shaped void where there is no rain. It was no wonder that the old man fainted. Even Li Huowang would have been frightened if he saw something like that. On the other hand, everyone had heard the old man screaming, causing them to look in his direction. I can't do this now. I need to wait until after the rain stops. Li Huowang returned to the inn. Back in the room where the Lu family was staying, they were still discussing what they had seen vehemently. Heavens! The young Taoist can phase through walls, exclaimed Luo Wanhua, shocked. Why are you so surprised? Calm down. This is normal, said Lu Zhuangyuan before turning toward his youngest son. He extended his hand and carefully patted his son's head. Xiucai, did you see that? That is an amazing skill. You need to learn it well. Who knows what else you will be able to learn? However, Lu Xiucai instantly growled at his father. If it wasn't for his older brother, then he would have directly spat at his father. Don't bother me, you old fool. I'm busy. Lu Xiucai closed his eyes. Seeing how his youngest son had changed so completely, Lu Zhuangyuan sighed and sat down near him while smoking. He had always controlled his youngest son by beating him. Now, that wasn't working anymore, and so he didn't know how to teach his son. The rain continued pouring throughout the night. It finally stopped the next day, but the skies were still dark. Li Huowang wore a raincoat and exited the inn early in the morning. He walked past the awful-looking people within the town. When they saw him, everyone scattered and stared at Li Huowang with fear in their eyes. On the other hand, Li Huowang just ignored all of them and went straight toward the largest administration office of the town. He had finally decided where to go after thinking about it last night. If he wanted to find out what was happening within Pai County, then the administration office in charge of the entire county was definitely the place that would contain what he wanted to know. I've been found. Li Huowang glanced over his shoulder and saw 2 town guards following him. They were wearing blue robes and had the same awful look to them. Their lips were purple from the cold, and they had heavy eye bags under their eyes. Currently, they were glaring at Li Huowang's back. Li Huowang decided to act as if he had not seen them before quickly turning into an alley. Seeing this, the 2 town guards ran quickly and entered the alley behind him, but were shocked to find it empty. Old Wu, he's gone. What should we do? Asked the younger guard. The older town guard looked at the ground, but couldn't find any footprints. After a moment, he waved his hand and said, Let's go. Meanwhile, Li Huowang was hiding in a corner of the wall near the roof. After confirming that they had left, he quickly came down and carefully made his way to his destination. Li Huowang knew that every county would have a book that recorded anything major that happened within the county. This book was Li Huowang's goal. Li Huowang sank his illusion into the ground and turned invisible before easily entering the administration center. Once there, he searched around the offices and soon found what he needed. Year of the Rat and Ox, 4th month, famine. People sold their own children to buy food. Year of the Earth Horse, end of the Lunar New Year, eclipse. Li Huowang flipped through the pages until the last entry. However, he was surprised to see that the latest entry was recorded 2 years ago, and the only thing it recorded was that they had a good harvest that year. Impossible. The entire county is struck with panic and fear, and yet they haven't recorded it down? Or are they trying to cover it up? Just as Li Huowang was thinking about it, he heard the painful cries of a boy. Surprised, he quickly placed the book back where it belonged. Then, he gently tiptoed across the hall to where the sound was coming from. His sharp hearing could pick up the words that came from the child's mouth. Father, it's painful. Mother, I don't want it. Soon, Li Huowang found where the sound was coming from. It was coming from the firewood room. By now, the voice had also become very clear. Father, stop. Don't pull it. Wah, mother, it's painful. Stop. The boy's voice was very miserable. It was as if he was being tortured. Is this what the harvester told me about? They are beating up their child? Li Huowang carefully approached the paper window and used his wet finger to poke a hole through it. As soon as he looked into the room, his pupils shrank in shock. He saw a crying boy who was tied to a pillar. He looked quite awful. Two people stood beside the boy. Based on their looks, they seemed to be the boy's parents. Even though they looked reluctant, they still held a metal clamp and used it to pull at the boy's genitals. In response, the boy shouted, his chained body shaking from the pain. Li Huowang couldn't believe what he was seeing. The pain that the boy was suffering from was probably almost comparable to his own torture methods. Chapter 271, Yin and Yang. The boy tied to a pillar kept screaming as his parents continued to torture him in the small and suffocating woodshed. The sound of his screams was so miserable that even Li Huowang couldn't bear it. After a while, the pulling force of the metal clamp eventually reduced. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the boy tilted his head to the side and gasped, taking in big gulps of air. On the other hand, the brightly dressed couple crouched down and carefully examined their son's lower body. "How? Is it helpful?" asked the woman. Hearing the woman's question, the man carefully used his fingers to measure a few times, his expression becoming increasingly disheartened with each measurement. "No good. We can't delay any longer. We must lock it, or it will be too late." Hearing those words, the child, who was drenched with sweat, was taken aback. He pleaded with a quivering voice, "Dad, I don't want to be locked. I don't want to." The man was also hesitant, but eventually sighed as he softly touched the back of the child's head. "Listen to me, Jinger. A true man shouldn't be afraid of pain. Once the lock is applied, everything will be okay. It may hurt a little, but at the very least, you won't lose your manhood. Without it, you may not even be a man in the future." "That's fine then. I don't want to be a man. I don't want to be a man." The boy continued to yell at his father as if trying to grasp a lifeline. As he heard his son's cries, the man broke down in tears, clearly feeling torn on the inside. Despite this, he still turned back and picked up an iron box from the ground nearby. After a moment, he opened the box and took out a small silver square lock with a silver chain. "Dad, Dad, please don't." The boy cried out in anguish, his terrified mind already anticipating the excruciating pain that was to come. Just as the sharp lock was getting closer, the door suddenly burst open, and a gust of wind rushed in, making it impossible for the three of them to keep their eyes open. Sensing the danger, the man holding the silver lock quickly turned around. With a panicked expression, he opened his hands to shield his son and wife as he shouted, "Who is it? Who is there? Help! Someone quickly! Someone is trying to assassinate me." Upon hearing the commotion, it didn't take long for several constables clad in green to hurriedly rush in. Holding their straight knives, they clasped their fists toward the man. "Lord Yang, what's the matter?" The county magistrate, Yang Hongji, pointed to the open door of the woodshed with trembling hands and fear in his eyes as he said, "The door just opened suddenly. It's here. That thing is here." Meanwhile, Li Huowang was walking on an empty street with an odd expression. His mind was jumbled from what he had just seen as he kept muttering to himself, They. Just then, Li Huowang heard another sound coming from the courtyard beside him. He immediately went into stealth mode once again. Then, he climbed over a nearby wall, and once again used his hands to peel open the paper window. Soon, Li Huowang noticed a thin man in the room. The man was sitting on the edge of the bed, tilting his head back, while ripping open his garments like a bat being dissected. He shamelessly displayed himself to the woman in front of him. The man's expression appeared quite uneasy. It was as if he was awaiting some sort of impending judgment. "My wife, darling, how is it? Has it shrunk at all?" The woman carefully examined him for a moment, and then replied in an uncertain voice, "I think it probably hasn't gotten smaller." Hearing those words, the man instantly became agitated. "Liar, I've measured it myself. It's over. Tying it up with a rope won't help. I'm going to become an eunuch soon." Upon hearing her husband say this, the woman couldn't help but feel anxious. Then what should we do? Does tying it up with a rope not help at all?" Upon hearing those words amidst his desperation, the man suddenly pounced on his wife and knocked her to the ground. At the same time, anger replaced the sadness on his face. "Damn it. No way. I haven't even gotten a son yet. You must give birth to a son for me right away." As Li Huowang watched this situation, coupled with the boy tied to the pillar he had seen earlier, he finally started to grasp what they were all up to. He stood back up with a strange expression on his face. "So, everyone in this county is afraid of that. No wonder they were forcefully using chains earlier. But how is that possible? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Wait a minute. Is all this really happening, or is all this just an act? Dear, you hurt me. It's locked now. The woman's cry of pain made Li Huowang look back into the room once again. There was not much to see among the tangled masses of pale flesh and blood. However, after a moment, Li Huowang noticed the chain close to the woman's chest. Compared to the silver lock and chain he saw earlier, this family could only afford iron ones. The sharp chain was tightly wrapped around the woman's chest, forcefully pulling at her bosom, causing abrasions and bleeding where the skin met the metal chain. Rust had started to form as the blood continued to erode the chain. This device was basically torture. With this, Li Huowang finally understood where the scent of blood and rust on the woman from earlier came from. They'd all been locking up to stop their organs from shrinking. Dear, don't panic. Look at me. I've locked it with a chain so that it won't retract. You should do the same. Tie it up with a chain, just like me. Both the man and the woman are retracting here. Just what kind of situation could have caused them to become like this? Thinking about this, Li Huowang's heart felt heavier. Even with his extensive knowledge, he had never seen this kind of strange change before. Li Huowang suddenly felt lost. Though he now understood what the residents of the county were terrified of, he did not know exactly what had caused all of this. While he was capable of dealing with the other issues, when it came to something so illogical, he couldn't even find a target to address. Li Huowang stood on the roof, looking over the empty county. After a while, he stepped off the tiles beneath his feet and headed straight toward the inn. No more dawdling. Who knows what caused all this? We must quickly find the reason. In Li Huowang's eyes, the entire county now seemed like a trap. Even if it meant having to use unconventional techniques, it would still be better than sitting around idly while waiting for catastrophe. Although the people in the county knew that something was wrong, they were deliberately trying to keep it from him. Since diplomacy wasn't working, it was time to resort to more forceful methods. As soon as Li Huowang entered the inn, he noticed the members of the Lu family troupe singing a pink show in the inn's empty lobby. Even though there weren't many people, there were still a few spectators. Puppy was sitting with his legs crossed as snuggled with the pear-faced woman while watching the pink show with joy. Seeing Li Huowang, he waved his hand, signaling Li Huowang to come over. Senior Li, come here. The Lu family troupe's performance has grown considerably more fascinating. Li Huowang glanced at him, then turned and walked toward his room, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Puppy, have the waiter come to my room. All right. Chapter 272, Ghost. Not long after, the waiter knocked on Li Huowang's door. When he entered, he saw the guest with the copper coin mask sitting at the round table while sipping tea. Yes? I heard that you were looking for me. The waiter hunched his back as he approached the round table and asked cautiously. Sit. Li Huowang said as he poured a cup for the person in front of him. You're too kind. It's fine, I'll just stand. Do you have any instructions for me? Is there anything Aaron hasn't taken care of properly? Asked the waiter. Having been in the presence of foreigners for so long, the waiter no longer seemed to be so apprehensive of them. Soon, a pinky-sized gold ingot was placed in front of the waiter as Li Huowang said, I have some questions for you. If you can answer them, this gold is yours. Before the waiter could fully comprehend what was happening, Li Huowang went straight to the point. Why are the people in the county so afraid of genital retraction? What is the cause of it? Hearing this, the waiter, who had a forced smile on his face, was stunned before immediately turning around to flee. But as soon as he turned around, his head collided with the stone slab on Gao Zhijin's chest. Seeing stars, his body lost all its strength as he staggered backward before falling onto the ground. When he came to his senses again, he found himself bound tightly with tough ropes made of cow tendons. At the same time, a tall man was standing by, eyeing him fiercely. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of metal clanging, Li Huowang's set of torture tools slowly unfolded in front of the waiter. As the waiter saw the sharp tools stained with dark red blood, he shuddered. I'm sorry, but I'm not very good with words. When I want to know something, I often tend to resort to my best skill set. I apologize for my lack of manners. After all, I haven't learned much else ever since arriving into this world. But I appear to be quite skilled at torturing people in a variety of ways, said Li Huowang. As he heard Li Huowang's calm voice, the waiter felt like he had suddenly entered an icy cave, causing him to shudder. This thing is used for gouging out a person's eyeballs. Let me tell you something interesting. The eyeballs don't actually feel any pain. If you don't believe me, try prying open your eyelids and touching them. Any pain that you end up feeling will be from the flesh surrounding your eyeballs. Goosebumps rose all over the waiter's body as the round iron instrument in Li Huowang's hands grazed the edge of his face. The waiter was terrified by Li Huowang's words. But despite his pale face, he tightly pursed his lips, showing no intention of answering any of Li Huowang's questions. Seeing that this approach wasn't working, Li Huowang put down the round iron clamp and picked up an iron spindle, displaying it in front of the waiter. Do you know what this is? This is used for winding intestines, not threads. It's quite easy to use. You just need to make a small incision at your belly button, pull out one end of the intestine from within, wrap it on this spindle, and then continue pulling and pulling. Do you know how that feels? Close your eyes and think about it. If you don't want to think about it, that's fine too. After all, in a while, you'll personally get to experience it. Spoiler alert, it's not a pleasant feeling, and it makes you feel quite empty inside. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Huowang ripped open the waiter's clothes, revealing his withered abdomen. The waiter finally broke down, just as Li Huowang's fingertips reached his navel. I'll talk. The waiter exclaimed as an unpleasant smell of urine slowly seeped out from his lower half. Seeing all this, Gao Zhijian scratched the back of his head. He was quite impressed that Senior Li could intimidate people like this just by using words. On the other hand, Li Huowang slowly removed his hand from the man's stomach. Tell me, what's the reason behind the Pai County's people suffering from genital retraction? Ghost. There are ghosts. The waiter sounded extremely miserable and wretched, with tears and snot all over his face. The wandering spirits and ghosts travel to the human world to take advantage and reincarnate as men. That's why they want to steal our manhood. Li Huowang found the waiter's words to be utterly absurd. What kind of nonsense is this? This wasn't what he had in mind. Originally, he had thought that the genital retraction was caused by evil spirits. Could they be mistaking certain evil forces for ghosts? Maybe they are being attacked by some strange evil force? But wouldn't the Surveillance Bureau send someone to investigate such a case? Li Huowang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then, he looked at the waiter and asked again, have you ever seen these so-called ghosts? What do they look like? Are they the sort you can touch with your hands, or the kind that you can't? He would be able to be more prepared if he encountered them after learning more about them. When the waiter heard this, he shook his head vigorously. No, people can't see ghosts. Their genitals just keep retracting, ultimately shrinking until they are completely gone. After seeing that he was now willing to communicate properly, Li Huowang untied the waiter. Then, he helped the terrified man onto a chair. When he asked again, Li Huowang's tone was much gentler compared to before. All right, isn't it just a simple matter of answering a few questions? Was it really necessary to hide or run away? Why didn't you tell me anything sooner? Whether you believe it or not, we are here to help you. Hearing Li Huowang's words, the waiter burst into tears and hid his face. He sounded terrified, with a trace of despair in his voice. You can't talk about it. Now, both you and I will be haunted by the ghost, because we discussed it. Li Huowang felt a shiver run down his spine when he heard this. Instantly, he gazed around with heightened vigilance as one of his hands grabbed the hilt of his sword tightly. Li Huowang examined everything in the room, from the window to the wooden door and even under the bed. However, in the end, he didn't find anything unusual. Everything appeared to be perfectly normal. Li Huowang recalled all the strange things he had experienced in the past. This was the first time he had heard that such evil spirits could spread to others through word of mouth. Despite the numerous loopholes in the waiter's story, Li Huowang chose to believe that there was some truth to it and not dismiss it entirely. Li Huowang immediately looked up at Gao Zhijian, who was guarding the main door, and said, when we leave later, remember not to mention this to anyone else. Hearing this, Gao Zhijian vigorously nodded. He, too, had no intention of exposing his peers to this danger. Paying no attention to the danger, Li Huowang stretched out and forcibly released the waiter's hands, his expression unusually grave as he peered at the man's misery. Who told you all these things? Who said that talking about it would attract ghosts? Did they mention any ways to deal with these evil spirits? Though he was carrying 2 swords capable of exterminating evil spirits on his back, the entity he was faced with this time seemed quite unusual. I don't know. That's what everyone says. After saying that, the waiter hesitantly leaned down to untie his belt and cautiously glanced inside, ignoring Li Huowang beside him. The next moment, the waiter froze in place as if struck by lightning. Chapter 273, Death. Its turned smaller. The waiter's voice trembled, while the entire room was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. After checking his lower half, The waiter collapsed mentally and did not even bother fastening his belt. Instead, he directly knelt onto the ground and started kowtowing continuously in fear. Grandpa Ghost, I really didn't want to say it. It was him who forced me. You should look for the right person to settle your grievances. Please don't steal my manhood. If my manhood is stolen, then I won't be able to reincarnate. I'll become just a lonely wandering ghost. His words caused Gao Zhijian to cover himself with both hands, while Li Huowang also instinctively looked down. Could this so-called ghost who steals people's privates be here right now? Li Huowang swiftly scanned around the room with an ugly expression on his face. With his keen perceptions, he would definitely sense it if there really was something watching him within this room. But he didn't sense any gazes. This could mean only two things. Either the ghost was deliberately choosing to not look at him, or the entity simply had no eyes. An invisible evil spirit? Could it be something like the 18th lunar? Li Huowang dared not be careless when faced with an unknown enemy like that. In this eerie place, Li Huowang couldn't bring himself to believe that an evil spirit capable of harming an entire region was only capable of slowly stealing from others. Unnoticed by everyone within the room, Li Huowang separated his illusion and his invisible body. At the same time, his right hand grabbed onto the hilt of the sword behind him. Gradually, the atmosphere in the room became unusually oppressive. Just as Li Huowang was concentrating on surveying the empty surroundings, the waiter, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and dashed out of the door. Is it possible for this thing to possess others as well? Li Huowang subconsciously raised his sword and stabbed at the back of the fleeing waiter. Seeing this, Gao Zhijian raised his stone slab, using it to block the sword. They collided with a clang. In the blink of an eye, the waiter had already rushed out of the door. Seeing this, Li Huowang turned his gaze filled with killing intent from the waiter onto Gao Zhijian. Is this thing really so difficult to deal with? It already managed to take control of Gao Zhijian's body. On the other hand, Gao Zhijian, who was holding the stone slab, could see Li Huowang's look of hatred as the latter looked at himself. Feeling anxious, he quickly said, It's me. I'm Zhijian. However, Li Huowang didn't completely trust him at this moment. He looked at the honest face in front of him and asked, You say you are, and that's it? I judge others based on their actions and not their intentions. Gao Zhijian would have never tried to stop my sword. Who are you, Senior? Senior Li, that person is not possessed, said Gao Zhijian. If he wasn't possessed, then why did he suddenly run? Asked Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked at the clear-eyed Gao Zhijian as he began pondering. Soon, he pointed outside with his sword. All right, since you say that you are Gao Zhijian, then prove it. Toss aside the sacred text and go find the waiter. The other party's sudden movements were very strange. Whether he was possessed or not, Li Huowang had to get to the bottom of the matter. Under Li Huowang's coercion, Gao Zhijian tossed aside all his belongings in the room and went out to find the waiter who had escaped earlier. It was quite easy to find the man. He had been scared by Li Huowang into peeing his pants, and so they just had to follow the trail of urine. The trail did not continue for long. After wandering around the inn, Li Huowang finally found the waiter, pantsless, while hanging from the rafters in the kitchen. A thick rope was wrapped around his neck, lifting his entire body into the air. As his body gently swayed from side to side, creaking sounds rang out. It was obvious that the man had done it himself, since there was half a winter melon lying on the floor. Since he had hanged himself, the waiter's tongue was stretched out, and his face had turned purplish-black. He looked quite frightening, his eyes seemingly staring at Li Huowang. He. Gao Zhijian was quite shocked as he pointed at the waiter, not knowing what to say. This person had been fine until just a moment ago, and yet had hanged himself now. It was all too sudden. Li Huowang studied the fear and despair in the waiter's eyes, as well as the hands that were firmly grabbing at his own neck. Then, he turned to look at Gao Zhijian and said, You're right. He wasn't possessed. This guy decided to take the initiative to kill himself while he was still alive and could still reincarnate. Otherwise, he would have never been able to reincarnate. The thing that had killed the man was not some ghost stealing his manhood, but his own fear. Li Huowang held his sword and slowly circled around the kitchen, searching for this so-called ghost. He had encountered many evil spirits before, but he had never been as clueless when dealing with one as today. Even though he had not seen anything, someone had already died. As he circled around, Li Huowang shifted his gaze downward to look at the waiter's genitals. They seemed quite small. Taoist, what should we do? We don't even know where the rest of them are. You're going to be in trouble, said Monk, looking worried. It was as though he was genuinely concerned about Li Huowang. Li Huowang glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Since this thing spreads through speech, currently, it's now only targeting Gao Zhijian and me. The rest are safe for now. And with my current state, it's still too early for whatever it is to try and kill me. As for Gao Zhijian, he will be fine." Senior Li, what should we do?" asked Gao Zhijian. As someone who had always been slower to react, he now seemed a little panicked. He had loosened his pants and was anxiously reaching in and tugging at the thing within. He was afraid that the thing might accidentally shrink into his stomach without him noticing. Li Huowang stood on the spot and surveyed his surroundings. The kitchen should have been very normal, but now, it seemed exceptionally terrifying. The chili peppers, the kitchen knives, the chopping boards, the firewood, each item seemed to be concealing danger within. After a while, Li Huowang pulled his pants and looked inside. Upon confirming that there were no changes just yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, this process of shrinking Yang was not something one-off. It was a gradual process, and he still had time to figure out a solution. Don't panic. As long as we understand the origin of this thing and find out its weaknesses, we will definitely be able to take care of it, said Li Huowang as he sheathed his sword and turned back toward the inn. Gao Zhijian, stand guard in the inn. Tell everyone else to stay put and not to run around. Also, don't tell anyone else about this matter. I will think of a way to expose this thing from its hiding spot. Taoist, where are you going? Asked Monk, who had half his body stuck in the wall, in a confused voice. Now that we know that all the residents of Pai County are victims, they are on our side too. There's no need to hide anything anymore. I am going to need the Magistrate of Pai County to help me deal with that thing. Chapter 274, Method. Shortly after leaving the inn, Li Huowang once again arrived at the residence of the highest authority in all of Pai County. There were 2 stone lions at the entrance of the county government gate along with a large drum. This time, Li Huowang didn't plan to sneak in. Instead, he openly walked to the entrance and had the people inside report to the county magistrate. Perhaps if the others did the same, they might be considered unruly troublemakers and get thrown out. However, Li Huowang had 2 long swords on his back, a copper coin mask on his face, and was wearing a red Taoist robe. To top it off, he directly stated that he could help solve the genital retraction problem that the residents of Pai County were suffering from. As a result, he was immediately invited inside respectfully. County Magistrate Yang Hongji lifted his blue and white porcelain teacup, used the lid to take out the tea leaves floating on the surface, and carefully took a sip. As he drank his tea, he re-evaluated the strange man before him. The man's attire was bizarre, and he wasn't quite able to guess his origin. Based on the information he got from his head constable, this person came to Pai County with a troupe that performed pink shows. From the direction they had come from, it was likely that they came from the Qingqiu region. Most importantly, this person claimed that he could solve the genital retraction problem, something that had tormented him for a long time. Since his own son was suffering from the problem, it was worth a try even if there was only a slight possibility of success. As Yang Hongji observed Li Huowang, the latter was also carefully analyzing the various expressions on his face. After carefully interpreting the meaning behind his expressions, Li Huowang had an idea of what he should do next. Magistrate Yang, let's talk about what's going on. The bureau is busy and has no time to waste, said Li Huowang, breaking the strange and awkward silence between them. In order to quickly understand the details about the evil spirit causing genital retraction and to obtain the assistance of the entire Pai County's administration, Li Huowang had decided to pretend to be someone from the Surveillance Bureau. After all, given the situation, the local official should have already contacted the Bureau. Since the problem still persisted, it meant one of 2 things. Either the Surveillance Bureau had not yet arrived, or that they had arrived but had not yet solved this problem. Li Huowang could take advantage of this gap to achieve his own objectives. Upon hearing Li Huowang mention the Bureau, Magistrate Yang was startled and accidentally scalded himself with the tea. He hastily put down the teacup and clasped his hands together before bowing toward Li Huowang. My heavens! The Rights Department has finally sent someone. I've waited for quite a long time. I must have sent over 100 letters through carrier pigeons. Each time, they only replied to get me to stabilize public sentiment and wait for good news. However, I can't even calm myself, let alone the public sentiment. Seeing Yang Hongji continually expressing his struggles, Li Huowang felt more relieved. Since the magistrate believed him, he wouldn't need to use the alternative explanation that he had prepared. All right, Magistrate Yang, no time for idle chatter. Tell me about the whole story. How did this issue of genital retraction come about? And when did it start? Asked Li Huowang. Compared to the waiter, the county magistrate should know quite a bit more. If he wanted to prepare himself before dealing with this so-called ghost that could not be seen or felt, he had to understand more about it. The whole issue started around this year's Ghost Festival. 5 miles east of this county, there was a night watchman at a graveyard, began Magistrate Yang. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something and stopped as his mouth gaped open and fear crept onto his face. Go on. What happened next? Asked Li Huowang as he leaned slightly forward. However, instead of answering Li Huowang's question, the magistrate changed the topic and bowed to Li Huowang with a troubled expression on his face. Lord, please save the people of Pai County. This matter affects everyone's lives. Li Huowang was about to ask again, but suddenly stopped. He understood what the other party was hesitant about. This person also had the same reservations as the waiter who had died earlier. Are you afraid that the ghost will cause trouble for you if you speak? Relax. As long as you are courageous and tell me about it clearly, I'll definitely be able to help you deal with these matters, assured Li Huowang. However, even after this reassurance from Li Huowang, Magistrate Yang didn't show any joy on his face. Rather, he fearfully hid from Li Huowang as though trying to hide from the plague. Soon after, he brought a few green-clothed constables back. Each of them held a small copper gong, and there was a red cloth bag covering each of the gongs. They surrounded Li Huowang and started chanting while continuously striking their gongs. If there's something strange, don't blame the one handling the matter. Li Huowang watched the comical performance and asked, What are you doing? Is this method effective at solving the invisible ghost problem? Magistrate Yang nodded vigorously in response. Li Huowang noticed that each of them held a large pair of tongs and firmly used it to clamp onto their middle fingers. They refused to let go even as their fingers started to bruise. One of the constables, who was sweating profusely from banging the gong, turned around and urgently said to Li Huowang, Hurry, you've already been targeted by that thing. If you don't want to start retracting, follow us quickly. We are all on the same boat. So do you think that I will try to harm you? This statement made Li Huowang instantly tense up. He reached out for a gong and began to move in a circle while banging it. At the same time, for some unknown reason, this series of events in Pai County gave him a strange feeling, a sense of familiarity mixed with disgust. As he continued to ponder, the others surrounding him began to add new movements to their ritual. They draped the red bags containing the gongs on their necks and got down on all fours like turtles carrying their shells before crawling around the round table. This scene was completely bizarre and absurd. At the same time, the others were all looking at him urgently, expecting him to follow suit. Is this really effective? Where did they learn this from? How does this deal with the so-called ghost that steals people's privates? Just as Li Huowang held the gong and draped the red bag across his neck, the others suddenly spread their legs apart, as though preparing to urinate. However, they were not urinating and simply took off their pants. Then, they grabbed a handful of red chili powder from behind and sprinkled it toward their genitals. Even as they grimaced from the spiciness, these people dared not slow down and continued to crawl on the floor with the gongs on their backs, all the while sprinkling chili powder. Daoist, hurry. Follow us. If not, you'll die soon, shouted Magistrate Yang. Watching this ridiculous scene unfold before him, Li Huowang's brows furrowed as he slowly squatted down and picked up a handful of chili powder. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly released his hand and watched as the bright red spicy powder floated from his hand down to the ground. Why do I feel like this is going overboard? Even if this world is mad, this is too preposterous. It's like a farce. Chapter 275, Familiar. Li Huowang's previous perception of Pai County began to change as he stared at the people in front of him lying on the ground like dogs. The idea of a ghost stealing people's privates, combined with such humiliating treatment methods and the finishing touch of chili powder, all just seemed too ridiculous. The entire county was buzzing with rumors about ghosts stealing people's privates and retracting their genitals. But what if everything they were saying was completely false? Perhaps there never was such a thing? As he recalled the waiter who hanged himself earlier, as well as everything else he had witnessed in Pai County, Li Huowang questioned the others lying on the ground. You guys keep talking about the genitals being retracted, but has anyone here witnessed it themselves? Hearing this, the group stared at Li Huowang, and then silently exchanged stares. Finally, one of the constables spoke up. My father said so. He witnessed someone experiencing the genital retraction. I'm not asking about your father. I'm asking about you. Have any of you personally witnessed it? Reiterated Li Huowang. Li Huowang's sharp gaze left the constable stuttering and unable to find any words. Seeing this, Li Huowang once again shifted his gaze toward Magistrate Yang Hongji and said, "Earlier, you mentioned that your son's genitals had become small and needed to be locked with a silver lock. But children's genitals are naturally small. Is it possible that there's nothing wrong with your son at all, and you're just being overly suspicious? Have you never doubted that at all? Really? But how is that possible?" "The person clearly stated," said Magistrate Yang. "Who is that person? Where is he now?" Li Huowang suddenly raised his voice. Whoever this person was, they had to have a significant connection to this absurd situation. He's dead. He died from the retraction, just because he uttered those words to someone, replied Magistrate Yang. Huh. Hearing this, Li Huowang's face revealed a faint smirk, his suspicions growing even stronger. There was no such thing as ghosts stealing people's genitals, and there certainly was no method to ward off the ghosts. All of it was fake. As he thought about this issue, he realized the identity of the culprit. Coming across one's enemies often evokes a strong sense of resentment. Reflecting on their past mistreatment of him, Li Huowang clenched his fists so tightly that they produced a creaking sound. With a fierce expression, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Sitting Oblivion Dao." Immediately, Li Huowang took off the copper gong hanging from his neck and fiercely threw it onto the ground. Then, he kicked away the constable blocking his path before charging directly toward Magistrate Yang. At this moment, he finally realized why he felt that inexplicable sense of familiarity earlier. It was the feeling of being deceived by the sitting Oblivion Dao, something that he had experienced once before. Li Huowang kicked Magistrate Yang in the chest before using his long sword to slice at Magistrate Yang's chin. As Yang Hongji screamed miserably, his face was lifted slightly by Li Huowang. However, there weren't any other layers beneath this man's face. He wasn't a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao, and neither were the other constables. They had all been deceived by the sitting Oblivion Dao. There was no ghost that could cause genital retraction through word of mouth. It was all an absurd rumor spread intentionally by the sitting Oblivion Dao. The sitting Oblivion Dao had played everyone in Pai County for fools by relying solely on these rumors. "Who told you about these methods to treat genital retraction? Where are they?" demanded Li Huowang. It was vital to track down the sitting Oblivion Dao members if they were still residing in Pai County. Li Huowang's bloodshot eyes frightened the injured Yang Hongji into revealing everything without concealing anything. If Li Huowang had to name a nemesis, then the sitting Oblivion Dao would undoubtedly be at the top of his list. It was a self-proclaimed shaman. He insisted that a lock could secure one's genitals. However, because he revealed the divine secrets, he too suffered from genital retraction and died 2 months ago, responded Yang Hongji immediately, struggling to collect himself. "Oh yeah? He just spread the rumors, and then died from genital retraction himself? What a coincidence. Where's his body? I will need to open the coffin for an autopsy," said Li Huowang. With Li Huowang's identity as someone from the Surveillance Bureau and his unyielding stance, Yang Hongji eventually complied. Creak. Slowly, the black coffin nails were pulled out. Li Huowang approached the scene while covering his nose. Confirming that there was no corpse inside the coffin and only a Luan 1 mahjong tile, he realized that his assumption had been accurate. This was indeed the work of the sitting Oblivion Dao, and the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao had long since departed. The people of Pai County were just toys that the sitting Oblivion Dao had grown tired of playing with, and thus were casually discarded. However, Li Huowang wasn't too disappointed either. His goal this time was to join the Surveillance Bureau, and not to single-handedly confront the sitting Oblivion Dao. After understanding the events that had transpired in Pai County, Li Huowang devised a plan. "Everyone, gather around and take a good look. This is the so-called shaman you've been talking about." Li Huowang spoke to the others who had retreated to a distance. However, Li Huowang's previously unusual behavior had frightened all of them. They all just stood there, covering the wounds on their chins while not daring to get too close. "I said come over here, didn't you hear?" Li Huowang's stern words finally made them approach him. When they saw the empty coffin, their eyes widened in astonishment. After all, they distinctly remembered that someone had been buried there before. As he observed them, Li Huowang carefully chose his words before speaking slowly. "You have all been deceived. There is no such thing as genital retraction. It was just a rumor. There's no need to be on edge." "How is that possible?" Yang Hongji was in disbelief. After all this time of people's hearts being in turmoil, It turned out to be nothing more than self-induced fear. The truth is right in front of you, and you still don't believe it? Go gather all the people in the county. I have something to tell them, said Li Huowang. Upon hearing Li Huowang's words, Yang Hongji hesitated. He just stood in place with an uncertain expression as he contemplated something. What's the matter? Don't forget my identity. Do you think a fool like yourself knows more about this than the surveillance bureau does? Questioned Li Huowang. This finally convinced Yang Hongji. He covered the wound on his chin and walked outside. Wait a moment, sir. I need to check on my child first. After saying that, he dispersed the group of constables. On the other hand, Li Huowang sheathed his bloodied sword and turned around to walk back toward the inn. Once he was back at the inn, Li Huowang explained everything to the frightened Gao Zhijian. Everything is okay. They are just a bunch of poor souls who have been deceived. We'll explain everything later. Li Huowang sat at the 8 Immortals table and spoke to the big fellow in front of him. After knowing that everything was a hoax and there was no danger in Pai County, Li Huowang finally eased up and was no longer as tense as before. While he was helping these people recognize the deception of the sitting Oblivion Dao, he hadn't forgotten his original purpose in coming to this place. Regardless of who the surveillance bureau sent, as long as Li Huowang took care of the trouble in advance, they would have no choice but to contact him. The beginning was always difficult, but once he managed to get in touch with the surveillance bureau, things would be much simpler. 1. 6 characters in Mahjong. Chapter 276, Ghost. Ha ha ha. Are the people of this county idiots? Why would they believe in something stupid like their sexual organs gradually becoming smaller and disappearing? Remarked Puppy. You would probably act the same if you see everyone around you doing that, said Xiaoman. As they spoke, they suddenly saw many people converging onto the streets. They placed down their tea and walked outside. Everyone follow me and bring your weapons. All of you will stay near the perimeter and look for anything suspicious, instructed Li Huowang. They didn't know how Yang Hongji spread the word, but the guards had managed to herd all of the terrified people to the streets. At the same time, there were many more who were standing on the walls and roofs in the surroundings. Thousands of people gathered together like flies. Yang Hongji carefully approached Li Huowang and exclaimed excitedly, Taoist, this should be all right, yes? Almost every home sent out a person. Yang Hongji had gone back and checked on his son and was relieved to see that the boy's penis had not shrunk. Thus, he now trusted Li Huowang's words completely. Staring at the dense crowd, Li Huowang nodded and leaped up toward the head of the stone lion in front of the gate. Everyone, do not panic. I am here to tell you that there are no ghosts that steal away your genitals. You have all been lied to. The shrinking of sexual organs is a giant lie. It was never anything more than a rumor, shouted Li Huowang. These words caused everyone to start panicking as they started discussing what they had just heard. The situation almost went out of control. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, the piercing sound of a bell rang out, covering all the noise. It was so loud that it caused everyone to hold their ears in pain. Once the sound of the discussion finally died down, Li Huowang stopped ringing the bell and gave it back to Chen Xiaoman. Everyone slowly removed their hands from their ears. After a moment of thought, Li Huowang spoke in a loud voice. Everyone, we've checked on the so-called shaman that died from his genitals shrinking away and determined that he had faked his death. He has long since run away. I need all of you to think carefully. Have any of you ever seen anyone's genitals actually shrink back into their abdomens? I am not asking about the stories that you heard from your son or your neighbors, but ones you have witnessed for yourself. Have any of you seen it? In the face of Li Huowang's question, everyone fell silent. I did. A woman with half a head of white hair walked out from the crowd. She held a baby in her arms. She carefully undid the baby's clothes and raised the baby high enough for everyone to see. Everyone, look at this. My baby's penis has shrunk. This man is a liar. You cannot trust him. Li Huowang carefully looked at the woman and confirmed that she was not from the sitting Oblivion Dao. Then, he turned to look at the baby. Is this your child? Did you see the ghost stealing his penis? Correct. Look, his penis is gone. My poor son is so unfortunate. The woman held the baby and started crying. It really shrunk? Li Huowang stared at the baby and saw that it was indeed missing the penis. But Li Huowang soon realized another possibility, causing the expression on his face to turn weird as he asked the question, have you ever considered that your baby is a girl? The baby's crotch was far too natural, and it didn't seem like anything had shrunk back there. Hearing the question, the woman was shocked and showed her baby to the crowd even more enthusiastically. Fuck you. My stomach was sharp. 1. When I was pregnant. How could I have possibly given birth to a girl? I gave birth to a baby boy. Then, the woman kneeled in front of an old man with her baby and explained fervently, My dear, don't believe him. You can't blame me. I really did give birth to a baby boy, and then the ghost took away his penis. You can't blame me for this. As they heard the woman pleading so fervently, everyone started feeling uneasy. You didn't want your husband to be shamed, and so you forcefully started telling others that your daughter is actually a son. Why weren't you that smart when you were facing the sitting Oblivion Dao? Muttered Li Huowang. Just as the sound of discussion started getting louder once again, and Li Huowang was about to take control of the situation, someone screamed from within the crowd. Soon, there was an empty space within the crowd. In the middle of the clearing was a beggar covered in tattered rags. Currently, he was holding a rusty knife high in the air while kneeling beside a man. The beggar had chopped off the man's penis and was now hanging it on his body with a pleased expression on his face. On the other hand, the victim was crying and shouting in pain. After a moment, the beggar slowly stood back up and smiled creepily at everyone around him. Penises, all of them belong to me. I will be able to reincarnate once I collect enough of them. As he spoke, his body suddenly floated like a ghost before pouncing toward another man beside him. A woman's scream woke everyone up as they started running away to save their lives. On the other hand, by the time the beggar pushed down the man, Li Huowang had already sent one of his fingernails flying toward the beggar. Dang! The fingernail hit the beggar's body, but the sound that rang out was akin to a loud metallic clang. Meanwhile, Li Huowang started running toward the beggar while weaving through the crowd. By the time he arrived at the clearing, several men and women were already lying on the ground. Xiang! Li Huowang ran forward and slashed his sword down on the beggar. But he would never have expected his extremely sharp sword to not even pierce the beggar's skin. All he heard was the sound of metal once more. Everyone else ran up to help Li Huowang. Gao Zhijian's footsteps were heavy as he ran over, his club already swinging down onto the beggar. As Li Huowang fought, he rained more and more blows toward the beggar. But the more blows he exchanged with the beggar, the more Li Huowang felt like something was off. The ghost was different. It was too weird. How could a ghost not get hurt by a sword that could cut down evil beings? And why did it appear in broad daylight? Just as Li Huowang was thinking about what to do, he suddenly saw the ghost wink at him. For a moment, he thought that he was seeing things. Meanwhile, the people of Pai County and the surroundings witnessed as the man wearing the bronze coin veil fought against the ghost. Their emotions rose and fell with the tides of battle. After some time, Li Huowang managed to stab his sword into the ghost's chest. He then took out a yellow talisman and placed it onto the ghost's forehead. Everything was finally over. Li Huowang panted and looked at the crowd around him before speaking in a serious voice. There was indeed a ghost that stole people's genitals, and here it is. I've just killed it. 1. Superstition. Sharp stomach equals boy baby. Round stomach equals girl baby. Chapter 277, Surveillance Bureau. As he spoke, Li Huowang dragged the ghost by the hair and raised it up for everyone to see. Look closely. The ghost has been killed by me. It's no longer a threat, and the people of Pai County will no longer suffer from having their sexual organs shrink. Li Huowang's voice echoed throughout the entire county. Bam! Soon, everyone within Pai County started shouting and celebrating until the entire place shook. Everyone was crying tears of joy. They were no longer plagued by it anymore. All of them reached inside their clothing and took out the ropes or chains before throwing them high up into the air. Many of them even kneeled in front of Li Huowang and started calling him their godfather. It was funny to think that they had previously doubted him. The town guards quickly used long rods and strings to tie up the ghost's body before parading it around all of Pai County. Soon, the news spread and everyone in the county had learned of it. With this, Li Huowang's position and popularity within the county rose dramatically. Almost everyone gave him some food, while the elders even kneeled and thanked him for saving their grandchildren. That night, Magistrate Yang booked the best restaurant of the county to treat the guests to a meal. Having saved all of Pai County, Li Huowang was assigned to the main seat, and many of the high-ranking officers from the magistrate's office even poured wine for him. The worries that had clouded the minds of the people within Pai County had now completely disappeared. The desolate county soon regained its normal hustle and bustle. Puppy, Gao Zhijian, and everyone else ate the best meal that the restaurant could offer. All of them felt like they were in heaven. Even if the ingredients were familiar to them and things that they had cooked many times before, The chefs of the best restaurant were able to turn them into something extraordinary. Xiucai, you need to learn properly. Once you become as great as the young Taoist and obtain justice for others, then everyone will treat you to such a good meal. Lu Zhuangyuan was busy stuffing his mouth with the delicious food and lecturing his youngest son. What do you know, you damned old man? I can't believe that even such amazing food can't stuff your asshole mouth into shutting up, said Lu Xiucai as he placed down the chicken in his hand and took a bottle of good quality wine, wanting to pour a cup for Li Huowang. However, before he could do so, Bai Ling Miao took away the cup of wine. Senior Li can't drink. He gets drunk too easily. Then, she took a bowl of the glistening shark fin soup. 1. To Li Huowang. Senior Li, why don't you have this instead? You did quite well to save everyone within the county. Li Huowang smiled forcefully before throwing one of the chicken drumsticks underneath the table, allowing Bun to happily eat it. As he sensed Bun's tail wagging and hitting his leg, Li Huowang's mood gradually improved to a certain extent. Li Huowang took the bowl of soup and drank the shark fin soup in one go before standing up. Then, he pointed at Yang Hongji and said, "Take care of him and don't let him get too happy, or he will die from overdosing on alcohol." As everyone laughed, Li Huowang walked out of the restaurant. While the restaurant was crowded, the streets were even more lively. The sound of firecrackers rang out constantly, while red paper could be seen flying everywhere, covering the streets and alleys in a festive red color. Just as the sound of the firecrackers stopped, a group of children wearing new clothes ran around while collecting the ones that had yet to explode. The children didn't know what had happened. All they knew was that they would no longer be tormented and that today they would be able to eat good food. At the edge of the street, a man was wearing a massive puppet head while raising up a ball of flowers. They were performing a dragon dance. The sound of musical instruments came from behind the dragon dance. The children were all attracted to it and stopped collecting the firecrackers. Instead, they ran around happily as they watched the dragon dance. The entire Pai County was reveling in festivities. It was as if they were celebrating New Year's. However, amidst all this, Li Huowang didn't even have the hint of a smile as he walked around. He looked very out of place. Li Huowang was not the only one upset. Some of the houses had green couplets stuck on them, while white clothes covered their courtyard. These were the houses of the people killed by the ghost earlier today. Their families were crying inside their houses. Li Huowang looked at the sad scene in front of him before continuing to walk. He soon arrived at the morgue. Even though it was very lively in the town, there were still some people dutifully guarding this place. Still, the county treated them equally well. The guards were eating from a clay pot filled with meat and drinking wine from a massive black cask. When they saw Li Huowang walk in, the town guards immediately greeted him politely before inviting him to eat with them. "All of you get out first. The ghost has been cultivating for thousands of years, and I need to make sure to get rid of it properly," said Li Huowang. None of them objected and quickly ran out of the morgue. As he walked in, Li Huowang saw rows of corpses that were covered with a white cloth on the floor of the cold morgue. Li Huowang walked past all the cold bodies until he reached the final one and took off the white cloth, revealing the dead beggar who was possessed by the ghost. The beggar's face was covered in stubby hair and his clothes were tattered, but for some reason, they looked quite neat on him and there was no stench coming from him. He looked quite normal, like someone who would easily blend into the crowd. The only distinguishing feature of the beggar was his unibrow. As Li Huowang examined the body also opened its eyes and stared at Li Huowang. Seeing this, Li Huowang took a step back as the beggar tore off the yellow talisman from his forehead. "Interesting. What kind of talisman is this, and what is its effect?" "I don't know. I just used it randomly." "It was drawn by someone else," answered Li Huowang calmly. It was as if he had already expected all this. The beggar rolled off the wooden pallet and shook off the dust on his body. As he moved, a metallic clanging sound could be heard from within his body. "How should I address you?" The beggar bowed toward Li Huowang, his eyes resolute. "Ao Jing sect, Ergio." Li Huowang would never reveal his true name, and thus, he decided to use the name of the dead Jiang Yingzi. "If I am right, you must be from the Surveillance Bureau," continued Li Huowang. The beggar did not deny it. "Yep, I'm one of the underlings. You are very smart. All I did was wink at you, and you followed my plan. 1. Don't eat shark fins, folk. But I won't be surprised if the sharks in this world have 6 dorsal fins." Chapter 278, The Creditor. Li Huowang was right. There was never a ghost that stole people's genitals. It had all just been a lie that the sitting Oblivion Tao had spread. The beggar, however, had a different approach when it came to dealing with it. Was there any need to kill them? Did it really need to be that realistic? Li Huowang pointed at the several bodies beside them. This was something that the sitting Oblivion Dao came up with. If we did not do it right, then we would have failed. Did you think the people would listen to you just like that? Plus, I only killed the normal civilians, replied the beggar. Li Huowang felt his heart grow cold when he heard that. How could he say something like that so easily? Is everyone within the surveillance bureau like that? After seeing what he did, rather than feeling mad at the deaths of those innocent people, Li Huowang felt wary of the beggar. I should be more careful when I come into contact with them next time around, or I will become nothing more than their puppet. As Li Huowang stood there silently, the beggar took the chance to introduce himself. My name is Hongda, and I am a creditor. 1. A pleasure to meet you. This was the first time Li Huowang heard of the term. The characters used for the title literally meant someone who loaned knives to others. However, since Hongda was able to become an underling of the Surveillance Bureau, the title he held definitely meant something else rather than its literal translation. Creditor? Asked Li Huowang. Yep, I'm a creditor that doesn't belong to any sect. Do you want me to loan you one? Offered Hongda as he opened his tattered robe, revealing the numerous blades hanging from within it. The blades were all old and rusty. Some of them were even shattered or broken. They were the reason why Li Huowang's sword had failed to cut him down. But this also meant that the rusted blades were not ordinary metal objects. After all, how could a regular rusty blade block the attack of a weapon that was once owned by a military personnel? Do you want me to loan you one? Hongda asked once again before picking out a broken blade for Li Huowang while smiling politely. How should I pay you back after you loan it to me? Asked Li Huowang. If I loan it to you, then you will naturally pay me back once the time has come, Hongda answered vaguely. Hearing this, Li Huowang slowly extended his hands and tried to touch the rusted blades while carefully staring at Hongda. But in the end, he had just touched the blade for a moment before pulling his hand away. No need. I already have enough weapons. Fine. No need for it then. Now, since the matters in this county are over, I will take my leave. I hope we will meet again, Xiao, said Hongda as he kept away the blade with a face full of regret. Then, he bowed and started walking out of the morgue. Just as Hongda had touched the bronze doorknob, a bloody fingernail flew past his face and stabbed into the wooden door. Wait, I've heard that the Surveillance Bureau gives out rewards for their missions. Since I took part in the matters of Pai County, I should also get something, right? Asked Li Huowang. Staring at the bloodied nail embedded within the wooden door, Hongda raised his voice eerily. Oh, and what if I don't want to give it? In an instant, the atmosphere within the morgue tensed up. That's fine too. Let me join the Surveillance Bureau, and I will consider the matter between us to be over, said Li Huowang, dispelling the tense atmosphere. Hongda was surprised that someone would say that. Really? Then let's go to the rights department and register your name. Do we need to go to the rights department? Asked Li Huowang, deciding against going there. It was too risky to enter their main camp. If someone found out that he was a strayed one, then he would definitely die. It's too far away, and currently, I need to urgently get something else done. Let's do this instead. I've heard that the Surveillance Bureau can contact someone individually through a proxy, suggested Li Huowang. Hongda thought about it for a moment and agreed. Sure. Then, let me talk to my supervisor. That way, there will be no need to go and find him. If he agrees to your request, then he will come and find you instead. No need to worry. I've worked with him for a long time, and I will help vouch for you. After saying that, Hongda then walked out of the morgue. Back on the lively street, he quickly took a porcelain doll's head and used it to cover his own head. Then, he took out a broken fan from his waist and started fanning himself as he walked out of the town. Once he was out there, the surroundings finally quieted down. Only the sound of insects chirping could be heard. He continued to walk for an hour before finally throwing away the doll's head into the forest and saying, Taoist Xiao, there's no need for you to follow me. If I really was someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao, then today's matters would not have ended this swiftly. Hearing this, Li Huowang walked out from within the forest and gave his greeting before walking back toward the town. It was only after Li Huowang disappeared back into town that Hongda opened his mouth. How about it? The sound of crunching leaves rang out as someone walked out. The newcomer was a rotund man and wore a red sash over his waist. He wore a green robe and a massive doll head on his head. He was still holding on to a long pole covered in a red sash used for the dragon dance. No, he's too suspicious, and we don't even know where he came from. Also, when you asked him to go to the rights department, he directly refused. There's also a possibility that he's someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. The voice was smooth and feminine, completely betraying one's expectations. Hongda squatted on the ground as the sound of metal clanking rang out. I don't think he's someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. They wouldn't do something this simple. The doll's head slowly turned and looked at Hongda. What if they guessed our motives and did this to lower our guard? We already killed 2 of their higher-ranking disciples today. I don't think we would be that unlucky, replied Hongda. However, the man with the doll's head did not move and just repeated the question. What if they guessed our motives and did this to lower our guard? Hongda growled, feeling annoyed. Enough with that. I don't feel like messing around today. Hearing this, the man with the doll head turned and looked toward Pai County. One of the 2 swords he was carrying was the bronze coin sword used by the disciples of Luoism, while the other sword that was wrapped in cloth emanated the killing intent that usually belongs to the soldiers. He's even using the secret technique of the Ao Jing sect. He is too mysterious. Hongda nodded in agreement. He is indeed weird, but he is strong. Even if there's a possibility that he's someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao, we could still make use of him. And then, Hongda squinted and scratched his chin. And then we observe him while using him. 1. An ancient occupation. A creditor would give someone something like a rusted knife or pot, and then give them a prophecy. If it came true, they would return and demand payment. Chapter 279, Technique. Everyone within Pai County ate and celebrated late into the night. Thus, almost everyone woke up pretty late on the next day. After finding out that Huowang's party was leaving, the magistrate dragged his hungover body and his wife to send them off. Daoist, may you have a smooth future ahead of you. I will write down a detailed record praising you and your activities before submitting it to my superiors. Safe travels. Despite Li Huowang's face still being bloody and looking quite scary, Yang Hongji sent him off while waving both his hands and smiling. Li Huowang's acting was also perfect, not letting anyone discover what had happened last night. Puppy was quite happy when he heard how much they were praising all of them, but Li Huowang didn't say anything about it. Magistrate Yang, could you give us a recommendation letter? Mine was destroyed last night from accidentally being soaked in wine, requested Li Huowang as they were leaving. He learned from Bai Lingmiao that the Liang Kingdom was different from the other places. They might be fine in smaller towns, but without a recommendation letter, they would not be able to enter any of the cities. Even though Li Huowang would be able to easily handle the issue, he didn't want to trouble Bai Lingmiao. Recommendations? Sure. Yang Hongji readily agreed. Now that the issue of the ghost had been resolved and his career was steady, the magistrate was more than happy to write them a few recommendation letters. Actually, the magistrate really wanted to send Li Huowang off as soon as possible. The latter was just too dangerous. Thus, he did his part for the people by sending Li Huowang off till 3 or 4 li away before returning. He was so diligent in sending us off that people might have thought that he was sending off his father. Also, why didn't he give us some money for our travels? Xiucai spat onto the ground and grumbled. Suddenly the bronze smoke pipe hit him square in the face. Li Huowang couldn't be bothered with their antics. He was busy thinking about what Hongda had told him yesterday. He had managed to take the first step and established contact with the surveillance bureau. However, it was much more difficult than he had thought. All Hongda had said was that he would go back and report it. There was no guarantee that it would succeed. Li Huowang needed backup plans in case this ended in failure. It would have been fine if he had just been directly rejected. Instead, Li Huowang was more afraid that Hongda was someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao. At that moment, Monk's illusion touched the bronze coin veil on Li Huowang's face. Don't worry. You didn't even take this off while sleeping. He shouldn't have been able to discover your true identity. As long as they don't find out, you will definitely be able to escape. However, Li Huowang didn't feel anything in the face of Monk's encouragement. Having just a single bronze coin veil to cover up his identity was far too dangerous. He needed another layer of protection if he wanted to feel safe. But Monk was right. As long as no one discovered what he was, he would be relatively safe. I need strength. As long as I'm strong enough, there won't be any problem. The recommendation letters they got from Yang Hongji wouldn't just be useful when trying to enter cities, but they could also serve as temporary identities. With them, Li Huowang and the rest could be considered half-civilians of the Liang Kingdom. Jiang. Someone was performing in a regular town of the Liang Kingdom. Puppy continued to strike the gong while Lu Jiren walked onto the stage with his makeup and started singing. Captivated by their new song, the audience threw food and money onto the stage. Some of them even gave them a basket of pond loaches, causing Luo Wanhua, who was dressed as a beggar, to scurry away in fright. Seeing this, the audience laughed at her. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangyuan was at the side of the muddy road, happily counting the money they had received with Zhao Wu. Li Huowang was quite surprised by just how much money they were earning. After the Lu family decided to change up their performance to something else, the money they started earning was quite a bit more than what they had earned before. And as their employer, he would be able to obtain half of it. Even though the Lu family was no golden goose, at the very least, they were a goose that was consistently laying eggs with double yolks. Brother Zhao Wu, looks like our calculations match. We have earned quite a lot today, so let's have something nice to eat. We can have some pond loaches with tofu today, suggested Lu Zhuangyuan. Since they already had the pond loaches, he only needed to buy some tofu from the village to make the dish. Having been around Lu Zhuangyuan for so long, Li Huowang already had a general grasp on his temperament. Troop leader Lu, why did I not see Xiucai during the performance? The smiling Lu Zhuangyuan revealed a sad expression when he heard about his youngest son. Him? Forget about him. Even if he manages to learn some supernatural powers, he would never take care of me. We should still rely on others. Don't you think so too, my good grandson? Li Huowang walked away when he saw Lu Zhuangyuan was playing with his grandson. He walked toward the large rock where Lu Xiucai was training. As he got closer, Li Huowang heard Lu Xiucai chanting. There were 2 bronze coins in front of Lu Xiucai. As he chanted, the bronze coins became attached together. He then stomped the ground, causing the 2 bronze coins to be separated once more. After training for so long, Lu Xiucai had finally managed to forcefully memorize the chant and learn how to use it. As he observed the boy, Li Huowang finally came to understand just how much effort Dan Yangzi had put into his practice to obtain his powers before his death. Master, greeted Lu Xiucai. Not bad. How are you feeling? Asked Li Huowang, silently observing Lu Xiucai. Good. I feel great, replied Lu Xiucai. In fact, he was overjoyed at having managed to learn the chant. He even felt that he had changed completely into someone else. Hearing his reply, Li Huowang was disappointed and happy at the same time. He was disappointed by the fact that his guess was wrong. He had thought that this technique used by the disciples of Luoism would be able to drive away the rage and killing intent from Lu Xiucai's body. At the same time, he was happy that Lu Xiucai was fine even after having learned the technique. This meant that the technique that the nascent soul had left behind did not contain anything harmful. Now, it was time for Li Huowang to learn it. It's fine for you to train hard, but why did you not perform together with your father? Asked Li Huowang. Lu Xiucai revealed a look of disgust when he heard that. I'm now an expert that is capable of using supernatural powers. Why should I join them on stage and go back to being at the bottom of the caste system? Li Huowang frowned. He found Lu Xiucai to be detestable. To think that he was this prideful even though he had barely learned anything. How could he look down on his father and brother like that? But Lu Xiucai was destined to fail. The supernatural power that he learned was only usable with the bronze coin sword. Without it, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he had managed to learn the chant. Chapter 280, Yinling City. Li Huowang followed the technique written on the parchment and used his dantian while chanting silently in his heart. He then raised the bronze coin sword with his left hand and stabbed it toward the green bamboo shoot on the ground. The bronze coin sword trembled for a moment and then scattered, each of the coins stabbing into the bamboo shoot. When Li Huowang retracted the hilt, the bronze coins all flew back before consolidating into the form of a sword. Li Huowang turned his attention back to the 1-meter-tall bamboo shoot and saw that it had been shredded into ribbons. After that, Li Huowang took a piece of stone covered in moss and slashed at it. However, at that moment, Li Huowang suddenly felt a strong power coming from within the sword. He felt as if the sword was twisting his hand instead of him swinging the sword. Just as the bronze coin sword was about to hit the stone, it scattered and the various bronze coins flew past it. Then, the coins cut down a tree behind the stone before rearranging themselves back into his hand. This sword is very useful. Li Huowang smiled as he looked at the sword in his grasp. Compared to the other items, it was far more useful and it didn't have any side effects. At the same time, it was also a ranged attack, something that he needed desperately. Meanwhile, Lu Xiucai's eyes were full of envy as he saw Li Huowang easily grasp the technique in such a short period of time compared to him. However, even though he was envious, he still praised Li Huowang excitedly. Master is amazing. You are the best in the world. Hearing the praises of someone who hadn't studied and didn't know how to praise someone, Li Huowang's face was filled with disgust. Master, what should I learn next? Asked Lu Xiucai. His eyes revealed just how eager he was as he asked this most important question. Li Huowang didn't answer him. There were only two reasons why he had decided to teach Lu Xiucai. One, he wanted to see if the technique used by the disciples of Luoism would be able to chase off the rage within Lu Xiucai's body. And two, he wanted to test and see whether the technique had any side effects. However, now that his objectives have been attained, Li Huowang needed to think about how to deal with the annoying fellow. Since it was impossible to chase Lu Xiucai away with his current temperament, Li Huowang needed to think of something else. After a while, Li Huowang finally said, "Learn. You need to learn how to read." Hearing this, Lu Xiucai was stunned. This was completely different from what he had expected. "Do you know why I managed to learn that technique so much faster than you?" "That's because I'm literate," said Li Huowang. "So what if I can't read? I can still learn how to do it without being able to read. I can cultivate to become an immortal," shouted Lu Xiucai angrily. "You don't want to? Then goodbye. I won't be teaching you anymore," said Li Huowang as he turned around. Seeing him turn around, Lu Xiucai panicked and kneeled in front of him before kowtowing 3 times. "Master, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will learn." By the time Li Huowang walked out from the bamboo forest, there was already a book filled entirely with characters in Lu Xiucai's hands. He had to memorize all of them. He had never worked so hard before. On the other hand, when it saw its owner walk out, Bun happily approached Li Huowang and smelled him. Li Huowang patted its head while talking to the others. "Let's go. We need to walk faster and enter Yinling City today." The ox cart started moving once more while Li Huowang checked the map. There was a big city just up ahead, Yinling City. Based on the information he had obtained, Yinling City was one of the largest cities within the Liang Kingdom. It was also where one of the members of royalty lived. However, all Li Huowang cared about was the fact that they would be one step closer to Cowheart Mountain once they arrived at Yinling City. Their journey would finally come to an end after they reached Bai Lingyao's house. "Senior Li, I've never been to Yinling City. However, I have heard from my grandfather's brother that the people in Yinling City are extremely rich. When he was younger, he managed to hunt a chicken-feet deer, one, and sold it in Yinling City. When he came back, he had enough money to build 3 houses. He also said that Yinling City was extremely gorgeous and the food there was amazing. I can only imagine just how nice their meals would be." Bai Lingmiao was blindfolded as she held onto the hem of Li Huowang's robe. Currently, she was completely different from before. On the other hand, Li Huowang just continued to silently listen to her as she talked on and on. They were truly a match made in heaven. Soon, amidst Bai Lingmiao's chirpy voice, they arrived at the city wall that was as tall as a mountain. As they stood at its base, they saw that the shadow of the wall completely covered all of them. It was truly like a mountain. This wall," Puppy stammered. "This wall is massive," exclaimed young Xiaohai. "Why are you finishing my sentence?" scolded Puppy as he hugged his wife's waist and followed closer behind the horse carriage. Soon, they reached one of the city gates where everyone was lining up. The guards, who were wearing robes inscribed with the character for soldier, checked the people who were trying to enter. Compared to Qingxiu, they were much more stern with the inspections over here. Only after checking everything did they let the people enter. Seeing this, everyone felt worried. They all tightly grabbed the black veil covering their heads. As they waited to be led into the city gates, Li Huowang heard the conversation of people in front of them. "Why are you entering the city?" The guard's tone was cold. "Sir, I am a performer." "I hope this will be enough," said Lu Zhuangyuan as he passed the recommendation letters while hiding some silver underneath them. The guard took the letter before throwing the silver onto the ground. After confirming that the recommendation letter had an official stamp on it, the guards that were waiting to inspect their items backed off. "Pass." Next, Li Huowang sighed in relief as he stood beside the ox cart housing the black Taisui. After they entered, Li Huowang heard everyone behind him gasp loudly before letting out a sigh. However, this was to be expected when they were faced with the massive buildings on the sides of the road. The entire street was busy and bustling with activity. Staring at the busy city, even Lu Zhuangyuan didn't know what to do. He just stood in the middle of the road, unsure of where to go. As the people around them saw him, they all had a look of disdain on their faces. It was as if they were mocking him for being a country bumpkin that had never seen a city. "Why are all of you so worried? We should just do the same thing as usual. Let's find an inn and settle down." Li Huowang took the lead, and everyone followed after him. However, as he led everyone else, Li Huowang stared at the scene in front of him with a complicated look on his face. He had never expected to see a place so advanced in this world. He had thought that none of the places in this crazy world were any good. 1. Author's Creation. Chapter 281. Exquisite Pagoda. There weren't any inns near the city gate. They continued to ride down the street that was wide enough to allow 16 horses to move side to side. Li Huowang's group had to travel for almost an hour before they found their first inn. This place is crazy. If one of our oxen were to defecate on the street, then we would have to pay a fine of 10 bronze coins. How the heck do I even go about controlling when they were to defecate? Xiao grumbled about what had happened to them just now. Yeah, in fact, the ox feces can be used to burn as fuel. We are giving it to them for free here, but rather than thanking us, they want to fine us. Fucking bastards. Cursed Lu X Xiucai. Enough. Since we are in a different place, we need to adhere to their rules. Enter the inn. Since we can finally get some proper rest tonight, we should do so, said Li Huowang as he entered the inn. Li Huowang was glad that he had asked the magistrate to write them those recommendation letters. To think that they would need them even to just stay in an inn. Yikes. Young Taoist, they are even charging us for water. They must be crazy. It's not even tea, but just plain water, said Lu Zhuangyuan as he carefully hugged the jug of water in front of him. Li Huowang, who was busy checking the map and trying to get familiar with the geographical locations of the Liang Kingdom, didn't pay him any heed. To think that it's worse to stay here even though the Liang Kingdom is so big. Our old home was better, at least, there we didn't need to pay to get water. Lu Zhuangyuan carefully placed the water jug back onto the table. However, at that moment, his stomach suddenly started rumbling. Since they had rushed to enter the city before nightfall, they had yet to eat lunch. Li Huowang turned around and looked at Bai Ling Miao, who was busy dealing with the bedsheets. Are you hungry? We can deal with the bedsheets later after we eat. Young Taoist, why don't we just eat our rations? If we need to pay for even water, then their food must be quite expensive, suggested Lu Zhuangyuan. However, Li Huowang just shook his head as he closed the map. It's fine. We've traveled for a very long time, and should relax every once in a while. Call your family. Tonight, we will have a good meal. Everyone perked up when they heard that they would be getting a good meal tonight. They soon walked out of the inn. By the time Li Huowang and group arrived at the top floor of a 5-story restaurant, the sky had slowly turned dark. Everyone gasped when they saw that they could see the entirety of Yinling City from up here. The scenery was so pretty that they kept staring at it for a long time. Since Li Huowang had already seen the modern world before on the other side, he wasn't that surprised by the scene. However, he did note that for some reason there were no sects or monasteries here within this city. Senior Li, look at that. It's so pretty. It's as if the pagoda was made from porcelain, exclaimed Bai Ling Miao. A pagoda made from porcelain? Li Huowang turned around and was surprised when he saw that Bai Ling Miao had not been exaggerating. There was indeed a pagoda built entirely from porcelain. The roof of the pagoda was installed with rainbow tiles while the pagoda itself was completely white with streaks of blue. As the streaks went from the bottom of the pagoda to the top, they formed many different motifs. Even the bell at the top of the pagoda was golden in color. The bell swung with the wind, forming deep ringing sounds that gave the pagoda an air of exquisiteness and authority. It's so beautiful, Li Huowang admitted it. This was something that even the other side did not have. Hearing Li Huowang's praises, a scholar wearing a blue robe opened his fan and said pridefully, "Of course. That is Yinling City's exquisite pagoda. There is only one such pagoda in the entire Liang Kingdom." After speaking, the scholar turned to look at Gao Zhijian's tattered shoes and the clothes worn by the rest of them. Instantly, his face was filled with contempt. Ignoring the expression on the man's face, Li Huowang pointed at the pagoda and asked, "Who stays there? Is someone cultivating there?" The scholar laughed. "Ha ha, you are very interesting. You are right. There are indeed people cultivating there." Hearing this, Li Huowang suddenly became nervous. Oh no, is there something like the righteous monastery in this city? Li Huowang squinted, allowing him to see the pagoda even clearer. Through the windows covered by a thin veil, he saw women inside the room. The women were plump and wore translucent clothes. Their skin was as white as jade, but somehow, they had the blue veins and markings of porcelain vases. All of them just stood there motionlessly, as if each of them were a beautiful porcelain vase. Meanwhile, the scholar was desperately trying to hold his laughter back. Within the exquisite pagoda, the men and women would all cultivate together, It's a place where they seek pleasure. Why did the Liang Kingdom build a brothel in a pagoda? Puppy was confused. At this point, the other people in the room joined their conversation. Hey, don't call it a brothel. Also, why do you think they became the most famous out of all the other places? That's because they are at the forefront of novelty. As long as you have money, You could even choose one of the girls and decide what to tattoo on her body. I've heard before that someone drank too much and ordered the Pagoda to tattoo an entire tortoise on a woman's face. Soon, more and more people joined in on the conversation. That's not even the end of it. I once had a chance to touch one of the ladies there. My God, their flesh was as smooth and soft as cotton. It's amazing. As the conversation continued, it got more and more obscene. Meanwhile, Huowang just stared at the exquisite Pagoda with a hint of contempt on his face. As expected of the Liang Kingdom, the place where they revel in excess. To think that they would even put so much thought into something like this. Just then, Huowang looked down and saw a beggar lying on the side of the street. The beggar's robes were in tatters, but her face had the same marking as the porcelain vases, but rather than looking pretty and exquisite, the beggar's markings looked like they were broken. Everyone loved porcelain vases, but no one loved those that had been broken. Senior Li, the food is here. Let's eat first. Huowang stared at the exquisite Pagoda one more time before turning to the round table to eat. At that moment, he realized that as long as you had money, you could do anything within the Liang Kingdom. Green branches hanging over the pond, white herons standing amidst calm waters, yellow magpie on a tree during sunset, phoenix soaring through the heavens, yellow crane final farewell. The names of the dishes brought out by the waiters were also quite exquisite. Gao Zhijian extended his chopstick before shrinking back when he saw the carrot that had been carved into the shape of a beautiful phoenix. What are you waiting for? Eat, said Huowang as he started eating. Everyone else followed suit. Soon, the table went completely silent with no one talking. Only the sound of munching remained. Even Huowang could not find any faults with the dishes today. Everyone in the restaurant was looking toward them as they ate in a barbaric way, but Huowang couldn't care less about their gazes. Soon, it was nighttime. The stars in the skies were as numerous as the lanterns in the city. Senior Li, look. There's lanterns in the skies. Translator's thoughts. Ah yes, the porcelain girls. They are sex workers unfortunately. Credits to Guzidev Lanchi Badzao on Douyin. Chapter 282 Voice. Senior Li, look. There's lanterns in the sky. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and saw the lanterns floating in the skies. They looked akin to luminescent jellyfish. Those are just lanterns. Nothing to be in awe about, said Huowang as he brought the bowl close to his mouth and drank the best shrimp soup he had ever had. The lanterns had numerous surnames written on them as they slowly floated into the skies and merged with the stars. The people who released the lanterns were all crying. It was as if they were conducting a ritual. It's not just the skies. Look, someone is doing the same to the river too. There was a river that ran through Yinling City. Currently, the people were lighting candles on boats and sending them down the river. The Liang Kingdom sure is busy. Huowang muttered as he looked at the sea of lanterns. He could feel that the Liang Kingdom was very different from the other places they had been to. Their wealth was immense. Miao Miao, we've passed through the kingdom of Xiqi, Hoshu, Qingqiu, and now the Liang Kingdom. Are there any more countries beyond the border of the Liang Kingdom? Asked Huowang. I don't think so. If we traveled any further, then we would arrive at the sea, replied Bai Ling Miao. With this, Huowang's understanding of this place solidified even further. So the Liang Kingdom is bordered by the sea? I wonder if there are island countries beyond that. Even if there are island countries, they probably are. Just as Huowang was busy thinking about it, he suddenly heard an extremely faint voice mixed within the crowd's chatter. Hungry. Mouth. Wood. As soon as he heard the voice, Huowang felt all of his hair stand on end. He suddenly stood up and looked around in a panic. Huowang's movements were so sudden and jolting that even the soup on the table spilled a little, causing everyone to turn and stare at him. This caused the atmosphere to become very embarrassing. The people at his table and those around him all stared at him as if he was a psycho. Senior Li, sensing the worried gazes of his group, Huowang sat back down as tried to calm himself. It's nothing. You know me. It's an old problem. Continue eating. Hearing this, everyone continued eating. Only Bai Ling Miao noticed that Huowang's hands were trembling. After finishing their meal, they walked back to the inn. All the while, Lu Zhuanyuan was busy calculating how many pigs they could have bought with the money they had paid for the meal just now. While they might have enjoyed the meal, Lu Zhuanyuan was heartbroken to see all the money he had worked so hard to earn being spent just like that. Senior Li, are you all right? Bai Ling Miao approached Huowang and held his calloused hands. His hands had long since grown rough from handling the sword for so long. No worries. I'm feeling much better now after eating the black Taisui. assured Li Huowang. Once they reached the inn, all of them headed back to their room and discussed the things they saw before washing up. Nothing happened even after the inn closed, and they blew out all the candles. Late into the night, Li Huowang was sleeping on the bed when he suddenly woke up. He looked at Bai Ling Miao before slowly extracting his hands from around her neck. He then walked out of the room and into the courtyard of the inn. As it sensed its owner, Bun crawled out from under the horse carriage. It was on duty to guard the carriage housing the black Taisui. Li Huowang approached the carriage and opened the tarp before looking inside it. There, he saw the black Taisui that was still being bound by the cow tendons. Li Huowang's face was gloomy as he looked at the black Taisui and remembered the voice he had heard just now. Ever since he ate the black Taisui, everything had been normal. In fact, all of it had been too normal, to the point that he nearly forgot that he was a strayed one. Now, he had heard the voices once again. Li Huowang looked at the black Taisui in front of him before calling out in a trembling voice. "Mom, could you call Dr. Wang here? I need to talk to him." After some time, Li Huowang looked calmly at the black Taisui. "Wang Wei, is that you? Did you give me some medications a few hours ago?" However, the black Taisui did not react. All it did was shift around the dirty slime on its body and make some bubbles. "If that's you, then increase the dosage and try again," said Li Huowang. Li Huowang waited for the illusion to come, but nothing happened. After a while, Li Huowang's breathing became ragged as he glared at the tentacled monster. Then, he growled at it. "Stop fucking around. If you want me to think that the other side is real, then pull me back there if you can." Amidst his whisper shouting, the black Taisui continued wriggling bit by bit. It tried to extend its tentacles, but the hardened cow tendons bound it tightly. Pant pant. Li Huowang took deep breaths as he tried to calm his heart. Then, he continued to stand within the stable, waiting for the world around him to crumble away. A long time passed before he suddenly heard someone shouting outside while smacking together pieces of bamboo. "Duo, the weather is hot, be careful of the open fire." Based on that announcement, Li Huowang knew that it was the fourth section of the night. He had been waiting here for a few hours already, but nothing had happened. With this, he finally calmed down a little. After that, Li Huowang took out a dagger from his pouch of torture tools and shaved off a piece of the black Taisui to eat. He kept munching on the rubbery flesh until he suddenly paused. A feeling of sadness suddenly appeared within his heart. He had thought that he had let it go, but his reaction, even in the face of such a faint hope, made him realize that he had just been lying to himself. He realized that he could never forget about the place where he grew up. He yearned for it. He wanted the other side to be real and this side to be fake. Maybe I really am sick. Maybe that side is fake. I have to stop being so suspicious. It was just a fake voice. There's nothing to worry about. That's right, everything is fine. Just as Li Huowang was lost in his thoughts, the feeling of a foreign gaze instantly made him calm down. "Who are you?" Li Huowang quickly closed the tarp and looked around only to find a man wearing a doll head standing within the stables. "Someone told me to come and find you. I heard that you want to work with the Surveillance Bureau. Is that true?" At that moment, a voice as hoarse as Li Huowang's came from underneath the doll's head. Translator's thoughts. Here's a fan art for Hongda, the Creditor. Credits to Guzidev Lanchi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 283, Information. He is from the Surveillance Bureau? Hongda honored his promise. Li Huowang stared at the man warily. The man was wearing a female doll head. The doll head had a red dot on the forehead that shone brightly within the dark stable. Since the man was someone from the Surveillance Bureau, Li Huowang dared not act rashly. He had deduced that the most likely development at this point would be them wanting to test him and see if he was worthy of joining the Surveillance Bureau or not. However, before that, Li Huowang needed to ensure that the man in front of him was not a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Just as Li Huowang was thinking about what to do, the man with the doll head spoke up. It was almost as if he knew what Li Huowang was thinking. "Don't worry, the 3 officials of the sitting Oblivion Dao have been injured. It's likely that they will stop their activities for a while." Li Huowang pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. "About Hongda. I helped him quite a bit last time, and I think I could have even handled it on my own. There's no need for him to get all of the rewards, so..." Hearing that, the man with the doll head swayed a little before slowly approaching Li Huowang. To join the Surveillance Bureau is both easy and difficult at the same time. Sometimes, you need to think a bit about others, and that will make your path much easier. Do you understand? Li Huowang was taken aback. Originally, he did not understand what the man meant, but he realized it soon enough. He wanted some bribe. This was good news for Li Huowang. At the very least, people with desires were people who were alive. After having gone through so much, Li Huowang didn't have high expectations. After a moment of thought, Li Huowang took out a chest embedded with gemstones and handed it to the man. Within the chest were a number of gold pieces. Gold. The man extended his wrinkled hands and checked it out before throwing the gold and chest onto the ground. Seeing that the man wasn't moved, Li Huowang took out the gourd from his waist. Then, he took out 5 lifespan pills that were covered in yellow talismans from within it. Seeing those pills, the man's voice became discernibly more friendly. Not bad. Looks like you know how to do it. Once he gave the 5 lifespan pills to the man, Li Huowang received a metal plate that was half the size of his palm. The metal plate had the words Surveillance Bureau etched onto its back, while the front side had the words 10th Pawn, Ergio carved on it. The words were all encircled by depictions of constellations, and the whole thing looked quite pretty. Is this it? Did they prepare it beforehand? Isn't this too convenient? After receiving the metal plate, Li Huowang looked at the man with the doll's head. What does 10th pawn mean? I don't think I need to explain about the pawn part, but 10th refers to your rank. 1 to 10, where the larger your number, the lower your rank. You will know soon enough. Now here's your mission. Go and check if this is related to the sitting Oblivion Dao. If it is, then you can just deal with it like how you helped Hong the last time, said the man as he passed a red envelope to Li Huowang. Sitting Oblivion Dao? Now, Li Huowang was surprised at how quickly he had received a mission. Why? You can't do it? Then I can just give it to the other pawns, said the man, wanting to take the envelope back from Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang continued to hold on to it. No, I will take care of it. What is my reward, and how do I go about increasing my rank within the Surveillance Bureau? Also, is there any information about the enemy? As he asked these questions, Li Huowang's heart was beating rapidly. The only reason he had joined the Surveillance Bureau was to learn more about the sitting Oblivion Dao. At the same time, he considered that they might also have information about strayed ones. Get to work first. If you do well, then you will get your reward. The information about the mission and the enemies is all written inside the letter, said the man with the doll head. Then, he turned around and walked out from the stable. However, even though the man had turned around, the doll's head did not. The eyes of the doll head were staring at Li Huowang the whole time as the man walked out. It was only after the man disappeared that Li Huowang turned his attention toward the envelope and the metal plate. He knew that it wouldn't be easy. This mission was also a test for him. He could only join the Surveillance Bureau after passing it. If he couldn't pass the test, then the metal plate would be nothing but junk. Could it really be related to the sitting Oblivion Dao again? Is this a coincidence? Or did they do it on purpose? Did they give me this mission because they are suspicious of me being someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao? Does this mean that they are going to send someone over to observe me while I'm doing the mission? Li Huowang carefully opened the envelope while thinking about the various possibilities. The letter didn't say much. All it said was that an informant felt that there was a possibility that the sitting Oblivion Dao was operating in a village, and so they requested the Surveillance Bureau to come and check. Everything looked normal. There was even a piece of paper that described the sitting Oblivion Dao. The letter was written in an ancient format that was quite difficult to read. Li Huowang had to spend some time before he finally managed to decipher what it was talking about. According to the description, the sitting Oblivion Dao was an organization that appeared out of nowhere. Not even the Surveillance Bureau knew about how they came about. All they knew was that the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao only cared about pleasure. As long as it was fun, they would even be willing to risk their lives. They had also managed to trick the Simings into giving them power. However, no one knew how they managed to do it. Li Huowang had already known about most of it, but there was one word that attracted his attention. Siming? So the Surveillance Bureau calls those beings from within the Bayou capital Siming? Why do people call them by so many different names? Muttered Li Huowang as he committed the name to memory. Then, he continued reading. The entire sitting Oblivion Dao's hierarchy was based on mahjong tiles. Tiao, Bings, and Wan were the lowest ranking ones. After that were the 4 joys, Dongfeng, Shifeng, Nanfeng, and Beifeng, 2. Beyond the 4 joys were the 3 officials, Hongzhong, by ban, and Fa Kai 3. Finally, above the 3 officials was the legendary Shai Z4, who controlled the entirety of the sitting Oblivion Dao. As for why they were a legend, that was because no one had ever seen Shai Z before. Not only were the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao bizarre and used bizarre techniques, but even the method of joining them was crazy. Rather than joining normally like the other sects, you needed to trick your way into the sitting Oblivion Dao. They didn't only trick the Simings and the others, but even themselves. Thus, If someone wanted to join the sitting Oblivion Dao, then they had to trick those who were already within it. All the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao were both liars and victims of lies at the same time. I knew it. They are just a bunch of crazy bastards, cursed Li Huowang. Li Huowang wanted to read more, but that was the end. He felt sad that the information had stopped at that point. At that moment, a rooster called out, causing Li Huowang to raise his head. It was already morning. He had spent the entire night standing in the stable. 1. Correspond with the bamboos, circles, and characters mahjong tiles. 2. East wind, west wind, south wind, and north wind respectively. 3. Correspond with the red, white, and green of the 3 dragons in mahjong respectively. 4. Dice, as in gambling dice. Chapter 284, Departure. Even after standing in the stable for an entire night, Li Huowang just rubbed his sore neck as he once again looked at the envelope. His guess that the Surveillance Bureau had a lot of information he didn't know about was indeed right. To think that he would be able to obtain so much information from just joining the Surveillance Bureau. He looked forward to obtaining more information about Bei Feng after his position within the Bureau was cemented further. Even if Bei Feng was not a strayed one, Li Huowang was certain that he could use the Surveillance Bureau's backing to obtain a method to get rid of the bewilderment and the sense of doubt that all strayed ones suffered from. At the same time, now he was also no longer a headless fly that was just flying around in this chaotic world. At the very least, if he didn't understand anything, then he would be able to obtain information from the Bureau. Despite having stayed up all night, Li Huowang did not feel the slightest bit tired as he quickly ran into his room, excited. He could think about all of that later. For now, the most important thing he had to do was to take care of the mission. Ganyuan village. Li Huowang sat on the granite table and started reading the map. He was trying to find where the village was. Eventually, he found it. However, the place was not en route by Ling Yao's village. It would take a long detour to go there. So now, he had to choose. He could either deal with the mission first or bring Bai Lingyao home first and deal with it after that. But he was worried that the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao would run away if he chose the latter. If he were to arrive too late, then the entire village might end up like Pai County. At that time, he might not even be allowed to join the Surveillance Bureau. Just as Li Huowang was thinking about how to do both the things at the same time, Bai Lingyao walked out with a cake on a lotus leaf. The cake was quite soft and made into the shape of a bunny. It looked very cute and delicious at the same time. She blew on it before taking a bite. She savored the sweet flavor and revealed a pleased smile. As he saw this scene, Li Huowang once again realized that Bai Lingyao was not as mature as he thought. She was still a little girl. Seniorly, do you want to take a bite? It's very sweet. Offered by Lingyao as she showed Li Huowang the cake with its ear bitten off. Li Huowang shook his head and told her to sit down. Meow meow, there is something I need to do first. Once I'm done, I will come back immediately and bring all of you home. However, even before Li Huowang could finish what he was saying, Bai Lingyao stopped him resolutely. No. Her voice was resolute as if there was no room for negotiation. No matter what you will be doing, I want to go with you. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Li Huowang laughed. Since when did I ever think of leaving you behind? You did. Back in the benevolent nunnery, you said the same thing and you promised us that you will catch up to us. But when I saw you again, you were already dead. I had to bury you with my own hands. Do you know how much pain I felt back then? Bai Lingyao started crying. Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Huowang felt his heart ache. I just thought that you were almost at your home, and so there's no reason for you to follow me. Plus, this is something minor, and there won't be any danger. If it's not dangerous, then why don't you let me follow you? Also, I can help you in case you can't solve it yourself. Both me and my sister can help you, said Bai Lingyao. Sister? Do you call your second deity sister? Asked Li Huowang as he recalled how Li Ji called his second deity his wife. Seniorly, let us come with you. If not, at the very least, let me follow you. You can let the others travel to Cowheart Mountain first, requested Bai Lingyao. Li Huowang stared at her. He understood that even though the immortals were finicky, they could still do a lot of things and might be able to help him out of some situations. But this time, he was dealing with the sitting Oblivion Dao. Also, they were now almost at Bai Lingyao's home. He didn't want Bai Lingyao to be in danger. As he was pondering about how to respond, there was a knock on the door. Master, are you in there? It was Lu Xiucai's voice. Enter, said Li Huowang as he removed his hands from Bai Lingyao's arm and looked toward Lu Xiucai entering the room. At this moment, the youth was covered in cold dust. Even his face and hands were blackened with it. Master, I've finished writing what you told me to write, said Xiucai as he took out some papers and showed them to Li Huowang. Looking over them, Li Huowang frowned. Xiucai, I remember teaching you how to write words, not draw talismans. Xiucai perked up and was happy when he heard that. Master, are you teaching me how to draw talismans? Thank you, Master. Li Huowang slammed the paper onto the table. No, I meant that your handwriting is as horrible as the runes scribbled on talismans. Don't you understand? Is this supposed to be the character for wood? Why is it so squiggly? And the character for mouth? Why is it round? Can't you even draw a straight line with a piece of charcoal? Also, why is your entire face black if you are just writing words? Li Huowang ranted and scolded him to distract Xiucai from wanting to learn about talismans. Even though Xiucai was hardworking and Li Huowang taught well, somehow the results were still bad. Li Huowang sighed as he looked at the disappointed Xiucai. Enough. Go and call your father. I have something to tell him. While Li Huowang was technically fine with letting Bai Lingmiao follow him, the same was not true about the others. He couldn't let the Lu family, Yang Xiaohai, and the women who were with them follow him into danger. All of them would just drag him down during a battle. This was different from last time when trouble came to find him. This time around, he would be actively searching for the enemy, and so he needed to prepare. When Lu Zhuangyuan entered the room, Li Huowang told him to bring everyone who couldn't fight to Cowheart Mountain. Li Huowang had decided that he would only bring Bai Lingmiao, Gao Zhijian, Chun Xiaoman, and Puppy to Ganyuan village. Don't worry, young Taoist. I have traveled for quite a long time. With my experience, I will safely bring them to Cowheart Mountain, assured Lu Zhuangyuan. Yinling City was a central hub that allowed access to various different locations throughout the Liang Kingdom. After speaking with Li Huowang and swearing that he would keep everyone safe, Lu Zhuangyuan dragged the disappointed Xiucai away with him. Chapter 285, Sounds of Hallucination. Li Huowang bowed to Lu Zhuangyuan. Thank you for your service. Once you reach there, make sure that everyone gets to settle down properly. We will also join all of you once we are done with our mission. Li Huowang was fine with them heading off on their own because there were almost no bandits within the Liang Kingdom. If there were, then he wouldn't have been fine with this arrangement. Master, since I've learned how to use some of the supernatural powers, let me follow you as well, requested Xiucai. However, neither Lu Zhuangyuan nor Li Huowang wanted him to follow Li Huowang's party. Li Huowang glared at Xiucai. First, learn how to read and write. If you don't know, then ask your father. He might not know much, but he at least knows some of them. You can only learn supernatural powers and techniques properly once you know how to read. After that, Li Huowang instructed Zhao Wu and Yang Xiaohai about some details. Senior Li, don't worry. Even if my body is weak, with me guarding them, I can assure you that I will not let a single horse or a penny disappear, said Zhao Wu. Li Huowang wanted to say something else when he suddenly snarled and looked toward the empty space to his left. Senior Li, what's wrong? Li Huowang's face was sullen, but he soon cheered back up before saying, Nothing. Now that everything is in order, you can depart. With that, both groups waved each other goodbye before going their own way. Lu Jiren held his son while speaking to his father. Father, what do you think about the young Taoist? Lu Zhuangyuan took one look at Zhao Wu and then whispered to Lu Jiren. There's no need to worry about the young Taoist. You can't control what he wants to do. Rather than worrying about that, first worry about your son. If you have the ability, then you would better pour all of your attention into your son so that he can become an official. Then, our ancestors would be proud. Father, why are you? Lu Jiren felt desperate while holding his son, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Li Huowang led 2 horse carriages as they crossed a small path. Since there were so few of them, all of them could fit onto the horse carriage, and there was no need for anyone to walk. This way they could conserve their strength as well. Li Huowang was still thinking about the sound that he had heard just now. He already ate a piece of the black Taisui yesterday. Even so, he still heard that voice. This meant that the voice was not something that could be suppressed by the black Taisui. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Li Huowang's heart became more and more agitated as he thought about numerous scenarios. Is Wang Wei using some medicine? Or did my illness get worse? No, I'm not a crazy person. This is just a symptom of the strayed ones. But, is this a good thing or a bad one? Lost in his thoughts, Li Huowang clenched his fist tightly, until a pair of soft hands covered his own. Bai Lingmiao didn't say anything, and just sat beside him to soothe his agitation. After a while, Li Huowang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He reopened them as he tried to calm his heart. Don't worry. Those were just auditory hallucinations. It's nothing serious. At least it's only appearing from time to time and not affecting me. But why did it start happening now of all time? Then again, it is harmless. It seems that I will have to keep dealing with these kinds of issues from time to time. I will have to take care of them one by one, just like the symptoms of a strayed one. For now, I must pass this test. This can wait till after that. After he finished composing his thoughts, Huowang turned to look at the others. I didn't have the time to talk about this before, but now that we have some time, I will explain about our enemies this time, the sitting Oblivion Dao. To put it simply, they are a group of liars and tricksters with powers. You need to remember that they can change their faces, and so you have to be careful of who is approaching you. Never let your guard down. All of them listened attentively to what Huowang was saying. Before this, they had always been on the passive side because trouble found them first. But now, for the first time ever, they would be actively seeking out the enemy first. Everyone was excited yet nervous. Huowang did his best to explain everything he knew about the sitting Oblivion Dao to them. After all, the more they knew about them, the better their situational judgment abilities would be. While they were listening attentively, they suddenly heard the sound of horses coming from the front. Soon a row of strong war horses separated Huowang and the other passers-by from the center of the path. I wonder who is coming. Puppy was curious. Through the gaps of the horse legs, Huowang saw the guards holding up a massive plate with the words, "Make way," etched on it. Behind the main unit of guards were 4 guards that rang the gongs, followed by a group of feminine men. Finally, behind the hundreds of feminine men, Huowang saw a massive carriage the size of a small house. At this moment, a man wearing golden robes with a jade ring on his left thumb was sitting in the carriage. The chairs he was sitting on were all made with jade. He seemed to be the ruler of Yinling City. Just as Huowang was examining the yellow banners marked with a 4-clawed dragon, an old man beside him said to his grandson, "The prince is patrolling the place. Quickly kneel down. Is that the prince of Yinling City?" At that moment, Huowang saw the prince snoring away in his chair. Beside him was a girl, fanning him. The girl had the same blue porcelain markings. It was clear she came from the Exquisite Pagoda. By the time Huowang snapped back to reality, he saw that everyone around him had kneeled down. Even Bai Ling Miao, Puppy, Chun Xiaoman, and Gao Zhijian did the same. This made him very conspicuous as the only person sitting on the horse carriage. "How dare you not kneel?" Several soldiers ran out from the prince's entourage and surrounded Huowang. Then, without even waiting for him to speak, they directly drew their blades. Huowang thought about it for a moment, and then revealed the identity plate given to him by the person from the surveillance bureau. When the soldiers saw the plate, all of them were shocked before they quickly sheathed their weapons. "Dear sir, please excuse our rudeness." The soldiers bowed to Huowang before leaving him alone. Looking at their backs, Huowang suddenly felt repulsed by the fact that the surveillance bureau was making sure that royalties like the prince were all safe in their position. Everyone else in this crazy world has changed, so why are the royalties like him still fine? Huowang stared at the fat prince. "Get up and don't kneel to him." After the prince's entourage was gone, their remaining journey was quite smooth. Nothing happened even as they reached Ganyuan village. The village was situated beneath a mountain. Blue roof tiles could be seen covering the entire area. From the size of it, it was just a normal village, one that was no different than the others they had seen during their travels within the Liang Kingdom. Chapter 286, Ganyuan Village. A child was riding his ox while taking their dog out for a walk. Some women were washing clothes by the river. Everything seemed normal. It was different compared to what they had seen back in Pai County. There was nothing special about the village based on appearances alone, but the more normal it seemed, the more abnormal it was to Huowang. He once again took out the envelope and confirmed that this was indeed where the sitting Oblivion Dao had been spotted. However, the details were unknown. Thinking back to what had happened in Pai County, Huowang told the others to stay back. "Since there is a possibility that members of the sitting Oblivion Dao are inside, let me sneak in first so that we don't alert them." "Senior Li, will you be all right?" asked Bai Ling Miao. She wanted to say something else, but stopped. Huowang's recent changes hadn't escaped her eyes. While he had recently gotten better, he had suddenly become paranoid once again. Huowang hadn't told her anything about the voices. After all, the more he explained, the more worried she would get. After reassuring Bai Ling Miao, Huowang sent his illusion into the ground and made himself invisible. Then, he started walking on the path beside the willow tree. Again, people, wind. At this point, Huowang was no longer surprised by the voice. He just shook his head and looked at Monk's illusion that was stuck within a tree. "Why are you looking at me?" "It wasn't me who said it," said Monk. "Show." Li Huowang placed his finger on his mouth before slowly moving into Ganyuan village. He ignored his illusions and was focused completely on identifying any potential threats. Once he entered, he soon realized that the entire Ganyuan village was celebrating something. Even the couplets and door gods, were being changed and given a makeover. Li Huowang sat on a tree covered in red cloth. As he looked down from atop the tree, he didn't see anything unusual. He decided to wait patiently. It was only after lunch that the villagers suddenly congregated before heading into the depths of the village. All of them were happily chatting like normal. Li Huowang followed them and stopped in front of a village shrine. Here, their voices became much softer. The adults would even pinch the children to be quiet if they were too loud. Everyone just stood there. It was as if they were waiting for something. Just when Li Huowang was thinking about entering the shrine to investigate, the black door suddenly opened. Then, the villagers brought out a brown deity made from clay. From the vase being held in the deity's hand, it appeared to be a bodhisattva. But this bodhisattva didn't have the usual kind and merciful face. It was as if it had gone through the worst storm in its life. Its face had melted away, leaving strands of clay on its face. 2 irregular black holes had been poked to make its eyes. Heave-ho! The villagers of the Ganyuan village all helped carry the bodhisattva as they paraded it all around the village. "A clay bodhisattva," muttered Li Huowang, frowning at what he was seeing. Li Huowang climbed up a tree and looked at how the villagers paraded the peculiar clay bodhisattva around the village numerous times. Every time they made a circle around the village, they would place another red veil onto the clay bodhisattva. The sunlight was quite hot, but the bodhisattva was covered in layers upon layers of the red veil. When they were finally done, they brought it back to the shrine and placed it back inside. After placing the bodhisattva back inside, they once again picked it up, sang for a bit, and then brought it out of the shrine. Once the clay bodhisattva was out of the shrine, they once again placed it back inside. They went to and fro 3 times before finally placing the bodhisattva down for good. Then, they lit up some incense sticks and started praying. Li Huowang wanted to check what the shrine looked like from the inside, but the villagers were blocking the entrance. Thus, Li Huowang had no chance to sneak inside. After a while, the sun slowly set and the villagers went back to their homes. When it was night, the shrine keeper locked the door of the shrine before going to sleep. It was only at this point that Li Huowang slowly came down from the tree. Before long, the sound of metal being cut in half rang out. The bronze lock was slashed in half and the door was opened slightly. By the time moonlight illuminated the dark interior of the shrine, Li Huowang had already grabbed his sword tightly. If the sitting Oblivion Dao is involved, then they would have definitely tampered with the shrine. Only after confirming there weren't any traps did Li Huowang slowly tiptoed inside. Due to the incense sticks, the entire shrine was filled with the smell of smoke. The clay bodhisattva from before sat in the middle of the darkness, its melted face barely visible. But it was not the only statue here. There were clay statues of other deities lined up on both sides. They were the 18 arhats. While the bodhisattva didn't have a face, the 18 arhats did. They stood there with faces filled with anger or hatred. They all looked extremely real, to the point that anyone stepping inside would feel like they were being watched. As for the bodhisattva, it was placed in the middle of the shrine, sitting atop a stone lotus. The incense sticks lit up by the villagers had already burned out. All of the incense sticks lit up by the villagers were used to worship only the clay bodhisattva. There were 2 other clay statues to the left and right of the bodhisattva. These 2 statues still had their faces, and from the looks of it, they were a pair of assistants for the bodhisattva, 1 boy and 1 girl. The shrine was quite small, and so Li Huowang managed to inspect it fairly quickly. However, he didn't find anything suspicious, and so he once again placed his attention on the bodhisattva that was shrouded in numerous red veils. The bodhisattva wasn't tall, roughly 2 meters. But due to the stone lotus altar, Li Huowang had to raise his head to look at it. Given the darkness of the shrine, it was quite horrifying to look at a clay bodhisattva with its face melted off. Li Huowang had long since thought that there was something wrong with it. Should I just cut it apart? Li Huowang began to ponder his choices. While thinking about it, he suddenly turned his attention to the clay statues of the assistants. Wait, they weren't like this just now. Did they move? Looking at 2 clay statues staring at him, Li Huowang felt his body go numb from an inexplicable chill. You. Come. Who? Li Huowang turned around, but didn't see anything. Wait, Was that my auditory hallucination or something from the shrine? Li Huowang didn't know what to do. He couldn't differentiate it. 1. Deities that act as protectors to the house. Chapter 287, Blind. Within the dark shrine filled with the smell of incense, Li Huowang stood in front of the 3 clay statues as he struggled with himself. Was that voice real, or just a hallucination? He had just entered the village, and rather than finding anything about the sitting Oblivion Dao, he had managed to confuse himself instead. Just as he was thinking about this issue, the door to the outside was suddenly pushed open. The shrine keeper poked his head filled with white hair into the shrine, using the light of a candle to illuminate the interior of the shrine. With this weak light, he checked the interior of the shrine, especially the rafters. However, even after looking around for a while, he didn't see anyone. That's strange. There's no thief here. Did the lock break? Muttered the shrine keeper. The shrine keeper looked around one last time before using a hemp rope to tie the gate closed. The shrine keeper was about to head back to sleep, but felt that it wasn't safe enough. He went back, took a blanket from his home, and decided to sleep in front of the main gate of the shrine. I don't think the thief would be able to enter now. Li Huowang would never have allowed himself to get locked in the shrine just like that. He had already sneaked out and was standing on the roof of a nearby building while observing everything that happened. Except for the noise just now, everything looked normal. If it wasn't for the envelope that stated the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao were active here, Li Huowang would have simply thought that this was a normal village. In fact, if he had just been traveling around normally, he too might have fallen for their tricks too. However, when he thought back to the voice that he had heard, Li Huowang's frown became tighter. I can't even trust my own senses now. Looks like I will have to bring Bai Ling Miao and the others in here to see if they hear the same thing that I do. With this in mind, Li Huowang no longer hesitated as he turned around and started walking out of the village. The village was quiet at night. With the exception of barking dogs, there weren't any noises. At this moment, Li Huowang was walking along a small path as fireflies danced around in the grass around him. The more he walked, the more he felt like something was wrong. This feeling was not based on his observation or senses, but just his gut instinct. After a while, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. However, there was nothing. Did someone notice me? Li Huowang suddenly placed his back against a wall and hid himself in a corner. Then, he slowly made his way back toward where he had just been. He continued to remain invisible, but moved swiftly. He was already holding his sword, ready to slash down at the person the moment he turned around the corner. As he got closer and closer to the corner, Li Huowang's heart started beating faster and faster. However, when he turned around the corner while tightening his grasp on his sword, the only thing he saw there was a wall made from yellow soil. As soon as he confirmed that no one was following him, Li Huowang felt his entire body deflating. It had just been an illusion. However, just as he was about to turn around, a pair of hands grabbed onto him tightly. Impossible. I'm currently invisible, so how did he manage to find me? At that moment, without waiting for Li Huowang to even say anything, the one holding him urgently said, "Sh. Be quiet. Keep attracting them. Let them come." The voice was very quiet, but Li Huowang decided to obey it and didn't move. He didn't know why he did that. He was too busy thinking about who the voice belonged to. Our luck is bad. They ran away," said the voice. When Li Huowang felt the hands holding onto him finally let go, he immediately turned around to see who it was. With whatever light they had available, Li Huowang managed to see a blind man. The blind man was quite skinny and wore a rumpled black cloak along with a pair of worn-out cloth shoes. He held a bamboo walking cane and carried a bamboo basket on his back. His eyes were completely white, and he wore a black cap. His thick beard, which would normally make one look like a sage, instead made him look obscene. As he looked at the man, Li Huowang finally realized why he was caught. The man was blind. While Li Huowang was looking at the man, he too was looking at Li Huowang. However, he was using his nose. "The smell of blood on you is quite strong. Which army did you come from?" "My surname is Chen, so you can just call me Blind Chen. I'm a 9th pawn from the Surveillance Bureau," said the blind man as he showed his identity plate to Li Huowang. "No, I'm from the Ao Jing sect. My name is Ergio, a 10th pawn. I greet my senior," said Li Huowang, taking out his identity plate as well. When he heard Li Huowang's words, Blind Chen's face lit up. "Oh, so you are from the Ao Jing sect. Since you are here, then you must be my reinforcement." As he spoke, Blind Chen began to carefully knock his bamboo cane on the ground as he swiftly moved toward the exit of the village. "Let's go. We can talk while we move. I arrived here earlier than you. so I will have to let you know about some things first. Li Huowang smiled and followed after him. Blind Chen, have you been responsible for this place for some time? Can you tell me what's happening to the village and who are the culprits? Asked Li Huowang. I have no idea what that thing is either. That's also why I'm still trying to think of a plan to use. All I know is that they move within the dirt. Earlier, I saw that they were targeting you, replied Blind Chen. Is that so? The evil beings this time are so annoying, remarked Li Huowang calmly. Exactly. Evil beings that can travel through the dirt are very annoying to deal with, and we don't even have any idea about what they look like. However, that's also why the rewards from the Surveillance Bureau for this mission are so good. Oh, if you are here as my reinforcement, then do you have any powers that can be used for this mission? Senior Chen, I don't think there's anything amazing about me. All I know are the regular tricks used by members of the Ao Jing sect, replied Li Huowang. He hadn't let Blind Chen out of his field of vision throughout their conversation. Ho, you can't say that. I know that the people from the Ao Jing sect are powerful. It's just that their techniques require massive sacrifices. Are you here by yourself? Yeah, I came here on my own. Are you alone as well? Oh, I'm alone as well. Ho, said Blind Chen. Then, he silently led Li Huowang out of the village. It was only when both of them were at the exit of the village that the silence was broken. Senior Chen, do we really have nothing we can do against them? Asked Li Huowang. Blind Chen sighed as he sat on a mossy rock. To think that there would come a day when I would have to call for help. As you can see, I'm blind. On the other hand, those mud bastards are like catfishes. It's so hard to catch them, and even if I did, I could only ever catch them one at a time. Junior Heir, do you have something to force them out? As long as you can force them out, I will be able to kill them. Even though I'm blind, I'm confident that I'm stronger than them. Blind Chen oozed confidence as he said this. Chapter 288, Reinforcement. Li Huowang leaned against a tree and thought about it. Senior Chen, could you tell me everything that has happened ever since you came here? I need to know the situation before I can make a plan. As you know, I have to pay a terrible price to use the techniques of the Ao Jing sect. Hearing this, Blind Chen nodded and started using his cane to poke at the mud below. After I was given this mission, I entered the village as a fortune teller. Due to this, I managed to touch a lot of faces, one for the first few days. To my surprise, on the third day, the beings within the walls actually came out and let me touch their faces so that they could get their fortune told. They thought that since I couldn't see, I was easy to trick. However, my ears are much sharper than that of regular people. That night, I was alone. But then, 3 more people suddenly appeared in my room. I hadn't even heard any footsteps coming in from outside. They just appeared out of the dirt and mimicked humans to try and get their fortunes told. I touched their faces to tell them their fortune. Even though their facial structures resemble humans, all of their fortunes pointed to the fact that they were already dead. 2. I stabbed them with my cane, killing one of them and hurting another in the process. Back then, I had thought that I did quite a favor for the people of Ganyuan village by getting rid of those evil beings, but rather than treating me to a meal, all of them chased me out. I circled back and came to learn that the entire village had fallen under the control of the evil beings. If we don't get rid of them, then we will not be able to save the villagers. That is why, every night, I wait until everyone in the village is asleep before coming in to kill the evil beings. But as you've seen, they are even more slippery than a catfish. There have even been times when they even tried to ambush me, but I always managed to see them coming. Blind Chen's throat was parched after the long explanation, and so he squatted down and drank some water from a little puddle that was made from an ox stepping in the mud. Then, with his throat feeling better, he turned toward Li Huowang and asked, Junior, I've explained so much. Did you listen to it? Quickly think of a plan. Li Huowang's voice came from another direction. I'm listening. Don't worry, Senior. I'm thinking about how to force them out. Yeah, quickly now. On next time, I'm choosing a mission that is closer to my place. It's so arduous to travel here, said Blind Chen. Then, he once again sat on the mossy rock and brought out a bagua-shaped mirror 3. He carefully cleaned it before placing it back. Senior, I think I have a plan. Where do the evil beings usually hide? Asked Li Huowang. The shrine that houses the clay bodhisattva. I have no idea why they like that place, replied Blind Chen. Then let us go there first, said Li Huowang. Sure, but we need to hurry. It will be dawn soon and the villagers will wake up then. It will be quite difficult to kill the evil beings later on, said Blind Chen as he immediately stood up and started using his cane to navigate back into the village. He was following Li Huowang's footsteps. The village was still quiet, and no one was walking around at night. Only the fireflies illuminated their path ever so slightly. As they walked, Blind Chen suddenly got serious and placed one of his ears against the ground. Junior Heir, be careful. Something isn't right. I've never heard sounds like these before. There are 4 people approaching us, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men is quite massive, and based on the sound of his footsteps, he should be wearing armor, said Blind Chen. Hearing this, Li Huowang also became serious as he looked around. The 4 foreigners are probably enemies. Who else would come into a village this late at night? After saying that, Li Huowang ran away without waiting for Blind Chen to say anything. Meanwhile, Blind Chen continued to place his ear on the ground to listen to those sounds. Soon, the 4 people left the village. Senior, I've returned. I used an illusion technique to distract them away from Ganyuan village, reported Li Huowang after coming back. Let's go and quickly finish our job. They must be up to something, said Blind Chen. Hearing this, Li Huowang nodded and quickly followed after him. By the time they appeared in front of the shrine once more, it was already the 2nd section of the night. To be more precise, they were in an alley close to the shrine. We can only go this far. Any further, and you would end up alerting them. That's how they were targeting you just now, said Blind Chen. Li Huowang estimated the distance, and then took out a bronze bell from his robe. Senior, it might get a bit noisy for a while. Then, Li Huowang shook the bronze bell, and a piercing sound exploded within the quiet village. Li Huowang shook it hard, splitting the single wandering god in front of him into 8 separate individuals. Then, he swiftly placed some soil in his mouth and ordered them to attack. Following his instructions, the wandering gods immediately dove down into the ground. Blind Chen didn't know what was happening. The sound of the bell was interfering with his hearing. Junior Heir, I don't think this is going to work. At this rate, you will wake the villagers, shouted Blind Chen amidst the ringing of the bell. Don't worry, Senior Chen. Even though it's noisy, we can force them out very quickly like this, said Li Huowang, shaking the bell even harder. Hearing this, Blind Chen hobbled towards Li Huowang. Once he was behind Li Huowang, he felt his cane touch something and bent down to pick it up. However, just as he bent down, Blind Chen suddenly used his bamboo cane to stab at Li Huowang. There was a sword hidden within it. It was a vicious strike that didn't produce any sounds under the ringing bell. But just as the cane was about to stab Li Huowang, he moved his body, causing the sheath of his sword to block the tip of the cane. However, even though Li Huowang managed to block it, the force from the attack still forced him several meters forward. At the same time, the wandering gods that had been waiting in ambush all came out and attacked Blind Chen at the same time. Just as Li Huowang stood up and was about to shout something, Blind Chen beat him to it. Sitting Oblivion Dao, don't think that you can fool me. I never called for reinforcements, and so there's no way that you are one. Because fortune-telling often involves looking at the faces of people, a blind fortune-teller would have to touch the people's faces to be able to conduct the fortune-telling. 2. It means that their fortune was something that couldn't possibly exist on a living person. 3. A symbol illustrating the nature of reality being composed by opposing forces reinforcing one another. Chapter 289, Blind Chen. Li Huowang's words got stuck in his throat when he heard what Blind Chen was shouting. What? He thinks that I am from the sitting Oblivion Dao? Did he never call for reinforcement? Li Huowang thought about many things. When he recalled how the man with the doll head gave him this mission, he became even more suspicious. Meanwhile, without Li Huowang controlling them, the wandering gods stopped mid-air and floated like jellyfish without any movements. No, Li Huowang snarled and shook the bell even harder. In response, the wandering gods immediately continued their assault on Blind Chen. I need proof. I cannot allow myself to fall into their trap. Even though Blind Chen couldn't see, he knew where the wandering gods were. He dodged their attacks, took out the Bagua mirror from his bamboo basket, and started chanting, "Pure heaven and earth, muddled yin and clear yang." As he chanted, a soft light shot out from the Bagua mirror. It swept through the air, and the wandering gods hit by it all disappeared. Then, he swung the mirror, and 2 more wandering gods were cut in half. Just when Blind Chen wanted to point the mirror toward the remaining wandering gods, he sensed an incredible killing intent suddenly appear above him. By this time, Li Huowang was already halfway to the ground, his sword just a few inches away from Blind Chen's neck. But then, something magical happened. Blind Chen's head shrunk into his shirt like a tortoise. This sudden development caused Li Huowang to miss his attacks, and before he could do anything else, a hand appeared from the collar and caught hold of his sword hand. Li Huowang tried to shake it off, but failed. Blind Chen held onto him very tightly, nearly making Li Huowang fall. Blind Chen used this opportunity to try and stab Li Huowang with his cane. But with the remaining wandering gods coming to Li Huowang's aid, his attacks didn't work. Both of them were attacking each other fiercely, and the situation was dire. But this stalemate was destined to not last very long. Li Huowang had already set a trap. Senior Li, we are here to help you. Bai Ling Miao, Gao Zhijian, Chun Xiaoman, and Puppy ran from afar and attacked Blind Chen. Blind Chen couldn't even defeat Li Huowang, much less for other people. With this, his fate had been sealed. Splat! A needle wrapped in a white fiber hit Blind Chen's right hand, causing his 5 fingers to melt like a candle before shifting toward his wrist. Blind Chen panicked when he couldn't hold his weapon. In the next moment, a gust of wind filled with bloodlust blew at his face, making his hair stand straight up. Shit! His heart dropped. Zhijian, don't kill him, shouted Li Huowang. When Li Huowang's voice rang out, Blind Chen felt that force bend a little before going toward his wrist instead. With the sound of bones cracking, Gao Zhijian's mace crumpled Blind Chen's wrist. At the same time, Chun Xiaoman ran over and kicked away Blind Chen's cane. Then, she swiftly took the metal chain from Gao Zhijian and started binding Blind Chen. Did you see that? He lost to me, chow chow, chortled Puppy. Li Huowang ignored Puppy and confronted Blind Chen. Are you a dot or a bamboo? We can finally talk properly now. Tui, a glob of phlegm mixed with blood flew toward Li Huowang. However, he easily dodged it. Gao Zhijian slapped Blind Chen with his massive fist, causing the latter's nose to break and a few of his teeth got knocked out. Don't be so harsh. Li Huowang stopped Gao Zhijian and looked at Blind Chen. I will ask again, who are you? I'm your fucking grandfather, snarled Blind Chen, his face bloody and red. After a moment of thought, Li Huowang looked down to his pouch of torture tools and took out a small blade with a thin edge. Fine, I will do it myself. Hold his head and don't let him shrink into his shirt. As the blade slowly shaved off the skin on his face, Blind Chen shrieked and howled in pain. Li Huowang carefully shaved off the first layer, and then started with the second layer. He was as focused as a craftsman hard at work. Time slowly passed, and Li Huowang soon realized that something was wrong. Blind Chen's face had almost been completely peeled off, and yet, there were no signs of another face beneath it. You really aren't from the sitting Oblivion Dao? Asked Li Huowang as he looked incredulously at the weakened Blind Chen. By now, Blind Chen barely had any breath left in him. Li Huowang had thought that Blind Chen was someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao, but now that the proof was in front of him, he knew that he was mistaken. Fuck you. Fuck your grandmother. Looking at Blind Chen cursing at him weakly, Li Huowang felt his heart tighten. He quickly turned toward the red-veiled woman beside him and said, Meow meow, quick. Summon the Bizzare Immortal and heal him. After some time, Li Huowang watched as the shaved-off skin on Blind Chen's face slowly healed and stitched back together. Sorry, Senior. Even I can't be sure without doing this. Zhijian, untie him, apologized Li Huowang. If Blind Chen was not someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao, then this made the man with the doll head extremely suspicious. Maybe the entire mission was a trap. When Blind Che, who was heavily injured, regained his freedom, he quickly distanced himself from Li Huowang. He was terribly weakened as he leaned against the wall and looked toward the direction he heard the footsteps from. What are you bastards from the sitting Oblivion Dao doing? Do you think I will ever trust you? Dream on. He tried to stand up, but his current injuries made it extremely difficult. Senior Chen, listen to me, said Li Huowang, blocking Blind Chen. How else can you explain it? You want to say that it was all a misunderstanding? You want me to believe that? Fine. Go as far away from here as you can, and I will believe you, shouted Blind Chen. Just as the two of them were arguing, they suddenly heard a noise coming from the shrine, causing both of them to stop and look toward it at the same time. There was a person looking at them from behind the door. It was the clay bodhisattva. Half of its body was shrouded in darkness, while the other half was exposed in the moonlight. It was using the 2 dark holes on its face to stare at them. See, do you see now? They saw how heavily injured I am, and now they want to kill me. Now, we can all just die together. Just as Blind Chen's shout rang out, the 18 arhats appeared from behind the clay bodhisattva. Every time they moved, their bodies cracked a little, and from within those cracks peeked out something that resembled compound eyes, all of them moving within. Chapter 290, Sitting Oblivion Dao. Jiang. Li Huowang unsheathed his sword before standing between Blind Chen and the statues. Kill them, ordered Li Huowang, causing everyone to immediately turn their attacks toward the statues. Li Huowang was confident in defeating them. Since even Blind Chen could win against them, and his group won against Blind Chen, there was no reason for them to retreat. Bam bam bam. Gao Zhijian's heavy footsteps rang out loud as he charged toward the statues and crashed into them. But no matter how many times he crashed into them and knocked them down, they would always get back up and surround him. Seeing his predicament, everyone ran over and tried to help Gao Zhijian. However, the situation did not improve. No matter how many times the statues were knocked down, they would always get up again. Even Li Huowang, who was using his 2 swords, could not kill them. Quick, help me up and give me my mirror, Blind Chen shouted from afar. Hearing this, Li Huowang quickly somersaulted and exited the battlefield. He took one look at Blind Chen and then kicked the bamboo basket into his hand. Once he got his basket, Blind Chen once again took out the Bagua mirror and bit his index finger. Then, he used his blood to quickly draw a rune on the mirror. The saint's light will shine forever. The mirror and the soul are bound together and will die together. No fear, no retreat, follow my lead. The chi of the heavens and earth flows swiftly, one that is unimpeded by metal and stones. All shall fall underneath it. Open. As he chanted, the Bagua mirror that was stained with his blood suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. The light lit up the dark surroundings. All of the clay statues that came into contact with the light started melting like the snow in the sun. Once all the statues had been melted, Blind Chen, who had exhausted most of his strength, fell onto the ground with a pale look on his face. Li Huowang approached him and carefully lifted him up. Thank you, Senior Chen. Go away. I still don't trust you, said Blind Chen. However, even though he said that, he did not stop Li Huowang from helping him. At this point, Li Huowang could see quite a lot of the villagers staring at them through the alley and the windows. If they didn't retreat now, then the entire village might notice them. Ouch! Do you want to shake me to death? How can we run during the night? We need to find a place to hide and heal first, whispered Blind Chen. Just as the villagers were surrounding Li Huowang and discussing what had happened, he quickly brought Blind Chen to an empty cooking hall. Once inside, Li Huowang took out a small bottle and started pouring the powdered golden wound medication on Blind Chen's injuries. While treating him, Li Huowang told Blind Chen about what might have happened. So you were fooled by a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao as well? Huh. If that's really the case, then it would mean that the sitting Oblivion Dao has infiltrated deep into the surveillance bureau. Their trap might have started from the Creditor. Li Huowang sighed and kept away the bottle. Maybe. I have no idea when they started paying attention to me. I didn't even. However, Li Huowang suddenly stopped talking. He couldn't just tell everyone that he was a strayed one. Blind Chen was still listening silently when he realized that Li Huowang had already finished talking. He huffed in indignation. I still don't trust you. Once it's dawn, we will go our own ways. I have my own methods to see if you are lying or not. Senior Chen, how are you going to travel with your wounds? Aren't you afraid that you will be in danger? Bah, I might just lose my life even faster if I decide to follow you. In the first place, who was the one that injured me? Retorted Blind Chen as he turned around with his back facing Li Huowang. Just as Li Huowang was thinking about how to persuade Blind Chen, he heard something. Shoo, someone's coming. The footsteps that suddenly rang out from in front of the cooking hall made everyone stop breathing. It seemed that the owners of the footsteps were the people who had just gone to investigate the fight, who were now coming back. Soon the footsteps disappeared. It was as if the owners of the footsteps had gone back to sleep. Just when all of them sighed in relief, the sound of footsteps rang out once again, this time much more numerous than before. Then, it disappeared again. But not long after, the footsteps rang out once again. This time, they stopped right in front of the door of the cooking hall. Bam bam bam. They were knocking on the door. Li Huowang signaled with his finger, and Chun Xiaoman carefully opened the door. When the door opened, they saw the clay statue of one of the assistants, its eyes replaced by just 2 dark holes on its face, staring at everyone. Crack. Suddenly, the clay statue split open and antennae belonging to insects extended from the inside of the statue. But the sound of cracking didn't just originate from there. It rang out even from behind Li Huowang. Behind me? But there's nothing but a wall there. Li Huowang turned around in fear, only to find several motifs of bodhisattvas and the Buddha that were carved onto the wall using clay. Currently, all of them were glaring at Li Huowang. Crack. Soon, their bodies split from the wall and crashed into the hall like a tsunami. While Blind Chen had no time to grab his mirror, Li Huowang didn't waste any time. He immediately took out a pair of metal pliers and used them to crush one of his eyeballs. Pop! The clear liquid sprayed around the room and covered the arhats, enveloping them as they slowly fell to the ground. When all of them ran out, Li Huowang was surprised to see an innumerable number of clay statues standing on the roofs of the surrounding houses. All of them were glaring at Li Huowang. "Blind Chen, quickly!" shouted Li Huowang. "Don't worry. They are all fakes," said Blind Chen as he rummaged inside the bamboo basket that Puppy had passed to him. Li Huowang was standing with his back toward Blind Chen. Splat! Suddenly, two sharp knives stabbed into Li Huowang's heart. Li Huowang looked down at the knives and turned around. He saw that it was Blind Chen who had stabbed him. But what made Li Huowang confused was that even though Blind Chen was the one who tried to kill him, Blind Chen's face was currently even more terrified than Li Huowang's. Blind Chen looked at his hand with fear in his eyes. "Junior heir, this was not me. I didn't do it. My body moved on its own." Just as he said that, Blind Chen's body suddenly stopped moving and his aura started to transform. His white eyeballs sank back into his skull, and a pair of heterochromatic eyeballs with double irises replaced it. At the same time, the wrinkles on Blind Chen's face also disappeared. Soon, his face became just like Li Huowang. Then, the Li Huowang with double irises spoke. "Huh. It's so outdated to trick people and evil beings. I've learned a new trick, tricking myself. How about it, Boss Hongzhong? I learned it directly from you." Chapter 291, Source of Auditory Hallucination. In the dark hall, Li Huowang's hands trembled as he stared at the knife tip stabbing into his chest. He was shocked to see another Li Huowang, one with double irises. "You? Me?" Li Huowang fell backward as he started losing massive amounts of blood. The sudden change in the situation left him unable to think properly. He was focused on the name Hongzhong, mentioned by the other Li Huowang, while at the same time thinking about his impending death. Just as Li Huowang was about to fall to the ground, the others from his group rushed toward him and carefully propped him up. Bai Ling Miao's dark fingernails trembled. She wanted to touch the wound on Li Huowang's chest. However, after a moment of hesitation, she retracted her arm and started pounding on her drum. Dong dong dong. Oxhead and Horseface. 1. Carry the chains. The black and white Impermanence. 2. Holds the flag. The sound of the drum was accompanied by her chanting. Dong dong dong. If you wish to ferry the soul of the stubborn boy, life and death are but a line apart. I know what it means when the soul reaches the gate of hell. Dong dong dong. If we can't take him away today, the Sorrow King will make his presence known before the god of hell. As she chanted and the red veil on her face started wriggling, while an eerie wind started congregating around her. It was as if something was forming under there. While Bai Ling Miao wanted to save Li Huowang, the other Li Huowang with 2 irises would not let her. He immediately threw out 3 cards toward Li Huowang. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, the cards fell onto the ground and made a sharp metallic noise. Gao Zhijian, wearing his armor, had blocked the attack to prevent it from reaching the dying Li Huowang. At the same time, his eyes that were glaring at the enemy were resolute. "Oh, Boss Hongzhong, how did you trick all of them into following you? They are so loyal." But the Li Huowang with double irises snapped his fingers, causing the clay statues standing atop the roofs to gather around. "But you are not as good as me. Why don't you back down and let me become Hongzhong instead?" He had just said that when the clay statues all jumped down, crashing toward them like a meteor shower. At this moment, they realized that all of the clay statues were under his control. From the very beginning, he had been both the good and bad guy. The issue with Ganyuan village was just a massive trap set by the sitting Oblivion Dao. Ding ding ding. Amidst the chaos, the sharp sound of a bronze bell rang out. As tens of wandering gods appeared around them and pounced toward their target, Chun Xiaoman grew taller and taller. "Yeah!" At the same time, Gao Zhijian shouted and started swinging the mace he had gotten from the bandit camp, using it to crush everything in his path. His killing intent was laid completely bare. However, even though all of them did their best to block the clay statues, there were just far too many of them. Their group kept retreating as they fought, their situation dire. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Miao's chanting became faster and faster. Her red veil was already halfway drenched, either from sweat or tears. However, as she saw Li Huowang slowly removing the 2 knives from his heart and his wound slowly healing, Bai Ling Miao persevered while hanging onto a single thread of hope. "Don't worry. Senior Li can be saved. He won't die," shouted Bai Ling Miao. With the help of the immortal families, Li Huowang soon managed to extract the 2 knives and mend the wounds on his chest. Clank. Just as the bloodied knives fell onto the ground, Bai Lingmiao saw a man appearing in front of her. It was the Li Huowang with double irises. He was a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao that Li Huowang had told them about. The fake Li Huowang looked at the main deity covered in a red veil, and then turned toward the second deity before revealing a smile. Oh, not bad. You actually managed to heal him. Splat. As he spoke, 3 sharp daggers stabbed into Li Huowang's torso. When the fake Li Huowang heard the girl behind him cry out in anguish from underneath her red veil, he laughed maniacally, to the point that he had to hold his stomach in pain. Meanwhile, Li Huowang, who had originally passed out from the pain, woke up upon suffering the new wounds. Then, he took a deep breath and controlled his body, which was gradually losing heat. Fire. Water. Mouth. He once again heard the auditory hallucinations. At the same time, with the sound of the bronze bell and the drum, Li Huowang was having an extremely difficult time listening to everyone. Enough. Quiet. Quiet. As Li Huowang used his final breath to shout those words, the sounds really disappeared. But not all of the sounds disappeared. In fact, he could still hear the voice of the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao quite clearly. Boss Hong Zhong hee. At that moment, the fake Li Huowang appeared in front of the real Li Huowang and stared at him. When Li Huowang looked at him, it was just like looking into a mirror. The sound of drums suddenly rang out as both the main deity and the second deity pounced toward the fake Li Huowang. However, they were immediately smacked away by the clay statues around them. Come now, Boss Hong Zhong, don't lie on the ground. It's very dirty, said the fake Li Huowang as he grabbed the daggers stabbed into Li Huowang's torso and used them to pull him up. Looking at the dying Li Huowang, the fake Li Huowang had a look of relief. TSK, you should already have had enough fun. Boss Hong Zhong, should I change you back? Li Huowang stared at the face in front of him but did not understand what was being said. The auditory hallucinations started again. Where are you coming from? Li Huowang asked the voice. Looking at how Li Huowang did not reply to him, the fake Li Huowang sighed. All right, since that's the case, I wish you a good journey, Boss Hong Zhong. I will take over your identity and trick the others. Then, I will become the next Hong Zhong. He. Then, the fake Li Huowang grabbed the daggers and started pulling them upward. He wanted to kill Li Huowang by butchering him, and so he steadily shoved the daggers upward toward Li Huowang's head. He did not just want to disembowel Li Huowang. He wanted to cut the latter into 3 parts. Looking at how Li Huowang struggled even more, the fake Li Huowang laughed like a maniac. On the other hand, the pain Li Huowang was suffering from made the voices from the auditory hallucination become even more real. Li Huowang felt like the voice was very close to him. Who are you? What do you want? Along with his final shout, Li Huowang felt a strong urge to vomit. Then, in the next instance, his neck became as thick as his head. Suddenly, Li Huowang moved his arms, which were almost completely devoid of blood, and used them to grab the fake Li Huowang before opening his mouth toward the latter's face. In an instant, numerous black tentacles covered in red blood burst forth from Li Huowang's mouth and covered the fake Li Huowang's face. Neither side had expected such a situation. Even Li Huowang hadn't expected that the auditory hallucinations hadn't been fake, but came from the black Taisui within his body. In a panic and wanting to retreat, the fake Li Huowang fell backward. But the tentacles of the black Taisui held his face tight. It was even to the point that the stitches that Bai Lingmiao had made earlier started to break. The tentacles quickly bore into all of the fake Li Huowang's various orifices. Sensing this, the fake Li Huowang quickly released his grip on the daggers and touched his face in a panic. At the same time, he threw out 4 cards toward the blood-soaked tentacles. The black Taisui somehow detected the sharp cards that were flying toward it and used all its strength to retreat into Li Huowang's mouth. As it retreated, the sound of flesh being torn rang out alongside the cry of the fake Li Huowang. The fake Li Huowang's face was torn off by the black Taisui's tentacles as it retreated into Li Huowang's mouth. At the same time, it also took with it those eyeballs with double irises. 1. Undertakers that catch the souls of the dead and guard the entrance to hell. One has an ox head while the other has a horse head. 2. Deities that escort and capture the spirits of the dead. Another set of undertakers. Chapter 292, Death. Ayayua. The fake Li Huowang kneeled on the ground as he held his skinless face with his trembling hands while shouting in pain. He was not just shouting due to the pain of having his face torn apart, but also from getting tricked by Li Huowang. Meanwhile, The sound of something slimy moving rang out as the black Taisui's tentacle grabbed the facial skin and the eyeballs of the fake Li Huowang before retreating into Li Huowang's mouth. Dumb. With some difficulty, Li Huowang finally swallowed the black and disgusting thing in his mouth. Staring at the fake Li Huowang who was struggling from pain, the real Li Huowang reached back and pulled out the bronze coin sword. Shua. As he swung the sword, Li Huowang fell down. At the same time, the fake Li Huowang also fell onto the ground, several bronze coins embedded in his body. Before dying, the fake Li Huowang smiled creepily as he said, "You are indeed amazing, Boss Hongzhong. It's no wonder that you are one of the 3 officials." Meanwhile, Li Huowang was also lying on the ground as he stared at the night sky. He felt pain all over his body and became lost in thought. Damn, is this how I die? I can't believe it. Looking at Gao Zhijian who was being piled on by the clay statues and the main deity doing their best to approach Li Huowang, he rolled to his side. It would be such a waste to not use the pain right now. With this thought, he tried to move his hand numerous times, but failed over and over. Finally, at the last attempt, he managed to stab his arm into his own abdomen as he shouted, rending flesh, pulling bones. Immediately, the sound of fighting stopped and was replaced by pained cries. At that moment, every being within the Ganyuan village, regardless of whether they were the evil beings hidden within the clay statues, the humans, or the dogs, all of them felt the same pain that Li Huowang was experiencing. The clay statues were the first ones to surrender. Under the pain, all of them ran off. With this, Li Huowang had single-handedly resolved the crisis. After confirming that the clay statues had run away, Li Huowang released his hand as his consciousness slowly started to fade. Li Huowang. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Li Huowang heard someone calling out to him, causing him to instinctively raise his head a little. "Who's there?" "I'm here." The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was Bai Ling Miao running toward him. "I can't die. I can't die." 5th section of the night. Amidst the darkness, the rooster crowed as Puppy walked out of the room while carrying a bedpan. His pale face and the white cloth covering his body indicated that he too was wounded. The only reason he had to be the one to take out the bedpan was because Gao Zhijian's wounds were even more serious than his own. The clay statues had almost torn off his arms. Puppy emptied the contents of the bedpan into the toilet as he yawned and went back inside. As he passed by the second room, Puppy carefully opened the window and looked inside. When he saw Li Huowang who was still lying on the bed without any signs of life, Puppy shook his head and sighed. Back in his room, he placed the bedpan underneath the bed. Gao Zhijian's snores suddenly stopped as he asked, How? Nothing has changed. It's still the same. Move a little and let me sleep, replied Puppy as he crawled into the bed and covered himself with the blanket. Sigh. I don't think Senior Li will be able to come back again. Time to split the money we have. Simpleton, how much money do you think I will get? The only response he got was some grumbles. As he heard the grumbling that came from beside him, Puppy hurriedly said, I'm not cursing Senior Li, but you also saw it, right? Even his organs were disemboweled. The shamans might be good, but Bai Ling Miao is not an immortal. How can she possibly revive the dead? Bam! Puppy was shoved off the bed. Puppy grumbled from the pain. Now, having lost all his sleepiness from being shoved off the bed, he took the bronze basin from the wooden frame and went to the courtyard to get some water. After washing up, he went to the nearby stalls and sat down. Boss, give me a bowl of sweet jellied bean curd 1 and 2 fried breadsticks. All right, wait just a moment. The piping hot jellied bean curd had some sesame seeds and brown sugar sprinkled at the top. Looking at it, Puppy was already salivating. He took some of the fried breadsticks and dipped them into the jellied bean curd to soften them up before eating. As he bit into it, the flavor of the oil burst into his mouth, and he enjoyed his meal. The Liang Kingdom really is amazing. To think that they have breakfast even though they don't have to harvest the fields in the morning. And they even have so much variety for breakfast, exclaimed Puppy. By the time he finished his meal, the number of people walking on the street had started to increase. Puppy licked his bowl clean, and then took out several bronze coins, and gave it to the stall owner. Oh, you gave me so much. Thank you, said the stall owner. Who said those are tips? I want 3 more portions. Send them to the 2nd floor of the inn beside us. Also, make sure that you don't skimp out on the portion size if I'm not looking at you, said Puppy before merging into the crowd. He was already very familiar with the layout here. After walking for a while, he turned around and stopped in front of a shop selling coffins. He spat some saliva and smoothed his hair before walking in. As the man who was calculating something on the abacus saw Puppy entering his shop, he let out a bitter smile. "Boss Xiao, you are here again? Let's talk inside," said the shop owner. "So? I already gave you a night to think about the price. Do you agree to give me a discount or not?" asked Puppy as he patted one of the coffins. "Boss Xiao, this is excellent quality red pine wood. Stop patting it. If you keep doing that, the paint might fall off. Just tell me, do you want to buy it or not? You have been coming here every day to ask about the price, but you still haven't bought anything. Are you just here to survey the price so you can open up a shop of your own?" asked the shop owner. "Humph." Puppy feigned disinterest. "Of course, I'm here to buy. That is, if you give it to me half a tael cheaper." Hearing this, the owner of the shop felt his heart skip a beat and his voice lowered. "Do you mean your seniorly will soon?" Puppy closed his eyes and nodded. Seeing this, the shop owner came to a decision. "Sure, I will give you a discount of half a tael. This is the lowest I can go." "Okay." Puppy walked around the coffin and told him, "Since you already gave me a discount of half a tael, why don't you give me some free funeral clothes as well?" After 2 whole hours passed, the dehydrated shop owner finally agreed to Puppy's price. He didn't want to drag it anymore. If he had to drag this out, then he felt that he might die even sooner than that seniorly that Boss Xiao kept talking about. After paying the deposit, Puppy asked one more time, "Shop owner, you know how to do the ceremony, right?" The owner of the coffin shop nodded. "Don't worry. I know how to arrange everything, from the cooks, performers, and even people to carry the coffins. I want the best of the best for everything. I want the best funeral for my sworn brother," said Puppy. "Of course, I promise you that it will be the best you've ever seen. No need to worry," assured the shop owner. "Oh, and help me order a few more paper dolls, and this time, make them girls. I'm afraid that seniorly might die from boredom down there," said Puppy. "Boss Xiao is very loyal," praised the shop owner. "Sigh, this is the best I can do. When seniorly dies, they will all be busy crying. None of them will even bother to think about stuff like this. Last time as well, I was the only one who thought about such things." Last time. 1. A dessert made from tofu. Chapter 293. Trouble. Once everything had been settled, Puppy walked out of the shop, satisfied with the prices. Good. This time should be better than the last time. He squinted his eyes and stared at the blazing sun. It was already lunchtime by the time he got back to the inn. "Oh right, the owner said that I had to measure the body to make the funeral clothes. I better do that now." As he talked to himself, Puppy walked back to his room, but didn't find the injured Gao Zhijian on the bed. His heart immediately fell a little. Wait, could it be? He hurriedly ran towards Li Huowang's room and saw that the other 3 were beside the bed. He took a deep breath, rubbed some turmeric over his eyes, and walked into the room. Seniorly, boo-hoo." Puppy made it look like he was pushing Gao Zhijian away, but when he placed his body on the bed, he was surprised to see Li Huowang had his eyes open. "You are not dead." At that moment, Puppy's heart tightened up. If he's not dead, then that means that I can't take back my deposit. "Puppy, are you injured too?" Li Huowang's words reeled Puppy back into reality and caused him to let out a smile. These are just some small wounds. Did you know that when those clay statues were surrounding me, the great Xiao, didn't even blink?" "Don't listen to him. If it wasn't for me, then he would have been dismembered," interjected Xiaoman. Puppy frowned at Chen Xiaoman, but didn't say anything. Not only was he weaker than her, now, she was even a head taller than him. Li Huowang turned to look at the transformed Chen Xiaoman. She had aged considerably and was now a beautiful young girl. Even though she had dark hair covering her entire body, her figure could not be contained underneath at all. But this was not a good thing. This meant that during the previous battle, she had spent a lot of her lifespan summoning the wandering gods. No need to summon so many wandering gods in the future. Think properly. Just 4 wandering gods require an entire year's worth of lifespan. Li Huowang advised her weakly. "No worries. I'm still young," said Chen Xiaoman. She wasn't worried about the lifespan she had lost. In fact, she preferred her current body. Cough, cough. Li Huowang spat out some blood before speaking slowly. "Meow meow. Go and take the lifespan pills from the gourd and give them to her." Not only could the lifespan pills increase one's lifespan, they could also return Chen Xiaoman's youth. "I really don't need them." Chen Xiaoman pressed by Ling Miao's shoulder with her one remaining arm before turning to Li Huowang and asking in a concerned voice, "Seniorly, you should worry about yourself first. What's happening to you?" Hearing this question, Li Huowang paused. He stared at the rafters above and let out a bitter smile. "What's wrong with me? Li Huowang remembered what the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao had said. However, he would never believe that he was this so-called Hongzhong. But why did he use the same method to try and trick me? The previous group of 6 from the sitting Oblivion Dao did the same as well. Something isn't right. Unless everything is fake. Or one of them somehow left clues when they died, allowing the living members of the sitting Oblivion Dao to decipher what the previous members were doing. The dead and living members are both working together to try and trick me. Senior Li, let's not think about other matters for now. Your body is still heavily injured, so please rest more. Bai Ling Miao took a pillow filled with rice husk before placing it under his neck, instantly making much more comfortable. However, after a moment, Li Huowang shook his head and felt a splitting headache. Enduring the headache, he asked, "No, I'm not sleepy. First, tell me everything that happened after I passed out." Given that the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao had been killed and the clay statues chased away, there wasn't much to say except for how they cleaned up after the battle. AI, why are you talking about all these useless things? You all really don't know what Senior Li is concerned about, said Puppy as he excitedly squatted by the bed and took out a bamboo basket. Senior Li, look. We have all of the assets of that fraudster. I didn't even throw his clothes away. All of these are ours. As he spoke, Puppy pulled the curtains and allowed Li Huowang to see the items within the basket, the Bagua mirror and the blood-stained metallic cards. As he saw those items, Li Huowang felt relieved. He didn't want them for himself, but he still remembered the test that the Surveillance Bureau had given him. The member of the sitting Oblivion Dao was dead while he was still alive. With this, he was finally an official member of the Surveillance Bureau. Now that he was an official member, he would finally have an organization behind him. No longer would he need to guess everything like Dan Yangzi when it came to cultivation or other information. As long as he didn't expose his status as a strayed one, no one would attack him too. Hee. And what if you managed to claim those things? As if you know how to use any of them. A haughty voice came from behind Puppy, causing Li Huowang perk up in surprise. As if powered by an unknown source of strength, the weak Li Huowang suddenly sat up. Immediately, he pushed Puppy away before turning to look toward the illusions in front of him. The headless Peng Longting, the disemboweled Jin Shanjiao, the bored monk, and finally the faceless member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. The face of the member of sitting Oblivion Dao was completely skinless, and his eyes were replaced by 2 black holes. His teeth were displayed out in the open without any lips, forcing him into a perpetual smile. Looking at the stunned Li Huowang, Chun Xiaoman and Gao Zhijian exchanged glances before quickly holding Li Huowang's left and right arms down. But suddenly a massive force threw both of them away. Why are you here? Why did you become one of my illusions? Why? As Li Huowang shouted, his wounds started to bleed once again. Just as he was about to say something else, he stopped and grabbed his own throat. Cough, cough, Blake. Li Huowang coughed as a single black tentacle came out from his mouth. Seeing it, everyone was shocked. Quick, pull it out. But just when all of them wanted to help and were about to pull it out, Li Huowang blocked them from doing so. After stopping them, Li Huowang kneeled down and used his trembling hands to carefully push the tentacle back into his mouth. Under everyone's gaze, Li Huowang coughed as he forcefully swallowed the black Taisui. Chapter 294, Plan. After a few days of rest, Li Huowang finally regained his calmness. Li Huowang stood by the window as he stared at the floating illusion of the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. The faceless member of the sitting Oblivion Dao was sitting on Peng Longting's shoulder as he smiled at Li Huowang, feeling amused. There's no need for me to be troubled. It's just an illusion. It's not the first one, and I'm already used to it. Li Huowang consoled himself. Based on his behavior, he will keep trying to annoy and trick me. Since I know that he's a liar, I just need to ignore him completely. Really? That might not necessarily be the case. The member of the sitting Oblivion Dao raised his hands and clapped. It might be a big problem for us to be residing in your consciousness. We might only be 4 people now, but there might be more than 40 the next time around. Li Huowang just ignored him and slowly limped back toward the table. Hee, why aren't you talking? Asked the faceless man. Just as the faceless member of the sitting Oblivion Dao was about to continue annoying Li Huowang, Monk spoke up, stopping him. Sigh, stop annoying the Taoist. Can't you see that he already has a lot to think? Oh, and who are you? Asked the faceless man. I'm no one, just a monk. What's your name? Replied Monk. My name. The member of the sitting Oblivion Dao looked at Li Huowang and smiled. I'm Hongzhong. Hearing this, Li Huowang turned around and looked at him. You are Hongzhong. I think you want to become one so much that you've gone crazy. Right at that moment, the door opened, and Bai Lingmiao walked inside, while carrying some food. Looking at Li Huowang, who was walking around, she was shocked and immediately placed the food down to assist him. Senior Li, your wounds are still not healed. You can't walk right now. After carefully assisting him and seating him down at the table, Bai Lingmiao lifted a bowl of oily chicken soup, took a spoon, blew on it, and then fed Li Huowang. I'm injured, not disabled, said Li Huowang as he took the spoon before chugging down the soup. The room became quiet while he ate. After a while, Li Huowang spoke up. Meow meow, to think that the immortal family would be so useful this time around. They were even able to pull me back from the clutches of death. Looks like bringing you with me this time around was the right thing to do. How many lifespan pills did they take from the gourd? Bai Lingmiao hesitated. Actually, the immortal families. However, before she could finish, a long black fingernail tapped Bai Lingmiao's shoulder. Li Huowang stopped eating. Only after seeing that it was the second deity did he continue his meal. Is something wrong? As far as Li Huowang was concerned, it was very rare for the second deity to make an appearance in daylight. In fact, this was the first time it did so. Under his gaze, the second deity placed a red veil to cover both her and Bai Lingmiao's heads. Feeling puzzled, Li Huowang stared at them and tried his best to listen to what they were whispering about. However, he couldn't hear anything except for some minute sounds. What are they doing? They must be quite literally stuck together at this point. Is she hiding something from me? Just as Li Huowang was wondering about the situation, Bai Lingmiao pulled down the red veil. At this point, the second deity had disappeared, leaving behind only her. Tell the second deity that it was a good magic show, said Li Huowang as he picked up his chopsticks and continued eating the remainder of his meal. Seeing him like this, Bai Lingmiao revealed a forced smile. Are you all right? What did she say? Asked Li Huowang while eating. Nothing. If it's nothing, then let's eat first. Don't just stand there, said Li Huowang. He knew that forcing her to answer him wouldn't work. The best course of action for him would be to ask Chen Xiaoman later on. After all, she was Bai Lingmiao's close friend. Just as Li Huowang was lost in his thoughts, Bai Lingmiao suddenly gasped and pointed at his nose. Senior Li, your nose? Li Huowang touched his nose, only to feel a slimy tentacle coming out from one of his nostrils. However, he did not panic and simply pushed it back inside his nose. Senior Li, I've wanted to say this for a while, but the thing you ate was not right. Why don't we let it go? Pleaded Bai Lingmiao. By this point, any sane human could see that there was a serious problem with Li Huowang's body. However, Li Huowang was adamant in his refusal. No. When she heard his refusal, Bai Lingmiao felt quite sad. Seeing her like this, Li Huowang sighed. These are just some minor issues. We can fix them. Li Huowang naturally knew that there was something different about the black Taisui in his body. Something unexpected had happened, and things might take a turn for the worst. Even so, he couldn't stop eating it. Even if the side effects were big, he had to continue eating the black Taisui's flesh so that he could suppress his hallucinations. Compared to that, dealing with the black Taisui in his stomach was nothing. Li Huowang patted Bai Lingmiao's soft hands and said, Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Eat. Bai Lingmiao wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in her mouth. She just frowned and started eating her meal. After their meal, Li Huowang once again laid down on the bed. According to Bai Lingmiao, he needed to rest a lot. Soon, the room turned silent, to the point that one could even hear a pin drop. However, Li Huowang couldn't rest while the issue hadn't yet been resolved. Let's talk, Li Huowang said while looking toward the rafters. Hong Zhong, I think he's talking to you, said Monk, his body halfway inside a wall. Hong Zhong shook his bloodied head. No, he's talking to the black Taisui in his stomach. This is fucking interesting, hee hee. Meanwhile, Li Huowang ignored the two illusions and just waited for a reply. Even though he couldn't stop eating the black Taisui, he still needed to resolve this issue. At the very least, he must slow it down. Based on how it had saved Li Huowang the last time around, he had a feeling that he might be able to communicate with it. But it didn't look like it wanted to appear. The black Taisui would appear whenever he didn't want it to appear, but when he needed it, it would not appear. After a while, Li Huowang suddenly remembered something and put a finger into his ear. Then, he pulled out an entire wad of cotton from inside his ears. The moment he did, his ears were bombarded by a slew of loud noises. Chapter 295, Tuoba. After pulling out the wad of cotton from his ear, a buzzing sound completely drowned his hearing. Immediately, the sound of people talking in the room adjacent to him, the sounds coming from the streets, and even the sound of his heartbeat were magnified. Li Huowang endured the pain and closed his eyes as he tried to locate where the voice had been coming from. After some time, he finally managed to pick out the broken voice of the Black Taisui amidst all the chaos. "I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?" Li Huowang shouted loudly. The Black Taisui answered, but it was not speaking coherently. It was piecing together words that meant nothing. "Mouth. Sky. Woo. What are you talking about? Do you understand me? If I die, you die too. Let's talk," shouted Li Huowang once more. Since the Black Taisui could crawl out from his nose or mouth at any time, Li Huowang knew that he couldn't ignore it. He had to deal with it right now. Li Huowang wanted to negotiate with it. He felt that regardless of what its plans were, they could surely come to agreeable terms. But no matter what Li Huowang did, it did not react as he had thought. It was still using simple words to answer. As he continued listening to the fragmented words, Li Huowang had a feeling that he was talking to a child who had just learned how to talk. Wait, a child? A child? Li Huowang suddenly remembered something. He immediately crawled out from the bed and called for the servant to bring him a brush along with some ink and paper. Then, Li Huowang ignored the chaotic sounds around him while writing down what the Black Taisui was talking about. Mouth, wood, water, fire, field, art. He wrote down the characters one by one and looked at their arrangements. They were very familiar to him. He then remembered something. No wonder the arrangements of the characters sounded so familiar. It's learning what I taught Lu Xiucai. Li Huowang finally understood why the Black Taisui was speaking in such a fragmented manner. It only knew these words. The Black Taisui had only learned these words coincidentally while Li Huowang was teaching Lu Xiucai. It didn't even know the meanings of the words and was only repeating it. It can't even speak right now? How should I communicate with it? Li Huowang wondered aloud as he stuffed the wad of cotton back into his ears and started wandering around his room. He thought of a few different solutions, but in the end, he rejected all of them. In order to suppress his hallucinations, Li Huowang had no choice but to keep the Black Taisui inside his stomach. Due to this, he needed another way to get rid of this trouble. After thinking for a while, Li Huowang finally decided on the crudest method, teaching the Black Taisui words. After it learned how to talk, Li Huowang would then be able to converse with it. The battle with the sitting Oblivion Dao this time around had shown Li Huowang just how much of an asset it could be. As long as he could communicate with it, he might even be able to use it as a secret weapon. Li Huowang didn't know how long it would take to teach a bunch of tentacles, but he knew that it would take a long time. Thus, this method could be considered quite crude. Fine, if I have to teach it, then so be it, said Li Huowang as he sat down, took out another piece of paper, and started to write. Since it would take a long time to teach the Black Taisui how to speak, Li Huowang had decided to take it slow. Compared to this, he had a much more urgent matter to attend to get his reward from the man with the doll head. This was the first mission he had completed after entering the surveillance bureau. After his wounds had healed halfway, Li Huowang told everyone to prepare for travel. No one could stop him this time. Bai Ling Miao argued with him and finally managed to persuade him to buy a carriage so that he could lie down in it during their trip. They traveled for a long time before Li Huowang and group once again reached the prosperous Yinling city. By this time, the wounds on Li Huowang's torso had also finished healing. However, his missing eye and the ribs hadn't yet grown back. Li Huowang had noticed that compared to his fingernails, skin, and flesh, it took quite a bit longer for him to regrow his bones and eyes. Senior Li, according to the map, we can just take the side path. There's no need for us to enter the city. Troop leader Lu's group is likely to be performing along the way, and we might be able to catch up to them, Puppy suggested as they waited at the gates of Yinling City. No need. We will enter the city. Go and get some rooms at the same inn as last time, said Li Huowang. He would never tell Puppy that he was actually here to collect the rewards. Their mission this time had been quite arduous, and so Li Huowang was looking forward to it. Li Huowang had thought that he might have to stay for a few more nights if the man hadn't come yet, but it was clear that they had many informants within Yinling City. During the second section of the night, just as Li Huowang was hobbling into the stable, the man was already there, waiting for him. He was holding a yellow sack while sitting on a pile of horse feet. Without waiting for Li Huowang to speak, the man jumped down and approached him, his tone much friendlier than usual. Ho ho, looks like you are indeed quite strong. Good job on the mission in Ganyuan village. We hadn't expected you to be able to keep casualties to 0. Hearing his friendly tone, Li Huowang felt his heart relax a little. This meant that he had passed the test and was finally officially a part of the surveillance bureau. No, it was just luck, said Li Huowang humbly. Luck is also part of your skill. No need to be humble. Also, are you hurt? The Surveillance Bureau can treat you no matter the injury, said the man with the doll head. In response, Huowang shook his head. The man grabbed the doll head and took it off. Beneath the doll head, Huowang found a man with a friendly face. He looked well off, plump, and had eyes the size of beans. It was an amicable-looking face. The man smiled and shook Huowang's hands. Sorry about that. Without testing your powers and background, I really wouldn't dare bring you into the Surveillance Bureau. Then, he fished out 5 lifespan pills covered in yellow talismans from his sleeves and handed them to Huowang. Here, you gave me these the last time around, and so I'm returning them back to you. Just as Huowang was about to refuse, the man stopped him. Take them first and listen to me, said the man as he pushed the pills into Huowang's hands and began to explain in a calm manner. You should know that I would have to take responsibility for you to join the Surveillance Bureau. If anything had happened, then I too would have been held responsible. Those lifespan pills were just collateral for that. But now, since you want to join the Surveillance Bureau for Real, there's no need for it. The man revealed a smile, providing an offer that no one could reject. My surname is Tuoba, and my given name is Danqing. Junior Ergio, if you don't mind, then you can just call me Brother Tuoba, said the man. This was the first time someone told Huowang their surname with good intentions. He knew what it meant and immediately bowed politely. Thank you, Brother Tuoba. Haha. Then I will take it that you've joined the Surveillance Bureau. From now on, we are one family. I wish Brother Ergio the best of luck, said Tuoba. Looking at the lifespan pills in his hand, Huowang felt a warmth in his heart. While he didn't care all that much about the pills, he was touched by Tuoba's attitude. After coming out from the Zephyr Temple, except for the now deceased Abbess Jingxin, everyone else he had seen had been trying to kill him or fight him. Not once did the onslaught of enemies stop. At this point, Huowang was no longer a naive boy. He knew that Tuoba had most likely put an act to be courteous. However, he had never been treated this kindly before in this world, not even for the sake of trickery. Then, Tuoba Danqing extended his hands and brought Huowang out of the stable. Come now, this is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere more comfortable. Chapter 296, Treasure. After some time, Huowang was sitting on the stool while running his hands across the golden sandalwood table in front of him, feeling the soft animal skin beneath his feet. As he surveyed the luxurious interior of the room, he knew that having a meal at this place was bound to be quite expensive. He'd seen this restaurant next to the Exquisite Pagoda before. Judging based on where it was located, it must be pretty well known in all of Yinling City. Creak. The door opened, and a beautifully dressed woman with a light fragrance entered the room and placed various delicious dishes on the round table. As Huowang looked at the dishes, he realized that he couldn't even discern the ingredients used to make some of the dishes on this table, let alone having eaten them before. Come, Brother Air, let's toast, said Tuoba Danqing as he lifted the silver pot, about to pour a cup of wine in front of Huowang. Huowang felt a little uneasy. Brother Tuoba, I'm not good with drinks. Please forgive me. After saying that, Huowang picked up the teapot beside him and poured some tea for himself. I'll use the tea instead of wine. I raise this toast to Brother Tuoba, wishing you all the best. Tuoba Danqing grinned as he raised his wine glass and clinked it against Huowang's teacup. All right, here's to Brother Air's smooth journey to the Immortal's residence. Huowang placed the teacup under his mask and took a small sip. Meanwhile, Tuoba Danqing rolled up his sleeves, lifted his chopsticks, and started jabbing them into the dish placed before him, emitting white steam. Come, let's eat. Try this dish. It's called Myriad of Colors and is a specialty of Yinling City. You won't find it anywhere else. With their chopsticks raised and cups clinking, the atmosphere in the room soon became much more relaxed. Mealtime conversations had a distinctly different ambience compared to discussions that happened elsewhere. Tuoba Danqing's plump face turned rosy as he smacked his lips a few times while savoring the food. Then, he leaned on the round table with his elbows and slurred, Brother Air, from now on, we're like family. If there's anything you don't understand about the Bureau, feel free to ask me. Also, remember this, you're part of the Surveillance Bureau now. If you ever encounter any issues in official matters, then you can always invoke the name of the Surveillance Bureau. As long as it's not a major issue, most government offices will show some leeway. Thanks a lot, Brother Tuoba. In that case, I've indeed encountered some difficulties, said Huowang as he extended his hand, bringing out the bagua mirror he had prepared in advance. This item belonged to a member of the sitting Oblivion Dao. It's incredibly powerful, but I can't find the method to activate it. Brother Tuoba, please take a look. An item that was originally owned by someone from the sitting Oblivion Dao? Haha, they don't have anything of their own. It's obviously something they swindled. Let me take a look, said Tuoba Danxing as he took it and carefully examined it. However, even as he started examining it with his hands, his mouth never stopped talking. Brother Air, how did it go that day? Tell me, how did you deal with that member of the sitting Oblivion Dao? Naturally, there was nothing to hide, and after glossing over some of the details about the Black Taisui, Huowang told Tuoba Danxing most of what had happened that night. Those damned scammers from the sitting Oblivion Dao, always claiming that others belong to their group. This kind of scam is as old as they come. Tuoba Danxing sneered with a hint of disdain on his face. However, even with such a simple scam, there will always be a few naive individuals who fall for their tricks. The truth is that I've already seen through all their tricks. I'll kill as many of those bastards from sitting Oblivion Dao as they come. All that talk about the 3 officials, or the 4 joys, and the dices or the flowers, it's all useless nonsense. By this point, it was obvious Tuoba Danxing was starting to brag. Naturally, Huowang wouldn't expose him and just went along with it. There was nothing wrong with a bit of boasting over drinks. In fact, it actually made Huowang feel that Tuoba Danxing was also a human being. This looks like a Taoist artifact. But can you see? The positions of the symbols on this Bawa mirror are not right. The Kuan is above, and the Qian is below. In Taoism, this is the opposite of the reversal of heaven and earth. As far as I know, there are only 3 families in the Liang kingdom that practice something like this, said Tuoba Danxing as he handed the mirror back to Huowang. All right, take it back for now. I'll look into it and get back to you. If there's a matching cultivation method, then I'll send you a letter. Regardless, this thing should be quite valuable. I estimate it to be worth at least 3 to 5 decades of lifespan. Brother Air, you are very lucky to have this. If one looked beyond the surface, this also implied that within the Surveillance Bureau, the currency for transactions was not gold or silver, but rather lifespan. Thanks again, Brother Tuoba, thanked Huowang as he took back the mirror. You don't have to thank me for such small matters. We are all on the same side. Let's drink. Tuoba Danxing lifted his wine glass and took a gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Then, he picked up his chopsticks to start eating. After a while, Tuoba Danxing suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He placed his chopsticks on the edge of his dish and reached his hand into the cloth bag under the table. After digging around for a while, he pulled out over a dozen dark pills. Here, I almost forgot. This is your reward, 13 years of lifespan. Take them and use them well. They are sealed with elixir techniques and are slightly different from your usual methods, said Tuoba Danxing as he handed the pills over to Huowang. Huowang took out the gourd from his waist. With a few movements of the small mouth of the gourd, its entire front half cracked open, revealing a sharp opening. Then, the gourd swallowed the lifespan pills one by one. Upon seeing Huowang's gourd, Tuoba Danxing's slightly intoxicated expression revealed a hint of satisfaction as he said, Brother Air, that won't work. That thing is not even as strong as my tattered cloth bag. Though mine is worn out, it can hold more than yours. In the future, find some time to go to the capital and buy some useful goods. Oh, the Surveillance Bureau has a dedicated place for trade. Huowang was taken aback, realizing the potential significance of this fact for both future intelligence gathering and strengthening of his abilities. Wouldn't it be weird if they don't have one? Asked Tuoba Danxing. Hearing this, Huowang agreed before quickly pouring himself a small amount of wine, raising his cup to toast Tuoba Danxing. Huowang's sharp senses made it easy for him to get tipsy, but sometimes, getting a bit drunk was just what he needed. As the night went on, the drinks kept flowing. Slowly, their camaraderie became so strong that it almost reached the point of them performing traditional rituals like burning yellow paper and sacrificing a chicken to become sworn brothers. As he listened to Tuoba Danxing's voice, Huowang was reminded of his dormitory mates. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in high school before his illness began. Back then, he wasn't mentally ill, and there was no transmigration. Yang Na was real, and his future was bright. How great would it be to once again go back to that time? But now, I've already joined the Surveillance Bureau. The precarious days are behind me, and from now on, each day will surely be better than the last. Someday, I'll live a life even better than the one before. In a daze, Tuoba Danxing embraced Huowang's shoulders, leaned against the windowsill and gazed at the quiet Yinling city outside. His voice carried a hint of emotion as he said, "Dear brother, look at how beautiful Yinling city is. Honestly, I haven't been here much. Brother Tuoba, I apologize. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. I'm sorry for making Brother Tuoba run around," said Li Huowang. He was so drunk that his tongue was tied, and at times, he didn't even know what he was saying. "What are you apologizing for? What nonsense are you talking about? I just happened to pass by. It's not specifically for you, my friend. Can you guess what I was doing before?" said Tuoba dancing. "How could I guess? Brother Tuoba," Li Huowang hiccuped before continuing. "Look, the sun is almost up. How about we call it a night?" Hearing that Li Huowang didn't pick up on his cue, Tuoba Danxing got a bit annoyed. "Come here, let me show you a real treasure. It'll broaden your horizons, my friend." Then, he pulled Li Huowang back to the table, plopped down on the ground, and rummaged through his tattered yellow cloth bag. Soon, he forcefully pulled out a man's head, along with a mass of bloody and mushy internal organs. Li Huowang looked at it in bewilderment. "Brother Tuoba, what is this?" You don't know, huh? This is the strayed one we specially obtained from the depths of Qingqiu with Lord Xiang," said Tuoba Danxing. As soon as these words came out, the illusion of Hong Zhong burst into laughter, doubling over as he struggled to catch his breath. Chapter 297, Strayed One. Ha! Hong Zhong's laughter echoed within Li Huowang's head incessantly. "Strayed One. Li Huowang, ha!" Meanwhile, Li Huowang held the cup in his hand and just sat there, dumbfounded. He looked at the half-corpse in Tuoba Danxing's hands, at half the head of the half-dead person and the internal organs hanging from the head. After a long pause, his eyes gradually widened, and shock appeared on his face. "So, this is a strayed one." At that moment, his clenched fist under the table tightened, but his face showed no emotions. The drunken Tuoba Danxing was quite satisfied with Li Huowang's surprise, and replied with pride, "How's it? You haven't seen it before, right? Truthfully speaking, it's also my first time seeing a living strayed one." Li Huowang reached out a trembling finger to touch that strayed one's face. It was a square-faced, middle-aged man with a beard. He seemed to be around 40 years old. Just based on appearance, he had an average-looking face. However, his 5 organs were extremely distorted. The sorrow and despair in the eyes was something that was frozen in death. Li Huowang understood his agony very well. He knew that only those that died under extremely painful situations would sport such an expression. This person, who had an identity extremely similar to his own, had suffered a pitiful death. Touching him once is good enough. In fact, normally you wouldn't even be qualified to see such a treasure. Even letting you have a glance of him is already making a huge exception. After all, this is a coveted treasure that is about to enter the treasury, said Tuoba Danxing. Hearing this, Li Huowang numbly raised his arm and poured the contents of his wine cup into his mouth. His expression and body gradually became relaxed as he asked, "Brother Tuoba, why does this strayed one only have a brain and his organs left?" This question seemed to strike something within Tuoba Danxing's heart, and he slammed the table in frustration. We wanted to keep him alive, since strayed ones are much more useful alive than dead. But guess what? When Lord Xiang and I got close to the border, we were unexpectedly intercepted. We tried our best, but only managed to seize this much. It's quite a pity. Li Huowang nodded. The strong smell of alcohol covered the astonishment on his face. Brother Tuoba, it's a pity indeed. If only this strayed one was still alive. I heard that the bewilderment within the strayed one's brains is very useful. Tuoba Danxing continued. That's not all. The physical body of a strayed one is also a treasure. Brother Air, the strayed one's flesh, organs, and bones are all precious materials. Let me tell you something. Lord Xiang has a powerful artifact made from the strayed one's wealth attraction. It can immerse the consciousness of others into bewilderment when they least expect it. Apparently, he did not sell it even when someone offered 200 years of lifespan. Wealth attraction? Questioned Li Huowang. Wealth attraction is the tongue, and the tongue is the wealth attraction. Brother Air, you don't even know such euphemisms. You still have a lot left to learn, said Tuoba Danxing. Regarding strayed ones, I've only ever heard about them and never seen one. I didn't expect there to be so many intricacies to the whole thing. Brother Tuoba, you've truly broadened my horizons, said Li Huowang as he raised his wine cup to toast Tuoba Danxing. Broadened your horizons, right? Follow me more in future, and there'll be even many more eye-opening things to see. Come, Drink some more, said Tuoba Danxing as he casually stuffed the strayed one back into his cloth bag before continuing to drink. They drank from the second section of the night all the way until dawn before Tuoba Danxing finally fell asleep, and they called it a night. Li Huowang supported the mumbling Tuoba Danxing to the guest room and onto his bed. Then, he gently shifted the yellow cloth bag containing the strayed one and placed it beside the man's pillow. Creak. As Li Huowang closed the door and left, Tuoba Danxing, who had been snoring with his mouth open, suddenly opened his eyes. At this point, there was no trace of sleepiness in his eyes. He propped up his head and first looked toward the door, then reached for the yellow bag beside his pillow. He had a look of admiration on his face. Not bad. This person saw the strayed one, but did not reveal even a single trace of greed. This person that Hongda brought this time around is much more trustworthy than the one from before. Meanwhile, Li Huowang swayed down the large street, reeking of alcohol. Apart from the 2 swords on his back, he was also carrying a large bag of items. Basking in the early morning sun, Li Huowang's expression was neither happy nor sad as he silently walked on. When the other people on the road smelled the pungent odor of alcohol and saw his strange attire, they instinctively covered their noses and avoided him. Where did this drunkard come from? Drinking so early in the morning. Exactly. The younger generation nowadays is more and more unbecoming. As he listened to these voices, Li Huowang soon arrived at his own inn. When he pushed open the door, Bai Ling Miao, who had been anxiously pacing around, immediately came forward. Senior Li, why did you leave without saying a word? You made me so nervous. Did you drink? Asked Bai Ling Miao. On the other hand, Li Huowang just opened the items in his hand, revealing food boxes woven with bamboo. I went out for dinner with someone. Let them all come out and taste some of this delicious food. After saying that, he lay down on the bed and took a deep breath. Seeing Li Huowang's low spirits, Bai Ling Miao couldn't care less about eating. She sat on the bedside and looked at his back as she asked, Senior Li, what happened to you? Li Huowang once again sighed deeply. Nothing much. It was just that some things were not as I had expected. Meow meow. I once again realized that nothing is reliable in this damned place. We can only rely on ourselves for everything. As he spoke, he recalled that twisted face once again. Aside from the abbess's son, this was Li Huowang's 3rd time encountering a strayed one. And this one was forcibly torn into 2 halves due to being contested by different parties. As he remembered that face, Li Huowang understood that the Surveillance Bureau, a powerful organization, was not his backing, and it never could be. On the contrary, they might become his enemies at any time. It was wishful thinking to rely entirely on the Surveillance Bureau to find his footing in this dangerous world. He realized that these dangerous people could only be used from a distance and should never be approached with good intentions. As long as he tore off his mask, a friend who was drinking with him just a moment ago might bind him up to sell him. He was a strayed one, and that was an original sin. As long as he carried this identity, he would be a piece of meat which everyone would want to take a bite out of. Bai Ling Miao seemed to sense Li Huowang's gloomy mood as she knelt down beside him. She reached out her hand and gently patted his back to make him feel more comfortable. Senior Li, don't worry. No matter what, you still have us. Translator's thoughts. This is a good fan art of Tuoba Danxing. Credits to Guzi of Lanqi Bazao on Douyin. Chapter 298, Going Home. While the 2 of them were engaged in conversation, a ruckus emerged from the neighboring table. Hearing a loud thump, Li Huowang lifted his head and peered toward the source of the sound, only to see Puppy sneakily making his way outside while holding a food box. Senior Li, is the food you brought back for us to eat? Puppy asked cautiously. Li Huowang laid back down with a wry smile on his face. Yeah, after all, it is only you guys here. In this world, his group of fellow disciples were the only ones that he could trust, even if they might not be particularly helpful. After a moment, Li Huowang propped himself up from the bed. As soon as he sat up, the exhaustion on his face immediately vanished. Puppy, put down the food box, and call Gao Zhijian and Chen Xiaoman over. Let's all eat together. Once we're done eating, we'll leave, said Li Huowang. Where are we going? Asked Puppy. We are heading home. A few days later, Li Huowang, Puppy, Gao Zhijian, Bai Ling Miao, and Chen Xiaoman set off in a carriage. Bai Ling Miao drew down the curtain and warmly spoke to the carriage driver. Sir, thank you for allowing us to catch a ride. If we were to travel on foot, then it would have taken us a few days to get there. Hearing this, the old carriage driver let out a smile, revealing his few remaining teeth. No problem, it's conveniently on the way. But, young lady, Your home is quite remote. If you hadn't told me about it, then I wouldn't have known that there was a village at the foot of that mountain." Hearing this, Puppy immediately expressed his discontent. "Remote? We agreed on a fixed payment before. What's this? Are you trying to hike up the price?" Chun Xiaoman gave Puppy a disapproving glance and scolded. "Shut up. Why are you so full of nonsense? No one will mistake you for a mute, even if you don't speak." On the side, Gao Zhijian huddled his limbs, stammering as he tried to intervene. Sitting in the back, Li Huowang silently watched the lively show inside the carriage. Things were definitely way more relaxed than they were before. Ever since he transmigrated, Li Huowang had rarely seen such a vibrant scene. At that moment, Bai Lingmiao's soft arms wrapped around Li Huowang's hand. With a smile, she asked, "Senior Li, what's on your mind right now?" Knowing that she was about to reach home, Bai Lingmiao was radiating joy from head to toe. "I'm wondering what Cowheart Mountain is like. I don't know if we'll be able to get used to staying there. You also know that it's hard for me to get along with others," said Li Huowang as he rolled up the bamboo curtain and gazed at the lush greenery outside. The area was covered with thick, dense forests. "You'll get used to it for sure. Everyone in our village is awesome, just like my grandpa. He grows melons. If someone is passing by the village and gets thirsty, they can even have the melons for free. You're also nice, and so you'll definitely get along with him. And my parents too. If anyone in the village is faced with any trouble, both of them would always pitch in, offering money and effort to help. Despite living in the village for such a long time, they've never had any disagreements with anyone. Oh, and my younger brother and his buddies. Don't worry, they won't dare to be rowdy. If they give you a hard time, then just let me know and I'll straighten them out," said Bai Lingmiao as she eagerly showed off her fair-skinned fists, waving them in the air as if she was ready for action. Seeing her adorable behavior, Li Huowang smiled to himself. It seemed like she had a completely different personality in front of him compared to what she showed her family. Li Huowang wrapped his arm around her shoulders and shook his head. "I'm not worried. If they could raise you so well, then they must be doing something right. By the way, Meow Meow, I remember that you used to wear a gold bracelet. Your family must be quite well off, right?" Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao smiled modestly and replied, "We are not exactly wealthy. We are just a bit better off than the average folks." Li Huowang chuckled. If the girl's family had money, and he continued sticking around, then he might just unintentionally become the burdensome son-in-law. "Guess I will be the burdensome son-in-law then." Regardless of how the place turns out to be, after drifting around aimlessly for so long, it's finally a chance to settle down. Then, all of a sudden, Bai Lingmiao got excited as she eagerly pointed out of the carriage window. "Look, everyone, that's Cowheart Mountain." Li Huowang squinted, focusing on the distant mountain covered in green. "It's really massive, but how on earth does it resemble a cow's heart?" Brushing aside this silly question, Li Huowang's thoughts drifted elsewhere as he began to worry about the Lu family troop. They left quite a bit before us. They should have already reached the foot of Cowheart Mountain. Let's just hope that nothing unexpected has happened to them. With this lingering concern in mind, Li Huowang gradually made his way toward the foot of Cowheart Mountain. But his worries were short-lived. All of Li Huowang's worries dissipated in an instant when he saw young Xiaohai, barefoot and accompanied by a round-faced woman, standing in the rice paddies as they gathered loaches. "Senior Li is back. Senior Li is back." Accompanied by young Xiaohai's enthusiastic yell, the rest of the group started appearing from the stacked layers of tiled houses. After nearly half a month of not seeing each other, this reunion filled Lu Zhuanyuan with excitement as he enthusiastically grabbed Li Huowang's hands. "Taoist, you're finally back. We've been anxiously waiting for you." "Troop Leader Lu, the journey here must have been quite tough. Did everything go smoothly?" asked Li Huowang. No, it wasn't tough at all. The number of people is the same as before. No one went missing," said Lu Zhuanyuan before subsequently showing concern for Li Huowang's lone eye. It was as though they were very close to each other. "Let's go, don't just stand here. We'll discuss more inside," said Li Huowang. Just as Li Huowang was about to step in, Lu Zhuanyuan stopped him. Then, he sneaked a glance at Bai Lingmiao as a trace of unease appeared on his face. Taoist, there's no need to head in so quickly. First, I have to speak with you privately," said Lu Zhuanyuan. Li Huowang clearly didn't quite understand what he meant. "Just say whatever you need to. Why does it have to be in private?" Li Huowang couldn't fathom a reason for him and Lu Zhuanyuan to have a private conversation. "Oh, Taoist, you see, it's better to discuss some matters privately," said Lu Zhuanyuan as he came closer to Li Huowang while making subtle facial expressions in the direction of Bai Lingmiao. Seeing this, Li Huowang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Bai Ling Miao, who was standing beside him. If Troop Leader Lu is insisting on discussing things privately with me, could it be because there's a major problem with Miao Miao's hometown? Li Huowang finally understood what Troop Leader Lu was trying to convey, but unfortunately, Bai Ling Miao had also caught on to it. Troop Leader Lu, what happened to my hometown? Asked Bai Ling Miao. As she saw Troop Leader Lu shiftily avoiding her gaze, tears welled up in Bai Ling Miao's eyes. Dad, Mom. Tears streamed down Bai Ling Miao's face as she brushed past the others and ran along the winding path toward the village. Sensing her unease, Li Huowang hurriedly followed suit. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, your daughter is back. Where are you guys? Shouted Bai Ling Miao. Her cries mixed with sobs echoing continuously throughout the village. She opened every door in the village, hoping to find her family, but only disappointment awaited behind each one. Translator's thoughts. Blind Shun, or the fake Hongzhong. Credits to Bizzare of Lan Shi Ba Zhao Lan Douyin. Chapter 299, Cowheart Village. Dad, Mom, where are you guys? Tears streamed down Bai Ling Miao's face as she continued to search throughout the entire Cowheart village. Behind her was Li Huowang, who was also searching with her. However, he could see that they were the only ones left in the entire village. At this point, Lu Zhuangyuan approached carefully with a smile. What's going on? Li Huowang furrowed his brows as he questioned Lu Zhuangyuan. In response, the latter wore an innocent look and replied, Taoist, how would I know? I just arrived here, and there was nobody in the entire village. At first, I was surprised and thought that I had gotten the location wrong, so I went searching several miles around here. But after covering the entire Cowheart Mountain, this was the only this place left. Li Huowang remained silent. After a while, he took a deep breath and walked toward Bai Ling Miao in the distance. Currently, she was constantly searching the entire village tirelessly without finding anything. As Li Huowang saw her sweating profusely and turning back toward the first house to restart her search, he rushed over and grabbed her shoulders and then pulled her into his embrace. At this point, Bai Ling Miao finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She leaned on his shoulder and burst into tears. Senior Li, my family is gone. Such a long period of anticipation had culminated into nothing. Li Huowang knew what kind of feeling it was, and he could empathize with her. Don't cry. Maybe they just left temporarily. They may yet not have faced anything unexpected. Think positively. Standing beside her, Lu Zhuangyuan also tried to console her as he spoke. Miss Bai, the Taoist is right. Perhaps they were seeking safety and left just like us. When they return from their refuge, you will be able to meet them again. The rest of them also saw the situation and came up to console her. However, their words did not ease Bai Ling Miao much. She was no fool. The disappearance of all the people of an entire village wasn't a trivial matter. Bai Ling Miao's crying completely overwhelmed the joy of reunion and cast a shadow upon the entire group. Not a single person spoke all throughout dinner. After dinner, Li Huowang wandered around the entire village with the moonlight guiding him. He was not looking for people, but searching for clues. The entire village couldn't just have vanished without a trace. They must have encountered some troublesome situation. Even if they had been devoured by evil spirits or deceived by the sitting Oblivion Tao, there must be some traces left behind. Taoist, I previously told Ms. Bai that her family was hiding from a crisis, but that was just to make her feel better. In my opinion, they're probably not hiding from a crisis. Who would hide from disasters without even locking their doors? When we first entered the village, the pigs in the backyard were starving and didn't even look like pigs anymore. Lu Zhuangyuan followed Li Huowang as he babbled on. Meanwhile, Li Huowang squatted down to examine the patterns on the stone path. When you guys first came here, was this village in a mess? No, not at all. The clothes were still hanging outside. Cows, dogs, everything seemed fine. Just that the people were missing. I even specifically checked through the cabinets in each household. The clothes weren't missing. It's clear that they didn't just leave for a long trip, explained Lu Zhuangyuan. Li Huowang gazed through every inch to look for details and any potential dangers. When he pushed open a door and still found no clues, he removed the cotton from his ears before carefully listening to his surroundings. He roamed around the village and even invited a wandering god to help search underground. But this time was different. There were no hostile gazes, evil spirits, or anything. When Li Huowang returned to the Bai family's courtyard, he saw Luo Wanhua and Chen Xiaoman standing in the bright hall, one on each side as they consoled Bai Ling Miao. The others were also standing around, discussing in groups of twos or threes. When they saw Li Huowang return, They all looked over. Go and rest first. Let's discuss tomorrow, said Li Huowang. After Li Huowang spoke, the rest did not stay around and left with their groups. Given that she had been crying, Bai Ling Miao's pink eyes had become somewhat red. They were filled with deep sorrow as she turned to look toward Li Huowang and sniffled. It's getting late. Where's your room? Go and take a bath first, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao pursed her lips and stood up before walking toward the bathroom. After some time, the two of them silently laid down in a bedroom filled with a faint fragrance. The layout of the room and the white mosquito net hinted that this was Bai Ling Miao's previous bedroom. At this moment, Bai Ling Miao was curled up on the bed, her shoulders shuddering constantly as she tried not to bawl. Then, in the next moment, she felt herself being carried over before leaning against a strong chest. Don't cry. When we encounter trouble, we solve it. We are now people with some abilities. Do you think we can't find them? Assured Li Huowang. With this, Bai Ling Miao's shoulders finally stopped twitching. Her head nuzzled against Li Huowang's chest. Then, she suddenly broke free of his embrace and picked up her drum that was placed before the mirror before dashing out of the house. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. In the heavens, matters are handled by flying immortals, while on earth, they are handled in red and yellow. While in the netherworld, summoned the sorrowful king to assist. I stopped the horse to ask for the country's name, hold the reins, and look for the homeland. Whether surnamed Zhang, Wang, Li, or Huang, Xiao, Qian, Sun, Li, Cun, Xiao, Zhou, Wuzheng, Wang, Yin, Zhang. As Li Huowang listened to the rhythmic drumbeat outside, he slowly closed his eyes. The next day, when he opened his eyes again, he found that Bai Ling Miao, who was usually an early riser, was lying soundlessly on the bed. How is it? What did the immortal families say? Li Huowang asked as he wore his clothes. They can't find them, replied Bai Ling Miao through her agony. Even the immortal families cannot find them. Seniorly, do you think that my parents are really gone? Li Huowang walked over, patted her shoulder, and then turned to walk out of the room. I'm leaving. While I'm away, help keep an eye on things. Just as he turned to leave, Bai Ling Miao opened the door. With her reddened eyes, she asked dumbfoundedly, Seniorly, where are you going? Where else? Since even the immortal families can't help, I have to think of a way to find out where all the members of the village went. Can I ignore it if you're like this? Said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Ling Miao leapt toward him and hugged his waist. Her tears stained his clothes as she thanked him profusely. Thank you, Seniorly. Seeing that his reaction had consistently been cold, she had assumed that he did not care about her family's situation at all. She had never expected him to have already figured out what he had to do, and it was just that he hadn't mentioned it. Translator's thoughts. This is the fake Hong Zhong of the sitting Oblivion Dao. Credits to Guzi of Lan Shi Ba Zhao on Douyin. Chapter 300, County Magistrate. Do we still need to thank each other? If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. Your troubles are my troubles as well. Don't cry, and just wait for my updates, said Li Huowang as he gave Bai Ling Miao's hand a reassuring pat before gently letting go of it and leading her outside. Li Huowang wasn't good at expressing affection, but he didn't want Bai Ling Miao to go through the same things that he had gone through. That feeling was too painful. Bai Ling Miao quickly followed, her voice filled with concern as she asked, Seniorly, do you know where my parents went? I don't know, replied Li Huowang. So where do we even start looking? Asked Bai Ling Miao. Don't worry. I have some status now. There is bound to be a solution. Li Huowang took out his surveillance bureau badge and waved it in front of Bai Ling Miao. Villagers disappearing overnight wasn't a small matter. The county magistrate who oversaw Cowheart village must know something. For now, he could start investigating from there. After deciding on the course of action, Li Huowang checked the map, let out a horse, and then mounted it. He wasn't an expert at riding horses, but that wasn't a problem for him. He'd figure it out after a few tumbles. He was completely unfazed, unlike the others who would be hurt. After a day and a night of tumbling, Li Huowang finally reached the largest nearby county town right as dawn broke. Glancing at the moderately sized county town ahead, the dusty Li Huowang walked in, leading the horse by its reins. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Wang woke up and gently kicked the covers with his eyes still closed. The concubine on the other side of the bed quickly got up, knelt on the floor with her forehead touching the ground, and said, Master, please change into a fresh pair of clothes. County Magistrate Wang slowly opened his eyes. With the gentle support of his concubine, he sat up. A peeled willow branch was already within his reach as he extended his hand. Gently dipping the willow branch into the fine salt held by the maid, he placed it in his mouth and started using it to brush his teeth. After he finished brushing his teeth, the maid promptly handed him the prepared sandalwood spittoon. He took a sip of the warm water and puffed his cheeks before lowering his head and spat into the spittoon. As County Magistrate Huowang closed his eyes, the maid held a towel as she carefully and meticulously wiped his face. Then, she stepped back as another maid slowly approached him while holding the official attire. After several maids helped dress him up, he finally strolled out from his bedroom, adorned in a navy blue official uniform. As soon as he stepped out, a wave of heat hit him. He looked up at the blazing sun, as a hint of displeasure crossed his face. Another scorching day. There's hardly been any cooling days lately, complained County Magistrate Huowang as he walked forward, with two maids holding fans, hastening their steps to catch up to him. He had walked only a few steps before reaching his usual large wooden desk. Here, his trusted assistant, Steward Hu, had been waiting for him for quite some time. "Update me. Has anyone lodged any complaint or accusations recently?" asked County Magistrate Huowang. The mustached steward revealed a faint, insincere smile. "Master, there's only one today." The informant handed over 10 pieces of silver. "Really?" County Magistrate Huowang picked up the crystal-clear noodles and took a few bites while leisurely asking, "And who is the accused?" "The accused is a horse dealer from Qingqiu. He offered up 1 piece of gold," replied Steward Hu. "The noodles are quite good today. Too bad there's not enough," commented County Magistrate Huowang. Hearing this, Steward Hu immediately grasped the situation. "Understood, master. I will handle it privately with them." Then, reaching into his pocket, he took out a piece of paper and began reading the written complaint. While nodding and swaying as he listened to the written complaint, County Magistrate Huowang suddenly noticed a man emerging from within the ground. Witnessing this bizarre scene, he was initially startled, and then his expression turned anxious. Finally, he abruptly stood up, causing the bowl of noodles in his hand to spill all over the table. Who are you? How dare you try to assassinate an imperial official? The Surveillance Bureau will not let this go unpunished," shouted County Magistrate Huowang. Li Huowang looked at the trembling man before him, not bothering to engage in small talk. He directly took out the badge and displayed it to the man before him. "I have some questions for you." Seeing the badge in Li Huowang's hand, County Magistrate Huowang immediately emerged from behind his assistant, his face showing a fawning smile. "A high-ranking official from the Surveillance Bureau. Sir, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Enough with the formalities. Tell me, what happened to the people in Cowheart village? It's been a while since anyone has seen any of them. You wouldn't happen to be clueless about it, would you?" asked Li Huowang. The man was clearly taken aback when he heard this. He then whispered to Steward Hu, "What's going on in Cowheart village? Master, have you forgotten? The entire village disappeared, and you instructed Constable Xiao to look into it. He wanted to discuss something with you earlier, but you were occupied and didn't have the time to listen," replied Steward Hu. "Stop standing there. Go and get Xiao Xin immediately," ordered County Magistrate Huowang. "Constable Xiao has gone out for patrol. I don't know where he is," said Steward Hu. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Huowang gave Li Huowang an awkward smile. "Sir, shall I take you to find Constable Xiao? He's responsible for handling such matters. Let's go." "I don't have time to waste," said Li Huowang as he walked out. Seeing Li Huowang heading out, County Magistrate Huowang and Steward Hu quickly followed after him. Clang. At that moment, a sharp noise echoed. "County Magistrate is heading out." Then, under the deliberately prolonged announcement, County Magistrate Huowang donned an official hat and took his seat in a blue sedan chair. Halfway through, he turned around and smiled at Li Huowang before suggesting, "Sir, why don't you take a seat? Hurry up and get on." "I don't have time to waste," said Li Huowang. He. County Magistrate Huowang sat in the sedan chair, smirking to himself. However, before he could get comfortable, Li Huowang's words sent shivers down his spine. "With the disappearance of so many people, haven't you reported the situation to the Surveillance Bureau?" asked Li Huowang. Hearing a hint of accusation in those words, County Magistrate Huowang panicked. He quickly opened the curtain of his sedan chair and began to shift the blame. "Sir, we are still investigating the matter. Reporting without conclusive evidence could lead to mistakes. If I end up making a wrong report, it's just me who bears the consequences. I wouldn't want to waste your time on a wild goose chase. I sincerely apologize. It's all because of my incompetent subordinates taking their time. It's a shame that a person of your stature has to personally investigate. After sorting out this mess, I must invite you to the White Tower for a feast as an apology. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Hearing his fawning, Li Huowang impatiently gestured forward. Hurry up. If not for Constable Qiao's potential findings, he wouldn't have even bothered talking to such a talkative person. The sedan chair swayed with a creaking sound as the bearers moved in unison. The town was relatively small, so finding the patrolling constable was not all that difficult. Soon, Li Huowang spotted him in green clothes, standing at the entrance of a brothel, flirting with the women inside. When the constable and his subordinates spotted the county magistrate's sedan, they promptly straightened their expressions, adjusted their hats, and continued their patrol along the streets with a purposeful stride. Ah, county magistrate. Constable Qiao bowed with clasped hands, acknowledging the presence of the sedan. County magistrate, you're out quite early, trying to understand the sentiments of the people. Please take care of yourself too, and don't exhaust yourself for the sake of the common folk. Ah, what's a little hardship for the sake of the people? Started County Magistrate Wang. But upon seeing Li Huowang's face darken, he quickly became serious and asked, Constable Qiao, have you found anything on the case of the missing villagers from Cowheart village? Think carefully before you answer. This is a high-ranking lord from the Surveillance Bureau. He came personally to handle this matter. Ah. Constable Qiao looked at Li Huowang in surprise. But it was the Surveillance Bureau who took away the people of Cowheart village. Chapter 301, Sounds Within the Mist. But it was the Surveillance Bureau who took the people of Cowheart village away. Constable Qiao's words shocked Li Huowang. How is that possible? Why would the Surveillance Bureau take away Bai Lingyao's family? But he recovered quite quickly. Wait, maybe that wasn't the real Surveillance Bureau. Maybe someone was impersonating them. But whether it was genuine or an impersonation, it was not good news for Bai Lingyao's family. Having witnessed this from Hongda, Li Huowang knew that the Surveillance Bureau was quite ruthless and would not hesitate to take people's lives to accomplish their mission. But if it was an impersonation, then it would be even more complicated. The only possible outcomes were bad and worse. Which way did they go? Li Huowang asked Constable Qiao with a serious expression. At this point, they could only try chasing after them. It was uncertain whether they could even catch up. From the looks of it, they were headed toward the capital. I don't know how far they've gone, replied Constable Qiao. Seeing Constable Qiao pointing toward the west with his trembling hands, Li Huowang swiftly stepped onto the saddle with one foot, mounted his horse, and galloped in that direction. Watching Li Huowang's figure receding into the distance, County Magistrate Wang breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, his assistant approached him from the side. Master, I think there's something suspicious about this matter. Do you think that there might be some conflict between these two groups of people? Said Steward Hu. County Magistrate Wang looked impatient as he replied. If it's suspicious, then so be it. What do the Surveillance Bureau's matters have to do with the Magistrate's office? Let's head back. Clippity-clop. Meanwhile, the sound of horse hooves echoed continuously as Li Huowang rode his horse to move in the direction pointed toward by Constable Qiao. On the back of the horse, he swayed rhythmically, his mind a chaotic mess filled with various conjectures. If it's not the Surveillance Bureau, then could it be? Don't be so jumpy. From my perspective, this doesn't seem like the work of any other faction besides the Surveillance Bureau. Hearing those words, Li Huowang immediately turned his head to look at Hong Zhong, who was lying in midair, looking bored as he yawned. From your perspective, can I even trust half the things you say? With the way you put it, I'm even more inclined to suspect that the Surveillance Bureau is being impersonated by the sitting Oblivion Dao. If you don't believe me, then so be it. But remember, the sitting Oblivion Dao is known for pulling off their schemes openly. There's never been a notion of changing locations, said Hong Zhong as he sat up. Then, he stretched lazily and chuckled before continuing. Besides, who says that we don't speak the truth? The art of lying requires one to mix a single truth with 9 lies. If all we did was tell lies, then who would fall for it? In the end, Li Huowang chose to ignore him and focus on the road ahead, mentally preparing for whatever challenges might lie ahead. Riding for several days straight took its toll on both the horse and on Li Huowang. Although Li Huowang could endure it given his resilient body, the horse still needed sufficient rest. One evening, Li Huowang tied the horse to a tree and promptly climbed up before closing his eyes to rest. Li Huowang wasn't sure how much time had passed when the whispers of the black Taisui woke him up. When he opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned completely dark. Shaking off the drowsiness, Li Huowang rolled down from the tree and gently patted the neck of the horse, who was still sleeping. Soon, the sound of horse hooves resumed, echoing through the empty dirt road and into the distance. As Li Huowang was pondering how long he would be able to endure this life on the road and whether or not he would be able to find them, he noticed something. Under the dim moonlight, Li Huowang crouched down by the roadside and studied the densely packed footprints on the ground. He observed the multitude of footprints that came in various sizes and instinctively felt that these must be the people he was looking for. As Li Huowang noticed the specks of blood in some of these footprints, he pulled the reins and urged the horse forward. Let's go. Perhaps because they were traveling in a large group, these folks weren't able to move all that fast. As Li Huowang relentlessly chased on horseback for an hour, the footprints on the ground became more and more pronounced. At this point, Li Huowang decided to dismount from the horse to avoid arousing suspicion. He concealed his illusion in the soil before moving forward stealthily. The pitch-black sky gradually gave way to a deep blue. Just as dawn was about to break, Li Huowang finally found a group of prisoners huddled together, dozing off in a nearby grove. People of all ages and genders could be seen wearing wooden shackles around their necks, giving them the appearance of heinous criminals in custody. Initially, Li Huowang hadn't been sure whether these really were the people he was searching for. However, when he spotted a pretty woman who shared a strong resemblance with Bai Lingmiao, he realized that he was on the right track. Despite their worn-out appearance and ragged clothes, all of them appeared to be healthy and with all their limbs intact. This fact finally allowed Li Huowang to ease up slightly. As long as these people are still alive, there is still room for redemption. Li Huowang didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he began to circle around these people, searching for those responsible for escorting them. If they were enemies, then he would confront them. If they were from the Surveillance Bureau, then negotiation was the way forward. Either way, Li Huowang was determined to rescue this group of people. He circled around them for a while, but didn't catch sight of a single person of authority. There's no way that nobody's keeping an eye on them. If that really were the case, then the Bai family would have long since made a run for it. While he was still confused, he heard an incredibly peculiar clattering sound from behind him. It was like the sound of something swaying in a bamboo tube. Li Huowang slowly turned around and noticed that a faint white morning mist was starting to rise up from within the dim forest. The clattering sound was coming from within this mist. As the clattering sound drew near, and the slumbering Bai family members began to wake up. Upon hearing the sound, fear emerged in all their eyes, and some of the children instinctively started crying. Meanwhile, Li Huowang could catch the whiff of a pungent odor, and he clearly sensed that something was stirring within the white mist. Yet, he couldn't quite make out what it was. By now, Li Huowang no longer wanted to wait idly. Ignoring whether it was a blessing or a curse, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand and held his breath as he cautiously ventured into the white mist. As he approached, the clattering sound slowly grew louder. Li Huowang slowly followed the sound to its source. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Along with this peculiar sound, a wooden figure, wearing a black watermelon hat with two rosy cheeks, swayed and floated out from within the thick and white morning mist. Clatter, clatter. Each time the wooden figure's head swayed, the peculiar clattering sound emanated from inside its head. The instant Li Huowang laid eyes on this thing, every hair on his body stood on end. However, when he noticed that it wasn't paying any attention to him, he didn't act immediately. What on earth is this thing? As the wooden head slowly floated closer, Li Huowang clenched his teeth and remained on high alert. Soon, a powerful gaze descended from above and pressed down on him, making every breath feel difficult. At this point, Li Huowang suddenly looked up and saw a devilish and pale face slowly descend from within the hazy mist with a wide, bitter smile. Li Huowang finally grasped what it was as it fully presented itself before him. Chapter 302, Impermanence. The face stretched out to several feet wide and had a blood-red tongue that measured 2 or 3 feet in length hanging from its mouth. Beneath this terrifying face was a hunched figure that was over 30 feet tall. It was a grotesquely large white impermanence. That wooden head swaying in the air was just a pendant hanging from its chest. Clatter, clatter. Accompanied by this strange sound, the white impermanence crouched down and then peered and sniffed in Li Huowang's direction, making humming and grumbling sounds as if it were searching for something. While Li Huowang was currently invisible, this entity could still sense something. It was just a matter of time before he was discovered. This thing is not easy to deal with. Coming to this conclusion, Li Huowang didn't hesitate and unleashed his killer move. He faced the white impermanence and lifted his right hand with his fingers spread open. With a swift motion and a slicing sound, His left arm was cut off. Then, it flew out at an incredible speed and pierced through the white impermanence's one eyes. Racked with pain, the white impermanence opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Huowang didn't hesitate and immediately leaped into action. With a single hand, he raised his sword and jumped straight toward its open mouth. In response, the white impermanence sent its sharp nails whistling toward Huowang. But because of its injured eyes, its aim seemed off. It only managed to leave a deep wound on Huowang's neck. In the next instant, Huowang slid down its throat amidst the continuous sound of flesh being torn apart. Just as he was about to slide to the bottom, a wooden mask appeared from seemingly nowhere and covered Huowang's face. In an instant, Huowang felt the world go dark. At the same time, he suddenly couldn't breathe. Huowang vigorously shook his head as he tried to remove whatever was on his face. However, no matter what he did, the mask clung to his face without budging in the slightest. Realizing his situation, Huowang didn't hesitate as he pulled out a thin willow leaf knife and inserted it along the edge of his jaw. He nearly suffocated as he peeled off a substantial portion of the skin on his face. Then, he immediately tried to breathe, only to find himself unable to inhale anything. What on earth is going on? Huowang quickly surveyed his surroundings in a state of panic. When he realized that he couldn't see Hong Zhong and Monk, alarm bells rang loudly in his mind. But then, he suddenly snapped out of it. In the next moment, there was no sign of the towering white impermanence being around. At the same time, the mist-covered forest was now brightly lit. The only thing that remained the same as before was that he still couldn't breathe. His face soon turned a shade of purple as he reached for his neck and found a rope that had completely sunk into his flesh. After a moment, he grabbed the handle of his sword and exerted pressure with his thumb as he tried to forcefully cut the rope. Accompanied by a spine-chilling scream, foul-smelling blood started continuously spraying out of Huowang's neck. At the same time, the rope around his neck shrunk toward the forest, and Huowang fell from the air like a lifeless corpse. "Taoist, are you okay?" asked Monk as he quickly approached Huowang and expressed his concern. Holding his neck, Huowang shook his head and got up unsteadily. "I'm fine." After answering Monk, Huowang immediately looked around. Rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the leaves as they cast a pattern on the forest floor. The scene appeared so normal that it was as if everything that had just happened earlier was nothing more than an illusion. Was it an illusion? Huowang glanced at his perfectly intact left arm with a hint of confusion. However, when he touched the wound left behind by white impermanence's nails, his gaze became more determined. This was definitely not an illusion. I just don't know what method that thing used when we fought. Luckily, the attack just now injured it. It shouldn't come back for a while. Oh no. Suddenly, Huowang suddenly remembered something and rushed back. When he rushed out of the woods and saw that the Bai family members were still huddled together, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as everyone is safe, that's all that matters. As Huowang approached them, the Bai family members were visibly startled by his presence. A Taoist with a bronze coin veil and blood dripping down his neck, approaching them while holding a sword. It was a sight that would instill fear in just about anyone. Soon, a sharp crack rang out, and the thick wooden shackles were split open. Huowang wielded his sword and freed all of them from their restraints. Gradually, the Bai family members grasped that the Taoist was here to rescue them. As the truth finally sank in, tears welled up in the eyes of some of the women. The one with the greatest authority in a clan would usually always be the elderly, and Cowheart village was no exception. Soon, an elderly individual, with just a single lower front tooth remaining, led the others forward. He was about to kneel before Huowang. "Thank you, sir, for rescuing our entire village." However, Huowang quickly reached out to support the elderly person. "Elder, please don't kneel. I came here at the request of Miss Bai Ling Miao to rescue all of you." As soon as he said that, several people in the crowd became incredibly excited. The middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ling Miao was overjoyed and tearful as she turned to the man beside her and exclaimed, "Our daughter is safe. She's alive. Our daughter is alive." In an instant, a hum of excitement filled the air as Huowang was surrounded by Bai Ling Miao's relatives. Questions flew at him from all directions, and he found himself unsure about which one to respond to amidst all the clamor. Enough! At that moment, a loud and commanding voice silenced everyone. The voice came from a robust man who was supporting the elderly person with a single tooth. He had a look of composed confidence with a slight stubble on his chin. Don't you see that our benefactor is injured? Moreover, is this the appropriate place for questions? Asked the robust man. With that, he clasped his hands together and bowed toward Li Huowang and said, I am Bai Sai, the leader of the Bai family. Benefactor, what do you think about leaving this place for now? Li Huowang touched the wound on his neck and nodded. All right, let's leave. Although he had driven that thing away, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't return with others of its kind to seek revenge. With their wooden shackles removed, they gathered around Li Huowang as they left the area together. Along the way, it was clear that the others were eager to talk to Li Huowang, but were clearly hindered by the robust man's authority and dared not speak up. However, unable to contain her emotions, Bai Lingmiao's mother walked over to Li Huowang and handed over her handkerchief. Benefactor, your neck is still bleeding. Use this to cover it for now. Li Huowang expressed his gratitude and accepted the handkerchief. Then, the woman couldn't help but ask, Sir, how is my daughter? Has she grown taller? Has she lost weight? Is she facing any mistreatment outside? Her words were filled with deep concern. Seeing her like this, Li Huowang was reminded of his mother. His mother was just like her, constantly worrying about the same things. She is doing well and hasn't faced much hardship. But she often mentions you, said Li Huowang. Upon hearing Li Huowang's response, the beautiful woman couldn't help but burst into tears. On the other hand, Li Huowang maintained his composure. He knew that without unraveling the cause and effect of this matter, it couldn't yet be considered resolved. After thinking for a moment, Li Huowang shifted his gaze toward Bai Sai, who was still supporting the elderly man, and asked, Chief Bai, do you mind shedding some light on what exactly happened? Why were all of you captured? Also, what was it that I just fought with? As soon as Li Huowang posed his questions, the discussion around him instantly quieted down, and all eyes turned in his direction. After a long sigh, Bai Sai replied, Benefactor, to be honest, I don't know what is going on either. Ever since my son picked up that stone, strange things have been happening. One day out of the blue, we just found ourselves wearing wooden shackles and forced to move forward by the person wearing a wooden mask. Fortunately, you saved us. Otherwise, who knows where we would have been taken? Li Huowang frowned. Despite the lengthy explanation, it felt like the other party hadn't really said anything at all. Li Huowang, be careful. He is trying to deceive you. Li Huowang lifted his gaze and looked toward Hong Zhong, who uttered those words. 1. A deity in Chinese folk religion that plays a role in guiding the deceased through the afterlife. Chapter 303, by family members. Li Huowang, be careful. He is trying to deceive you. Li Huowang lifted his gaze and looked toward Hong Zhong, who uttered those words. Hong Zhong, who had no facial skin or eyes, sat atop Peng Longting's shoulder as he grinned to reveal his white teeth. As he looked at this scene, Li Huowang's lips twitched slightly. He did not say anything as he looked around at the crowd. He was still not composed enough. He couldn't remain completely calm in the face of this illusion's words. After that, Li Huowang completely ignored the words spoken by Hong Zhong. He wouldn't even believe the punctuation marks of whatever came out of that fellow's mouth. Li Huowang's gaze shifted from Hong Zhong to Bai Sai beside him. He wanted a more detailed explanation about what he had said previously. Chief Bai, you mentioned that your son picked up a stone, and then they came to cause trouble for you guys. Could you tell me more about the stone? Bai Sai tried to think back, and then gestured with his hands to illustrate the size. It was an orange-colored stone. It was about this big, and was warm to the touch. The kid picked it up from the fields and brought it home, planning to give it to his grandmother to help her warm her knees. Is the stone still around? Can I have a look? Asked Li Huowang. Bai Sai sighed in frustration. Our whole family was taken away, so that thing didn't manage to escape either. It was taken away long ago by that person with the wooden mask, a fist-sized stone that generates its own heat. If that stone was some kind of natural treasure, then this could just be a matter of someone impersonating the surveillance bureau to try and seize treasures for themselves. However, that didn't quite make sense to him either. Li Huowang tried to place himself in the shoes of the thief. If he were the thief, then he would either steal it or openly rob them, and then exterminate all these people. It was simply not logical to keep all these people bound with wooden shackles and drag them on such a long journey toward the capital. There must have been some purpose behind these actions. After consolidating his thoughts, Li Huowang faced Bai Sai once again and asked, Chief Bai, how tall was the person with the wooden mask that you mentioned? He had a feeling that this person was the one responsible for the illusion of the white impermanence that he had seen earlier. About the same as you. They had a young voice. Along the way, If someone didn't obey their instructions, that wretched thing just caused them to see terrifying things in their head, replied Baisai. As they heard him, some of the people in the crowd showed a hint of fear. From the looks of it, they had previously been tormented by that masked man's ability. Li Huowang nodded silently. It seemed that the white impermanence he had seen earlier was fake, and something fabricated by that person through some method. However, calling it an illusory technique didn't seem right either. After all, ordinary illusory techniques shouldn't be able to deceive him now. As it was, there was too little information available right now, and Li Huowang was still puzzled about what had happened earlier. Benefactor, since we've escaped, let's not care too much about it. For now, we should focus on leaving. If that person holds a grudge and comes back, then we'll be in big trouble, said Baisai, worried for the well-being of the entire Cowheart village. Li Huowang still wanted to continue questioning, but stopped upon hearing Baisai's words. Anyway, these people were by Ling Niao's family, and he definitely had to save them. Without the wooden shackles to bind them, everyone walked much more effortlessly. Now that they had survived their ordeal, their faces were much more relaxed. Just like this, they walked all the way until noon. By then, the elderly and children among the crowd couldn't continue any longer, and so they decided to take a break. "Mom, I'm hungry," said a child as he tugged on his mother's clothes. The adults were hungry as well, just that they were not saying anything. While Li Huowang did have some dry rations on his horse, with so many people to divide it, that wouldn't even be enough to fill the spaces between their teeth. As Li Huowang looked at their empty hands, it was obvious that they had no food. He thought about it for a moment, and then said, "We should be able to reach a village tomorrow and buy some food there. As for today," he paused for a moment as patted the slender neck of the horse before continuing. "Let's kill the horse first. One horse would provide enough meat for quite a few people." However, Baisai immediately shook his head. "Benefactor, there's no need to do something like that just to fill our stomachs a little. There's no need for Benefactor to kill your own steed." After that, Baisai turned around and barked orders toward the crowd. "That, Liangzi, bring the members of the third and fourth houses with you to the forest and find something to eat." "Hurry." "Yes," replied a sturdy youth. Then, he led a few people toward the forest. Li Huowang was about to go and help them, but was stopped by the others. "Benefactor, please sit down first. Let the juniors handle this. Feng, look at how much he is sweating. Go and grab some big leaves to fan him." Unable to push away their help, Li Huowang was forced to sit down as he was fanned by a plump lady. Originally, Li Huowang had thought that Liang Zi's group had gone into the forest to find some wild fruits or vegetables. However, after an hour, when he heard the rustling of the leaves, he saw that they were actually carrying back 2 flower deers and several smaller roe deer. When Baisai noticed Li Huowang's surprised look, he was very pleased as he said, "We rely on the mountains for sustenance. Our Bai family is naturally good at hunting. Catching these wild animals is nothing astonishing." After that, he immediately shouted for some people to start a fire. Soon, the best parts of the deer were served to Li Huowang on a flat stone. As he looked at the expectant faces around him, Li Huowang felt a bit awkward. He had never been treated like this before. The others only began to eat the remainder of the deer after they saw Li Huowang pick up his portion and stuff it into his mouth beneath the bronze coin veil. That night, when he was on night guard, Li Huowang once again enjoyed special treatment. "Benefactor, you can go and rest. Let the younger generation keep watch. They have a strong spirit, and the ordinary supernatural beings won't dare to approach them," said Baisai. "Young people have a strong spirit." Li Huowang glanced at the youths beside the fire and asked, "Chief Bai, what type of saying is that?" "Ah, saying? There's nothing like that. My dad taught me this," replied Baisai. Hearing this, Li Huowang sighed in disappointment. In the end, it turned out to be something he had just heard and was without any foundation. Why are the people here all so superstitious? When Li Huowang slowly closed his eyes, the surroundings gradually became quiet. Aside from the crackling sound of the burning wood, the breathing sounds of the people also became slower. After some time, in a daze, Li Huowang suddenly felt something approaching him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hazy mist. There was also no sign of Hongzhong or monk, allowing him to immediately realize that this was not a real place. "Who?" shouted Li Huowang, his voice echoing within the misty world. "Who? Who?" Through the mist, he caught a glimpse of the giant white impermanence he had seen earlier. It did not walk out, and was hung by a rope around its neck. "Who are you?" A creepy voice rang out in response to Li Huowang's question, echoing through the mist. "Why did you ruin my plans? Who are you? Who are you? Why did you ruin my plans? Why did you ruin my plans? Chapter 304 Deceived. Li Huowang stared at the white impermanence shrouded in white mist, his expression solemn as he contemplated how to negotiate with this entity. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt someone near him and woke up. He quickly turned his head and saw a young boy who seemed to have just learned how to walk. The young boy was sitting on the ground in open-crotch pants, and out of curiosity was using his fingers to touch the bronze coins on his veil. Li Huowang glanced around to see that the others were still sleeping. After a moment, he bent down to pick up the child, and then walked over before quickly handing him to a woman's embrace. Then, he stood up and quietly walked toward where Baisai was sleeping. Before Li Huowang could even get close, Baisai had already woken up. They exchanged glances, and then he walked toward the surrounding forest. Once there, Li Huowang swatted a mosquito on his neck before speaking in a solemn voice. I dreamed of that person just now. He's still watching us and hasn't left. What? Baisai's face turned deathly white as he anxiously started pacing back and forth anxiously in the woods. Don't panic. I was just giving you a heads up. No matter what that thing is, I've already promised by Ling Miao that I'll bring all of you back, assured Li Huowang. Hearing this, Baisai's expression improved slightly. That's good to hear. With your help, they won't dare cause trouble easily. But what do you think that person is trying to do? Why are they still coming after us even after taking away that stone? Li Huowang shook his head. Without having that thing before him, he couldn't really figure out why the other party was behaving like that. Let's go back. If something happens to the others, please inform me immediately, said Li Huowang as he turned to leave. However, just as Li Huowang was about to leave the forest, Baisai's voice rang out once again. Benefactor, do you have some relationship with the second niece? What? Oh, second niece is Lian's daughter, by Ling Miao. Based on seniority, she needs to address me as second uncle, explained Baisai. When Baisai saw Li Huowang stunned in place, he walked over emotionally and started sizing up the young Taoist in front of him. Ah, the second niece has found herself a good family. Very good. The more he looked at Li Huowang, the more fond he became of him. After a while, Li Huowang said awkwardly, Chief Bai, let's talk about this matter again after overcoming this difficulty together. All right, rest assured that I won't tell anything to second niece's parents. When you are ready, you can tell them yourself, said Baisai. With this, Li Huowang could feel that the sense of distance between them had reduced by quite a bit. All right, let's work together and get through this calamity, and then we can enjoy ourselves at your wedding feast, said Baisai. After this conversation, Baisai's worries about the danger from before vanished without a trace. The next day, everyone woke up and they resumed their journey. This time, they continued till they arrived at a village. Once at the village, Li Huowang immediately took out some pieces of silver to buy all the livestock in the village. When the single-toothed old man witnessed this, he wanted to dissuade Li Huowang. However, after Baisai whispered something in his ear, he just climbed onto a bullock cart without saying a word. Originally, due to the delay caused by the young and old, their progress hadn't been very fast. However, after they purchased the livestock, their speed instantly increased to another level. During this period, Li Huowang was extremely nervous. Even while sleeping, he kept one eye open, wary of being on the receiving end of an unexpected attack. However, strangely, nothing happened after that night. The gigantic white impermanence never reappeared, not even in his dreams. This won't do. How can we defend against the enemy from afar? Instead of waiting, we should find a way to pull him out of hiding. Just as he was contemplating what to do, Li Huowang felt something amiss. Chief Bai, I don't think this is the road back to Cowheart Mountain. Li Huowang arrived here by riding on the back of a horse, and now, his surroundings were clearly different. Even a dull person would notice that something was wrong. Baisai wiped the sweat from his face and nodded as he explained, Yes, we won't return to Cowheart Mountain just yet. I know of a place, and reaching there requires going through a winding path. Perhaps this will allow us to shake off the one following us. Oh, is there such a place? Where is it? Asked Li Huowang, feeling curious. Actually, it's not too far ahead. In fact, we should reach there today, said Baisai as he pointed ahead. Li Huowang looked forward, but all he saw was a dirt road without much else. However, the environment soon changed. The ground became more muddy, and Li Huowang's boots were completely covered in black mud. Occasionally, they would also see pools of stale water emanating rotten stench and the countless black bugs wriggling within. The hot weather mixed with the foul odor made them feel even more dizzy. As they continued to advance, the environment around them gradually transformed into a swamp. Just as Li Huowang felt like asking Baisai whether they were going in the right direction, a vast golden reed marsh appeared in the distance. The reeds all towered a few meters tall, and they swayed gently in the wind. This is it. Once we enter here, even immortals won't be able to find us there. With this, we should be able to shake off our pursuer, said Baisai as he moved to lead everyone inside. Just as wanted to lead the Bai family members into the reed marsh, Li Huowang stopped him and asked with a worried look on his face, Chief Bai, entering might be easy, but will we be able to come out? No matter how Li Huowang looked at it, this place did not seem safe. Baisai confidently patted Li Huowang's shoulder. Relax. Since I dare to bring my family in, I naturally have a way out. Even my son and parents are inside. I should be more worried than you. Li Huowang was surprised. He had a feeling that this chief Bai had some cards that he did not know about. Since the other party had spoken, Li Huowang did not try to stop him. Soon, the carts and mules started making their way into the reeds. However, just as they stepped in, a thin mist began to pervade the surroundings. Li Huowang was exceptionally familiar with this mist. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the hilt of his sword and decisively stood before them all. Go ahead. I'll hold them off. At the same time, with Li Huowang's declaration, the ground began to shudder. That giant white impermanence gradually revealed a part of itself through the mist. A wooden mask could be seen hanging on its chest. Seeing that the Bai family was about to escape its pursuit, this thing could no longer restrain itself. After a moment, the white impermanence opened its mouth to reveal a long, red tongue. At the same time, a dense white mist spewed out and caused their surroundings to become even hazier. Whoosh! The black tassel sword was unsheathed, and a dense killing intent enveloped Li Huowang as he stood there as though he was unmovable. Meanwhile, the white impermanence continued to remain motionless within the mist. Amidst the chaos, Li Huowang thought of what Tuoba Danxing had told him and whipped out the badge on his waist. The Surveillance Bureau is on official duty. If you don't want to die, then scram. Immediately, the swirling mist around them ceased moving. Ah, so you're from the Surveillance Bureau. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then this is just a misunderstanding between internal parties. This abrupt voice came from the giant white impermanence's mouth. You're from the Surveillance Bureau? How can you be? Asked Li Huowang, feeling astonished as he looked up at the 3-meter-tall white impermanence. Ever since the first time he had seen this thing, he had completely ruled out the possibility of it being related to the Surveillance Bureau. Hold on, said the giant white impermanence as it sank into the white mist. Soon, a man with a wooden mask on his chest stepped out from within the mist. As he approached, he also brought out a badge which was quite similar to Li Huowang's. It was the Surveillance Bureau badge. See? I'm even one rank higher than you, said the man. After confirming that the opponent's token was genuine, Li Huowang suddenly felt relieved, and his expression warmed up. Since you're also from the Surveillance Bureau, that's easier to handle. There must be some sort of misunderstanding here. However, the person with the wooden mask shook his head. No, there's no misunderstanding. The White Lotus sect is extremely wicked. They are a bunch of evil cultivators. My senior and I spent a great deal of effort to capture them. Yet, you barged in and broke through my senior's restraints. What? Impossible. Li Huowang's mind buzzed as he looked at the reed marsh behind him. By now, the last member from the Bai family, Baisai, had already stepped in. As he entered, he glanced at the badge in Li Huowang's hand, revealing an incomparably cold as he turned around and disappeared into the reed marsh. Brother, think about it. If they were not responsible for the deaths of too many, would the higher-ups send people from the Surveillance Bureau here? That two of them together. Chapter 305 Read. When Li Huowang saw Baisai enter the thick reed marsh, he rushed after him. Wait. However, at that moment, a giant hand, larger than his own body, suddenly grabbed onto Li Huowang. But when he lowered his head to see the assailant, he found that there was no claw around him. He abruptly turned his head and glared at where the Surveillance Bureau person with the wooden mask was. He had a feeling that this must be another one of his illusory techniques. When the other party saw Li Huowang's hostility, he raised both his hands as he took a few steps back and said, Brother, I'm just trying to help you. With everyone now being aware of your identity, going in alone like this is just asking for trouble. However, Li Huowang just shook his head impatiently as he tried to recall the bits and pieces of information that Bai Lingyao had described to him previously. Based on what Bai Lingyao had said, her family members were all kind and good-hearted people. It was completely different from the description given by this person. Could it be that Bai Lingyao lied to me? No, she couldn't have. Li Huowang's doubtful gaze soon turned confident. His previous interactions with the Bai family did not match what this person said. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. I need to clarify things with them in person. After deciding that, Li Huowang left the masked person from the surveillance bureau behind and headed straight into the reed marsh. As Li Huowang entered the reed marsh, the sky immediately darkened. The sausage-like reed stalks above seemed to cut off any and all connection with the outside world. He carefully examined the footprints on the ground and followed after them. "Chief Bai, it's me. Come out and talk," shouted Li Huowang. However, in the end, Li Huowang received no response. He looked back at the vast field of yellow reeds behind him, and then spoke once more. "Don't worry. I am very close with second niece. If the Bai family is facing any undisclosed troubles, then I will undoubtedly offer my full assistance." Li Huowang's voice resonated through the reed marsh as he continued to shout, "I'm on your side. This is also my first time encountering that guy with the wooden mask. He won't dare to harm you guys as long as I'm around." After Li Huowang finished speaking, two young men from the Bai family emerged from the reed marsh and silently started observing him. Upon seeing them, Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief and continued speaking. "I understand that you may doubt me due to my affiliation with the Surveillance Bureau. In reality, my connection with the organization is not as close as you might think. How about this? Let's return to Cowheart Village. Second niece is already there. She can explain everything to you." The two young men remained silent, widening their stance as they stripped off their clothes and assumed a defensive position. Li Huowang couldn't understand what they were doing. It looked like some sort of martial arts stance, yet they were not clenching their fists. If it was some spell technique, then there were no distinct hand gestures. As their hands moved through the air, the two men started chanting incantations. Immortals bestow true divine skills. Heavenly soldiers and generals reveal divine abilities. All immortals, heed my command, swiftly enter my mortal body. In the next moment, Li Huowang saw as a tall and slender glowing shadow wrapped in black cloth emerged from the ground before drifting toward their bodies. What kind of evil spirit is this? Li Huowang quickly unsheathed his bronze coin sword, ready to ward off the evil entity. However, before Li Huowang could approach, the two young men from the Bai family suddenly looked up and glared ominously at him. A shocked expression appeared on Li Huowang's face as he came to a halt and observed the two individuals before him exhibiting a demeanor entirely different from before. What is this? Divine intervention? Have they been possessed by evil spirits? If Li Huowang had previously had any doubts about the statements made by the member of the Surveillance Bureau, seeing these two individuals' demeanor had only solidified his doubts. "Listen, I don't want to fight. Whatever you've done in the past is none of my concern. It's the Surveillance Bureau that is finding fault with you guys," said Li Huowang. Swoosh. Suddenly, the two bare-chested youths suddenly lunged toward Li Huowang. There almost seemed to be a phantom image following behind them. They appeared to be possessed by some unknown evil spirit, with each part of their body seemingly existing independently. As they approached, their fingers split apart in different ways, like the heads of slithering snakes, thrusting straight toward Li Huowang's neck. These two individuals didn't appear to be all that strong, and so Li Huowang did not retaliate. He knew that all the techniques that he had learned were lethal moves. If he were to retaliate, then these two individuals would either end up dead or at least severely wounded, something that he did not want to do. Thus, Li Huowang twisted and turned in the reed marsh, constantly dodging the two individuals' blows. While he did not know what kind of evil spirit had possessed them, their agility was beyond imagination. Li Huowang found himself in a very passive situation. Snap! When the two opponents directly pounced on him, Li Huowang was taken by surprise. Instead of attacking Li Huowang directly, they moved to snatch the bronze coin sword in his hand. Li Huowang tightened his grip, but in the next instance, he suddenly felt something approaching him from behind. Oh no! Clang! Li Huowang turned his head, only to see a cold light flash as the sinister black tassel sword stabbed fiercely toward his face. He wanted to block and retaliate, but both of his hands were restrained by the two Bai family youths. In this critical moment, Li Huowang instantly shifted his position, forcefully moving his body a few inches to the left. At the same time, he muttered an incantation, and his bronze coin sword split apart. Immediately, a red radiance flashed and effortlessly cut through the fingers closing in on him. Then, He forcefully kicked the person in front of him, creating a distance between himself and the others. As soon as Li Huowang met eyes with the person holding onto the black tassel sword, the latter suddenly knelt. At the same time, the eerie look on the man's face quickly faded away, giving way to a twisted expression. The black tassel sword in his hand fell weakly to the ground as he knelt there with a furious expression while letting out wild roars. Li Huowang looked at the two young men and their sliced-off fingers, and then toward the other by family member who was possessed by the potent killing intent, and then sighed. Did it have to come to this extent? Couldn't we have had a civilized conversation instead? Just as Li Huowang finished speaking, the reeds surrounding him started to shake. Soon, those men's sinister faces emerged and vanished amidst the yellow reeds. As he looked at those lifeless faces, a chill ran down Li Huowang's spine. Almost half of the Bai family had been possessed by evil spirits, their faces cold and lifeless. Amidst the crowd, a single-toothed old man, supported by Bai Sai, came forward and began to speak in a trembling voice. The old man chanted rhythmically, almost as if he was mimicking a song. Noxious black mud oozed out from the corner of his mouth. As the familiar yet abnormal voice echoed in the surroundings, several familiar figures appeared in front of Li Huowang. These were the wandering gods. Although the figure of the wandering gods that was condensed was unusually blurry without the support of the bronze bell, Li Huowang could still recognize their appearance after having encountered them so many times. As he stared at the elusive figures of the wandering gods in midair, Li Huowang recalled the things that Bai Lingmiao had told him about back when they were at Zephyr Temple. Why did an ordinary girl like Bai Lingmiao know about evil spirits such as the wandering gods? This scene finally made everything clear. This old man was probably the grandfather who used to tell her stories. Chapter 306, Punctured Stomach. Seeing the cold look in their eyes, Li Huowang sighed. There was nothing he could say to change things. If he continued to push on, then blood would definitely be spilled. He didn't want to hurt Bai Lingmiao's family. Li Huowang knew more than anyone else just how much her family meant to Bai Lingmiao. After a moment, Li Huowang turned around and walked into the dense reeds to try and find his way back. If that masked man is still there, then I need to think of a way to hold him down and stall for time. The Bai family needs time to escape. However, the more he walked, the more uncertain he grew. Based on the amount of time he had walked for, he should have already exited the field of reeds. After a while, he suddenly remembered what Bai Sai had said before. It was quite easy to get lost within the reed fields. Wait, am I lost here? Li Huowang stood still and turned around as he tried to get his bearings by observing his surroundings. Chua! Suddenly, a flash of metal shot out from amongst the reeds, forcing Li Huowang to dodge it. But in the next instant, he felt an excruciating pain from his waist. Suffering from the pain, Li Huowang instinctively opened his mouth, only to see black tentacles as they trembled and tried to come out of his mouth. Sensing the tentacles in his mouth, Li Huowang realized something terrible. Oh no, they have punctured my stomach. However, before he could even react to it, more and more arrows shot out from within the reeds. The rain of arrows completely covered Li Huowang. When arrows finally stopped, Li Huowang walked out from within the pile of arrows while holding onto his bleeding abdomen. At the same time, he eyed the field of reeds around him warily, the warmth in his eyes gone completely. Based on the number of arrows, it was clear that the Bai family had hidden weapons within the field of reeds. This meant that the reed field was their territory and that Bai Sai hadn't been truthful with him. After a moment, Li Huowang carefully projected his illusion underneath the ground. After turning invisible, he slowly walked away. I need to ask Bai Lingmiao what is going on. Li Huowang moved slowly, his surroundings completely silent. He couldn't hear anything else. After 4 hours, Li Huowang finally stopped, panting for breath. He released the grip he had on his abdomen and looked at the bloody mess with a worried look in his eyes. While the black Taisui is injured, it isn't dead. I just hope that it can still suppress the illusions. Just as his thoughts reached this point, his surroundings suddenly started to shimmer, causing him to panic. He only sighed in relief after confirming that his surroundings hadn't changed. Don't scare me like that. If I end up getting trapped in a hallucination right now, then I'm fucked. At that moment, something suddenly burst out from the ground and phased through Li Huowang's abdomen. Immediately, Li Huowang felt an agonizing pain. It was as if his intestines had been severed. Cold sweat instantly covered his body. Then, at that moment, another wandering god appeared from beneath the ground and attacked Li Huowang. When Li Huowang cut it down with his sword, it dissipated like the wind. Meanwhile, The remaining wandering gods continued to hover over Li Huowang like spirits, waiting for an opportunity to attack. What is happening? I'm already invisible, so how did they find me? Muttered Li Huowang. After a moment, he looked down and saw how. Blood. His blood that had been dripping onto the floor was the thing that revealed his location. At that moment, as if sensing an opening, all of the wandering gods attacked together. In the face of this furious assault, Li Huowang replaced his sword with the bronze coin sword. As he chanted, the bronze coin sword exploded and sent the wandering gods flying, killing them. What are you guys doing? Don't forget that I saved all of you, shouted Li Huowang. Li Huowang felt quite depressed. He had already done his best to not hurt them, so why were they attacking him relentlessly? Suddenly, the earth beside Li Huowang bulged and exploded before a man leapt out and swung his blades down upon Li Huowang. Finally, Li Huowang snarled and decided to fight back. Even if he killed someone, it would be better than him dying. But just as he was about to reach out for his torture tools, Li Huowang stopped his hands. He saw the face of the man in front of him. It was Bai Lingmiao's father. Stop! Li Huowang instinctively raised his hands to guard himself, causing his palm to be cut in half. Then, several spears shot out from within the reeds and stabbed Li Huowang, puncturing his abdomen and nailing him to the ground. As if on cue, even more spears shot out and stabbed Li Huowang's limbs into the ground. Everything seems to be under the Bai family's control now. Li Huowang looked at their cold faces and spoke up with difficulty. Is there a need to do this? What did I ever do to you? In response, one of the ladies from the Bai family said hatefully to Li Huowang, You have no idea just how much we hate the emperor and his officials. Since you are a dog of the emperor, we will do whatever we want to you. Li Huowang swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He felt that his head was heavy and that he was disoriented, but still forced a bitter smile. Now that you've won, bring me back to Cowheart village. Ask Bai Lingmiao what to do with me. I'm her husband after all. Immediately, sounds of discussion erupted all around him. After a moment, Bai Lingmiao's mother ran to the front and glared at Li Huowang. The parents have the last say in who their child marries. We will decide who she gets married to. We will never let her marry one of the emperor's dogs. On the other hand, Bai Lingmiao's father looked at Li Huowang and his sorry state. Then, he threw away his blade and pulled his wife back before whispering something to her. It looked like he had his own plans. After that, he walked over and looked at Li Huowang. Li Huowang looked back at him, only to see that the man looked like an orange. This caused Li Huowang to laugh out in pain. But the more Li Huowang laughed, the more realistic it looked to him. The man's head slowly became a mushy and moldy orange. An orange. At that moment, a raindrop fell from the sky and splattered onto Li Huowang's face, causing him to wince from the pain. Li Huowang suddenly found himself squatting beside a garbage can in the rain. He was shivering while holding onto the moldy orange in his hands. As if he had been electrocuted, Li Huowang jumped out and threw away the orange, causing it to fall into the mud. Then, he looked around and realized what had happened. Shit, the black Taisui in my stomach got attacked, and now it has lost its power to hold back my hallucinations. But, at the same time, a thought popped up in his mind. But, why am I on the streets? Shouldn't I be locked up inside the mental hospital? What happened? Li Huowang looked down and saw what he was wearing. He was wearing a dirty jacket over his body, while his cotton pants were completely soaked in water. He was wearing a shoe with a hole that was showing his left toe, and he only had a sock on his right. Soaked in the rain, he looked completely like a beggar. Unable to find an answer to his questions, he felt a sudden pain from his abdomen. He was hungry. He had never felt this hungry in his life. It was as if he hadn't eaten for 10 days or more. After a moment, Li Huowang squatted down beside the dirty water and picked up the moldy orange and started eating it. Just then, a car ran past a puddle and splashed him. However, he didn't care. Completely drenched, Li Huowang was soon shivering from the cold. He cuddled himself as he sat beside the green trash, while continuing to eat the moldy orange. Chapter 307 Cold. When he bit into the cold and rotten orange, Li Huowang not only tasted the mold, he also tasted the weird taste of the rotten fruit. But Li Huowang was too hungry to care. Right now, this moldy orange was even more delicious than an extravagant meal. After eating the orange, Li Huowang stood up, feeling quite a bit better. Then, he shouted into the rain, Chief Bai, don't be afraid. It's my illness. I have an illness. At that moment, a man holding an umbrella saw Li Huowang and quickly pulled his wife before running away. At the same time, the others on the street did the same. Soon, The street that already had very few people due to the rain was completely deserted. However, Li Huowang ignored whatever was happening around him. To him, the situation on the other side was more dire. After all, on the other side, he was practically bound and waiting to be executed. He had to do something to save himself. Li Huowang continued to stand in the rain, but felt like nothing had changed. This made him very annoyed. Based on his experience, the other side should also change according to what was happening here. Chief Bai, where are you? Give me a sign. As I am now, I can't see you. As he shouted, Li Huowang saw several men holding an umbrella coming toward him, causing his eyes to light up. Wearing his torn shoes and socks, Li Huowang ran toward them while stepping into the puddles and shouted, Chief Bai. The man was visibly frightened by Li Huowang, who suddenly approached him in the rain. Chief Bai, you have to remember that I was the one who saved all of you. Do you really want to hurt the person who saved you? Li Huowang felt that this was not enough and said something more convincing. Also, Bai Ling Miao is pregnant with my child. No matter what, I'm already half a step into the Bai family. Where did this lunatic come from? Shit, he's scary. The man holding the black umbrella took 2 steps back and tried to go around Li Huowang. However, Li Huowang would never let him go past. He took another step and blocked the man with his arms. Chief Bai, if you don't believe me, then you can ask Bai Ling Miao herself. When the man saw Li Huowang blocking him again, he sighed. Sir, please spare me. You are indeed pitiful, but so am I. I still have to go to work to pay off the mortgage. What are you talking about? Sorry, Chief Bai, but now that I'm in a hallucination, your words are twisted into something else. Wait here for just a moment. I will return back to normal soon, said Li Huowang. The man clearly didn't know what Li Huowang was saying. However, he was horrified when he realized that Li Huowang wanted to stay close to him. Shit, there's a crazy bastard here, shouted the man as he ran away. Li Huowang wanted to chase after him, but fell over after just a few steps. His body was too weak. He had been holding on purely because of adrenaline. Cold. Li Huowang's lips were purple and his teeth never stopped chattering. It was so cold that he couldn't even feel his fingers. Li Huowang just lay there in the rain, his body completely limp. He didn't have any strength left. He didn't know how long had passed before his will to survive kicked in. Then, he used whatever remaining strength he had to crawl toward the sidewalk where the rain would not reach him. Go away, you crazy bastard. I will hit you. Aya, you stepped on my store's rug. Mom, look, there's a lunatic in front of our house. Li Huowang shivered as he hobbled forward while sounds continued to swirl around him. Looking at his surroundings, he felt slightly at ease. Since I'm not dead, my words from just now must have worked. However, he soon started to feel terrible. His head started to swim. It was as if he had gotten a fever from the rain. If I die here, I would still be fine in reality, right? Li Huowang's voice was weak and uncertain. At that moment, he suddenly saw a place where he could hide from the rain. It was a small opening under a bridge. Gritting his teeth, he ran straight toward the opening. He almost got hit by a yellow school bus, the various faces inside staring at his back. Finally, once he was under the bridge, all of the noises stopped. Li Huowang panted as he slid down against the wall. However, even though he was out of the rain, Li Huowang's body was still in shambles. Why is it taking so long? Why have I not returned yet? Just as Li Huowang was waiting for time to pass, he saw something on the ground. He slowly inched forward. Once there, he found some plastic straws, bottles, some aluminum foil, and a lighter with very little fuel left. Li Huowang stretched his hands out, picking up the lighter. At the same time, he realized that he had lost his sense of touch. He tried igniting the lighter, but there was no fire. Just as his head was once again starting to become heavy, a small red fire lit up. It's lit. Li Huowang smiled. His smile as innocent as a child's. He looked around and saw the plastic bottles. He carefully picked them up and placed them underneath the fire. The plastic straws lit up and slowly burned down toward the plastic bottle. As the bottles started to burn and a small flame was made. Then, Li Huowang carefully placed his frostbitten hands close to it. The fumes were toxic and smelly, but it was warm. When the warmth from the flame started spreading into his hands, he finally felt his body warming up. Soon, his body stopped shivering and his lips turned from black to purple. Who's there? At that moment, Li Huowang looked toward the entrance of the opening and felt his scalp go numb. There was a young child wearing boots standing there with an umbrella. She was a cute little girl, around 8 years old with double ponytails and a cute cherry-shaped red-colored hair clip. Her large eyes were filled with curiosity. However, as soon as she saw Li Huowang, That curiosity turned into fear. 18th lunar? Li Huowang stared at that child in disbelief. It was the very same child he had held hostage when he crashed into her kindergarten. From her school bag, it was clear she had graduated from kindergarten and was now in her first year of primary school. No, she's not the 18th lunar. She doesn't correspond with anything in the real world. There's no one within the field of reeds except for the Bai family, so she's probably one of them. Li Huowang thought about it and slowly walked toward her. But just as he started moving, the child ran away shrieking. Li Huowang reached the entrance and found a small piece of the chocolate that she had thrown down. After a moment, he picked it up and ate it. It was sweet and delicious. It reminded him of the chocolate Yang Na had given him on Valentine's Day. Why am I homeless and on the streets? Was I abandoned by my family? The bitterness Li Huowang felt in his heart was not undone by the sweetness of the chocolate. After a while, Li Huowang sniffled and walked back to the small fire he had made. He squatted down and stared at the fire. It's just a hallucination. This is for the best. This is for the best, he kept mumbling to himself. Chapter 308. Warmth. Time slowly passed. As he stared at the flames that were dying out, Li Huowang took off his punctured shoes. He wiped off the water before throwing them into the fire. With the addition of new fuel, the fire grew stronger and the temperature rose a little. It was to the point that Li Huowang was forced to retreat a little from the flames. However, even though he moved back, Li Huowang felt the temperature growing higher and higher instead. He, who had been on the verge of dying from hypothermia until just a moment ago, was now covered in sweat. Wait, why is it suddenly so hot? Li Huowang removed his wet clothes and saw a plume of black smoke rising from his body. Phew! Li Huowang breathed out, only to see sparks coming out from his mouth. Hot! It's too hot! Shouted Li Huowang as he stood up and removed all of his clothes. But in an instant, Li Huowang saw as the small fire grew large and enveloped him. Ea awawea. Li Huowang kneeled on the ground in pain. The pain was so intense that it almost caused him to faint. What is happening? Li Huowang raised his head and saw that flames had covered everything around him. There were flames everywhere. The entire field of reeds was on fire. Not a single inch of it was left untouched. Through the flames, Li Huowang saw the people around him running and crying until they could no longer move. Then, they fell onto the ground and became fuel for the fire. At that moment, Li Huowang realized something. He was lighting up some plastic bottles in his hallucination, but in reality, he had lit up his own body to conduct one of the rituals from the profound records. No. Covered in flames, Li Huowang stood up and ran toward them in a panic. Li Huowang got close, but in the process, the flames burning his body became even more intense. The closer he got, the faster the people around him burned up. At that moment, Li Huowang saw a lady fall in front of him, her finger pointing toward the direction of Cowheart Mountain as she muttered, "My little girl. Why is this happening? I had already suppressed it." So what? Li Huowang punched the ground with his blackened fist. Li Huowang didn't know when the fire stopped. When he finally came back to his senses, everything around him had been burned to the ground, while he just kneeled there motionlessly with white smoke coming off him. His entire body was in immense pain, but it was nowhere near the pain in his heart. He was the one who burned all of Bai Lingniao's family, and now he had to tell her the truth himself. TSK. At that moment, the man with the wooden mask appeared and looked at the surroundings in awe. As he looked at Li Huowang's bronze coin veil that had been heated to the point of glowing red, the man with the wooden mask slowly approached and checked on Li Huowang. "Hey, are you still alive?" Hearing his voice, Li Huowang raised his head slightly. Black ash fell from his neck. Seeing that Li Huowang was still alive, the man with the wooden mask sighed in relief and quickly helped him up. Then, they slowly walked out from within the field of reeds that had been burned to the ground. "Why are you risking your life? This was just a minor mission from the Surveillance Bureau. You must be new, right? Let me tell you this. The next time you see a mission with very little reward, you don't have to go all out. Plus, they are just a group of people from a regular sect, the White Lotus sect. Do you need to go all out like that? Are the people from the Ao Jing sect all this irritable?" said the man. However, Li Huowang didn't say anything and just continued walking. "I'm Lu Zongyuan from Moongate. What is your name?" "Wait, are you practicing noble silence like the monks?" asked the man as he introduced himself. At that moment, having walked out from the burnt field of reeds, Li Huowang suddenly remembered something and touched the wound on his stomach. He saw that the lance that had stabbed into his stomach had been burnt into charcoal and was embedded within his abdomen. Li Huowang carefully pulled it out and saw a hole the size of a walnut in his abdomen. Then, he carefully placed his burnt finger into the hole. Yikes! Lu Zongyuan felt his scalp go numb when he saw what Li Huowang was doing. Just as Li Huowang's finger was about to push into the hole, a dried, tentacle trembling stretched out from the hole. Then, it coiled around Li Huowang's finger. At the same time, a bizarre eyeball could be seen within his stomach. Huh? You are quite weird. What's that thing inside your stomach? I've never heard of the Ao Jing sect having something like this, said Lu Zongyuan. Li Huowang looked at Lu Zongyuan and lied. Nascent soul. A nascent soul? Don't they usually place those on the neck? Why is it inside your stomach? Aren't you afraid of turning it into poop? Questioned Lu Zongyuan. However, Li Huowang just ignored him and continued walking. There's no need to be so cold. The mission is already over, called out Lu Zongyuan as he followed Li Huowang. Hearing this, Li Huowang smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's over. You are right. Are you feeling sad for them? You don't need to. Do you know why the other villages around Cowheart Mountain disappeared? It's because they killed all of them. They have killed many times more people than you ever have. So, you were actually enacting justice for the heavens, said Lu Zongyuan. He thought that Li Huowang was feeling guilty about killing all of them. At this point, Li Huowang removed his hands from Lu Zongyuan's shoulder. You should go. We will go our separate ways from here. Go. Lu Zongyuan stood there with a confused look on his face as he looked at the charred Li Huowang. Where can you go looking like that? The bugs will directly eat a delicious chunk of barbecued meat like you. Don't worry. I can handle them. Just go, said Li Huowang as he sat down on the ground. Lu Zongyuan scratched his head and turned toward a small forest. He took a few steps, but then sighed and approached Li Huowang once again. Never mind. I would rather help you out all the way. Close your eyes. What are you doing? Asked Li Huowang as he looked at the wooden mask. Just do as I say. Do you think I would hurt you? If I don't take care of you, then you will just die in a couple of days, said Lu Zongyuan. Hearing this, Li Huowang raised his burnt hands and covered his eyes. His eyelids had also been burned off. Shwa shwa shwa. His eyes closed. Li Huowang suddenly felt something moving on his body. He felt the soft fur and thought it resembled a brush. Half an hour later, Lu Zongyuan's voice rang out once more. Okay, you can take down your hands now. Li Huowang put down his hands and saw that the skin that had been burned off had regrown. But on closer inspection, Li Huowang noticed that it wasn't his skin. It was a thin layer of pink paper. The color reminded him of the paper dolls that people burned for the dead. At this point, Li Huowang not only had a layer of paper skin, but he was also wearing a paper shirt. But for some reason, even though it looked cheap, all of the pain was completely gone. It was as if he was never burned. Don't touch water and don't get wet in rain, or it will lose its effectiveness, said Lu Zongyuan. Which sect are you from? This is very special. Li Huowang looked at the person wearing the wooden mask. Didn't I tell you? I'm from Moongate. This is a special method that involves gluing. Other than that, we also specialize in arrangement, fusion, pass, moon, parting, pull, and open, replied Lu Zongyuan. When Lu Zongyuan saw Li Huowang just sit there in a daze, he laughed. You don't understand it? Hee, that's a good thing. We intentionally explain it as such so the others wouldn't know the specifics of our powers. Oh, you haven't told me your name yet. Ergio. All right, goodbye Ergio. Lu Zongyuan turned around and disappeared into the forest. As he saw Lu Zongyuan disappear into the forest, Li Huowang inspected the skin made of paper. He found that the skin would easily puncture or break if he used too much force. However, the pain couldn't do anything to Li Huowang. He just remained seated and stared in the direction of Cowheart Mountain. His eyes were filled with despair. I have killed everyone within the Bai family. How am I going to tell her? Chapter 309, Return. Cough. With a light cough, Li Huowang instantly caught everyone's attention. All of them looked at Li Huowang with confidence as he continued speaking. Everyone, we don't have to travel anymore. We will settle down within Cowheart Village. From now on, this will be our new home. Seniorly, what about young Xiaohai? We still haven't sent him home, asked Puppy while patting the assistant's head. Hearing his name suddenly being mentioned, young Xiaohai panicked. He had never thought that they would suddenly talk about him, causing him to stammer. However, he was interrupted by Li Huowang. He's lying about his home. He never had one. He's a beggar. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly felt someone holding his arm and saw that it was Bai Lingmiao. He looked at her eyes and saw her expectant gaze. Seeing that gaze, Li Huowang felt his chest warm up as he turned toward everyone. Since we are now here, I will tell you about everything. Everyone has seen how chaotic this world is. If all we cared about was having our own piece of land, then we wouldn't be all that different from the oxen in the fields. If we want to protect ourselves, then we cannot rely on others. From now on, I will teach everything that I can to everyone. I will also think of a method to have everyone know at least one technique or superpower. Hearing this promise, everyone became excited as they started excitedly discussing what they would be able to do in the future. On the other hand, as he looked at everyone, Li Huowang's eyes turned serious. He had come to understand that he couldn't rely on the other sects or the surveillance bureau. He could only rely on himself and the people in front of him. If all of them wanted to survive in this bizarre world, then they had to have their own strength. Only then would they be able to avoid suffering like him. Everyone, the first thing we are going to learn is to learn how to read and write, announced Li Huowang. Read and write. Yes, read and write, said Li Huowang as he touched his abdomen. That's right. All of us have to be literate first. After that, we can establish our own sect that would allow us to stand firm in this world. Everyone thinks that we are a bunch of freaks, but we will let them see that even we can survive on our own in this world. We will show them that we are not freaks, that no one can sell us off anymore, that no one can bully us anymore, that we too can get better and better as long as we work hard every day. Yeah. Hooray. Yay. Everyone's cheers almost caused the entire village to shake. As he looked at everyone who had traveled with him for so long, Li Huowang revealed a happy smile. As rainwater splattered on his face, Li Huowang's smiling face and everyone's cheers suddenly disappeared. The rain continued to fall as Li Huowang just stood there while holding a paper umbrella. He stood in front of Cowheart village and stared at the white smoke rising from the village. At this moment, there was no one else around him. He was the only one standing on the yellow dirt path. All that from before had been nothing more than his memory. Li Huowang stood there for an entire day and night. Due to the humidity, his paper skin soon started to get moldy. Even so, he did not care. It was only when he saw young Xiucai walk out of the village with a raincoat that he moved his almost immobile joints toward the village. Seeing Li Huowang finally move, Hong Zhong, with half his body stuck in a tree, started chuckling. He nudged Monk and said, "Monk, hee, get ready for a good show." As soon as Li Huowang approached the entrance of the village, Yang Xiucai spotted him immediately and happily ran over to greet him, only to be horrified by the man's appearance. "Yikes! Senior Li, where's the skin on your face? Why are you wearing paper clothes?" asked Yang Xiucai. "Where is Miao Miao?" Li Huowang's hoarse voice was filled with the scent of blood. "Senior Bai should be in the house." "Senior Li, what's wrong? Do you have news about the Bai family?" asked Yang Xiucai, concerned. Li Huowang remained silent for a moment before walking toward Bai Lingmiao's house, one step at a time. Gradually, everyone saw that Li Huowang had returned and ran over to greet him. However, the cheerful atmosphere soon turned cold when they saw what he looked like. Puppy carefully approached him and asked, "What's wrong, Senior Li? Looks like you couldn't find them." "It's fine. None of us blame you." Li Huowang gritted his teeth and pushed him away. Then, he started running. When Li Huowang arrived at the main gate of Bai Lingmiao's house, he ran into the anxious-looking Bai Lingmiao. As soon as Bai Lingmiao saw that Li Huowang had returned alone, she felt her heart drop. But when she saw just how terrible Li Huowang looked under the rain with his burnt skin, she felt a pang in her heart. She immediately grabbed his wrists and pulled him toward her room. Once inside, Bai Lingmiao used a soft towel to carefully dab Li Huowang's body and pull away the moisture from his skin. She didn't dare to rub his body for fear that she would rub off his skin and flesh. Bai Lingmiao had seen just how serious his wounds could be. She knew that Li Huowang must have encountered grave danger to force him to use a technique that would hurt himself to this extent. As Bai Lingmiao washed the towel in a bronze basin, she said, "Senior Li, it's all right. I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. After staying here for so many days, I've already come to terms with the fact that they are gone. Since they are missing, let's just wait here. I'm sure they will return one day." However, Li Huowang just gritted his teeth, both his hands shaking continuously. Just as he was about to tell Bai Lingmiao the truth, Hong Zhong suddenly appeared beside him and started gesturing excitedly. "Quick, tell her that you didn't find them. Tell her that the Bai family most likely ran away to avoid some disasters." Hearing this, Li Huowang glared at the annoying Hong Zhong. "Why are you glaring at me? I'm only saying this to help you. Look, the Bai family is already dead. There's nothing to be gained even if you tell her now. She would be completely devastated. She may even come to hate you, the one responsible for the deaths of her family members. But if you do as I say, then she won't be sad, and would even be able to retain a sliver of hope. Chapter 310, Speak. You want me to lie to her? Li Huowang spat out his words from the gaps of his teeth. And what's wrong with that? Do you dare to look down on lying? We can use it for both evil and good. If you do as I say, then at most, you would just be telling a little white lie, said Hong Zhong. Seeing this, Monk sighed and pulled the excited Hong Zhong away from Li Huowang. On the other hand, when she sensed that something was wrong, Bai Lingmiao's voice became a lot more gentle. Seniorly? She extended her soft white palm and carefully caressed Li Huowang's charred fingers. Seniorly, don't think about it too much. You must be tired after traveling for so long. Rest now. We can talk tomorrow. After saying that, Bai Lingmiao carefully held Li Huowang's hands until he reached the bed. She was not the slightest bit afraid of his horrifying looks and just let him sleep in her bed. As he lay down, Li Huowang took a light breath. The smooth silk sheets and the rice husk pillow were both filled with Bai Lingmiao's scent. Seniorly, you were completely soaked in the rain earlier. Let me make some ginger soup for you to stave off the chills, said Bai Lingmiao as she stood up and headed to the kitchen. However, at that moment, Li Huowang raised his hand and caught her wrist. Miao Miao, can I ask you a question? What were the members of Bai family like in your eyes? My family. All of them were good. They all helped each other and never argued with each other, said Bai Lingmiao matter-of-factly. Then, she suddenly asked, Seniorly, why are you asking me this? Was there anything weird going on with your family? Continued Li Huowang. No, but for some reason, all my family members would enter the ancestral hall quite frequently. When I was younger, I wanted to take a look at what it looked like on the inside. Back then, I kept pestering my grandfather to let me see it, but he said that I can't go inside because I'm a girl, explained Bai Lingmiao. As she spoke, Bai Lingmiao suddenly caught on to something and covered her mouth with her hands. Seniorly, did you find them? Where are they? Are my parents still fine? Li Huowang tried to take deep breaths, but the pressure within his heart was still there. He really wanted to do as Hong Zhong told him so that nothing would change, but he just couldn't do it. Miao Miao, I'm sorry. They are all dead. I killed all of them, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao immediately froze up like a statue. Li Huowang continued to lay on the bed as he carefully and slowly told her everything that had happened. As she continued to listen, Bai Lingmiao remained silent, but her hands grew colder and colder. When Li Huowang finished telling her the truth, the room turned silent. Only the sound of rain could be heard. After a while, Bai Lingmiao's white lashes fluttered and tears started streaming down her eyes. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Seniorly, did I do something wrong? Why did you murder my entire village? Li Huowang recalled everything Bai Lingmiao had done for him and everyone. How she sold her gold anklet to secure money for their travels, how she cried every time he got hurt, and how she looked forward to getting back home. I don't know why. I just felt cold and wanted to start a fire. I really just wanted to start a fire to warm myself up. Li Huowang kept repeating over and over. Bai Lingmiao's face showed fear as she suddenly pulled her hand from his and slowly backed away. She suddenly sprinted toward the door, but Li Huowang caught her and hugged her from behind. With this, Bai Lingmiao finally broke down. She cried and struggled, her fists landing on Li Huowang's body as she screamed. She even turned around and bit into his charred body, ripping off some scabs. However, when she saw the blood flowing out from Li Huowang's body, she clasped her hands over her face and cried loudly as she slowly slid onto the ground. Soon, both of them turned silent. One of them was standing still while the other was crying on the ground. As Li Huowang silently looked at Bai Lingmiao's white hair, no one knew what he was thinking about. They remained there for a long time until the room slowly became dark. Still sobbing, Bai Lingmiao finally stood up when it was night. She didn't even look at Li Huowang as she headed for the exit. Li Huowang stopped her again. No, this is Cowheart Village, your home. The one who should leave is me. After that, Li Huowang didn't say anything as he directly left. He didn't even want to defend his actions. You already knew that your relationship with her would be over once you told her the truth. Why do you still do that? Li Huowang's face was as still as a wooden doll as he ignored the illusions. Do you regret not telling her a white lie instead? A lie is a lie. There's nothing like a kind lie or an evil lie. I will take responsibility for my actions. I will not lie to her, shouted Li Huowang, his sudden outburst scaring the others. Seniorly, why are you leaving when you just got back? Miao Miao is worried about you. At the very least, you should consider her feelings, right? Asked Chen Xiaoman. Take care of her. Live a stable life here. This world is too chaotic, and you all should just stay here and not move anywhere. said Li Huowang before moving toward the exit. As Li Huowang passed through the village, more and more people gathered around him. By the time he finally arrived at the entrance of the village, their entire group was gathered around him. "Senior Li, where are you going? Should we follow you?" asked someone. "Stand there. Don't follow me," shouted Li Huowang, causing all of them to be rooted in place. Drenched in the still falling rain, he turned around. He looked at everyone before taking a deep breath and shouted, "Scram! Don't come any closer. We are done sending everyone's ashes back to their homes. Even the final words that all of them entrusted to me have been sent to their families. I've fulfilled all of the promises, so what else do you want me to do? Do all of you see the wounds on my body? I've already done enough for all of you. I'm tired. Do you bunch of freaks want to drag me down for the rest of my entire life?" When he saw the pained expressions on all of their faces, Li Huowang turned around and ran away. He wasn't sure whether his face was wet from the rain or due to his tears. He had already made his decision while on the way back to the village. He couldn't stay with them. The closer he was to them, the more afraid he was that he would burn all of them down like he did the Bai family. A lunatic who didn't know what he would do was fearsome enough, but a lunatic with supernatural powers was even worse. Chapter 311, Lunatic. After departing from the Cowheart village, Li Huowang silently walked down a muddy path. As he walked through the rain, the paper clothes and skin became damp from the rain and slowly fell onto the ground in a mush. Currently, Li Huowang has buds of fleshy growth growing from his burnt skin. As the rain fell onto these buds, it caused Li Huowang intense pain. Even so, he did not try to avoid it. He just took it all. Soon, the rain stopped and the skies gradually grew brighter. Finally, Li Huowang stopped when he saw an abandoned temple. He hadn't slept for a few days and was really tired. Standing in front of the temple, he looked at the broken sign and the couplets covered in moss. Even though the couplets were faded, he could faintly read the words inscribed on it. "Nothing is set in stone. Everything is done by another man. Your state of mind is within your control. Take a step back and feel it expand." After reading the couplet, Li Huowang entered without a word. The temple wasn't all that large. Other than a clay statue that was cut in half, everything else had been taken away from inside it. The roof was leaking and there was water everywhere. Li Huowang stood at the only corner without a leak and stared at the rain that was dripping into the temple. "See, you didn't listen to me, and now you are alone. You should have just listened to me," said Hong Zhong as he circled around Li Huowang with a face full of glee. On the other hand, Monk walked over and consoled Li Huowang. "Don't be too sad. This was not your fault. You didn't want to kill them. You can just do more good deeds and pray to Amitabha. Buddha will not blame you." However, Li Huowang completely ignored the two illusions. He kept thinking about how he had become a beggar within the hallucination as well as by Ling Miao's cold eyes. Not only did his family abandon him, but he was also the one who caused by Ling Miao to no longer have a family. He was nothing but a walking disaster. Xiang. After a while, he unsheathed his sword and stared at his reflection. At that moment, a question popped within his mind. Why do people live? Since my life is already so miserable, what use is it for me to remain alive? In an instant, everything turned quiet as Jin Shanjiao, Peng Longting, Monk, and Hong Zhong all surrounded Li Huowang. Hey, what are you thinking?" "Li, calm down," said Hong Zhong as he tried to calm Li Huowang down in a panic. "Yeah, Taoist, why are you doing this? If you really think that there's no meaning to life anymore, then you can become a monk instead. Why do you seek death?" said Monk. Meanwhile, the silent Peng Longting moved as she gestured at him with her headless body, trying to show that she really looked down on him. On the other hand, Jin Shanjiao, who always had his mouth open but couldn't speak, had shut his mouth as he stared at Li Huowang worriedly. However, Li Huowang ignored all of them and examined the blade of his sword. He had never looked back on his life as intensely as he had right now. It's just a girl. There's no need to worry about anything. Even if you don't have all of them, you still have us." Hong Zhong smiled and pointed at himself. Hearing this, Li Huowang finally snapped. He snarled and slashed Hong Zhong's body, causing the clay statue behind Hong Zhong to be split in half. Cold steel flashed within the abandoned temple as Li Huowang sliced mercilessly and wildly at the faceless Hong Zhong, the headless Peng Longting, the bodiless Jin Shanjiao, and the merciful Monk. But no matter how sharp the blade was, and no matter how hard Li Huowang swung it, he still couldn't hurt them. "You guys, it's because of you. What are you? Why do you keep following me?" Li Huowang roared in anger. "Why am I a strayed one? Why am I the one who is ill? Why me? What did I do wrong? Why couldn't it be the others? I just want to live peacefully. Why is this so hard? He swung his sword again and again until he stumbled, sending the sword flying away. He fell onto the ground and stopped moving. He was tired, too tired. He was sleepy, but he couldn't fall asleep. His head kept pulsing nonstop. At that moment, Hongzhong slowly approached and consoled him. Don't worry. All you need to do is listen to me, and I will be able to trick many women for you. However, Li Huowang did not react to him. All he did was lay on the ground without even blinking his eyes. Soon, his surroundings started to distort and shift. When Li Huowang snapped back to reality, he saw that he was lying face down underneath the bridge. It was extremely humid and cold. When he realized what was happening, Li Huowang chuckled bitterly. He chuckled and laughed until he felt very thirsty. At that point, he stood up and started walking toward the river. Due to the rain, the water level had risen. After reaching the river bank, he lay down on the ground and dunked his head into the water to drink some of it. When he had drunk his fill, he felt very hungry. He stood up, wiped his face, and walked out from under the bridge. After the rain, the sky was clear and the air was crisp. There were many people walking around on the streets too. However, when Li Huowang appeared on the streets, no one walked within a radius of 5 meters around him. His clothes were in tatters, and he was very dirty. It's that lunatic again. What are the urban management officers doing? Shoo, don't let him hear you. His ears are very sharp. He's also someone pitiable. Li Huowang just ignored all of them as he continued to search for something on the streets. After a while, he stopped beside a trash can. Then, he opened the lid and looked inside, trying to find some food. People nowadays were quite wasteful. Soon, Li Huowang found 2 cups of unfinished boba tea and a single vegetarian bun with a chunk bitten off from it. Snap! At that moment, a sudden flash of light occurred as a man put his phone down from beside Li Huowang. The man was smoking as he uploaded the photo he had just taken. Hey look, it's the new beggar model. Meanwhile, Li Huowang, after finding several cold skewers in the trash can, started walking back toward the area underneath the bridge while eating them. Several youths ran past him. All of them were laughing and pointing at him when suddenly one of them threw a pebble and shouted, Huh? Hey you crazy bastard. Do you want to smoke? Seeing this, Li Huowang suddenly grinned and started laughing. Ha ha, you are right. I'm indeed crazy. I'm just a lunatic. Chapter 312, Li Huowang. Li Huowang waved his food as he leaped onto a parked car. Immediately the car's alarm started blaring. I'm a lunatic. I'm mentally ill, shouted Li Huowang, his voice spreading out far and wide. Li Huowang's behavior soon attracted everyone's attention. When the owner of the car ran over with a broom to brush Li Huowang away from his car, more and more people started gathering around them. On the other hand, Li Huowang just kept laughing maniacally, stopping only when he spotted a cute little girl. He saw that the girl's mother was dragging her far away from him. The little girl was wearing a cherry hair clip. When he saw her, the maniacal expression on Li Huowang's face slowly dulled down, gradually replaced by pain. After a while, he jumped down from the car and left with his food, completely ignoring the car owner who was beating him with the broom. Back underneath the bridge, Li Huowang refilled the cup of boba tea with some river water and drank it. Then, he ate the bun. It tasted weird from being spoiled, but he didn't care. He didn't want to know what he was eating on the other side either. Li Huowang ate the bun quite slowly, savoring its taste. Uncle. Hearing the voice, Li Huowang turned around and saw a little girl in a white dress standing beside the bridge. The sunlight reflected off her dress and made her look like she was glowing. As Li Huowang looked at her face, he unconsciously called out, 18th lunar? The little girl was visibly afraid and hesitantly said, I'm not 18th lunar. My name is Lu Yuhuan, and my mother calls me Huan Huan. When Lu Yuhuan saw Li Huowang stand up, she took a few steps back. Then, she hastily opened her bag, took out a piece of paper, placed it on the ground, and then placed something else on the paper. After that, she took one hurried glance at Li Huowang and ran away. Li Huowang approached the paper and saw that it was a bag of buns. The buns were shaped like the faces of pigs, something that would be quite appealing to children. After a moment, Li Huowang smiled, took the bag, opened it up, and started eating the buns. The buns were warm, a clear indication that they were freshly baked. These weren't her leftovers, but something she bought specially for him. Li Huowang sat down and carefully ate the meat-filled buns. They were delicious. As Li Huowang munched on the buns, his surroundings once again started shimmering. He soon found himself sitting on the side of a muddy road while eating a mud ball. Hee hee. Li Huowang shook his head in defeat as he finished the mud ball. After finishing his meal, Li Huowang returned to the temple and picked up his sword under the gaze of the four illusions. Just then, Li Huowang heard the sound of footsteps and a horse carriage. He was quite familiar with those footsteps. Meow meow. Li Huowang ran out with his sword, only to see someone unexpected. It was the second deity. Even though the rain had stopped at this point, the second deity's red veil was wet. Tears were streaming down from underneath the red veil. Li Huowang stood in front of the temple with a complicated look on his face. He stared at the horse carriage for a moment, and then turned to the second deity and asked, "What are you doing here?" Woof woof. At that moment, Bun squeezed out from the back of the horse carriage, shook the rain water off its fur, and happily ran over to Li Huowang. As it excitedly jumped on Li Huowang, it left behind many muddy paw prints on his shirt. Just then, the second deity removed the tarp covering the horse carriage, allowing Li Huowang to see the black Taisui that was being bound inside the carriage. Then, she took the horse carriage and held Li Huowang with her cold hands before leading him into the temple. Once they were back at the only dry spot within the temple, the second deity used a towel to wipe Li Huowang dry. Then, she took out new clothes and shoes from within the horse carriage and handed them to him. After the second deity waited for Li Huowang to wear his shirt, she took out his old red Taoist robe and donned it on Li Huowang. Just as the second deity lowered her head to help Li Huowang tie his belt, Li Huowang extended his hands and pulled off the red veil. At that moment, Li Huowang saw the second deity's face blossom like a flower. The second deity's face was like a flower covered in snake scales, porcupine quills, and many other animalistic features. And in the middle of the flower was a face, half of which resembled Bai Lingyao's face. She was crying as she looked at Li Huowang. The other half resembled a fox-like creature. With time, her face shifted and her facial organs twisted and turned. Sometimes, the face would look more human-like, while at other times it looked more like a beast. Even the number of eyes changed. The second deity hugged Li Huowang lightly, but eventually tightened her grip. "Husband." As she spoke, the second deity reached behind Li Huowang and carefully pried open his palm to let the sword fall from his grip. She then removed the white cloth wrapped around her wrist and used it to carefully cover Li Huowang's eyes, which didn't have any eyelets. "Husband, we will wait for you. We will wait until you've been treated," said the second deity. Hearing those words, Li Huowang finally hugged her back. He looked at her feline eyes and hugged her even tighter. This bizarre world was a pit of despair to many. Li Huowang's life thus far had been steeped in pain. Even so, no one truly wanted to die. Sometimes, all it took was one pull from someone to save a person's life. The second deity eventually left, but not before handing over the horse carriage with the black Taisui and Bun to Li Huowang. After the second deity left, Li Huowang sat on the ground as he stared at the ceiling. A long time passed before he once again picked up his sword. Looking at his face through the reflection on his sword, he snarled and stabbed it into the air, aiming right at a black pigeon. Wait, a pigeon? Just as Li Huowang was thinking about what it was, the pigeon flew down and landed on Li Huowang's shoulder. He then saw that there was a small letter tied to the leg of the black pigeon. When he opened the letter, he saw that there was a symbol at the top. Li Huowang thought that the symbol looked like an eye under the character of heaven. As he read its contents, he was shocked and quickly rode the horse carriage away from the temple. The letter was from Tuoba Danqing. He was telling Li Huowang to once again meet him at Yinling City, at the same place. Li Huowang then remembered his plan. He needed to find out more about Bei Feng through the surveillance bureau. At that moment, a strong sense of unwillingness surged up from deep within his heart and suppressed all his pain. "Bun, let's go. This fucking place won't kill me that easily. Since I have nothing to lose, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if I die, I'm going to gouge a chunk of flesh out of death itself before going down. I will get rid of my status as a strayed one. And then I will finally." Chapter 313, Yinling City. Still wearing his veil, Li Huowang controlled the horse carriage while walking amongst the crowd. Yinling City was still just as prosperous as he remembered. No one paid attention to him. On the other hand, Bun, who was afraid of the crowd, was currently hiding under the horse carriage as it slowly moved forward. Once Li Huowang arrived at the inn from before, he took some of the broken pieces of silver from the horse carriage and paid for a room. The horse carriage had everything he might have needed. This included not only silver and clothes, but even dry rations. After a while, Li Huowang opened the tarp and checked on the bound black Taisui. He then took a piece of jerky and shoved it into the black Taisui's sticky body. After that, he took out a knife and cut a portion of the black Taisui and ate it. While it was disgusting, he was used to it. By now, he had eaten a lot, but the black Taisui's size remained almost the same. After inspecting the cow tendons that were tying the black Taisui down, Li Huowang talked to it. Can you hear me? Can you repeat what I'm saying? However, the black Taisui did not respond to his questions and just continued to undulate its disgusting body, expelling gunks out from within its body. There wasn't even a reaction. Lost in thought, Li Huowang patted his own abdomen. Maybe only the piece of black Taisui inside my stomach can talk? Or maybe it's only because my hearing is so sharp that I can hear it. He didn't know whether it was normal or not because he hadn't encountered anyone else who had eaten a black Taisui. After a while, he covered the horse carriage and talked to Bun instead. Make sure you guard it well. If the black Taisui moves, or if someone gets close to it, you have to bark loudly. I can hear you even from my room. Woof woof. Bun shook its tail. Li Huowang patted Bun's head and walked into the inn. Once inside, Li Huowang opened the window and looked down at the prosperous city before taking a book out from within his clothes. Li Huowang didn't know whether the black Taisui inside his stomach could learn from him like this, but he felt that there was no harm in trying. In fact, if the black Taisui could talk to him, then he might even be able to benefit from it. Even if it couldn't help Li Huowang directly, it would already be very helpful if it didn't do anything else and just sat quietly inside his stomach. All humans are kind in the beginning, but their behavior changes according to their environment. As he spoke, a black tentacle sprouted out from his belly button, shook around, and then retreated back. Lychee. This is a lychee, said Li Huowang as he peeled the fruit. Eat. He then placed the translucent fruit into his mouth. No, it's not kill, but eat. When the other houses lit up their lights, Li Huowang finally felt that the time was right and walked out. He came to where he previously drank with Tuoba Danqing. When he walked in, he was immediately guided by a server. It was clear that Tuoba Danqing had instructed the server beforehand, as the moment Li Huowang sat down, delicious food was served. Li Huowang waited in the room for a while before he heard Tuoba Danqing's unique laughter. Hee Junior Heir, long time no see. The door opened with a creak, and Tuoba Danqing walked in. He was wearing a robe made from brocade silk. No need to stand up. Please sit. We are all brothers here, and so there's no need to be courteous. As Tuoba Danqing walked in and closed the door, Li Huowang removed his veil. Tuoba Danqing's eyes revealed a myriad of emotions when he saw Li Huowang's charred skin behind the bronze coil veil. Even so, he managed to hold it all in and didn't say anything. He just laughed and poured a cup for himself. Come, drink with me. However, after learning how Tuoba Danqing did stuff, Li Huowang was no longer hasty. Slowly, Li Huowang drank his fill of wine. Thankfully, he had drunk a lot of water beforehand, and thus didn't get drunk that easily. After drinking and eating, Tuoba Danqing coughed lightly, signaling that he was about to start talking about business. Junior Heir, about the mirror you asked. I managed to find the owner. The member of the sitting Oblivion Dao fooled a blind person to acquire it from him. Oh, is he a blind old man with the surname Chen? Asked Li Huowang. Huh? How did you know? Questioned Tuoba Danqing, puzzled. Seeing the man's response, Li Huowang took a quick glance at Hong Zhong's illusion. As he had thought, that member of the sitting Oblivion Dao had even used the fake identity he stole from someone. Junior Heir, the man in question said that he can't teach you how to use the mirror, but if you return to him, then he can trade it back with a talisman guidebook, said Tuoba Danqing. What kind of talisman guidebook? Asked Li Huowang. He told me that the guidebook contains various chants and methods to draw different talismans. If you are able to master it completely, then you would be able to do many things related to fortune-telling and healing. Tuoba Danqing chuckled slyly as he explained, but I have a feeling that he's lying. The book might be useful, but it's probably not as good as he is making it out to be. After a moment of thought, Li Huowang took out the mirror. He had no idea what to do because he was inexperienced in these matters. Thus, he looked at Tuoba Danqing. Senior Tuoba, could you guide me about what I should do? Tuoba Danqing was someone who was experienced in dealing with the Jianghu, and so he sought out the man's advice. Hearing Li Huowang's request, Tuoba Danqing picked up a piece of glistening fish and placed it in his mouth. I think you should agree to the exchange. Even though he didn't tell me, it was clear to me that the mirror was something precious to him. If you don't give it to him, then he might come and look for you himself. Plus, even though the mirror is good, it's useless to you as a member of the Ao Jing sect. As long as you have the resolution to harm yourself and use the profound records, you don't even need it. On the other hand, there might be some unique talismans recorded in the guidebook that could cover the weaknesses of the Ao Jing sect's methods. Additionally, in these chaotic times, it's always good to have an extra ally. Maybe the blind man could even help you out next time. Li Huowang carefully considered the advice and found that it was indeed quite helpful. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tuoba. No need to be so courteous. If you want to thank me, then you can just let me in on some good stuff in the future, said Tuoba as he raised his cup for a toast. After that, both of them drank, the distance between them gradually shortening. When they almost finished with their meal, Tuoba Danqing's drunk face suddenly turned serious. Junior heir, now that the trivial matters have been discussed, we should talk about official matters. If you want to climb the ranks, then you need to work hard. Thankfully, there's something you could do down toward the south. Chapter 314 Matters. As soon as Li Huowang heard Tuoba Danqing's words, he perked up. The whole reason he had even joined the surveillance bureau was to earn their trust and to find out more about Beifeng. Since he was this close to getting the information that he needed, he was more than happy to play the part of a good subordinate. Oh, Senior Tuoba? What is the mission this time? Li Huowang was handed a piece of paper. It recorded an incident that happened within one of the counties of the Liang Kingdom. As he read through the details of the bizarre case, Li Huowang frowned. Is this related to the sitting Oblivion Dao? Just as this thought occurred to him, Hong Zhong stood up and spat at him. Oi, 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 who said that it's the sitting Oblivion Dao behind it? Since when did it say that the sitting Oblivion Dao was responsible for this incident? At this point, you might as well say that every single incident out there was caused by the sitting Oblivion Dao. Heck, you might as well just say that the sitting Oblivion Dao is the one responsible for the natural disasters that happen every 10 years or so. Li Huowang ignored him and quickly finished reading through the letter. After he kept it away, he affirmed to Tuoba Danqing, "Don't worry. You can leave this to me. I have been prepared to do my best for the Surveillance Bureau ever since I decided to join you." Tuoba Danqing's eyes revealed a bizarre emotion upon seeing how Li Huowang agreed to the task so easily. "Junior heir, why did you agree to it so fast? Aren't you afraid that I will take some of your lifespan pills?" "Of course not. I trust you. Plus, the reward is nothing compared to being able to serve the Surveillance Bureau," said Li Huowang. Hearing Li Huowang's righteous words, Tuoba Danqing grabbed his cup and smiled eerily at him. Bam! He slammed the cup onto the table and said, "To be frank, we don't care who the emperor is. We, who join the Surveillance Bureau, are all the same. We want to be able to feed ourselves and our families, as well as find allies. Junior heir, I really do look at you as a true brother, but I fear that the reason you joined the Surveillance Bureau is different from ours." The relaxed atmosphere turned cold in an instant. "Stay calm. You agreed too fast, and so he's suspecting you." Hong Zhong tried to help by explaining the situation. The sudden turn in the situation caused the drunk Li Huowang to snap out of his stupor and calm down. He needed to give the correct answer, or he might lose his chance at gaining further access to the Surveillance Bureau. Various thoughts flashed past his mind until he remembered something. The liar's scripture. Why did I join the Surveillance Bureau? Li Huowang's breathing became faster, and his eyes were suddenly filled with hate. That's because I want to kill all the members of the sitting Oblivion Dao. They tricked me and the rest of us at the Cross Temple. They even killed everyone except for me. I hate them. I've heard that the Surveillance Bureau actively hunts down the sitting Oblivion Dao, and that's why I've joined. As long as they exist, I will never rest, said Li Huowang as he smashed the wine cup in his palm. His reasoning was fake, but his hatred was real. When Tuoba Danqing saw how agitated Li Huowang was, he sighed. Is that so? I've heard about what happened back in the kingdom of Xiucai, but to think that you were involved in it. Sorry, I've made you remember such an unfortunate incident. This is my fault, and so I will punish myself by drinking 3 more cups. Tuoba Danqing emptied his cup of wine in one go. After drinking all 3 cups, the drunken Tuoba Danqing consoled Li Huowang. Don't worry. I will be sure to help you in your journey of revenge. Since you want to fight against them so much, then I will send any missions related to them toward you first. Li Huowang's reasoning hadn't just been decided randomly. It also included his objective of finding out more information on Beifeng. After getting Tuoba Danqing's acknowledgement, Li Huowang leaned forward and said agitatedly, Senior Tuoba, I've heard that there is confidential information about the sitting Oblivion Dao within the Surveillance Bureau. Could I obtain it since I'm already a member of the Surveillance Bureau? Li Huowang needed that information. If he could obtain it today, then it would be the best possible scenario. However, Tuoba Danxing sighed when he heard Li Huowang's request. Junior heir, even though I know that you have a grudge against the sitting Oblivion Dao, I still can't give it to you. You can't just gain access to the heavenly grade information while you are merely a 10th pawn. Even if I were to help you, you would at least have to climb and become the 7th banner. Does that mean that I can read it once I reach the 7th banner rank? Asked Li Huowang. Of course. The reason why they safeguard the information about the sitting Oblivion Dao so seriously is because we were afraid that a bunch of lunatics would infiltrate us and change the information or burn it all down, explained Tuoba Danxing. Hearing this, Li Huowang nodded. With this, he had found his next goal, to reach the 7th banner rank and obtain the information about sitting Oblivion Dao. Having identified his new goal, Li Huowang asked once again, "May I ask how you can rise up the ranks within the Surveillance Bureau?" Tuoba Danxing picked up a tender piece of chicken and smiled as he ate it. "I knew that you were going to ask this. I know that you want revenge, but you can't rush it. All changes in the ranks are individually approved by Lord Jixiang's master, Lord Qin Tianjian. Usually, they would record how many missions you've done, and once they think that you've contributed enough, they would promote you to the next rank. But this doesn't mean those at the highest ranks are particularly strong. Sometimes those who are strong, but don't contribute all that much to the Surveillance Bureau, would be confined to the 10th pawn ranking. Initially, most people see their ranking increase in a short amount of time, but each promotion would be slower than the last. You did a good job the last time around, and if you continue to do so, then you should be able to reach the rank of 9th troop in half a year. Even though it's only one rank, your position would be vastly different, and the benefits you would get from the Surveillance Bureau would improve a lot, and so you shouldn't underestimate it. Many people even join the Surveillance Bureau solely for the rewards. Half a year. Li Huowang couldn't afford to wait for half a year. Who knew how long he had to wait until he obtained the rank of 7th banner? Senior Tuoba, half a year is too long. Are there any methods to speed up the process? I don't mind even if the reward is little. I can't even sleep in peace knowing that the sitting Oblivion Dao has not been eradicated. Tuoba Danxing thought about it. All right, I will make an exception just this once. I do have a problematic case. I should be the one going there, but if you can deal with it, then I will recommend you to Lord Jixiang. Then, you should be able to quickly rise to the rank of 9th troop. After saying that, Tuoba Danxing revealed a peculiar smile. Once you return, I will show you someplace that will allow you to realize just how important status is. Seeing that his goals had been achieved, Li Huowang revealed a smile and toasted Tuoba Danxing. Thank you, Senior Tuoba, for your help. I dedicate this toast to you. After that, they kept drinking and eating. Half an hour later, Tuoba Danxing drunkenly walked out of the room. All right, remember to go to the place I told you about soon. Don't waste any time. Also, the blind man is waiting at the City God Temple, 1 in Yinling City. Go find him to return the mirror. 1. A tutelary deity that was believed to protect cities. Also called God of the Moat and the Walls, or God of the Boundary. Chapter 3:15, City God Temple. Once Tuoba Danxing left, Li Huowang naturally left the restaurant as well. There was no reason for him to stay there all by himself. At the same time, he needed to slowly sort out all the information that he had learned today. Just then, Hong Zhong clapped, applauding him. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed one of the 3 officials. To think that you managed to add a bit of the truth into your lies. Even if they went and investigated, they might not be able to discover it's a lie. Hearing this, Li Huowang glared at him. Just as he was about to snap back at him, the waiter from before walked out of the restaurant. The waiter bowed down toward Li Huowang, only to be ignored by him. Just as Li Huowang was about to walk away, the waiter called out to him. Dear customer, quite a lot of the dishes are still untouched. Do you want to pack them up like last time? Li Huowang's face was sullen as he snapped back. No need. I don't need them anymore. Li Huowang's sudden outburst left the waiter feeling taken aback. But you wanted to pack all of it up the last time around. Why is it different today? On the second day, Li Huowang sat in his carriage as he traveled across the wide street. Given that his destination was the City God Temple in one of the most prosperous cities of the kingdom, it was easy to find out where it was. Thus, he soon found the City God Temple that was located at a busy crossroad. Sitting within the horse carriage, Li Huowang saw the entire temple and its beauty. It was surrounded by lush trees and flowers. The temple wall was pale yellow, and it had grayish-blue roof tiles. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful and grand temple was not some large sect, but just a city god temple that could be found in any city. Umitba, Umitba. Monk's illusion prayed to the temple earnestly. The temple was cloaked in the scent of incense, and that there was a steady group of people entering it. As Li Huowang stood at the side for a while, he saw that most of the people entering the temple to pray were the ladies that worked within the Exquisite Pagoda. Their faces were covered in the markings akin to that of a porcelain vase. The girls were all very earnest. All of them placed their palms together and raised them over their heads before lying down on the ground to pray. Several generations of them praying toward the city god every day had contributed to the dents on the stone slab of the temple that could be seen. As he observed them, Li Huowang's sharp sense of hearing allowed him to hear what they were praying for. Dear city god, please, I beg you. I wish for a man to buy me off and make me his wife. Dear city god, please take pity on me. Let me reincarnate as a man in my next life. Li Huowang stood outside the temple and stared at the interior. Inside, he saw the 3 statues of the city gods situated in the middle of the temple. Beside the 3 statues, there were 2 imposing statues, one with an ox head and the other with a horse face. It didn't seem like the city god was a deity that would grant their wishes. After a while, Li Huowang used the horse whip to guide the carriage toward a corner of the temple. There were several people setting up stalls there. All of them were either fortune tellers or people offering writing services. Soon, Li Huowang found the man he had seen before, Blind Chen. Blind Chen was currently telling the fortune of a woman. AI, your fortune is very bad, it's terrible even. Not only will your husband turn out to be useless in his career, but there's nothing you will be able to do. You will either have to secretly get married to another man, or you will have to live off the charity of others. However, when the woman started scolding him, Blind Chen just shook his head and sat there silently as he waited for her to finish scolding him. Once the woman left, Blind Chen looked toward Li Huowang and said, "Don't look at me like that. I just tell others their fortune, not fix it for them." Even though Blind Chen was blind, Li Huowang felt like he was being watched. Ho ho, if I'm right, then you must be the man who is here to return the mirror, continued Blind Chen. Li Huowang was anxious to leave, and so he didn't talk much. He just took out the mirror and placed it on the stall. Blind Chen reached out toward the mirror with his wrinkled hands. When he touched the mirror, he revealed a rare smile. Yes, this is the mirror I lost. Oh, and what happened to the member of the sitting Oblivion Dao who pretended to be my granddaughter? Where is he? He's dead. I killed him, replied Li Huowang. Hearing this, Blind Chen laughed happily. Ha ha ha, excellent. It's good that he's dead. How dare he bully me for being blind and trick me by pretending to be my granddaughter? He got what he deserved. Hong Zhong's illusion scoffed at him. Nothing but the yappings of the dog who lost to me. Senior Chen, where is the reward that you promised to Tuoba Danqing? Please do not try to weasel your way out of it, asked Li Huowang. Of course, I would never dare to play tricks on the people of the Surveillance Bureau, said Blind Chen as he rummaged around inside his bamboo basket. He soon procured a dark blue book from within and passed it to Li Huowang. This used to be the technique that we would never show to outsiders. Unfortunately, after our master went crazy, everyone else scattered and now, there is no one that would uphold the rules anymore. Li Huowang opened the book and saw that it was indeed a guidebook on how to draw various talismans. The book detailed everything, ranging from how to chant, draw, use, and what type of materials to use when crafting each talisman. There were various talismans too. There were talismans that could be used to exorcise evil beings, to heal others, for fortune-telling, and even for blessing a new house to ensure a good life. The Book of Talismans was very useful. Not only could it be used in a wide range of situations, but the materials used to make the talismans were simple as well, requiring only some blood and yellow papers. It was just that Li Huowang didn't know how effective the talismans were. As he went through the book, Li Huowang did notice something bizarre with the talismans. They were different from the one Han Fu had drawn. The talismans in this book were drawn with curved lines, and within each talisman, there was a distorted face hidden within. Just as Li Huowang was about to ask about it, Blind Chen, as if predicting what he was about to ask, explained first, I have not lied to you. The thing I gave you is extremely useful, but there are some taboos to it. First of all of the talismans can only be used 3 times a day. Secondly, you must never look at them when you draw them or use the talisman. And what happens if I do end up looking at them? Asked Li Huowang, curious. If you see your talisman? Blind Chen chuckled and used his milky white eyes to stare at Li Huowang. If you did, then the talisman would come to life and set its sight on you. After that, if you want to live, then you would have to blind yourself just like me. Li Huowang contemplated the benefits and caveats before nodding. It's not too bad. After saying that, Li Huowang slapped the horse. He was ready to move out. "Hm, are you fine with it?" Blind Chen was stunned. He had not expected Li Huowang to be so casual with it. "Wait, don't go so fast. Since you helped me exact revenge, I am indebted to you. I will repay you the favor right now, as I hate to be indebted to others. Sit down, and I will tell your fortune." "No need." Li Huowang touched his bronze coin veil out of reflex. But at that moment, Blind Chen suddenly pounced forward and touched Li Huowang's shadow on the ground. Blind Chen carefully touched Li Huowang's shadow while thinking of something. On the other hand, Li Huowang frowned when he saw how bizarre Blind Chen was acting. When he saw that the man was not moving, he warily walked away with the carriage. Just as he was almost out of the area, he suddenly heard Blind Chen shout at him from behind. "The moon is both full and empty. Several remaining stars circle around the incomplete moon. A bright lantern is lit in front of the house, but the house is empty throughout spring and autumn." Chapter 316, Talisman. The wheels of the horse carriage slowly rolled down the path. The weight of the black Taisui and Li Huowang's belongings made the heavy carriage leave a trail on the muddy path. Li Huowang carefully drove the carriage as he glanced at Bun, who was walking beside the carriage. Then, he held Bun's neck and pulled it up onto the carriage. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bun's wagging tail was like a wooden stick that kept hitting the wooden carriage. Seeing this, Li Huowang irritatedly pushed Bun and said, "Calm down." Then, he took out the letter that Tuoba Danqing had given him. Just as before, there was an address written on it, but compared to last time, there was nothing else written on it about what had happened at the place. The only thing that was written on it was that 2 yellow-ranked informants had died at the location, and so the person going there had to be extra cautious. While Li Huowang didn't know how strong yellow-ranked informants were, he knew that it was not a minor issue. There was no way that Tuoba Danqing would be able to use this to help him get promoted to the next rank if this were a minor issue. While he knew that it might be dangerous, Li Huowang wasn't afraid. He was already used to it after encountering so many deadly situations. After all, a man who had overcome the fear of death would be fearless. After that, Li Huowang took out the Talisman guidebook and read it once again. He read the first page, which contained a brief introduction on talismans. The introduction explained that there was either a Taoist by the surname He or someone called He Dao who discovered a method to use the power of the world through observing nature, either by listening to the calls of the bird or by looking at the patterns left behind by insect bites. 1. The method that was born through listening to the sound of bird calls and beast howls used sound as a medium. These were categorized as chants. On the other hand, the method that was born through the observation of the insects' bite marks and the constellations used drawings as a medium. These were categorized as talismans. However, the introduction only said that the methods were derived through observation. Thus, Li Huowang didn't think that the power of the world would bite back at the user just by looking at it accidentally. Who knew what kind of power they'd borrowed from in this crazy world? At the same time, he realized that everyone had their own logic in this crazy world, and that most of their viewpoints clashed with those of others. However, Li Huowang didn't care about which one was correct, be it the power of the world, the 3 pure ones, the 3 corpses, or the 5 realms of Buddhism. The only thing he cared about was which one could help him, even if it meant summoning the Jade Emperor to the mortal realm. A single talisman has to be made in one stroke. First, draw the character for 4, then diagonally move toward the left before going down vertically, then draw the character for ugly before writing the 2 characters for fire. After that, draw 4 circles with an inverse stroke to form the lotus. Blind Chen had warned him before that it was risky to use the talismans, and it wasn't easy either. Li Huowang had to chant while drawing the talisman. If he made a mistake in either the chant or the drawing, the entire talisman would become useless. Even more vexing was the fact that he couldn't confirm whether or not his talisman was drawn properly or not. It would take some time for him to learn how to use the talismans in the book. Li Huowang suddenly felt that compared to using the profound records, it was much harder to use the talismans. Even though the price was much more steep, it was far easier to use the profound records. As he continued chanting, Li Huowang placed a piece of yellow talisman paper on the horse carriage and bit his finger. Then, he used his bloody finger to draw the talisman. The essence of the heavens and earth, the essence of the sun and moon. Combine the essence of the heavens and earth. Combine the brightness of the sun and moon. Li Huowang finished the chant in his heart and placed the talisman onto the rump of the horse. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly heard a faint whispering sound. However, before he could hear what it was, The black horse pulling the horse carriage suddenly neighed as the veins throughout its body bulged, and it suddenly started running much faster. The sudden gust of wind blew Li Huowang's veil upward, revealing his face to the outside world. However, when Li Huowang heard the creaking of the axle, he suddenly felt nervous. I hope the carriage doesn't fall apart. After running for some time, Li Huowang took the talisman off the horse, causing the beast to return to normal. But in just that short amount of time, the horse carriage managed to travel several miles. Despite his low expectations, the talisman was surprisingly useful. Meanwhile, the black horse was sweating profusely as it drank water by the mouthful from the river. As Li Huowang scrubbed the sweat off the horse, he saw that it was an oily red liquid. Are there really no other side effects to using the talisman? Woof woof. At that moment, Bun suddenly snarled as it ran toward the main path. When Li Huowang raised his head, he saw that it was a peddler. As he saw the peddler walking into the distance, Li Huowang quickly chased after him with his horse carriage. He was quite close to the destination, and he needed more information on the town. Hey, wait up. When the peddler saw the bronze coin sword on Li Huowang's back and his red Taoist robes, he placed down his shoulder pole and rubbed the sweat on his face. Then, he stared warily at Li Huowang. What do you need, Taoist? Nothing much. I was just thinking that it would be safer to travel with others. No reason to lose our lives to the bandits, replied Li Huowang. Haha, Sir Taoist is quite the jokester. I don't know about the other places, but there are no bandits around here. Rather than bandits, we should be more wary about the beasts within the forest, replied the peddler. Really? But I've heard that this area is not very safe, said Li Huowang, throwing out the hook as he waited for the fish to bite. That's just within the county and has nothing to do with us. Besides, there's the merchant guild within the county and they don't really need peddlers like us. Oh, is that so? This is my first time here and I don't know the place all that well, said Li Huowang, trying to dredge up some more information. However, faced with his questions, the peddler kept his mouth sharp. It was as if he was wary of something. Seeing this, Li Huowang did not ask any further, but instead looked at the peddler's wares as he asked, "What do you have for sale?" Seeing that there was business to be done, the peddler instantly perked up. I'm a food peddler, so I naturally sell food. I have a lot of types of pastes, orange dumplings, maltose sweets, and other such knickknacks. After buying half of the peddler's wares, Li Huowang once again raised his earlier queries. This time, the peddler finally answered after much hesitation. The peddler looked toward the forest warily before whispering to Li Huowang. Remember, you mustn't tell this to others. I've heard that the Xiucai County has ghosts. Ghosts? Li Huowang was shocked. He had never expected someone to tell him something like this. Yeah. Do you remember the ghost festival that we celebrated recently in July? It said that the king of hell forgot to close the gates, and now the beings of hell have escaped. However, Li Huowang did not believe any of it. The peddler would have to be a god to know that the king of hell forgot to close the gates to hell. What has happened at Xiucai County? Don't exaggerate anything and tell me only the truth. 1. Bite marks refer to the path certain insects make when feeding, such as termites where you can see the hollow paths in the wood they chewed through. Chapter 317, Fortune-Telling. The peddler was embarrassed when Li Huowang did not believe him. I've only heard all this from the village elder. He said that the ghosts wanted to be reborn, and so they stole many young babies that were less than a year old. Moreover, because they were stuck in hell for so long without anything to entertain them, they are also targeting women. You mean that a lot of people have lost their babies and many women were raped within the Xiucai County? Asked Li Huowang. Yes. Wow, a Taoist sure is amazing. It only took you one word to explain everything that has happened, said the peddler. Li Huowang frowned. If it was only babies being kidnapped and women getting raped, then the county could just send the guards instead of informing the surveillance bureau. There had to be something that the peddler didn't know. After he finished talking to the peddler, Li Huowang urged his horse and the horse carriage continued moving. Li Huowang managed to enter the city just before the gates closed. When the guards saw the identification token on Li Huowang's waist, they immediately called the town guards and had them escort him to the magistrate's office. On the way to the magistrate's office, the sound of footsteps rang out incessantly. As Li Huowang saw several strong men running past his carriage while carrying a torch, he asked the guard that was escorting him, "Who are they?" The guard clasped both of his hands together before answering. "My lord, these are the men the magistrate has chosen to patrol during the night. Everyone within Xiucai County is very nervous right now, and so we have imposed a curfew. We will capture anyone who's loitering outside after curfew." Hearing this, Li Huowang silently nodded. Meanwhile, Bun felt quite uneasy in the new environment. It kept pushing its head into Li Huowang's body. As they moved, Li Huowang scanned the streets, but didn't find anything unusual. Soon, they arrived at the magistrate's office. The people inside had already been informed of Li Huowang's arrival and were currently standing there, waiting to receive him near the 2 stone lions at the gate. "We greet the Lord." The magistrate bowed. He was wearing the robes of an official. Following his lead, his deputy, secretary, and the other officers bowed as well. Li Huowang jumped down from the horse carriage and saw that the magistrate was around 40 years old. He was shorter than the others, something that was made even more apparent when he was surrounded by the officers. "Let's cut to the chase and talk about the official matters," said Li Huowang as he walked into the building. The others followed suit. Inside the building, Li Huowang read parchment after parchment while everyone else looked at Li Huowang carefully. By the time Li Huowang finally placed down the parchments, the tea on the table was no longer hot. "So you have lost 9 babies and 5 women were raped?" asked Li Huowang. The magistrate stepped forward. "My lord, I think the number of women who were raped far exceeds that, but they did not report the matter to us out of shame." "Is that it? Is this all?" Li Huowang looked at all of him, his penetrating gaze staring into the magistrate's eyes. A single drop of sweat rolled down the magistrate's forehead. After a while, he bowed toward Li Huowang before he turned around and ordered, "All of you, disperse from this room. Guard Xiao, tell your team to surround the entire office." With this, everyone left the room. Soon, only Li Huowang and the magistrate were left. "My surname is Lu. Even though I was not born in Xiucai County, my hometown is nearby. As a magistrate, my heart hurts when I see my people in distress. Please save us all." Magistrate Lu cried and kneeled on the ground. However, this was a bit overwhelming for Li Huowang. He and the magistrate did not have a superior-subordinate relationship. There was no need for the man to beg and kneel. However, Li Huowang still wasn't sure whether the magistrate was being sincere or just putting up a show. "Let's just stick to the case. Other than these cases, did anything else happen in Xiucai County?" asked Li Huowang. "Yes, there were some thefts. However, I don't think they were anything serious. Please look at this, my lord." Magistrate Lu took a map from the table and unfurled it in front of Li Huowang. It was a map of the entire region. This region was called Jiangnan. Beside the Jiangnan region was the Zhongluo region. Yinling City and Cowheart Mountain were located within the Zhongluo region. The Liang Kingdom had a total of 6 regions, some larger than the others. Jiangnan region was considered to be the smallest region. "My lord, look here," said Magistrate Lu as he pointed at several small dots on the map. The incidents weren't contained within just the Xiucai County. The areas surrounding Xiucai County, including Pingcheng and Shan, Panshui, and 15 other counties are all experiencing the same things. Li Huowang looked at the dots on the map and knew why Tuoba Danqing had been called for this mission even though the cases were mostly minor. There were too many. Even sand could pile up into a mountain if there was enough of it. Li Huowang looked at the map. This is serious. To think that there are so many cases. How many babies went missing? 57, and the numbers are still rising. Thankfully, we are dealing with this rather seriously, and the number of cases in our county are not as serious. In some of the other places, the criminals are using this chance to commit heinous crimes before blaming the whole thing on supernatural beings. 1. Why are they stealing babies no older than 1 year? Muttered Li Huowang. Thinking about all that he had experienced in this world, Li Huowang had a feeling that those babies did not survive. "My lord, please save the people in my county." Magistrate Lu kneeled once more. "There's no need for that. Didn't you say that the women were raped? Would you bring them in?" "I will investigate them," said Li Huowang. He needed to know what was going on. Why did the culprits steal babies and rape women at the same time throughout the entire surrounding region? Soon, a serious-looking girl was brought in front of Li Huowang. However, she couldn't answer any of his questions. She didn't know who it was that raped her, nor did she know when it happened. If it weren't for her parents finding out that something was wrong, she wouldn't have even found out about it or reported it. Having reached a dead end, Li Huowang didn't know what to do next. He wasn't really an expert on such matters. "No, maybe I have one more method." Staring at the girl who was leaving, Li Huowang thought about it and took out the guidebook on making talismans. He flipped through it and turned to Magistrate Lu. "Do you have a human bone? I need the bone to be wide." Blind Chen told him that there was a talisman that could be used to do fortune-telling to guide him. He decided to try it out. A human bone? Even though the magistrate didn't know what Li Huowang was doing, he still told the guards to go and get one. By the time the sky brightened up, the human bone that Li Huowang needed was brought in front of him. It was a skull. "My lord, please rest assured that it's a human bone. We dug it up from a wild grave," said the guard as he passed the skull, eager to be praised. Li Huowang took the skull, pulled out a piece of yellow talisman paper, bit his finger, and used his blood to swiftly draw the talisman. "As busy as you are, I summon the impermanence of Yin. Heed my orders, tell my fortune, and guide me from desolation." He then placed a bronze coin on the talisman before pressing it onto the skull. Then, a sudden cracking sound rang out as cracks appeared on the skull. When it was done, Li Huowang examined the cracks on the skull and compared it to the patterns described in the book. This pattern. 1. This is referring to the unexplained cases of girls being raped. Some of the commoners likely raped the girls and blamed it on supernatural entities to escape blame. Chapter 318, Seamstress. This pattern. Li Huowang frowned as he looked at the cracks on the skull and compared them with the pattern marked in the book. The heavens at the top. The wind is situated below the heavens, but just above the strong women. A mountain beneath heaven, asking to be kind but strict to despicable people. These were the 3 patterns that Li Huowang identified with the help of the book. But surprisingly, the book did not explain them, nor did it tell what to expect. The only instructions about it that were written told the reader to burn the talisman and swallow the ashes. Staring at Magistrate Lu, who was waiting for an answer beside him, Li Huowang took out his flint and burned the talisman. The talisman burned in an eerie green fire. As he stared at the flames, Li Huowang raised his chin with unease. He could hear something whispering around him, but he could not make out what it was talking about. The talisman continued to burn, but rather than scattering to ashes, it slowly contorted and shrunk for a while before turning into a piece of burnt paper, looking quite similar to his burnt skin. As he stared at the thing in his hands, he hesitated for a while before dunking the burnt paper into his tea and drinking it whole. Then, Li Huowang waited. He waited, but nothing happened. Soon, the rooster was crowing outside, but Li Huowang and Magistrate Lu just continued to stare at each other silently. "Wait, is it working? Isn't it supposed to guide me? What's going on?" Li Huowang stared at the book and started doubting it. Sensing that something was wrong, Magistrate Lu read the room and tried to break the uncomfortable silence. "My lord, you've worked hard through the night. How about you go back and rest first?" However, Li Huowang was too awake to rest. He frowned and continued flipping through the book. Just then, a youthful girl walked into the room and tugged at the magistrate's clothes. "Father, why are you still awake?" Magistrate Lu was extremely kind to his daughter, to the point that he couldn't bear to scold her. Thus, he tried his best to persuade her to leave the room. "Aya, my cute little daughter. Go ahead and have breakfast with your mother first. I will come soon." But I don't want to." "You said the same thing last night," said the little girl, clearly showing just how close she was to her father. Just then, a low shout startled the father and daughter duo. When Li Huowang approached them, Magistrate Lu paled and quickly hid his daughter behind his back. "My lord, this is my daughter." However, Li Huowang pushed him away and approached the girl. Under her fearful eyes, Li Huowang tore off the cloth pouch hanging from her waist. When Li Huowang examined the patterns on the pouch, he had a revelation. "Who made this?" asked Li Huowang. The patterns on the pouch were similar to a portion of the pattern on the skull. The magistrate's daughter, feeling frightened by the fierce man, turned toward her father. However, when she saw that her father did not try to help her, she started trembling. "This, Taisui, was given to me by my seamstress." "Seamstress? Bring her in," said Li Huowang. Coincidences did not exist in this world. He had a feeling that the talisman might be working, and this was the guide that Li Huowang needed. Soon, the guards brought the seamstress in question and presented her in front of Li Huowang. She looked to be slightly older than the daughter of the magistrate, and was equally dainty, as if a wind could blow her off the ground. "Did you make this pouch?" Li Huowang questioned the seamstress. "Yes," the seamstress answered in a small voice, not daring to raise her head. "Why are the birds embroidered onto the pouch?" asked Li Huowang. "These are mandarin ducks," replied the seamstress. "I'm asking you, why did you embroider them onto the pouch?" Li Huowang's angry shout startled everyone. Scared by Li Huowang's sudden outburst, the seamstress was on the verge of tears. "Mandarin ducks. That's how they are embroidered." Li Huowang stood up and approached the seamstress. His steps echoed loudly as he slowly unsheathed his sword. When he fully unsheathed the sword, the killing intent radiating from it suffocated everyone within the room. With this, Li Huowang looked even more menacing. Now standing right in front of the seamstress, Li Huowang's pressure almost made her crumble and go crazy. I don't know. My grandmother taught me how to do it. The mandarin ducks have always been embroidered in this pattern since a long time ago. The seamstress dropped to the ground and started crying. However, the entire room was silent. Everyone was stunned by what they heard, regardless of whether they were the guard or the officers. All of them were staring at the seamstress. Her voice had suddenly turned into a man's voice. One of the guards was the first to react and immediately ran over to the seamstress. Then, he touched the seamstress's chest and was surprised. My lord, these are fake. Hearing this, Magistrate Lu's face paled, and he immediately turned to look at his daughter. Meanwhile, Li Huowang grabbed the seamstress by the neck and raised him up into the air. Magistrate Lu, it seems that we have managed to find the man responsible for the rape cases. Lock him up in the prison. Interrogate him. Magistrate Lu shouted in a fury. Both of his hands were trembling from anger. Finally having found a clue, Li Huowang did not pass up on the chance to interrogate the culprit. He followed the guard into the prison while holding onto the culprit. Soon, the culprit was crying out in pain within the prison. Talk. Where are your comrades? Where are they hiding? Why are you stealing the babies? Asked the interrogator. Li Huowang frowned when he saw the culprit's skin bubbling from the hot red brand, as well as the whip immersed in the salty water. All right, step down for now, said Li Huowang as he stood up and approached the culprit. At this point, the culprit had already been beaten beyond recognition. Li Huowang ignored the interrogator's branding iron. Instead, he approached the culprit directly and removed his veil. The rate at which Li Huowang recovered was very fast. However, while his face was already halfway healed, he still looked monstrous. When the culprit, who had already grown tired from the torture, saw Li Huowang's face, he felt a sudden surge of energy in his body. He quickly retreated, fearing that Li Huowang would eat him. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clanking rang out as Li Huowang unfolded his bag of torture tools. Talk. I really don't know. I did rape the girls, but I didn't steal the babies. The culprit's pants were already wet, but he still didn't say who stole the babies. Is that so? Li Huowang picked up a small hacksaw and pressed the culprit's head onto the wall as he started sawing. Immediately, the culprit howled out in pain and despair, far exceeding the cries of pain he was letting out before. An hour later, Li Huowang started chanting the fiery sutra to heal the culprit who was on the verge of death. That's strange. Does he really not know who did it? Li Huowang was sure that the culprit was telling the truth after he interrogated him. There was no way the man wouldn't have cracked under so much pain. Unless there were two people responsible for the cases, one who did the raping while the other stole babies. Maybe the two cases were happening at the same time, and everyone just thought that it was all done by a single culprit. Realizing that he might have lost his only lead, Li Huowang suddenly felt frustrated. Li Huowang hadn't felt this powerless in a long time. An enemy that refused to show itself was extremely irritating and hard to deal with. It was only now that he realized that the missions given out by the Surveillance Bureau were not as easy as he had thought. Just then, Li Huowang heard his stomach rumbling. He hadn't eaten for quite some time and was hungry. Li Huowang took one more look at the mutilated man before walking out of the prison. The interrogator saw Li Huowang was leaving but didn't send him off. Instead, he kicked one of the prison guards beside him. Left without a choice, the prison guard in question forced a smile as he escorted Li Huowang out of the prison. My lord, please have a safe trip and come visit us again if you have the time. My lord's technique was quite exquisite. Chapter 319, Fortune-Telling Pattern. After exiting the prison, Li Huowang went to the backyard of the magistrate's office. There, he saw Bun who was drinking from the water trough along with the horses. Catching a whiff of the familiar scent, Bun hurriedly approached Li Huowang. It was also hungry. Li Huowang brought Bun out on the street. Because of the incidents with the babies being stolen, everyone within Xiucai County was still very anxious. Even so, there were still quite a few people doing business on the streets. Chili oil wontons. Li Huowang saw some types of foods that he had never eaten, and then brought Bun to another stall. Bitter lettuce noodles. The waiter served up 2 bowls of green noodles that were marked with black dots. The noodles were lightly coated in a layer of fragrant chili oil. After seeing Bun eating them happily, Li Huowang finally started moving his chopsticks. The noodles were quite peculiar. Even though they didn't have any peppercorns, eating them made his tongue go numb. He soon realized that the numbness was caused by the small hooks that were on the surface of the noodles. The noodles were made from bitter lettuce. However, its hooks and spines were surprisingly soft when he bit into them. Just as Li Huowang was eating the noodles that were exclusive to the Liang kingdom, two people walked into the stall. Both of them were whispering and laughing in a way that only other men would know what they were talking about. It's true. You know what kind of person I am, right? How could I lie to you? Not only did the male ghosts escape from hell, but even the female ones did too. The female ghosts were quite pretty too. She had been enduring her lust for far too long, and I had no choice but to help her. When I woke up the second day, I'd lost at least 8 tails. 1. Li Huowang frowned when he heard what they were talking about. The people here were very superstitious and often liked spreading rumors. All of them just believed rumors without verifying whether they were real or not. They didn't even know whether what was happening was real. Li Huowang continued eating his noodles while listening to the man continue talking about his fortunate encounter. Li Huowang quickly finished his noodles before recalling the talisman that he had used earlier. After a moment, he decided to try it again. He once again burned the talisman and swallowed the ashes, but this time nothing happened. Why is it so fickle? Do the talismans only work half the time? Did I draw it incorrectly? Li Huowang read the book and tried to learn more about the talisman. This was only the second time he had used the talisman to guide him, and so he was still inexperienced with it. My lord, the boss of the wellness hall is here to become an official. At that moment, one of the guards shouted, only to be quickly dragged away by Magistrate Lu Xiao. Don't interrupt the Lord's work. I don't think capturing the one stealing the babies will be all that hard. Since the talismans weren't working, he decided to do it the old-fashioned way, staking out. Over the next couple of days, he staked out at numerous places, but nothing happened. It was as if the culprit knew that Li Huowang was here and had hidden himself away. For the next few days, none of the babies were stolen. One day, Li Huowang was woken up from the sudden commotion. He opened the window, only to see the civilians running on the streets toward the east side of the town. Everyone was weirdly excited. What is happening? Li Huowang quickly left the guest room and followed the people. He followed them and soon realized where they were going. The people were all crowded at one of the crossroads. It was jam-packed with people. In the middle of the crossroad was the man who had disguised himself as the seamstress. At this moment, he was tied to a wooden pole. Start his execution. Magistrate Lu threw the red sign onto the ground, causing everyone to burst into cheers. When the man saw Li Huowang, Magistrate Lu stood up and vacated his seat for Li Huowang. My lord, you are here? It's thanks to you that we were able to capture this vile man. You are killing him now? I thought you would want to interrogate him further, asked Li Huowang. Magistrate Lu glared at the culprit with disgust and replied, he's too vile and wicked. How could we just execute him like that? We are going to torture him first before killing him. Just as they were talking, the executioner, who was wearing a red robe, walked up to the man. Then, he drank a cup of wine and started his work. Every time he sliced a piece of meat from the culprit, the crowd cheered. Why are those people giving the executioner coins? Li Huowang pointed at some of the people in the corner. Those people are members of the victims' families. They don't want the culprit to get reincarnated, and so they want to buy some of the culprit's flesh and bones. They will then feed that flesh to the dogs. If their grudge is big, then some of the people might even eat the flesh themselves. To be fair, this doesn't really align with the laws of the Liang kingdom, but whenever I think about how my daughter was about to be raped by him, I myself want to bite off a chunk of that man's flesh. He's too despicable, explained Magistrate Lu. The culprit was slowly disassembled, looking more and more horrifying. Even so, the crowd just got more and more excited. It was a surreal sight. Every time the executioner cut off some of the culprit's flesh and caused him to cry out in pain, everyone else cheered. However, as more and more time passed, the culprit started glaring at everyone and cursed at them rather than crying out in pain. Stop playing the victim. So what if I played with the girls? I've raped so many women, but none of them were virgins. All of the women in this county are sluts. Useless. Prostitutes. When the crowd heard his remarks, all of them instantly became incensed, and if it wasn't for the guards, they would have gone up and killed the man themselves. Hold up. Li Huowang noticed something and immediately ran over. When he approached the man, he was surprised to see that the blood that was flowing down the culprit's body, as well as the wounds, were quite similar to the pattern he saw when he used the talisman for fortune-telling. Are you telling the truth? Questioned Li Huowang. I'm telling the truth. Hundreds of girls, but none of them were virgins. The women of Xiucai have all been raped by someone else, said the culprit. Everyone else might have thought that the man was just spouting lies, but Li Huowang did not. After all, the patterns shown by the fortune-telling talisman were also appearing on the man's body. Virgins, Hyman. Li Huowang suddenly remembered something and ran up to Magistrate Lu. You had mentioned that other than the women being raped and the babies being stolen, there were also some cases of thefts. Yes. Did my lord discover something? Asked Magistrate Lu. Quick, show me the records of what was stolen. How much did they steal, and what did they steal? I need to know, said Li Huowang. When he saw how adamant Li Huowang was, Magistrate Lu immediately went and compiled the data. While it was not easy to find stolen babies, it was quite easy to obtain the list of items that had been stolen. Soon, Li Huowang was presented with the list of stolen items. Dangue, Cinnabar. Li Huowang read through the list and frowned. He recalled the culprit saying that none of the women here were virgins. Then he recalled the man at the noodle shop talking about the female ghosts, and finally the stolen babies. Li Huowang picked up a brush and started writing down several words on the paper. Red pills, nectar, baby flesh, and bones. By the time he finished writing the list, Li Huowang's eyes were wide with shock. This recipe. It's a pill recipe. Someone's refining pills. 1. Roughly 0.3 kilograms, not a lot. Chapter 320, Objective. Li Huowang once again confirmed the stolen ingredients with the list on the paper. While he didn't know what the effect of the pill was, as a disciple of Dan Yangzi, he was sure that this was a pill recipe. Is there another Dan Yangzi? Thinking back upon the happenings at the Zephyr Temple, Li Huowang's eyes were gloomy. After seeing Li Huowang's reaction, Magistrate Lu carefully asked, My lord, did you discover something? Do you know where the babies are? No, at least not yet. But I do have a clue, said Li Huowang as he kept the paper. I don't know what they are trying to refine, but some of the methods will always remain the same. There are certain ingredients needed to refine pills, and they still lack some of them. To complete the refinement, they will have to steal some 50 other ingredients. Go and take an inventory of those ingredients and guard them well. The culprit will definitely come to steal them again. Regardless of whether or not it was another Dan Yangzi, Li Huowang had to first find the culprit. As long as he did that, the rest of it would be much easier to deal with. All right, as long as we can help the people to find their babies again, I will listen to you. I will go and contact all of the herb shop owners, answered Magistrate Lu. Wait. However, Li Huowang stopped him. You might alert the culprit if you do it like this. I will handle this. You will aid me in putting on a show. A show. That evening, Magistrate Lu brought several people with him and sent off Li Huowang with a grand parade. As he sent Li Huowang off, Magistrate Lu held onto Li Huowang's hands tightly and made quite a few oaths to repay Li Huowang. On this day, the people learned that it was Li Huowang who had caught the culprit that had been raping women left and right. Soon, the civilians also crowded around the parade. Many of the people were filled with gratitude and kept trying to put various gifts into Li Huowang's carriage, but all of them were stopped by him. After they were 5 leagues away, Li Huowang told Magistrate Lu and his men to return. Thus, Magistrate Lu and the others reluctantly turned back. Now that the rapist had been caught, there were no longer any cases of women getting raped. Even though they hadn't found the missing babies, at the very least no more babies were being stolen either. Thus, the anxious people of Xiucai County soon calmed down. Several days later, on an empty street in the night, a hunchback timekeeper was yawning as he beat his bamboo drum. The weather is hot, and everything's flammable, be careful with fire. At first, nothing happened. Finally, something changed during the 3rd section of the night. As the hunchback timekeeper continued beating the bamboo drum, his shadow stood up, and its limbs became long and narrow. Then, it slowly moved forward in tandem with the timekeeper. The shadow was somehow being held upward by something, and there was something in the middle of the shadow. The hunchback timekeeper used the wooden stick to once again hit his bamboo drum and shouted, The weather is hot, and everything's flammable, be careful with fire. As the hunchback timekeeper approached one of the apothecaries, some of the ingredients that were wrapped in oilcloth phased out through the wall of the apothecary and disappeared into the timekeeper's shadow. At the same time, the shadow grew slightly larger. Meanwhile, the hunchback timekeeper kept beating his drum. The weather is hot, and everything's flammable, be careful with fire. As more and more ingredients vanished into the shadow of the timekeeper, the shadow became more and more engorged. Soon, it no longer even looked humanoid. Meanwhile, Li Huowang observed everything that was happening. He had asked the magistrate to put on a show, faking the entire send-off. Li Huowang wanted the culprit to lower their guard and think that Li Huowang had left. With his power of invisibility, Li Huowang had quickly discovered the places with the ingredients needed for the pill recipe. After that, Li Huowang had been staking out on a nightly basis before finally catching the culprit. After all, refining pills also depended on the date, and Li Huowang knew the culprit could not afford to delay it any longer. Taoist, since we've found the culprit, why are we still waiting here? We need to capture them immediately and stop them from stealing any more babies, said Monk, somehow more anxious than Li Huowang himself. Calm down. We won't be able to get to the bottom of this by just catching the thief. We need to let the thief go back to the main base so that we can capture all of them at once, said Li Huowang, while maintaining his invisible state as he stalked the hunchback timekeeper and the monstrous shadow. Time slowly passed. By the time it was the fourth section of the night, the engorged shadow had grown to the size of a small house as it moved like a giant. At that moment, a baby in a bamboo basket phased out from a wall and vanished into the shadow, causing Monk to start jumping out of anxiety. On the other hand, upon sensing that it had gotten almost everything, the shadow detached itself from the hunchback timekeeper and flew into the skies. Taoist, it's running away. Chase it quickly, shouted Monk, already on the verge of tears. Shut up. Li Huowang ran onto the roof as he chased after the thing. The shadow continued flying through the night sky as Li Huowang chased after it on the ground. Thankfully, his sight was excellent, or he would have long since lost the shadow in the night sky. Chasing it, Li Huowang ran further and further away. Soon, he exited the Xiucai County and started running on a dirt path. By this point, he was starting to pant from tiredness. On the other hand, the shadow monster was still flying further and further away. Shit, I can't let it get away. Coming to a decision, Li Huowang quickly brought out some talisman paper and started drawing with his blood. Then, he stuck both the talismans on his knees. Instantly, all his veins on his face bulged up. Now looking quite gnarly, Li Huowang's heart was quickly enveloped by an unpleasant heat. But the price was worth it. His speed instantly increased drastically. Thanks to his speed, Li Huowang managed to quickly catch up with the shadow monster. As the sky slowly brightened and the first ray of sunlight appeared, the shadow burst with a pop. When the shadow burst open, all of the items that it had stolen fell into a large river. When Li Huowang arrived at the riverbank, he saw several shadows moving the items that had fallen into the river. However, due to the river being murky, he couldn't see what they were. All he saw was the ingredients being transported to a hidden underwater cave nearby. Li Huowang raised his head and saw that the cave was mostly submerged, leaving only the top part exposed to the air. Is this their lair? The cave was situated at the base of a massive rocky mountain. The cave was like a massive mouth that swallowed the river. After checking his location on the map, Li Huowang realized that the location he was at the center of where all the cases of missing babies in the numerous counties were reported. I don't know who they are, but they should be like Dan Yangzi if they are hiding in a remote place like this, muttered Li Huowang. Having found the enemy's lair, Li Huowang should have been happy. However, all he could do was stare at the river and the water that was entering the cave. How do I get in? Chapter 321, Water Sun. Should I swim? However, after giving it some thought, Li Huowang decided against it. After all, he couldn't use any of his techniques while underwater and thus would be quite helpless. At the same time, as Li Huowang thought about his techniques, he realized that almost all of his techniques were incompatible to use underwater. Should I go back and ask Magistrate Lu to send me a ship? Just as Li Huowang was thinking about doing this, he suddenly heard the sound of an instrument from far away with his sharp hearing. A swana? He hid in the bushes and looked toward the direction where the sound was coming from. Soon, he saw a group of people parading while playing the instruments. The people playing the instruments were at the back, while several people were carrying a wooden rowboat. Within the rowboat was an old lady. However, even though her hair was completely white and all of her teeth had fallen off, she still looked quite lively. The old woman smiled as she looked at the joyous parade that everyone had made for her. The wooden boat was adorned with red and white cloths, making it look as if flowers had blossomed on the boat. Li Huowang didn't know what the strange group of people was doing, and chose to continue observing. The parade did not pass by Li Huowang, but instead stopped by the riverside. Then, amidst the sounds of the drums and other instruments, they placed the wooden boat with the old woman onto the river and lightly pushed it toward the cave. As all this happened, the people standing by the riverbank began to happily send the old woman off. Madam Lu, you led quite an amazing life. I don't think I will have the same luck as you. Yeah, Madam Lu, you are very lucky. Even though you don't have any children, the water sun can still help take care of you until you die. Auntie Lu, please take care. I will drop by to visit you from time to time. As he heard all this and saw what was happening, Li Huowang felt chills run down his spine. They might have made it sound nice by saying that they were sending her off, but it was clear that these people intended to take over Madame Lu's assets. There were no water sons. All they were trying to do was to send away an old person who didn't have a family, and then take away her assets. As Li Huowang saw the wooden boat gradually moving toward the cave, he suddenly had a great idea. He once again turned himself invisible and quickly leaped onto the boat. His sudden jump into the boat made it rock, but the old woman didn't see anything when she looked back. She just tightened her grip on the cane in her hands as she bid her neighbors farewell. Meanwhile, the invisible Li Huowang saw the cave getting closer and closer. Water sons, I want to see what you truly are. As they got closer and closer to the cave, the sounds of musical instruments gradually faded away. Then, when the wooden boat entered the cave, everything turned silent. There were no other sounds except for the waves hitting on the wooden boat. At the same time, there was very little light here, making the cave look dark and ominous. Madame Lu was clearly spooked by the atmosphere, but kept reassuring herself as she held onto her cane. No, it's fine. That sister of mine would never lie to me. The water sun will come and fetch me. He will take care of me, and I will finally be able to have a son. Li Huowang looked at the old woman's frail back and felt sympathy for her. It was clear that she was just lying to herself. Who? At that moment, a small light suddenly appeared on the surface of the water, shocking Li Huowang. He squinted and saw that it was a white candle. Is that you, water son? I have the surname Lu, but my deceased husband's surname was Hu. Will you take on his surname? The old woman asked politely while turning toward the white candle. She wanted to show her good side without scaring the water sun off. But the candle did not move. Instead, Li Huowang realized the boat was slowly floating toward the candle. Li Huowang gripped the hilt of his sword and tensed up as he stared at the candle. He didn't know who or what the water sun was, but since they stole the babies and were probably using them to refine pills, they were definitely not kind beings. As the boat slowly floated toward the candle, the white candle also floated backward. But after a while, the candle finally stopped. At that moment, Li Huowang lurched forward and realized that the boat had reached the bank. The riverbank was uneven, causing the old woman to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Huowang stepped over the old woman who had fallen onto the ground and slowly walked toward the candle. He approached carefully and finally saw the being that was holding the candle. It was a humanoid being with various defects. Its hair was frighteningly long and covered its hunched back. Its nails were even longer than its fingers and curled into spirals. Its teeth were growing messily in its mouth, while its face was uneven and with lots of bumps. Li Huowang also saw some of the creature's hair grow into its eye sockets. It was blind. Li Huowang, be careful. That is a human Xiao. Hong Zhong finally spoke after being quiet for a long time. Hearing this, Li Huowang looked at him with a puzzled expression. After a moment, Hong Zhong continued explaining. When a human is stricken by bad luck and can't die even though they are already very old, their white hair would eventually turn green, their teeth would grow long in their mouth, and they would no longer be able to speak human languages. Instead, they would only be able to converse in their language. From that point on, they are considered as evil beings that are half human and half ghost. Just then, the human Xiao placed the candle on the tip of its finger and moved it lightly, using it to lure the old woman deeper into the cave. Li Huowang wanted to chase it, but suddenly stopped. He just stood there and saw the candle disappear before whispering to Hong Zhong. Are you telling the truth or just spouting some random bullshit? Hearing this, Hong Zhong scoffed. You think that I would lie for something so trivial? Just to toy with you? I'm still one of the 3 leaders, Hong Zhong. If I wanted to trick you, then I would have made it so you would die for sure. Fine, since you don't believe me, I won't explain anything else about human Xiao to you. However, Li Huowang just stood there and stared at Hong Zhong. Seeing Li Huowang's reaction, Hong Zhong suddenly felt confused. Is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Are you here just to sit around or to find out what's happening? Li Huowang frowned and shook his head. I just thought that something was fishy. You are an illusion of mine, so why do you know things that I don't? After that, Li Huowang turned around and looked at the other illusions around him. If you guys are not illusions, then what are you? This time, it was Hong Zhong's turn to look at Li Huowang, smiling mischievously as he did so. That I don't know. You have to ask yourself. 1. A type of evil being in China. Don't really have a counterpart in English history. The closest you can get is an undead, I think. Chapter 322, Human Xiao. Li Huowang looked at Hong Zhong silently before looking at Monk, Peng Longting, and Jin Shanjiao. Ever since all of them had appeared, they had been constantly following him. Thus, he had thought that it had something to do with his identity as a strayed one. But when Hongzhong told him about human Xiao, he instantly knew that something was not right. Maybe Tuoba Danxing knew more about this, but Li Huowang dared not to ask. He was afraid that Tuoba Danxing would find out his identity. If they are not illusions, then what are they? Why are they following me constantly? This was the first time that he had thought about it seriously. He then recalled Jiang Yingzi, who had appeared abruptly and then disappeared just as abruptly. She appeared when I felt ashamed, but then she disappeared on her own when she felt ashamed instead. Maybe. Li Huowang felt like he had a clue, but the answer was still very far from him. It was as if his thoughts on the matter were shrouded in a veil that would not dissipate. The more he thought about it, the less he knew. Hongzhong smiled wider when he saw Li Huowang thinking about it. You don't know? Maybe I can help you a little. Do you know about the story of the spirits that serve the tiger? One legend says that people killed by the tigers would become ghostly slaves in their stomach, luring others to also be eaten by the tigers. Maybe you are something like that, and we are the enslaved souls. Enslaved souls. Li Huowang looked at Hongzhong in disbelief before continuing in a serious tone. If you guys really are my enslaved souls, then you've brought me nothing but trouble. You guys are useless. The only thing you do is to make others think that I'm going crazy when I'm talking to you. Hearing this, Hongzhong smiled and laughed. Hey, maybe you really are going crazy. I've always thought that you were abnormal. Li Huowang glared at Hongzhong as if he wanted to bite Hongzhong's head off. His veins pulsated on his forehead. Ho ho ho, you are glaring at me again? What can you do if I keep scolding you and calling you a crazy person? My little Huowang. Hongzhong arched backward, his skinless face rippling as the flesh wiggled, revealing an absurd smile. With that taunt, Li Huowang suddenly felt his brain go numb. He immediately grabbed his sword and placed it against his own neck, the sharp edge piercing the skin. Then he snarled, "Oh, come on then. Let's fucking die together." Hongzhong panicked when he saw the blood spraying in the air. Hey, what are you doing? However, before Hongzhong could say anything else, a massive halberd pierced through him and lifted him up before smashing him onto the ground. It was Peng Longting's halberd. She was the one who swept her weapon filled with killing intent at Hongzhong. At the same time, Monk quickly ran over and tried to persuade Li Huowang. You can't die, Taoist. You still haven't gotten rid of your status as a strayed one. Didn't you want to go back and find your family? You can't give up. Just then, a tentacle wriggled out from within Li Huowang's belly button and wrapped itself around his wrist tightly. As more and more tentacles sprouted out to grab his arm, Li Huowang sat on the ground, panting. Li Huowang didn't like this feeling. It felt like his internal organs were being moved around. Seeing that Li Huowang had finally stopped, Monk ran over to Hongzhong and scolded him. Stop taunting him. The Taoist has nothing else to lose and would not hesitate to throw away his life. He's like a dry match that can light up instantly. Hongzhong glared at Li Huowang from afar, and then scoffed before he sunk himself into the water. What a crazy bastard. Li Huowang cooled down after being stopped by the tentacles and Monk's persuasion. He removed the sword from his neck, and the black tentacles quickly plugged the wound. At that moment, Li Huowang realized that he was not who he was. Why did he become so irritable, and why was he so easily taunted? Was that really him? Taoist, let's move quickly. They are using the babies to refine pills. Saving a person's life is much more noble than constructing numerous temples. You have to persevere in doing good deeds. After all, Buddha is watching. Maybe Buddha will come and help you if you save enough people, said Monk. Monk's words made Li Huowang laugh out loud as he placed his sword back into its scabbard. Then, he stood up and started walking in the direction where the candle had gone. Monk, you are not my enslaved spirit. You were not killed by me, and I don't even know if you are still alive or dead yet, said Li Huowang. Hearing this, Monk's illusion flickered lightly. However, this went unnoticed. At the same time, Monk's eyes opened wide as he muttered to himself, I'm not dead? Then who am I? Li Huowang did not answer him as he navigated through the dark cave. Li Huowang hadn't gone too far when another human Xiao crawled over to where he was earlier. It licked Li Huowang's blood that was splattered on the ground before quickly receding into the darkness. Meanwhile, Li Huowang remained invisible as he continued to look for the human Xiao that had disappeared with the candle. Since he had found them, it was time to deal with them. Li Huowang was feeling quite pent up and needed a place to vent. As he continued walking, Li Huowang heard a voice. The voice was chaotic, yet was rhythmic, as if it was chanting something. Li Huowang followed the voice and saw something bone-chilling. A A group of human Xiao were sitting around and listening to another human Xiao who was chanting something while wearing a tattered Taoist robe. The human Xiao with the Taoist robe had a black horse-tailed whisk stuck to the back of its neck. Based on how it was chanting something while reading from a paper, it was most likely the leader. Even though the human Xiao's 4 limbs were gangly, all of them still somehow managed to sit cross-legged with their absurdly long toenails. Huowang was surprised at the suspiciously familiar sight. Is this a morning lecture? They are having a morning lecture? The human Xiaos were indeed having a morning lecture. Huowang remembered how he did the same back in Zephyr Temple. The same monsters and the same dreams to become immortals. When he realized the familiarity, Huowang wanted to puke. He suddenly felt extremely disgusted. What kind of fucking monsters are cultivating to be immortals? Huowang gritted his teeth as he ran toward the leader. Wait, Taoist. We need to find the babies first. If the babies can't return home, then their mothers will be stricken with grief, called out Monk. Huowang slowly came to a stop when he heard Monk's words. He hesitated for a bit before slowly walking back to the darkness. However, just as Huowang was about to start searching for the babies, he saw another human Xiao crawling swiftly on the ground as it approached the leader of the human Xiaos and whispered something to it. 1. A folklore story where people killed by tigers would have their souls enslaved by it. The enslaved souls would then help the tiger to trick other victims. As an idiom, it means helping evil people do their bidding and luring victims. Chapter 323, Method. Immediately, all of the human Xiaos exploded into action. They quickly scattered at a blinding speed, disappearing in an instant. What's going on? Did they find me? Huowang felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken. The situation had changed much faster than he could have imagined. As Huowang quickly weaved through the rooms to find the babies, he realized that not only did the things all of them do resemble the Zephyr Temple, but even the decorations and rooms here resembled it. Huowang suddenly stood still while searching for the babies. In a dark environment like this, sound was the best method to determine directions. Thus, Huowang quickly removed the cotton from his ears. Immediately, he was overwhelmed by the sound of the river, the crawling human Xiaos, dripping water, and various other noises. Amidst all the noise, he closed his eyes and did his best to discern the noises and their sources. Gradually, he managed to hear some words. Uncle. That noise. As Huowang tried tracing the sources of the sounds, he suddenly heard crying noises. I found them. He immediately ran towards the source of the voices. He ran through the caves, quickly going over uneven ground. In the end, he finally found a smaller cave with a light. The babies were inside there. At this moment, there were several old people carefully using cinnabar to dot the foreheads of the babies. Even the old woman from before was here. At this moment, she was holding a baby girl, but rather than joy, her face was filled with uneasiness. There were still 20 to 30 babies that were alive, but he also saw several discarded baskets that were producing a rotting stench. He didn't want to see what was inside. With Monk urging him, Huowang gradually revealed himself and whispered to the old people, Don't worry. The caves are a bit chaotic now. Wait here, and I will bring you out later. Hearing his voice, the old people raised their heads and saw Huowang. Seeing him, some of their numb eyes gradually grew bright. After a moment, one of them, who was around 100 years old, slowly stood up with his cane and started shouting, Water Sons! Water Sons! Someone has sneaked in here. His shout instantly caused a chain reaction, and most of the other older people started shouting as well. Seeing this, Huowang snarled and swept his sword at them, decapitating 3 of them in a single go. But even if he killed all of them at this point, it would be useless. The human Xiaos had heard their shouts. In just a few moments, someone threw a handful of black glutinous rice at Huowang, black smoke trailing off them. In that moment, Huowang shifted his body, and the black glutinous rice phased right through his illusion before hitting an old woman instead. With a startled cry, her flesh started melting off, and she soon became a smoldering corpse. Go! Shouted Huowang as he used his sword and shaved off all the freshly grown nails on his left hand. As he heard the human Xiaos crying outside, he quickly hid his illusion underneath the ground and once again turned invisible. However, just then, one of the old people stood up and warned the human Xiaos. My son. That man entered into the ground. He must know of a method to travel straight through it. Be careful. A strong killing intent instantly bloomed within Huowang's heart. He had never hated someone so much. The old people here were even worse than the human Xiaos. One of the human Xiaos had heard the old person's warning and used its long fingernails to pick up 2 dried leaves. Then, it placed them on both of its eyes and wiped them. As it wailed, all of the other human Xiao ran straight at Li Huowang, carrying black horsetail whisks, Taoist bells, and cherrywood swords. Seeing this, Li Huowang took out his bronze coin sword and started chanting. The sword instantly split apart, and the various coins pierced through numerous human Xiaos. In an instant, the dark cave was lit up by metal sparks. As Li Huowang was fighting against the human Xiaos, one of them grabbed a purple talisman and placed it on an umbrella before trying to use it to stab Li Huowang from the back. Li Huowang's ears moved slightly, and he quickly turned around. When he saw the human Xiao attempting to backstab him, he opened his mouth. At that moment, a bunch of black tentacles burst forth and covered the human Xiao's face, ripping half of it apart. At the same time, the red thread of the bronze coin sword also wrapped around several of the human Xiao's necks. With this, he pulled the bronze coin sword and decapitated all of their heads. With Li Huowang's rampaging attack and self-mutilation, the number of human Xiaos decreased rapidly. None of them could fight against Li Huowang. Seeing that they were losing, the human Xiao soon changed tactics. An incense burner, made with an old man's head, was placed on the ground. 3 white candles were placed in front of it, and the human Xiao that was conducting the morning lecture stood up from the ground. Then, it took out several wriggling pills and placed them in its mouth. It then took a stance with its mangled legs and suddenly drew its cherrywood sword. There was a black talisman stabbed into the sword. Then, the Taoist human Xiao started chanting in a non-human language. Even though it wasn't accurate, the rhythm and tone were still there. At this moment, a monster with no eyes, twisted limbs, and sharp teeth was chanting to use a technique. This was both surreal and scary. But what was even scarier was that Li Huowang didn't know what technique it was using. All he knew was that he had to stop it. Li Huowang quickly ran toward the Taoist human Xiao while using his sword to cut at his own left hand. Without hesitation, he chopped off 2 of his fingers and immediately turned them into bone bullets that shot at the Taoist human Xiao. But the bone bullets were blocked by 2 other human Xiaos. Meanwhile, the Taoist human Xiao saw Li Huowang and quickly threw out 2 black flags, implanting them on both sides of Li Huowang. It then stabbed its smoking cherrywood sword into the ground. Immediately, the black smoke drained into the ground, and a ritual circle appeared with Li Huowang at the center. The circle was written in a curious language. Chapter 324, Monster. The Taoist human Xiao saw Li Huowang and quickly threw out 2 black flags, implanting them on both sides of Li Huowang. It then stabbed its smoking cherrywood sword into the ground. As the black smoke drained into the ground, a ritual circle appeared with Li Huowang at the center. The circle was written in a curious language. As soon as he saw what was happening, Li Huowang knew that he needed to run. Thus, he instantly tried to escape from the circle. When the Taoist human Xiao saw what Li Huowang was doing, it instantly made a few seals with its hands. In response, the black flags beside Li Huowang shot upward and stabbed into his feet, pinning him onto the ground. With this, Li Huowang felt as if his legs were welded to the ground. He could not escape no matter what he did. At the same time, he also realized that the black flags had also sealed away his power to shift his body. Seeing that Li Huowang was trapped, the other human Xiaos also unleashed their attacks. All of them threw various talismans, glutinous rice, and bronze coins toward Li Huowang. Li Huowang did his best to block the incoming attacks with his sword, but his body was soon covered in wounds caused by the hail of objects. Forced to the brink, Li Huowang fished out his flint and snarled as he tried to light up his skin. Since this mission had been entrusted to Tuoba Danqing, he knew that it wouldn't be so simple. Thus, it was only natural for Li Huowang to be fighting against these dangerous enemies. Even though it was extremely painful to sacrifice his skin to Bahui, he had no intention of backing down. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of death during this mission. When the Taoist human Xiao saw that Li Huowang wanted to do something, it quickly took the black horsetail whisk from its neck and performed a finger seal on it. Immediately, the soft fibers of the horsetail whisk turned hard and became like a halberd. Then, the Taoist human Xiao threw it toward Li Huowang. Just as Li Huowang lit up his left hand, the sharp blade chopped his entire hand off. The Taoist human Xiao once again started chanting, causing the blade to fly back to it, this time with Li Huowang's left arm. When it saw that Li Huowang no longer had the flint, the Taoist human Xiao grinned and leaped upward as it slashed its blade down toward Li Huowang's head. At the same time, several purple talismans were attached to the blade, causing it to start smoking. In an instant, the blade exuded an incredible aura that could oppress anything and everything. Li Huowang didn't know if he could take it, but given the situation, he had no choice but to try. Thus, he raised his bronze coin sword. At the critical moment, Li Huowang remembered the fragmented words of the black Taisui and muttered, "What are you talking about?" Seeing the blade closing on him, Li Huowang roared and used both hands to hold his bronze coin sword. The pain and the adrenaline from being so close to death made him look like a maniac. Open! Li Huowang directly cut his body in half, instantly himself similar to Jin Shanjiao's illusion. Immediately, black tentacles burst forth from below his torso along with his blood. The tentacles tensed up for a moment before jumping upward, allowing Li Huowang to avoid the Taoist human Xiao's blade altogether. The blade then swept past his lower body and crashed heavily into the ground. Bam! The entire cave shook as stalactites started to fall from the ceiling. At the same time, black smoke spread everywhere, causing everything it touched to start decaying. Thankfully, Li Huowang managed to avoid it, or he would have died. Meanwhile, the Taoist human Xiao stood up from the ground and looked at its ruined horsetail whisk. Then, it snarled at the enemy that had dodged its attack with such a bizarre method. At this moment, Li Huowang's body was cut in half, but black tentacles had sprouted from underneath his torso. The black tentacles were lifting him up, as if he was some half-human and half-octopus monstrosity. The Taoist human Xiao saw that Li Huowang's body was practically torn in half, but his internal organs did not fall out. Only blood flowed down through the tentacles. As it stared at the half-man and half-octopus monster, the Taoist human Xiao realized that it had met a formidable foe. After a moment, the Taoist human Xiao quickly took a cherry wood sword from one of its disciples and swung it around before pointing it toward the ground and picking up a black talisman with the tip. On one side was the half-man, half-octopus Li Huowang holding a bronze coin sword that was sewn together with red threads. On the other side was the Taoist human Xiao with its twisted limbs and elongated fingernails holding onto a cherry wood sword with a black talisman on its tip. As they watched all this unfold, the remaining old people that were still alive felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. What is this? Li Huowang glared at the Taoist human Xiao with his bloodshot eyes. All of the problems, from the stolen babies to the other human Xiaos, all originated from the Taoist human Xiao. As long as he got rid of it, all the problems here would be solved for good. Forward! Hearing the command, the black Taisui immediately started moving and rushed straight toward the Taoist human Xiao. The Taoist human Xiao was also not afraid and directly ran toward Li Huowang with its disciples. In such a fight where death was just a hair's breadth away, the black Taisui dared not do anything on its own. After all, its life was tied to Li Huowang's life. If Li Huowang died, then it would die as well. Meanwhile, Li Huowang chanted and transformed his bronze coin sword into a long whip which he used to restrain the Taoist human Xiao's cherry wood sword. Just as the bronze coin sword and the cherry wood sword came into contact with each other, a crackling sound rang out. It was as if both weapons were rejecting each other. When he saw that the Taoist human Xiao had its weapon neutralized, Li Huowang threw aside the bronze coin sword and used his steel sword to cut open his stomach, shaving off a massive piece of flesh and skin that had just regrown. Then, he threw the piece of skin and flesh into the air. Instantly, it expanded and flew toward the group of human Xiao like a net. Meanwhile, the Taoist human Xiao somehow seemed to know where Li Huowang's weakness was. It roared out some orders, and the other human Xiaos immediately scattered. Then, all of them surrounded Li Huowang. Li Huowang was fighting alone while the Taoist human Xiao had numbers on its side. Thus, it was an excellent strategy. Li Huowang couldn't possibly fight so many of them at once. At that moment, a sword with the motif of Tai Chi was suddenly stabbed toward Li Huowang. However, instead of dodging it, he crashed right into the sword. The sharp sword stabbed straight into his brain and popped out from the back of his head. But there was no blood. What the sword had stabbed was Li Huowang's illusion. His real body was invisible and was 3 meters away. Chapter 325, Gift. The direction of battle changed in an instant. When Li Huowang saw the opening generated by most of the human Xiaos missing their attacks, he instantly seized it. He had realized that while the Taoist human Xiao was strong, it was also similar to a regular Taoist. It, too, had to either chant or do something as a condition to use its powers. As long as Li Huowang could force it into a melee fight, the Taoist human Xiao would not be able to find the time needed to use the techniques. Jump, as Li Huowang commanded. 7 to 8 tentacles curled, and then forcefully launched him into the air, bringing him even closer to the Taoist human Xiao. Clang! The Taoist human Xiao's cherry wood sword broke. The black tassel sword that the abyss had given him was extremely sharp, to the point that the Taoist human Xiao's weapon was not able to win against his own. Seeing that it was starting to lose, the Taoist human Xiao used the force from Li Huowang's assault to retreat. But how could Li Huowang allow it to escape? He kept chasing and attacking it left and right, forcing the Taoist human Xiao to not have the time to use its special techniques. Meanwhile, when they sensed that their master was losing the battle, one of the human Xiaos threw a white horsetail whisk with a small black talisman on it toward the Taoist human Xiao. Seeing this, the Taoist human Xiao quickly used its curled fingernails to grab the horsetail whisk. Then, it used the horsetail whisk to whip at Li Huowang, using the white fiber to entangle his sword. It was using a gentle approach to deflect Li Huowang's strong attack. Even though Li Huowang's sword was sharp enough to cut through the fibers, it would still take a bit of time. At this point, both of them were locked into a stalemate. If Li Huowang wanted to win, he needed to cut off all of the entangling fibers before the rest of the human Xiao could chase him to where he was. But Li Huowang had another trick. He smiled cruelly at the monster in front of him. Since you used your disciples to surround me, don't blame me for using an underhanded tactic as well. Do it now. Following his command, several black tentacles moved and instantly grabbed numerous tools from within Li Huowang's satchel of torture tools. Then, the tentacles used those tools as they stabbed, mauled, sliced, crushed, and pulverized the Taoist human Xiao's abdomen. By the time the Taoist human Xiao held its abdomen and fell to the ground, Li Huowang had managed to free his black tassel sword from the white fibers and sliced it downward, instantly decapitating Taoist human Xiao's head. Then, Li Huowang turned around with blood staining his robes as he stared at the remaining human Xiaos. Even though they were quite numerous, none of them attacked Li Huowang. They were all afraid. Go! However, Li Huowang was currently filled with murderous intent as he charged and roared, running straight toward the hundreds of human Xiao with his black tassel sword in hand. Without a leader, the remaining human Xiaos soon scattered. It was a complete massacre as they turned their backs toward Li Huowang and ran. For hours passed by, and the entire cave was mostly purged. While some of the human Xiaos did manage to escape, they were not likely to pose any threats. After finishing all this, the black tentacles skittered like a spider as they pulled Li Huowang toward his lower body. By now, Li Huowang was extremely fatigued and was holding through sheer willpower. Once he reached his lower body, he grabbed it and pulled upward, almost as if he was wearing pants. As the two halves of his body were placed together, the wriggling tentacles once again entered his flesh as they started stitching and reconnecting his nerves, bone, flesh, and sinews. At first, Li Huowang couldn't feel anything in his lower body, but soon, he was able to feel his toes, and pain started radiating from where the black flags were stabbed into his feet. Now that the circle on the ground had disappeared, Li Huowang bent over and pulled out the black flag. Then, he stood up and looked at the chaotic scene all around. The entire floor of the cave was covered in mud and blood. It was almost impossible to find a dry spot. Now that all the enemies were either dead or chased away, Li Huowang suddenly started laughing. At the same time, he realized that recently, he loved laughing more and more. He used to rarely laugh in the past. After a while, he stopped laughing and touched his abdomen. Thank you. Also, it seems that I have been underestimating you. You are much more useful than I thought. In response, Li Huowang heard some fragmented sentences in his ear. Compared to the last time, the black Taisui was now able to use some simple words to converse, albeit in an incomplete manner. This was all thanks to Li Huowang teaching it over a long period of time. After this battle, Li Huowang decided to invest more time and energy into the black Taisui. He didn't know why the black Taisui in his stomach was much more intelligent than the one outside. He wasn't sure whether it was caused by the black Taisui absorbing something from his body, and that caused changes to appear within it. Maybe the flesh and blood of a strayed one can help elevate the black Taisui's intelligence? Li Huowang was thinking about the various possibilities as he looked at his tattered body. At this point, there was barely any flesh left on him. Even though it hurt, he had gradually gotten used to it. Careful. The black Taisui is not as kind as you think. It's probably trying to take over your body by entering your stomach. Hong Zhong's sudden words made Li Huowang frown. Who cares? I would rather it do that. Who asked for your advice? Why are you so stubborn? You can't even differentiate good advice from lies. Seeing his attitude, Hong Zhong got irritated and once again disappeared under the ground. Li Huowang just scoffed as he took out the fiery sutra and started to heal himself. Afterward, he slowly hobbled back to the cave where the babies were. His steps made him look like someone who was learning to walk for the first time. When he returned, the old people within the caves were still there. There wasn't much they could do. Escape was not an option for any of them. Grab the babies. We are leaving this place, Li Huowang ordered in a cold tone. At this point, the remaining old people did as they were told. None of them dared to say anything as they saw the blood that was still dripping down from Li Huowang's body. The reason they all sought the Water Sun, even if they knew that they were being lied to, was because they didn't want to die. Meanwhile, Li Huowang counted the babies and saw that only 31 of them had survived. There should have been more of them, but some of them were killed in the battle just now. After counting the number of babies, Li Huowang carried one of them with one arm as he led the old people to slowly follow him toward the entrance of the cave. However, just as they were about to exit the cave, the headless Taoist human Xiao once again started to move. Seeing this, Li Huowang instantly placed down the baby in his arm and pulled out the bronze coin sword, its tip aimed at the headless Taoist human Xiao. When he saw that the Taoist human Xiao was trying to retrieve something from its clothes, Li Huowang directly cut off the arm in a single slash. The arm flew into the air and fell, releasing the pouch in its grasp. At the same time, several lifespan pills wrapped in black talismans scattered into the semi-coagulated blood pool. Lifespan pills. Li Huowang was surprised as he inspected some of them with his sword. What was it trying to do? Was it trying to beg for mercy using the lifespan pills? The headless Taoist human Xiao once again started to move. This time, it raised its other arm and pushed the lifespan pills toward Li Huowang. After it did that, its body stopped moving completely. Li Huowang counted up and found that there were a total of 79 lifespan pills. If one were to eat all of them, then they could probably live long enough to turn into a human Xiao. Chapter 326. Good News. As Li Huowang looked at the 79 lifespan pills, he felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. Why did it give these pills to me? Maybe it wanted him to eat the pills, or maybe it was trying to explain how it became a human Xiao. But at this point, the Taoist human Xiao was dead, and so this question would remain unanswered. After all, the dead couldn't be revived. 1. After hesitating for a moment, Li Huowang decided to cut the Taoist human Xiao's body into 8 pieces to prevent it from moving, just to be safe. Then he picked up the lifespan pills and placed them all into his gourd. Once he was done with all this, he turned toward the frightened old people and shouted, "Move! Don't stop moving." While these old people did look miserable, when he thought about how they were in cahoots with the human Xiaos, Li Huowang had no intention of being kind to them. In fact, he would have killed all of them if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't carry so many babies out by himself. They continued to move slowly before finally exiting the cave the babies were being held in. After that, Li Huowang searched the entire cave system. He wanted to remove any and all possible threats. If they are using babies to refine pills, then they must have had books, recipes, or some notes somewhere. Li Huowang wouldn't be able to rest unless he destroyed those books, lest someone else find them and start learning from the same recipes once again. Li Huowang searched the entire area and found something useful. It was a furnace the size of a watermelon that was placed beside a larger furnace. There were several corpses of babies beside the furnaces. It was clear this was where the human Xiaos refined their pills. But different from Dan Yangzi, they deboned the babies before refining the pills. As he looked at the furnace, Li Huowang had an idea. He would finally be able to use the pill recipes he had learned from Dan Yangzi. With this, he would finally be able to replenish his stock of pills. After searching for a while, Li Huowang then found several books written in a strange language. Since Li Huowang could not decipher the language written by the human Xiaos, he decided to directly burn all of them down without even trying to confirm if there were any recipes that were using babies written in them. After that, he once again looked around, only to find a gray stone slab. Li Huowang was quite perplexed as he looked at the strange object. The sacred text? Why is it here? Where did it come from, and why is it so proliferant? Li Huowang grabbed the heavy stone slab as he thought about it. Did the human Xiaos learn the recipe to refine pills using babies from reading the sacred text? Guessed Li Huowang. He read through the text on the stone slab and found that it was exactly the same as the one he had found back in Dan Yangzi's chambers. The contents were still asking the readers to be kind to others. Do you know anything about this? Li Huowang turned around and asked Hong Zhong, who had been hiding himself. Faced with the sudden question, Hong Zhong smiled mysteriously and shook his head. Ho, I don't know. I don't know anything. Hearing his reply, Li Huowang directly threw away the sacred text into the underground river, instantly causing Hong Zhong to start panicking. Hey, what are you doing? It might be something valuable. Quickly, pick it up, said Hong Zhong anxiously. Since you think it's a treasure, you can go and pick it up yourself, said Li Huowang as he picked up the crying baby and approached the boat he had used to come in here. The boat was quite small, and he had to row against the current. Due to this, it took him several trips before he was finally able to get everyone to the riverbank. When Li Huowang brought the group of old people and the babies back to Xiucai County, the entire town exploded in a flurry of activities. While Li Huowang did look quite monstrous due to his wounds, none of them paid any attention to him. All their attention was focused on the babies on the ground. Among them, the families who had lost their babies were at the forefront. The families who found their babies all kneeled in front of Li Huowang and thanked him profusely, while those who didn't see their babies started crying loudly on the ground. Meanwhile, Magistrate Lu and the other officials all bowed to Li Huowang out of respect. Thank you, my lord. You are the biggest benefactor of Xiucai County. Don't get too happy yet. We still have things to discuss, said Li Huowang as he told the man about the old people and their actions. What? You mean they were helping the evil beings? Asked Magistrate Lu. Magistrate Lu was shocked. He had originally thought that Li Huowang had rescued them from the evil beings. What is their punishment according to the laws of the Liang Kingdom? Asked Li Huowang as he looked at the old people who stood there silently. Dismemberment, replied Magistrate Lu, his eyes cold. Oh, is the punishment that harsh? Since they are already so old, wouldn't it be better to just cut off their heads? Asked Li Huowang. Hearing this, Magistrate Lu disagreed with him for the first time. My lord, we can't do that. A person's age and the crime they commit have no relation at all. If we spare them due to their age, won't the babies who were killed be even angrier down on the Yellow Spring Road too? Li Huowang thought about it for a moment and agreed. You are right. Then I will leave it to you. It's time for me to go. However, Magistrate Lu held him back. My lord, why are you in such a rush? Please give us a chance to serve you before sending you off. When Li Huowang looked at his tattered and blood-stained clothes, he nodded. Sure. I haven't slept in 2 days. I will go and rest first. Help me prepare some clothes. Li Huowang fell asleep the moment he reached his inn. Even the pain he was experiencing was not enough to win against his fatigue. He didn't know how long he passed out before finally waking up from hunger. He rubbed his eyes and saw that it was still sunny outside. He just wasn't sure what day it was. Taoist, you've been asleep for an entire day and night. Magistrate Lu came by to see you, but returned when he saw that you were still asleep, said monk. Li Huowang looked at the smiling monk. You seem to be happy. Of course. We did good deeds together, and it's very meritorious indeed. Shouldn't we be happy? Asked monk. We should, replied Li Huowang lazily as he endured the pain and sat up. Then he changed out of his disgusting clothes and wore some new ones. Magistrate Lu had placed quite some thought into it, and prepared a set of clothes that was identical to the ones that Li Huowang was originally wearing. He even dyed the Taoist robe in the same dark red shade. In fact, there were 5 new sets of Taoist robes. Ho, Magistrate Lu sure is generous, commented Li Huowang as he wore his clothes. After wearing his clothes, Li Huowang left the inn through the back exit and went to the stables. Taoist, they wanted to treat you to a meal. Are you sure you don't want it? Asked monk. No, it's a waste of time. Since the mission is over, we need to quickly head back to Yinling City now. It's a long journey. To Li Huowang, completing the mission was his priority. However, when he entered the stable, he was shocked to see what had happened to his horse carriage. At this moment, his carriage had been thoroughly cleaned. There was not even a speck of mud on the wheels. Even his horse had been groomed, its mane looking neat and tidy. At the same time, various types of preserved meats and food had been placed all around the carriage. Bun was seated in the middle of all the food while munching on a bone. Woof woof. Bun excitedly greeted its master and wagged its tail. Li Huowang hadn't seen Bun in a few days and somehow had a feeling that the dog had grown fat. Meanwhile, Monk smiled again and said, Taoist, look. This is what I meant when I said that good people often have good karma. 1. Except for MC apparently. 2. In Chinese folklore, it's a passage where all the dead have to pass to reach the gates of hell. Chapter 327 Noodles. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The rhythmic sound of the horses galloping accompanied the departure of Li Huowang's horse carriage from Xiucai County. In the carriage, alongside the black Taisui, were numerous dry goods. As they traveled, Li Huowang took out a dried date and savored it slowly. "Is it sweet?" asked Monk as he leaned in. "Yes," replied Li Huowang as he chewed on a cluster of walnuts that he took out. Then he asked, "Do you think they are happy now?" "Surely they are. If they weren't, would they have bought all these things for you?" replied Monk. "It's good that they're happy. This world is too painful. If you can be happy, then you should just cherish that happiness." Li Huowang muttered to himself as he acknowledged his own struggles between the pain and suppressing his hallucinations. Yet, the feeling of helping others escape from situations similar to his own didn't seem all that bad either. Hearing something stir beside him, Li Huowang turned his head and saw Bun wagging its tail. The dog used its paws to pull at the basket, and then buried its entire head in to busily munch on something. Li Huowang used his fingers to grab the loose skin on Bun's neck and tossed it onto the nearby dirt road. "Get down and start running. If you keep eating like this every day, then you will end up like a grown pig ready for slaughter." Bun let out a low whimper, expressing its discontent. However, seeing that Li Huowang didn't care for its opinion, it quickly moved its paws and started running alongside the carriage. The dirt road seemed to stretch on endlessly. Thus, Li Huowang released his grip on the reins, letting the horse move forward on its own. Unlike cars, horse carriage did not need to be watched all the time. Horses were smart creatures, and they knew how to avoid danger and stop at crossroads. With his hands now free, Li Huowang took out an enlightenment book from his pocket. As he touched his stomach, the black Taisui inside immediately stirred. Then, a black tentacle emerged from his belly button before entwining itself around his finger. He bowed his head and watched the tentacle, all the while contemplating something. After his past few experiences, his aversion toward the black Taisui had diminished quite a bit. The fact that it intervened when he was on the verge of self-destruction and extended a helping hand in critical moments made having such a thing around quite beneficial. Of course, it would be even better if it wasn't constantly trying to take over his body. When his thoughts reached this point, Li Huowang paused and removed the earplug from his right ear. With this, the clattering sounds amidst the piercing noise instantly became clear. "Earlier, eat, hungry, I help you. I know you helped me, so don't keep bringing it up all the time. Now, be quiet," said Li Huowang. Just as Li Huowang finished speaking, the black Taisui's voice softened. "Okay, hungry? Eat. No eating. You should study and read. Your sentences are all so confusing. There is still lots for you to learn." After that, Li Huowang held the enlightenment book in his hands and began to read it word by word. He didn't know how much of it the black Taisui in his stomach could absorb. However, the smoother their conversation flowed, the better it would likely be for him. As he continued reading, a new tentacle extended from inside Li Huowang's belly button. A pair of eyeballs were entwined at the tip of this tentacle. The pair of eyes twisted and turned, looking at everything around it. It observed slowly, yet with intense focus. It was clear that it was brimming with curiosity. Sensing the gaze from the two eyeballs, Li Huowang paused and reached out to grab them. As he carefully examined them, he pointed at one of them and asked, "Hong Zhong, isn't this your eyeball? Why wasn't it digested by the black Taisui?" Hong Zhong, who hadn't made an appearance in a long time, rose from beneath the turning wheel. "This thing is quite a treasure. I went to great lengths to deceive someone and acquire it back then." "Another treasure? This wasn't your original eyeball?" asked Li Huowang. "Of course not. Why don't you guess where I got this thing from?" asked Hong Zhong with a proud smile. Li Huowang cast a brief glance at Hong Zhong, dismissing the matter entirely. Then, he nonchalantly placed the eyeball back into the black Taisui's tentacle and continued reading. Unaffected by Hong Zhong's enticements, Li Huowang chose to not delve any further into the conversation. Through their ongoing interactions, it seemed that he had learned how to navigate through the intricacies of the sitting Oblivion Dao's tactics. As he continued teaching, time gradually passed, and it was soon midday. Along the roadside, he found a makeshift stall that offered a place for weary travelers to rest. At this moment, several wooden tables were occupied by people who were ravenously devouring bowls of noodles. Li Huowang pondered for a moment, and then pulled the reins to bring the carriage to a halt. He then walked over to the stall with Bun by his side. "Sir, what can I get you?" The stall owner, a man with a small mustache, asked with a hint of caution when he caught a whiff of the extremely strong scent of blood coming from Li Huowang. "What is there to eat? Just bring me something," asked Li Huowang. With readily available food, He had no need to use up his dry rations. Moreover, the taste of dry rations wouldn't quite measure up, since they were made to have an extended shelf life. Why don't you take a seat first and enjoy some herbal tea? I'll get your order ready right away. The mustache stall owner made his way to the stove, deciding to assist his pregnant wife in the bustling kitchen. Hearing this, Huowang sat down and grabbed the teapot filled with herbal tea and poured some over for Bun, who was sticking out its tongue beside him. After he saw the dog drinking the drink without any reaction, Huowang poured a bowl of tea for himself. Although this place wasn't that far from Xiucai County, Huowang was still cautious. He could never be too careful, and he certainly didn't want any unpleasant surprises. Now that I have a furnace, the next step is to find some ingredients. The pharmacies in Yinling City should have them. If not, then I can just ask Tuoba Danqing. Just as Huowang was pondering over these matters, he saw the mustached man approaching him with a bowl of noodles in hand. Sir, your noodles are ready. A steaming bowl was brought in front of Huowang, featuring a mixture of various animal parts, wild vegetables, and dried radishes. Combined together, these ingredients emitted a surprisingly delightful aroma. After Bun had its share, Huowang too started devouring the meal. The stall served a blend of different types of wide noodles, giving the dish a hearty and satisfying chew. With Huowang being the only customer, the stall owner didn't have much else to do. Thus, he supported his wife and sat down at a far corner. With his keen hearing, every detail of their conversation could be heard by Huowang quite clearly. Darling, you should take a break. Don't tire out our child. Erlang, don't just worry about me. There aren't many customers right now, and so you should also go take a break and grab a bite to eat. Hehe, I'm not in a hurry. As long as I'm with our child, I don't feel the slightest bit hungry. The stall owner crouched down and carefully caressed his wife's belly and softly whispered, My child, can you hear me? I'm your daddy. Come on. Be good. Say daddy. In response, the pregnant lady displayed playful annoyance and gently pinched the stall owner's arm. What nonsense are you talking about? Which child can speak before being born? Sometimes you are so silly. Don't interrupt me. I'm having a conversation with our child. The fortune teller said that chatting more with our kid now will set him up for a better future. With that, he crouched down, placed his ear against his wife's protruding belly, and spoke lovingly. My child, can you hear me? I'm your daddy. Go ahead, say daddy. Just as the stall owner's words faded, a muffled voice, akin to distant thunder, echoed within Huowang's ears. Daddy. Chapter 328, Mid-Autumn. Whoosh. Huowang was so frightened that he abruptly stood up, and then took a few steps back. The sound of the stool being overturned immediately caught the attention of the stall owner, causing him to approach cautiously. Dear customer, what's the matter? Were the noodles not tasty, or was the soup not to your liking? Shall I get you another bowl? However, Huowang just glanced at him with an ugly expression, and then at his pregnant wife. Then, without a single word, he threw down a piece of silver and boarded his carriage before hastily leaving. Sir, you've paid too much. A bowl of noodles doesn't cost this much, called out the stall owner. However, the stall owner's voice only seemed to make the carriage leave even faster. On the speeding carriage, Huowang had a strange look on his face as he clutched his stomach. What's going on? Did Black Taisui just repeat that phrase by copying what that man was saying, or does it really think that I'm its father? Previously, he had always believed that the Black Taisui, like Dan Yangzi from before, existed solely to take over other people's bodies. However, recent events seemed to indicate that it was not like that. Daddy, the voice rang out again, only to be met with Huowang's immediate rebuttal. Don't call me daddy. Why? Black Taisui's words momentarily left Huowang speechless. However, after some thought, he regained his composure. Why couldn't it call him that? This matter might not necessarily be bad for him. The crowing of a rooster woke up young Xiaohai. He rubbed his eyes and looked around. He still found living alone in a room to be a bit challenging to adapt to. In the first few days, he couldn't sleep well without the smell of his senior Chow Chow's stinky feet. Young Xiaohai got up and started to stretch lazily before putting on his clothes. At his age, as he grew day by day, and so the Taoist robes he wore before had obviously become too short for him to fit. Faced with the cold morning wind, young Xiaohai shrunk his neck downward and walked toward the kitchen. Living in Cowheart village was much better than staying outside. There was a well in the courtyard across from the kitchen, making it quite convenient for all of them to wash their clothes and dishes without having to fetch water early in the morning. After heating up some water and putting the soaked rice on the stove, Yang Xiaohai started to cook porridge in a practiced fashion. Although porridge was a simple dish, the way it was made mattered. If cooked slowly and carefully, then the rice oil would emerge from within and give the whole dish a unique flavor. Yang Xiaohai opened the jar of pickled vegetables, and then picked some of them out with his chopsticks and began to cut them into strips on the cutting board. The focused Yang Xiaohai was interrupted by a set of footsteps. He looked up and saw that it was the plump lady. "Little fellow, you're up so early again today," said the plump woman as she held a new set of men's clothes in her arms. "Bring out the leftover tofu from last night, and have it with the porridge," Yang Xiaohai told her. As said this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Their days were now so good that they even had leftovers. "Okay," replied the woman as she obediently followed the instructions. After the porridge and vegetables were prepared, the rest of them also came to the hall for their meal. At this point, Huowang had been gone for a long time, and everyone here had already grown accustomed to it. Even so, all of them felt a little empty in their hearts, since they had nobody ordering them around. It was as though they had lost their backbone. None of them bore a grudge against him for the hurtful words from before. After all, they had gone through life and death together, and their wills had grown stronger. Even if Li Huowang were to scold them for an entire night, they would just laugh and brush it off. But they were not blind, and they all could tell that Li Huowang had left. At the same time, Bai Lingyao hadn't revealed a single smile ever since his departure, and her approachable aura had also waned considerably. It seemed like she had become a block of ice that repelled people. Chen Xiaoman sighed, then picked up a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks and placed it into Bai Lingyao's bowl. She had been accompanying her to sleep all this while, just in case she had any thoughts about trying to harm herself. Bai Lingyao picked up the piece of vegetable and gnawed on it. "That, Miss Bai." Lu Zhuangyuan's words caused Bai Lingyao to look over as she blinked and asked, "Troop Leader Lu, what's the matter?" "You see, we've already rested here for such a long time. I feel that the Lu family troop can begin to work now. Since the farmers finished harvesting during autumn, they will now be preparing for winter and would thus be free to watch our show." "All right, but since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival now, how about we leave after that?" suggested Bai Lingyao. Hearing this, Troop Leader Lu nodded awkwardly. That's all right. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to bring his family out so that they could be exempted from having to awkwardly continue living in this village. However, since the other party had already stated so, they could only follow. It had already been so long, and he had already made his inquiries. He knew that this girl's entire family had died, and that it wouldn't be a pleasant mid-autumn festival for her. "I'll make the mooncakes," Yang Xiaohai volunteered bravely. Back then, that Baldy used to have us make mooncakes for every mid-autumn festival. At that time, among the assistants, I was the one who made them the fastest and the best. Seeing Chen Xiaoman glance at him, Yang Xiaohai paused, and then quickly sat back down as he continued with his breakfast. After the meal, Yang Xiaohai took out the mooncake mold. They could only get this thanks to the Bai village having whatever they needed, otherwise it was not something that could be acquired so easily. Meanwhile, Puppy pretended to peer out from the kitchen. "Xiaohai, do you need my help?" "No, I can manage on my own." "All right, then I'll wait to eat it at night. In the meantime, I'll bring Gao Zhijin to tile up the kiln," said Puppy. All of them hustled and bustled for the entire day. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Pastries and snacks were bought from the traveling merchant, while mooncakes were stacked on the table. Wine was definitely needed while appreciating the moon. Thus, a bottle of cellar wine was also brought out. Bai Ling Miao was seated at the main seat as she raised her glass to toast the others. "A full moon, and a table full of people. May all things go well for us. I wish each and every one of you peace and prosperity." Everyone looked around and raised their glasses as they mumbled back unclearly. After downing her wine, Bai Ling Miao's eyes were a little red as she said, "Come, don't just drink. Let's have some mooncakes too. Junior Yang's mooncakes look quite great. They must be very delicious." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of mooncake and started gnawing on it. As she looked at their cautious expressions, Bai Ling Miao suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Look at how forgetful I am becoming. I didn't even change the offerings in the ancestral hall for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Everyone, please enjoy the food. I'll return shortly after changing them." Then, she picked up a stack of mooncakes before heading toward the Bai family's ancestral hall. After she left, the rest were finally able to relax. Puppy even tugged at his sleeves and commented, "Ah, this is rather unbearable. You guys eat first. I'll go check on her," said Chen Xiaoman as she followed after her. However, Gao Zhijian held her hand and shook his head slightly. Let her be alone for a while. Meanwhile, Bai Lingmiao placed the mooncakes before the ancestral tablets and said, "Everyone, please have the mooncakes. These mooncakes that were made by Junior Yang are pretty good." All these ancestral tablets were new and placed neatly, quite neatly. All of them belonged to the various members of the Bai village, be it male, female, young, or old. The white characters that marked the black tablets formed a massive black wall that bore down on the last descendant of the Bai family with a sense of oppression. Chapter 329, One Family. Dad, this is the lotus seed paste mooncake. I remember that you love lotus seed paste the most, said Bai Lingmiao as she deliberately took a mooncake with a red seal atop and tiptoed to place it before one specific ancestral tablet. Brother, you like red bean paste, right? We couldn't find any in the village, so try this sesame one instead. It tastes pretty good too. After distributing some of the mooncakes, Bai Lingmiao once again lit 3 incense sticks. Then, she knelt on the ground and bowed toward the ancestral tablet before placing down the remaining mooncakes. A faint scent of smoke drifted before the ancestral tablets as the scent of incense once again filled the Bai family's ancestral hall. After that, Bai Lingmiao looked up at the black wall, seemingly lost in thought. After a long time, a faint smile appeared on her face. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let me accompany you all for tonight. Then, she picked up a piece of mooncake from the plate and took 2 steps forward to sit on the steps of the ancestral hall. She gazed at the bright moon in the sky while nibbling on the mooncake. As she was eating, a figure appeared beside her. Bai Lingmiao extended her hand, sending a piece of the mooncake inside the second deity's veil. Then, she gently leaned her head to the left, resting on her red silk robe. Just like that, 2 women with identical heads silently leaned against each other on the steps outside the Bai family ancestral hall, eating the same mooncake and appreciating the same round moon in the sky. Suddenly, a fire lit up in the distance. Bai Lingmiao stood up and looked at the makeshift earthen kiln that was built with tiles and stones. The kiln was very tall, much taller than the other buildings in Cowheart village. Soon, the flames soared and enveloped the kiln like a giant bonfire. Puppy was standing on a roof nearby, while making strange noises and taking various old clothes before throwing them into the fire. Mid-Autumn Festival often meant lighting up the earthen kiln. Bai Lingmiao recalled that every year was the same, and that it was usually only done by the males in the village, and the girls didn't particularly like it. As Bai Lingmiao watched the roaring flames in the distance, she was reminded of her troublesome younger brother. As the elder sister, she had been responsible for taking care of him, especially since her parents were always busy. Thus, she had personally watched as the infant in the cradle slowly grew into an active, young boy. However, one day, everything suddenly came to a halt. As her longing for her family reached its peak, she trembled and reached toward the drum hanging at her waist, and then began to beat it. Dong dong dong. The rhythmic drum beats slowly echoed in the quiet village. Bai Lingmiao hesitated for a moment, but then, with a trembling voice, started to sing. At the same time, the tears she had been holding back all night finally began to flow. She used her deeply sorrowful voice to sing a tragic tune from the Bai family. Even the surroundings seemed to be trembling with her singing. Cold wind, ah smoke, and soul woo woo. At that moment, as she resonated with the lyrics, she finally realized the profound emotions required for one to sing this tune. Previously, she had just been following along under the coercion of the immortal families, but now, she suddenly felt a deeper sense of understanding and connection. Only when enough of one's family members had died would one be able to understand the feelings needed to sing this song. As she sang, she found that her emotions had affected the immortal families. This feeling was rather unique. It could even be said that in regard to this piece of the Bai family, Bai Lingmiao was even more well-versed than Li Ji from back then. However, this was a price that she didn't want to pay. The drum beats continued, followed by the rhythmic and desolate chants. Smoke and souls, 3 realms above ground for the living. Woo woo woo, 3 cities in the underworld for the smoke and souls. Ah. They say the heavens cover the treasure, and the earth turns into a pond. People are like fish in the muddy waters of the 3 realms. Woo woo. Muddling through one moment leads to another. Muddling through 2 moments leads to one less. This time, the second deity just watched Bai Lingmiao from the side. As she sang the tune to summon souls, gusts of cold wind blew past the Bai family's ancestral hall. It blew past the second deity's red veil, and then finally extinguished the lantern before beginning to revolve around Bai Lingmiao. As though she had sensed something, Bai Ling Miao almost could not continue on anymore. But she finally gritted her teeth and firmly continued to beat the drum hanging on her waist. Hearing the smoke and the soul shed tears of sorrow, the heart seems to taste the bitter yellow lotus, unjust grievances with nowhere to appeal. There's nowhere to cry out for such justice. As the drum beats and the chanting continued, the cold winds slowly grew stronger, and the ancestral tablets inside the hall started to shake vigorously. The roof tiles also started to shake, making it look like the entire ancestral hall had come to life. As the singing continued, a gust of wind gently blew past the hem of the second deity's skirt and into the blood-red veil. At that moment, a sudden charred smell started emanating from the second deity as she shivered and raised both her hands before sluggishly leaning toward Bai Ling Miao. "Daughter." When she heard this voice, Bai Ling Miao's heart froze. Immediately, she reached out with both her hands and called out, "Mother." When she touched the second deity, Bai Ling Miao seemed to find her support again as she poured out everything that was accumulated in her heart. She closed her eyes and spoke for a long time, but received no response until she stopped. When she finally opened her flushed red eyes and looked toward the second deity's red veil, she only received a disappointing result. She realized that the moment she had stopped singing, her mother was already gone. "Did my mother say anything before she left?" Bai Ling Miao asked gently. The second deity stared at Bai Ling Miao through the red veil for a long time, and then finally said, "She is not your mother." "No, she is my mother. My father and grandfather also returned. They are all blaming me." Bai Ling Miao denied loudly. The second deity did not speak any further and only spread her arms to embrace Bai Ling Miao. She lowered her body and picked Bai Ling Miao up as she gently swayed her. Bai Ling Miao kept her eyes open as she swayed gently. She silently looked toward the roof of the ancestral hall, seemingly contemplating something. By this point, the earthen kiln outside had already been extinguished. The two of them just continued silently sitting in the dark ancestral hall. "If I leave, can you accompany Senior Li? He cannot have nobody around him," Bai Ling Miao suddenly said. However, the second deity only continued to hold on to her and did not react. "Sorry, but I really can't hold on anymore. I can't do anything, and I can't even avenge my family," said Bai Ling Miao, tears streaming down her face. Then, she broke free of the second deity's embrace and took out a rope that she had prepared earlier. She walked to the center of the ancestral hall, then threw the rope toward the roof beams and started to tie a knot. Seeing this, the second deity stood up as well, walking up to Bai Ling Miao as she held her slender legs to assist her in completing the following steps. When the second deity gently let go and took a step back, the rope tightened with a creaking sound, followed by the uncontrollable sounds of a person wheezing. However, the second deity just ignored those sounds and silently returned to sit at the steps in front of the ancestral hall as she continued to gaze at the full moon in the sky. Behind the red veil were Bai Ling Miao's gently swaying white shoes. And behind those white shoes was a densely packed wall of pitch-black ancestral tablets for the deceased. Chapter 330, Taisui. Just as she was suffocating, Bai Ling Miao suddenly found herself floating above the ancestral hall's beams. When she looked down, she saw herself with her whitened eyes as well as the red-veiled second deity. "Is this what it's like to be dead?" Bai Ling Miao lowered her head to check her body, only to find that it was empty and devoid of any substance. Seeing this, she recalled something and felt a surge of joy. "My parents must not have gone too far. I can still catch up with them." However, as she raised her head to look for her family, she noticed incomprehensible masses obscuring the entire night sky. When she saw their ever-changing appearances, Bai Ling Miao was positive that they were the immortal families. They appeared to be from the Bei family, because of her emotions that they had just absorbed. "I'm already dead, so what more do you want from me?" asked Bai Ling Miao as she attempted to move right through them, only to be bounced back and end up face-to-face with her suspended body hanging from the rope. As she looked at her current self, she noticed a drastic change. The originally pink eyes had been completely replaced by a red pair of long and menacing beast-like eyes. Even more peculiar was the fact that her own face also had several cracks, revealing several beast-like eyes staring right back at her. At that moment, Bai Ling Miao saw herself raising her nail-covered hand and aggressively clutching at her own head as she opened her mouth to swallow herself whole. At the same time, flipping snake scales pierced through Bai Ling Miao's skin, effortlessly cutting through the tightly stretched rope. Bai Ling Miao fell heavily to the ground. However, even before she could recover, An intense pain erupted from the depths of her brain, causing her to scream while holding her head. The pain was excruciating, completely unlike anything she had ever experienced before. Immediately after that, a number 2 appeared in by Ling Yao's mind. This was the number of tasks she had to do for the month. If she couldn't complete it, then she would have to figure out the consequences on her own. It could also be foreseen that this number would only gradually increase in the future. Bai Ling Yao felt her bruised neck as she hopelessly looked up at the pitch-black beams above. Ever since the day she became a shaman, she knew that her life no longer belonged to her. Even death was not an option. Her previous experiences had made her really pleased because she was able to help Senior Li. However, the immortal families had finally exposed their true colors this time around. Bai Ling Yao recalled what Li Ji had said before he died. It was too suffocating to be a shaman, and he wouldn't even want to be reincarnated as one. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning behind his words. As a shaman, she was nothing but a slave to those immortals, devoid of any freedom. Woo. Bai Ling Yao covered her face with both hands as she crouched within the pitch-black ancestral hall and started sobbing uncontrollably. Her cries echoed continuously within the hall. Upon hearing the sobbing, the second deity, who had been admiring the moon, appeared to recall something. With its 3 mouths beneath the red veil, it let out a deep sigh and retrieved a jade pendant from within its robe and started examining it closely. Daddy, I'm not your dad. I am your master. Daddy. Li Huowang had been working quite hard to control his temper. He now deeply regretted going to that stall to eat noodles. How could he have imagined that trouble would arise simply from having a bowl of noodles? Gaga. The ducks in a nearby cage were making a racket, adding to his annoyance. He couldn't understand why there were so many people heading to the Yinling city to sell goods today, causing the normally spacious road to feel so congested today. Daddy. All right. Shut up, said Li Huowang as he stuffed 2 more wads of cotton into his ears, making sure that they were tightly sealed. After sitting in the carriage for half the day, Li Huowang finally arrived at his destination. Once here, as soon as he presented his surveillance bureau badge, he was promptly granted passage into the city. Finally back inside the bustling Yinling city, Li Huowang breathed a sigh of relief. He drove the carriage toward the inn from before. After such a long journey, he had finally arrived. When Li Huowang saw the makeshift earthen kiln at the crossroad, he felt puzzled and asked, "What is this?" Monk quickly explained, "Taoist, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Don't you know that building earthen kilns is a tradition for celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Li Huowang shook his head as he flicked the reins. "We didn't have this custom where I come from." "Then what customs do you practice?" asked Monk. "Nothing much. We just eat mooncakes," replied Li Huowang. After Li Huowang settled into the inn, it gradually darkened outside. The curfew had been lifted in the bustling Yinling city. The brightly lit market had many children carrying pomelos and lanterns. All this had turned the entire Yinling city into a city that did not sleep. Throughout all this, Li Huowang waited in the inn, hoping for Tuoba Danxing to come. However, after waiting for a long time, all he got was a messenger pigeon delivering a letter. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I need to return home to reunite with my wife and children. Let's discuss matters in detail tomorrow evening." Seeing this note, Li Huowang felt a little disheartened. Did the Surveillance Bureau also celebrate festivals? This new piece of information allowed Li Huowang to gain an entirely new perspective of this enormous organization. With nothing to do, he sat inside the room, a little confused. What should he do next? What else can we do? Let's celebrate the festival. Besides welcoming the new year, I love the Mid-Autumn Festival the most, said Monk. Celebrate? With whom? Asked Li Huowang. With us, Hong Zhong chimed in. Hearing this, Li Huowang glanced at the 4 illusions in front of him. Then, he walked over to the window and whistled toward the stable where Bun was guarding the carriage, causing it to bark happily as it rushed over while wagging its tongue. Then, he summoned the waiter to book a feast from the kitchen before requesting for it to be delivered to their room. Once the adequate amount of silver had been handed over, the table was filled with a variety of delicacies made with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. After Li Huowang watched Bun devour the food under the table, he too picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The chicken tasted quite good, but Li Huowang always felt that it lacked flavor. He picked up a ceramic pot filled with wine and poured a large mouthful directly into his mouth. Overwhelmed by the alcohol, he gradually became drunk. In a tipsy state, Li Huowang raised his wine cup. As he swayed, he toasted the full moon in the sky. I would have much preferred the time when we were cooking noodles out in the wild. That had much more flavor compared to this. Daddy. Yeah, son. Li Huowang kicked Bun with his foot. The three of us are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Huowang fell asleep at some point. When he woke up again, he saw Bun crouching in front of him. It was snarling and growling as it faced the black tentacles that were emerging from within his body. Seeing this, Li Huowang curved his fingers and flicked the tentacle, causing it to instantly retract back into his belly. Can the black Taisui come out on its own now? This might be bad news, but Li Huowang didn't really care about it right now. Go down and watch the carriage. As Li Huowang pointed toward the door, Bun slinked away with its tail between its legs. After Li Huowang sat up, he once again picked up his chopsticks as he started eating the now cold feast on the table. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Huowang sat by the window and took out a book, this time opting for a much more advanced one. The sword is named Giant K, the pearl is called Night Light. Exquisite fruits like plum and pear, rich vegetables like mustard and ginger. The sea is salty, the river is fresh, scales dive, feathers soar. As he continued to recite, Li Huowang felt a vague echo in his ears. At first, it was chaotic, but gradually, it started becoming clearer. Singing and music are highly esteemed. Humble rights distinguish between honor and inferiority. Harmony between the upper and lower. Husband sings, and the wife follows. 1. This happened back in C66, for anyone who wants a refresher. Chapter 331, Banquet Dinner. As Li Huowang sensed the outside sky gradually darkening, he slowly stopped his recitation. His mouth felt dry and his throat was parched. As he recalled how the black Taisui had helped him when dealing with the human Xiao, he touched his stomach. As he reflected on recent events, he slowly formulated a plan on how to interact with the black Taisui. Although it was continuously occupying his body, it didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions toward him. Since it meant no harm, there was no need for him to treat it as he did Dan Yangzi. After all, in the past, he had done everything in his power to get rid of Dan Yangzi. However, with black Taisui, not only could he not get rid of it, he also couldn't live without it. It resided within his body, and thus, a good relationship between them would bring only benefits to both of them and no harm. Perhaps, once they became more familiar with each other, he could persuade it to stop trying to encroach upon his body. Daddy. Li Huowang took a deep breath and touched his stomach again. Listen, from now on, you'll be called Li Sui, until we find a method to break free from the bewilderment and sense of doubt that a strayed one suffers from. Let's try to coexist peacefully. We're all in the same boat. As long as you help me, I won't ignore you. Let's work hard to achieve a relationship that is mutually beneficial for both of us. Okay. Li Huowang was surprised to hear the black Taisui's response. The fact that it agreed meant that the Enlightenment books he had been reading to it previously weren't in vain. It could actually understand the things Li Huowang said. Goo goo. A familiar sound rang out, causing Li Huowang to instinctively look up at the beam. There was a pigeon perched there, observing him. All right, behave yourself when it's time to eat later. I won't forget your portion, said Li Huowang as he stood up. Then he slung his two swords onto his back before walking toward the outside of the inn. Back at the same familiar place as always, a booming voice rang out. Ha! Brother Ergio, long time no see. I've missed you so much. Tuoba Danxing walked in with his usual kind and round face. At the same time, a line of maids followed right behind him, all of them holding exquisite dishes and fine wines. After several encounters, Li Huowang had figured out the routine. Thus, he sat down and accompanied the man in eating and drinking. At this point, he was unsure about whether this was just his personal quirk or a common trait among the members of the Surveillance Bureau. It almost seemed like he wouldn't talk if eating or drinking wasn't involved. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the atmosphere was now more adequately set. Finally, Tuoba Danxing reached into his robe and pulled out a waste token before pushing it across the dining table. Come, Brother Air, take a look at what this is. You did quite a good job this time. I'm afraid that I couldn't have done it any better even if I had gone there myself. Li Huowang raised the waste token to take a look. As he looked at the characters for 9th Troop on it, he suddenly felt extremely emotional. With this, he had taken yet another step closer to success. Enough with the token, what's so interesting about it? Let's eat, Brother Air. Now, what's the story with this recent matter? Tell me about it, asked Tuoba Danxing. Since there was nothing to hide about this matter, Li Huowang just tucked away his waste token into his robe and slowly explained the whole situation to Tuoba Danxing. After narrating the events, Li Huowang inquired about his earlier confusion. Brother Tuoba, what was the deal with that Taoist human Xiao? What's the story behind him? Why was he so peculiar? Oh, there's nothing peculiar about it. That person had just lived for a long time. If he hadn't attained the Tao and became an immortal, then he would have naturally turned into an evil spirit. After all, the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death is the way of the universe. Trying to change fate and go against the order is not that simple, explained Tuoba Danxing. I've seen many such cases. These are usually cultivators who are too stubborn and obsessed, forcefully using lifespan pills to extend their lives, only to end up becoming human Xiaos. However, I didn't expect the commotion this time to be this big. Being a human Xiao and raising another, that's a first, even for me. Using lifespan pills forcefully to increase longevity will eventually lead to one becoming a human Xiao, asked Li Huowang, feeling surprised. Wouldn't this make lifespan pills useless? Not exactly. Normally, around the age of 120 is a critical point. The closer you get to 120, the weaker the effects of the lifespan pill get. Once past 120, you have to find a way to dispel your obsessions. If you can't, then forcefully using the lifespan pills will only turn you into a human Xiao. Each sect has their own methods for this, some good and some bad. But don't expect others to tell you all this so easily. They keep these things well hidden. There are also some methods that everyone knows about, but they are not easy to accomplish. For example, using the bewilderment of a strayed one to dispel one's obsessions is the simplest and the best method, explained Tuoba Danxing. Hearing this, Li Huowang's fingers bent ever so slightly without anyone noticing. But think about it, having a living strayed one with you is dangerous. After all, you would have to be on guard against others trying to snatch it away. Thus, telling you this method is the same as not telling you anything, right? Tuoba Danxing continued to talk, almost as if he was having a casual conversation with an old friend. As they continued drinking, Tuoba Danxing suddenly remembered something and slapped his own forehead. Oh, look at my forgetful mind. Brother Air, since you're now in 9th Troop, why not go to the capital for a promotion? In the future, when you go to the rights department, you can use the lifespan pills you have earned to exchange for things inside the bureau. There, not only is there an abundance of variety, there are also some items that you can't find in the markets outside. But remember, it must be the lifespan pills earned within the bureau. Those from the outside won't work. To the capital? Li Huowang's mood tensed as soon as the headquarters of the surveillance bureau was mentioned. No hurry. I haven't earned much yet. I'll go when I've earned some more. Brother Air is indeed different. Others would rush to the capital without question upon learning of this, but you always seem to avoid it. Tuoba Danxing tilted his wine cup toward his mouth and then shifted his intoxicated gaze towards Li Huowang. Then, he moved his chair closer and asked, Brother Air, since we're already so close, it wouldn't be too much to ask you something, right? Brother Tuoba, feel free to ask, replied Li Huowang. Tuoba Danxing chuckled for a moment and then pointed to the bronze coin veil on Li Huowang's face. Why do you always wear this thing? Is there something hidden behind it? At that moment, Hongzhong suddenly came to Li Huowang's side. This old guy has been probing you ever since he arrived. Be careful. As soon as Tuoba Danxing raised his question, the atmosphere became a little tense. Li Huowang understood that no matter how close their relationship was, everything would be over once his identity was exposed. Seeing Li Huowang continue to remain silent, Tuoba Danxing patted his own cheeks. Oh, I talk too much. I spoke too carelessly after drinking. Brother Air, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. However, Li Huowang knew that the other party was withdrawing now just so that they could advance later. If he didn't resolve this today, then there would be more trouble later. Various thoughts flashed through his mind as Li Huowang pressed his stomach and started retching. No worries, Brother Tuoba. If you want to know, then I'll tell you. I have some things that tend to easily come out, and so I need to cover it up with something. After a while, 2 black, sticky tentacles slowly extended from the sides of the veil. What was even more peculiar was that these 2 tentacles were entwined with a pair of double-pupiled eyeballs. Tuoba Danxing's eyes twitched. All right, quickly put it away. Tuoba Danxing took a bite of food to suppress his shock, and then looked at Li Huowang with some trepidation. Brother Air, I won't ask much about your cultivation methods. But aren't you afraid of going crazy with such messy cultivation techniques? However, Li Huowang just used 2 of his fingers to push the tentacles back into his mouth, suppressed the nausea, and swallowed as he replied, It's all right. Chapter 332, Human Cup. Within the exquisite guest room, Huowang dipped the duck meat in some sauce before munching on it in an attempt to suppress the disgusting feeling he had to just go through. Even though he hated it, it was well worth it to reduce Tuoba Danqing's suspicion against him. At the very least, he now had an excuse as to why he had to wear the bronze coin veil at all times. Judging by Tuoba Danqing's shocked expression, Huowang knew that he had made the right move. As knowledgeable as Tuoba Danqing was, he had definitely never seen someone who had tentacles with eyes in their mouth. Meanwhile, Tuoba Danqing sipped on his wine to suppress his fear and shock. Junior, I think you are treading on the path of black cultivation. Please excuse my rudeness in saying this, but if possible it is best if you don't cultivate such techniques, or you might find yourself getting consumed by the technique instead. Hearing this, Huowang reciprocated the man's toast. Thank you for the advice. I have my own methods. It would be best if you do. But truthfully, I knew that you were destined for greatness from the moment when I first saw you, said Tuoba Danqing before proceeding to talk randomly, causing the atmosphere in the room to once again become lighthearted. Both of them kept drinking back and forth. As he drank, Tuoba Danqing slowly got more and more excited. At the peak of his ecstasy, he suddenly looked at Huowang in a bizarre way and chuckled in a way that only men understood. Junior, let me show you what those at the 9th troop can enjoy, but the 10th pawns can't. After saying that, Tuoba Danqing clapped lightly. Immediately, 4 curvaceous women walked into the room. Just as Huowang thought that they were going to sing for them, the 4 women removed their clothes and stood before them, stark naked. Blue veins covered all 4 of their bodies, making them look like 4 delicate porcelain vases. All of them had the same hourglass body shape, something that made them look even more like vases. However, different from vases, 2 of the women walked over to Huowang's side and coddled against his body as they offered to feed him the dishes and pour the wine. Huowang realized that these vases were soft, warm, smooth, and very attractive. As if he was trying to show Huowang what he knew, Tuoba Danqing made a gesture of drinking wine. Understanding the gesture, one of the women carefully drank the wine. However, instead of drinking it, she held it in her mouth as she straddled herself on Tuoba Danqing's lap and rolled her tongue into a funnel before slowly pouring the wine into Tuoba Danqing's mouth. Tuoba Danqing drank the warm wine with pleasure and looked at Huowang. Junior heir, do you know what this is? This is called the human cup. What do you think? I bet you've never seen one of them in the kingdom of Xiucai before, right? Ha ha. Huowang looked at the 2 women beside him with uneasiness. Senior Tuoba, I don't think we can discuss anything if they are here. Tuoba Danqing was hugging one of the girls as he turned to Huowang with pride and said, Don't worry. These were handpicked by me. They are deaf and can't speak. We can just talk normally and don't have to worry about them leaking anything since they can't hear. These girls were specially groomed for people like us. As Tuoba Danqing spoke, he drank another mouthful of wine from the human cup. At that moment, Huowang suddenly recalled son Baolu's beautiful mother who was made to lick other people's asses and felt disgusted. He had almost forgotten that the Liang kingdom used people as tools. Come on, you've finally returned after quite some time. You should take some time to rest. Relax, these are being paid for by the Surveillance Bureau, so we can just take it easy. Tuoba Danqing winked at Huowang. Looking at the 2 pitiful girls hugging his sides, Huowang shook his head. Senior Tuoba, thank you, but I'm just here to have a drink. I don't feel like doing anything else. Tuoba Danqing was perplexed when he saw that Huowang wasn't attracted to the girls. Oh, are you perhaps the same as me? I've gotten bored of girls, and so I sometimes like to play with guys instead. Just wait a moment, I will ask the guys to come in instead. Hearing this, Huowang's expression froze for a moment before he raised his voice a little. Senior Tuoba, as long as my revenge is not achieved, I will not rest. I don't have time for matters like these. When Tuoba Danqing realized that Huowang wasn't joking, he waved his hands, and the women instantly turned around and left. Once they were gone, Tuoba Danqing drank his wine and sighed. Junior Ergio, you are very righteous. There are not a lot of people who would go to such lengths for their master and brothers. Everyone is just backstabbing everyone else in this world. They were not just my masters, but also my parents. It's the least I could do for them after they were all murdered, replied Huowang. Fine. Since that's the case, then you should just stay in Yinling City. I know that you want to take revenge as soon as possible, and that will make it easier for me. If you stay here in Yinling City, then I can easily find you, said Tuoba Danqing. Sure. Thank you, Senior Tuoba. Here's a toast for you. said Li Huowang as he raised another toast. When Li Huowang returned to his inn, he was covered in the scent of wine. He directly crashed into his bed with his eyes closed while slowly massaging his temples. To him, drinking and talking with Tuoba Danxing was just as hard as fighting outside. After all, Li Huowang still didn't know the extent of Tuoba Danxing's knowledge and trust. He had to keep his guard up at all times to prevent his status from being exposed. At that moment, Li Huowang suddenly remembered something and took out his identity token. He saw the words 9th Troop etched on it and smiled. He was one step closer to his goal. Li Huowang knew that the higher his rank was, the more power he could use within the surveillance bureau. Bei Feng, who had lived for 190 years, was definitely strong, but it wasn't necessary for him to fight Bei Feng on his own. When his thoughts reached this point, Li Huowang suddenly sat up and started mumbling. Wait, since I have the surveillance bureau behind my back, I don't have to fight at all. The sitting Oblivion Dao and the surveillance bureau are each other's arch-nemesis. As long as I let them fight among themselves, I can just reap the rewards for myself. Li Huowang turned around and saw that it was Hong Zhong chuckling to himself. You are so stupid. You can't even lie. So how are you going to pit them together? The 4 Joys and 3 officials are incredible tricksters. Don't be surprised when you find out that they've trapped you before you could even execute your plan, said Hong Zhong. Li Huowang didn't ignore him this time. Didn't you say that I was the true Hong Zhong? I believe it now. Since I'm at the same rank as them, then why can't I pitch them to fight against the surveillance bureau? Hearing his words, Hong Zhong finally started getting excited. Yeah, you are right. This might all be Hong Zhong's plan. You suppressed your own memories and sneaked into the surveillance bureau before causing some damage. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought too. Li Huowang stood up, looking just as excited as Hong Zhong. Suddenly, both of them started laughing. Their laughter got louder and louder before stopping completely as both of them glared at each other in a taunting way. Chapter 333, Meeting Someone Familiar. After a while, Li Huowang rolled to the edge of the bed and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Hong Zhong was smiling while thinking about something when Monk suddenly approached him. What other tricks are you planning to do? Don't harm the Taoist. He's a good person. A good person? A good person indeed. That night, Li Huowang slept quite soundly. He wasn't sure if it was because he drank a lot of wine, but he only woke up late in the morning the next day. After waking up, Li Huowang yawned and washed up. Since Tuoba Danxing had told him to stay here, he knew that he would temporarily be staying in Yinling City. Plus, he had nowhere else to go. As to how long he would have to stay, it all depended on Tuoba Danxing. However, based on their conversation yesterday, Li Huowang was sure that he wouldn't need to wait all that long. Crepes, delicious crepes. Sweet, sweet, sweet Tonghulu 1. Scissors, knives, I grind them all, too. General Jiang was 8 feet tall and 4 feet wide. He stood in front of the enemy camp and shouted with all his might. Ai hey! The thousands of soldiers from the Qi Kingdom were instantly horrified. As Li Huowang strolled around, various sounds entered his ears. How much for a crepe? Asked Li Huowang. A single coin. Look at how big our crepes are. They are cheap yet filling. Li Huowang bought 4 of them and walked as he ate. He didn't walk very fast. The reason he was taking a stroll through the city was to let Li Sui learn how to talk by listening to the other people. Li Sui had heard someone saying daddy just once and could already repeat it. Not only was it capable of speech, it could also mimic the voices of others. Thus, Li Huowang wanted to test and see if Li Sui could speed up its learning process if there were more people talking around him. And based on the numerous fragmented words that Li Sui was parroting off, Li Huowang knew that he had made the right decision. Unfortunately, with this approach, he could not choose what Li Sui would learn. It had even learned how to cuss after hearing some women arguing on the streets, causing Li Huowang to frown and quickly leave the area. After a while, he stood in the middle of the street and took in the prosperous city. The Liang Kingdom was indeed very advanced and prosperous. They had everything they needed. But at the same time, it was revolting to learn that the people with power would use something like a human cup. Still, it was because they were so prosperous that they could afford to do something like that. Just as Li Huowang was reflecting on the city, he saw something that caused him to frown. He quickly ran toward it. As he ran, he quickly started picking up speed and even used his powers to shift himself as he weaved through the crowds. After he got through the crowd, Li Huowang patted someone's shoulder. Before this, the man was staring at someone selling food. When the man turned around and saw Li Huowang, he instantly became excited and shouted loudly, Master! Xiucai was so overjoyed that he almost hugged Li Huowang. Stop! I'm asking you a question. Why are you here? Where is troop leader Lu? Questioned Li Huowang. Hearing his father's name, Lu Xiucai scoffed. I'm sick of him. Shit. If it wasn't because of me needing. However, Li Huowang's cold stare instantly made Lu Xiucai shut up. After a moment, Lu Xiucai continued. Master, I'm someone with special powers now. Why should I continue performing with him? I want to experience the world. Li Huowang looked around before pulling Lu Xiucai to sit at a food stall. Experience the world? Where are your spare clothes? Your travel money? Your weapon? You just came out from the village with nothing? Asked Li Huowang. Faced with these questions, Lu Xiucai gritted his teeth while seething with anger. I did. I bought everything, but someone stole it from me yesterday. I will tear them apart if I catch them. Fine, fine. Li Huowang was annoyed. Lu Xiucai reminded him of a poodle. Small and weak, yet extremely arrogant. However, even though the black, tassel sword changed his character, Lu Xiucai was still just a 17-year-old youth. Your travel money got stolen? You must be starving now. Boss, give us 2 bowls of whatever you are selling, said Li Huowang. Lu Xiucai was so hungry that as soon as the seller brought out the dried shrimps covered in sesame seeds, he grabbed it with both hands. As Li Huowang saw Lu Xiucai burning his mouth, he frowned and lowered his voice as he asked, How's the village after I left? Ha ha ha, it's still the same. Lu Xiucai gasped for air and swallowed the food in his mouth before continuing. Everyone is still fine. My useless father bought several cows to prepare the fields for spring next year. He wanted to utilize all the farmland that was left behind. He also said that he didn't have enough people and was trying to find some temporary laborers. What about Miao Miao? Senior Bai is still fine. She still eats and sleeps as normal, but she seems to always lack focus. Li Huowang sighed, his elbows on his knees as he clasped his own face and muttered, As long as she's fine. Lu Xiucai had finished eating half of the bowl in no time. Once his hunger had been staved off, his spirit returned as he requested, Master, let me follow you. However, Li Huowang shook his head. No, once you finish your meal, I will give you some money for you to return to Cowheart Mountain. Do not go anywhere else. Go straight back home. Li Huowang could not afford to have someone dragging him down right now, especially since he was not even related to Lu Xiucai. He was already being generous by giving him travel money. No, I will not go back. If I do, then my brother will use his fists to threaten me to work in the fields, refused Lu Xiucai. Hearing this, Li Huowang grabbed Lu Xiucai's shirt collar and warned him sternly. Only your father will tolerate you, and I'm not your father. I have enough to worry about on my plate, and I don't have time for this. If you say one more stupid thing, then I will break your legs and leave you out on the streets. Lu Xiucai's lips quivered, but he dared not say anything when he saw just how serious Li Huowang was. Also, when you go back, don't tell anyone that you saw me. Li Huowang took out a piece of silver the size of his thumb and placed it in front of Lu Xiucai. Then, he turned and left. As Lu Xiucai saw Li Huowang leaving him behind, he felt extremely unreconciled. Just as Li Huowang was about to disappear into the crowd, Lu Xiucai shouted from behind. You were the one who taught me those powers. But you only taught me how to use the sword, and didn't even give me the sword. What kind of master are you? You are incorrigible. When Lu Xiucai saw Li Huowang turn to look back at him, he quickly placed the silver in his clothes and prepared to run when. However, before he could leave, Li Huowang waved his hands and 5 black coins shot out, nailing themselves into the wooden table in front of Lu Xiucai. The coins were taken off the bronze coin sword. Even though there were only 5, Lu Xiucai should be able to use them with the method he was trained in. We are even now? Don't call me master anymore, said Li Huowang. After meeting Lu Xiucai, Li Huowang lost all his interest in strolling through the city. He directly returned back to the inn. Miao Miao. At that moment, the black Taisui's voice rang out in his ear. Since Li Huowang is your father, Miao Miao is your mother. Hong Zhong chuckled as he walked beside Li Huowang. Mother. Li Huowang was stunned. Li Sui can hear the illusions. 1. A type of street snack. Berries and fruits are coated in liquid caramel before cooling off. 2. A grinder who grinds sharpens utensils for a living. Chapter 334, Xiang. Dak dak dak. The sound of horse hoofs rang out non-stop. Due to the rain, there weren't a lot of people on the streets. Thus, the horses could run faster as well. The veil of one of the riders flew in the wind, revealing Li Huowang's resolute gaze. He held the reins in one hand as he took out a letter from inside his robes. It was a letter from Tuoba Danqing. It didn't say much. Xiang summons. Come immediately. Yinling prison. By now, Li Huowang had a good grasp of Tuoba Danqing's personality. With his character, if he didn't inform Li Huowang of something over food and wine, then it meant that the mission was critical. Li Huowang didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. Thus, the best he could do was prepare for the worst-case scenario. Thankfully, he was all alone now, and so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Soon, Li Huowang reached his destination and jumped down from the horse. He looked up and observed the eerie building made from bricks. The guards guarding the door were all exuding a murderous aura, a clear sign that this was the place where they kept some of the more heinous criminals. Li Huowang also had a faint feeling that the guards possessed a military background too. Just as Li Huowang dismounted his horse, he felt a slight pricking sensation from his organs, a sign that someone was aiming hidden weapons at him from the shadows. He quickly displayed his identity token and walked through the main gates. The gates of the prison were being guarded by 2 stone lions. Just as Li Huowang walked in, he saw Tuoba Danqing sitting on a bench as he waved at him. "Junior heir, come here. Quick." When Li Huowang walked over, he saw someone familiar. It was Hongda, the creditor. Without waiting for Li Huowang to greet him, Tuoba Danqing happily pulled Li Huowang and forced him to sit with him on the bench. "Junior heir, as you can see, I do care about your circumstances quite a lot. See, I notified you immediately the moment that a good mission came up." "Oh, is this a good mission?" asked Li Huowang as he sniffed the cold and rotten air of his surroundings. He looked around the cells and wasn't sure whether any of the prisoners were dead or alive. This wasn't really a good indication. On the other hand, Tuoba Danqing slapped his legs and smiled happily. "Of course, it's a good mission. After all, we will be fighting against the sitting Oblivion Dao. Since you have a grudge against them, I've nominated you to come with us so that you can have your revenge. See how well I am treating you." Li Huowang was surprised. "Please tell me the details about the mission." "Don't worry. Once Xiang comes, he will tell you about everything." "We don't know much about it yet," Hongda replied instead of Tuoba Danqing as he calmly sipped on his tea. "Senior Hong, long time no see. It was only thanks to your referral that I could join the surveillance bureau." Li Huowang greeted Hongda while secretly estimating the scale of the mission. If Xiang has to come here personally from the capital, then the mission this time might be quite dangerous. Li Huowang knew next to nothing about Xiang. All he knew was that he was Tuoba Danqing's superior. But since Xiang was someone who could work at the headquarters, he should be quite powerful. "No need to thank me. You were the one who chose the path. Just don't blame me for letting you join the nest of thieves if something were to happen next time around," replied Hongda. "Ai Hongda, you can't say that. How could you compare the bureau to a nest of thieves? You receive so many lifespan pills after every mission, and they even compensate you for food and clothes. Plus, the bureau also gives out lots of mooncakes during the Mid-Autumn Festival. They even pay the money when you go to a gambling den. How could you insult the bureau in front of a newcomer when we are treating you so well?" questioned Tuoba Danqing. Fine. You are the loyal worker while I'm the traitorous one." Hongda was annoyed by Tuoba Danqing. He rolled his eyes before turning around. Tuoba Danqing was just about to launch into another tirade when Li Huowang stopped him. "Senior Tuoba, why are we talking about the mission in a prison today?" "Junior heir, do you see that over there?" "Yes, the second to last cage. We will be escorting the prisoner locked inside there today," replied Tuoba Danqing. Just as Li Huowang was about to stand up and take a closer look, a shrill male voice came from behind him. "Danqing, it seems that everyone is here. Looks like I'm the one who is late today." An eunuch?" Li Huowang turned around and saw a plump middle-aged man wearing official clothes. Li Huowang saw the man had white makeup covering his face, was wearing official clothes, and had a repulsive smile. If he hadn't walked in, Li Huowang would have thought the man was a zombie he had seen in movies. The man stood there while holding on to a golden abacus, smiling as he looked at everyone. He was Xiang. Li Huowang got nervous and was worried his disguise would be useless. He only sighed in relief when he saw Xiang did not react to him. On the other hand, Tuoba Danqing became even friendlier when he saw Xiang. He bowed and became very polite as he quickly greeted the man. Aya, Lord Xiang. How could you say that? You are not late. It's just that we were there too early." Tuoba Danqing held the fat eunuch's hand while wearing a jade ring before letting him sit down on the table. Instantly, a sharp fragrance burst out from within Xiang, instantly causing Li Huowang to frown. Li Huowang's nose was too sensitive, and he managed to determine that the fragrance was weird because it had the scent of pee as well. "Lord Xiang, you already know Hongda. Let me introduce you to the other person." He is Ergio. His powers as a member of the Ao Jing sect are quite amazing. Even a human Xiao on the black level was not his opponent. He will definitely be of help to us, introduced Tuoba Danqing. Hearing this, Xiang looked at Li Huowang, his eyes twinkling suspiciously. Feeling uncomfortable, Li Huowang quickly greeted the man. I greet Lord Xiang. So you are Ergio? I remember you. Lu Zongyuan told me about you before. You come from the Ao Jing sect, but it seems your temper is very bad. Last time you burned down all the members of the White Lotus sect that was supposed to be sent to the capital. If it wasn't because of Lu Zongyuan saying that he didn't mind it, and the fact that you were Danqing's subordinate, the Bureau might have actually wanted to summon you and demand an explanation, said Xiang, as sized up Li Huowang. Hearing this, Tuoba Danqing did his best to smooth the atmosphere. Haha, my junior over here is indeed slightly temperamental. The only person I could think of who's both strong and likable within the Bureau is you, Lord Xiang. Hearing this, Xiang smiled till his eyes were wrinkled. Danqing, I really love hanging out with you. Your words soothe me so much. Just at that moment, Hongda interrupted both of them who were complimenting each other. Xiang, can you explain to us about the mission first before we have to continue listening to you guys talking crap? Immediately, both of them stopped and turned serious. Just as Li Huowang thought Xiang was about to teach Hongda a lesson, the man instead pointed his finger toward the cage. Danqing, bring Master Xian Qi over here. We will explain the mission after that, said Xiang. Meanwhile, Li Huowang, a newcomer to the Surveillance Bureau, silently observed everything that was happening. It seems that the hierarchy was not as serious as I thought. 1. Master here doesn't refer to his superior but a title for a Buddhist monk, as in Zen master.